Warning, we are living in an era where a parallel dimension known as Strange Tales is constantly threatening to invade and consume our reality. To stop this encroaching nightmare, every nation must select its elite youth to enter secret realms and face deadly challenges. But there's a catch. These realms are governed by bizarre rules. One wrong move, one broken rule, and the challenger fails. And if they fail, their entire nation is dragged into the abyss of the Strange Tales world. The Dragon Kingdom is currently standing on the brink of total destruction. After several failed attempts, they've pinned their last hope on a young man who just turned 18, Su Xiao, while the top brass are gnashing their teeth and slamming tables in rage over trashy provocative emails from the East Island nation, who are flexing their A-rank talent just to insult us. What the hell is our MC actually doing in this death trap dungeon? The survival rule clearly states, absolutely do not draw the curtains. Su Xiao? He rips them open without missing a beat. Rules forbid turning on the TV. He casually grabs the remote, shakes his leg, and tunes straight into an entertainment channel, while others tread with extreme caution, paralyzed by fear. Our main lead treats this horror dungeon like a luxury vacation. Even when a vengeful spirit crawls to his door to take his life, his only reaction is irritation. He raises his hand and slaps the ghost right in the face. Yes, you heard that right. He literally slaps the face off the monster. Just what kind of terrifying trump card is this madman holding that allows him to arrogantly trample over every rule of survival? Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. Today, join us as we follow the born rebel, and see how this young man turns a blood-soaked world of horror into his personal stage for comedy and face-slapping. Let's get into it. Su Xiao woke up from a daze and found himself in an utterly unfamiliar place. A voice rang out, "Welcome to the world of weird tales." Mom's note. Just as Su Xiao regained his composure and sat up, another prompt sounded. First-time entrants to the world of weird tales will receive one chance to draw a weird talent. Congratulations to player Su Xiao for successfully drawing an SSS grade weird talent. Natural Rebel. This news took Su Xiao by complete surprise. He never expected to land an SSS grade talent. The analysis of the talent read, if you weigh 100 pounds, then 99 pounds of you must be made of rebel bones. Natural Rebel allows the user to ignore whether a rule is right or wrong, and act rebelliously within the world of weird tales. Furthermore, during the process of rebellion, the user will not suffer any supernatural pollution or be devoured. Su Xiao was extremely satisfied with this natural rebel talent. When it came to being meticulous or cautious, he might lack confidence. But when it came to being rebellious, he was certain no one could surpass him. Moreover, no one in the entire Dragon Country had ever drawn an SSS grade talent before. It was said that the probability of drawing such a talent was 1 in 100 million. In the past, people who drew even A-grade talents had already begun to flaunt their power arrogantly. Now that I have an SSS grade talent, I'm going to scare those guys to death, Su Xiao thought. Outside a room somewhere in Dragon Country, a group of people sat watching current footage of Su Xiao being replayed on a television screen. They lamented that Su Xiao was only 18 years old yet already had to go to war for his country. If he failed this challenge, Dragon Country would once again suffer an invasion from the world of weird tales. A so-called invasion meant that after a chosen one failed, all citizens of that country would be dragged into the world of weird tales. Such an invasion inevitably led to large-scale death. Some sparsely populated nations had even been wiped out entirely because of this. Although they could see Su Xiao's footage, they appeared to have no idea what talent he had drawn. One man suggested using one of their 3 opportunities to transmit information to ask Su Xiao about it, but the idea was immediately rejected. The 3 communication opportunities were extremely precious. They had to be cherished. Furthermore, this was a global live broadcast. If Su Xiao told them, it would mean exposing himself to other countries. Dragon Country had already failed 5 times in a row and could no longer afford an invasion from the world of weird tales. Immediately after, they received a message from East Island Country. Phew, our chosen one has an A- grade talent again. You people in Dragon Country don't even dare to fart. You must have drawn an E or F grade talent, right? Don't be too jealous of us, ha. The people of Dragon Country slammed their tables in anger. Damn it, they only drew an A- grade talent and already dared to be so arrogant. Because they had lost 5 times in a row, even a small country now dared to look down on Dragon Country. But the current situation was indeed not optimistic. The future of all Dragon Country now rested solely on Su Xiao's shoulders. Back with Su Xiao, he walked around for a while before discovering a note on a table. The content read, "Dear Xiao Gang, Mom is going out and will be back in a week. You must be good and listen. You must read the following words carefully and follow them exactly." Below were 10 rules left by Mom. Rule 1, whether it is day or night, you are not allowed to open the curtains. Rule 2, there is copper grade steak in the refrigerator. you should try to eat it raw. You must absolutely not fry or grill it to well done. Rule 3, the bathroom can be used, but you must never turn on the light while using it. Rule 4, the clock in the house will tell you the accurate time, but you must never use it as an alarm clock. Rule 5, do not go out. If you hear someone knocking on the door, you must not open it until that person leaves. Rule 6, take good care of the cat at home. You are not allowed to give it a name. Rule 7, you must feed the cat noodles. You must never feed it cat food. Rule 8, you must sleep with the cat at night. You must not let it stay in the living room alone. Rule 9, the next door neighbor will occasionally drop by. Please open the door for him and hand him the cat food. Rule 10, you must never turn on the TV at home. If you feel bored, you can let the cat play with you. Just after reading these 10 rules, the first thing Su Xiao did was break Rule 1. The rule said he wasn't allowed to open the curtains day or night, but he immediately walked over and pulled them open, discovering it was daytime outside. This scene of Su Xiao's actions was also presented before the entire population of Dragon Country. Some wondered why Su Xiao refused to follow even the first rule. Others believed Su Xiao had already seen through it as a false rule. Soon the butterfly effect manifested immediately. Following this, countries like the United States, India and Russia all sent prompts to their own chosen ones, telling them that the first rule was false and that they must not follow it. The chosen one from East Island country, after receiving the prompt from his own nation, immediately ran to the window to pull open the curtains. He didn't want his country to lose to Dragon Country. However, the moment he pulled the curtains open, the light shining in from outside nearly burned him to death. Fortunately, he had awakened the A-grade skill, Shield, which allowed him to barely escape with his life. But the chosen ones from other countries were not so lucky. Most of them were burned or corrupted. Many people cursed Dragon Country for such despicable tactics, but because of this, every nation became more vigilant. After staying there for over an hour, Su Xiao began to feel hungry. He walked toward the refrigerator in the corner of the room to see if there was anything to eat. There were 5 portions of food in the fridge, enough for 5 days, but the time required to clear the challenge was a full week. Not wanting to become a starved ghost, Su Xiao decided to eat the cat food first. The audience was extremely confused by Su Xiao's move. Didn't Rule 7 say to feed this to the cat? Now that he's eaten it, what will the cat eat? Regardless of the fact that public opinion in the real world had turned into a chaotic mess, Su Xiao, inside the strange tale world, leisurely went to boil the noodles, refusing to stop until he had a complete meal with meat and vegetables. Hearing the noise in the kitchen, a fat cat ran in with agile movements and let out a few meows. Su Xiao reached out to pat its head and praised it with a click of his tongue. "Hey, look at you, you're quite cute. From now on I'll call you Ugly Freak." The cat seemed to understand human speech, and immediately let out a furious roar. In the real world, the people of the Dragon Kingdom felt as if they were sitting on a bonfire. Heavens, he violated Rule 6, you cannot give the cat a name. How strange. Why do I see no spirit in that cat's eyes? Su Xiao could also guess that the people outside were probably worried about him. But he didn't care how fat the cat was, nor did he care whether those rules were right or wrong. Out of those 10 rules, it was highly likely that only a very small number were actually false. The mortality rate was extremely high, and one could not rely on luck to pass. He had to remain rebellious at all times, breaking all the rules to gain the protection of his talent. Therefore, no matter how terrifying the path ahead was, all Su Xiao had to do was bite the bullet and face it bravely. He finished cooking a pot of steaming noodles, brought it to the living room, and began to gorge himself. He had to admit having a talent that required no judgment at all felt fantastic. While Su Xiao was enjoying his fresh noodles, the Dragon Kingdom citizens outside were beyond anxious. "Oh no, everyone look at the cat, it's acting strange again." By this time, Su Xiao had finished a large bowl of noodles and only then leisurely pulled out a bag of cat food, filling the tray for the orange cat. The cat's eyes flashed, clearly very dissatisfied. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were incessantly complaining, while the people of the East Island nation were overjoyed to see Su Xiao violate Rules 6 and 7 in just a few minutes, figuring he was only one step away from failure. It wasn't just the ordinary citizens of the Dragon Kingdom who were screaming. Even the leadership fell into deep thought after witnessing Su Xiao's performance. The cat clearly played a very important role in this stage, yet he had violated several rules related to it in succession. It seemed unlikely he would survive this. "Sigh, we thought Su Xiao was the savior of the Dragon Kingdom, but it seems he is still too young and impetuous." They then decided they could no longer just sit and watch. They had 3 chances to contact the person in the secret realm. They decided to use the first chance to warn Su Xiao to pay attention to that orange cat. But before the warning could be sent, the leaders received a notification. The representatives of 6 other countries had already been devoured by the strange tale world. This had happened because they imitated Su Xiao's actions regarding the first rule. which led to their contestants becoming infected and ultimately unable to hold on. It appeared that this time, Su Xiao had indirectly eliminated several competitors. The progress of the Mother's Note realm was accelerating, but the leaders still didn't understand why Su Xiao hadn't been punished despite violating several rules. Could it be that he possessed some kind of powerful immunity-type talent? When someone made that guess, they actually came quite close to the truth. Perhaps we don't need to send him a warning yet, so as not to waste a precious opportunity. The leaders looked at each other, and after weighing the options for a long time, decided not to send the message for now. At this point, the contestants were all so hungry their stomachs were sticking to their backs. There were raw steaks in the refrigerator, and Rule 2 stated the beef must be eaten raw, but they were very conflicted about whether this rule was false. Facing the tragic state of other countries, public opinion once again focused on Su Xiao's actions. Unsurprisingly, he grilled the steak until it was well done and ate it with great relish. The Americans began to mock Su Xiao as a fool for violating the rules yet again. However, more than half a day passed after he ate the cooked beef. He had likely almost finished digesting it, and still nothing had happened. The East Island people thought Su Xiao was just incredibly lucky, while other countries began sending messages to tell their chosen ones that beef can be cooked. However, some people didn't dare to imitate him this time because they hadn't succeeded after listening to Su Xiao last time. They chose to eat it raw, and as a result, were immediately devoured. 5 more countries were swallowed by the strange tail world. Meanwhile, Su Xiao remained perfectly fine, not a hair out of place. Contestants from other countries began to wonder what his deal was. Some had even drawn S-grade talents yet were still left in the dust by Su Xiao. At this time, the leaders sent a notification to Su Xiao, informing him of how many countries had been eliminated for imitating him, while also reminding him to stay away from the cat because it looked very dangerous. Even Su Xiao hadn't expected it. In just half a day, he had eliminated 6 countries. It seemed they had imitated his action of opening the curtains. At that moment, a wicked grin suddenly appeared on Su Xiao's face, and he thought, "Fine, since you want to imitate me so much, I'll give you something to really imitate." Just as he thought this, he grabbed the fat cat by the scruff of its neck. The leaders and the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were scared out of their wits. No one knew what he was trying to do. He had just received a warning telling him to stay away from the cat. Then, Su Xiao opened the door, threw the fat cat out with crisp efficiency, and then leisurely began watching television. This series of fluid actions left the audience stunned. They didn't understand why the cat seemed so cowed in front of Su Xiao when it clearly looked very dangerous. Had his luck not run out yet? Most importantly, Su Xiao turning on the TV violated another rule. The audience watched with their hearts in their throats, and what was even more infuriating was how calm he looked, completely unaffected by contamination or consumption. While other contestants were locked in bitter struggles, the Dragon Kingdom's chosen one looked as though he were on vacation. The meeting room in the East Island nation could no longer remain calm. They were nearly driven mad, unable to understand why the Dragon Kingdom's contestant could be so at ease while their own contestant, Hikagawa Okamoto, looked like an idiot. "Some countries haven't made a move yet. Should we tell Hikagawa Okamoto about the TV rule?" a bald man asked. "Fool, the TV isn't a necessity. It doesn't matter if he doesn't watch it. Why waste that precious warning opportunity?" another shouted back. While the people of the East Island nation were arguing incessantly, the contestant from East Bala forgot the rules and turned on the TV immediately. To everyone's horror, he was devoured by the strange tail world. Why is it only that Su Xiao wasn't devoured? He was fine when he pulled the curtains too. Seeing Su Xiao escape danger time and again, other countries finally stopped believing it was merely luck. Many countries began to question whether both Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom and Hikagawa Okamoto of the East Island nation had drawn talents with immunity capabilities. After all, among A-grade talents there was one that could grant immunity to contamination 3 times. Not long ago, the East Island nation had noisily boasted that Hikagawa Okamoto had drawn an A-grade talent, and it was highly likely to be that one. Therefore, they tacitly assumed Su Xiao had drawn the same kind of talent. Consequently, other countries began to wait secretly, waiting to see how he would handle the situation once his 3 immunities were used up. But how could they know that Su Xiao's talent was anything but ordinary? "I am a man favored by the heavens." That was a SSS-grade talent. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon passed. Although the people from the East Island nation and the Kimchi nation were trembling with rage, they didn't dare to imitate Su Xiao. Su Xiao, on the other hand, was very relaxed, enjoying the feeling of others being unable to stand him yet unable to do anything about it. Afternoon passed and night fell. Su Xiao grew tired of watching TV when a sudden cramp hit his stomach. He staggered into the bathroom. Just as he pushed the door open, the fat cat rushed out furiously. Having been locked in there all afternoon, it had long since gone mad. This bathroom looked eerie, much like a set from a horror movie. According to the rules, the bathroom could be used, but the light must not be turned on. However, after letting out a yawn, Su Xiao decisively reached out and flipped the switch. The live stream followers couldn't help but gasp, especially the audience from the Dragon Kingdom. By now they had already come to revere Su Xiao as their boss. Light flooded the room. Su Xiao saw several bloodstains on the wall and the word death written there. If anyone else had seen this scene, they would likely have been scared out of their wits, but at that moment, Su Xiao had only one thought in his mind. What is this? Did that ugly freak do this? As a reminder to those who might have forgotten, Ugly Freak was the elegant name he had given the orange cat, seeing it cause such a mess after finishing his business. Su Xiao rushed out immediately. Then he grabbed Ugly Freak by the scruff of its neck again, and gave it a thorough beating right in its face. It was you scratching the walls, wasn't it? If you're uneducated, don't go around scribbling things. If I catch you causing destruction again, don't blame me if I throw you in a pot and stew you for dinner. Su Xiao's behavior left everyone speechless. One had to remember that everyone else considered this fat cat a dangerous entity within the secret realm. Yet here was Su Xiao, giving it nicknames, stealing its noodles, locking it in the bathroom, and now even physically assaulting it. The cat appeared furious to the extreme, baring its teeth and hissing incessantly at Su Xiao. But no matter how arrogant its attitude, Su Xiao showed not a shred of fear. I'm telling you, you'd better wise up. I don't care what kind of monster you are, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. With that, Su Xiao tossed the cat back into the bathroom. Ugly Freak, clean up the mess you made on the wall tonight or tomorrow I'm stewing you. Seeing this fat cat being tormented so miserably, the audience's admiration for Su Xiao was absolute. Shouldn't a normal person be paralyzed with fear upon seeing the word death on the wall? Not only was he unafraid, but he had also beaten the culprit. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hikagawa Okamoto of the East Island Nation could no longer hold it in, and had to relieve himself. Naturally, he didn't dare turn on the light, so he rushed in, fumbling in the dark. The entire process of Hikagawa Okamoto handling his business in the bathroom was broadcast live, and one could practically sense the stench through the screen. After purging the waste from his body, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. But the good times didn't last. Several streaks of purple light suddenly appeared on the floor. Indeed, do not turn on the bathroom light was a false rule. Because he had followed the rules blindly, Hikagawa Okamoto was once again attacked by the strange tail world. Just as all the viewers thought he was certainly doomed this time, he pulled out his shield talent. He narrowly escaped disaster. However, his shield soon faltered under the powerful erosion of the strange tail world. The shield's glow faded rapidly before finally shattering completely. In a panic, Hikagawa Okamoto leaped off the toilet and lunged for the switch to turn on the light. He escaped danger, but his most pathetic moment was broadcast to the entire nation, including the sight of him before he had time to pull up his pants. Hikagawa Okamoto was utterly humiliated, yet the leaders in the East Island Nation's meeting room continued to praise him, even declaring that Dragon Kingdom's Su Xiao couldn't compare to his little toe. Those old men were only good for sitting at home and barking orders. Only Hikagawa Okamoto knew that he was currently hanging by a thread. He only had one use of his shield left. In stark contrast to Hikagawa Okamoto's wretched state, Su Xiao still appeared to be handling things with ease. After finishing in the bathroom and taking a hot bath, it was getting late. Su Xiao took the wall clock down from the living room and placed it by his bedside to use as an alarm clock. Although Su Xiao had violated the rules again, the audience was no longer surprised. After all, this man was the king of fearlessness. Everyone just sat back quietly to watch the show. On his way back to the bedroom, Su Xiao bumped into Ugly Freak, who was waiting there. There was a rule stating that the cat must accompany the person during sleep. Perhaps it was waiting for Su Xiao to carry it to bed. But after thinking for 2 seconds, Su Xiao decided to go back to his room alone, slamming the door shut with a bang. The Dragon Kingdom viewers could only post long strings of ellipses in the comment section. Looking at Ugly Freak's expression, it seemed the cat was just as speechless as everyone else. Su Xiao locked Ugly Freak outside, but the contestants from other countries obediently followed the rules, falling asleep while holding their cats. After a while, nothing unusual happened to those people, meaning that this rule was correct and Su Xiao had made a mistake. The Dragon Kingdom citizens began to worry again, switching screens to observe him, only to find Su Xiao sleeping soundly by himself. He was even snoring. Ugly Freak, whom he had tossed outside, could only curl up on the living room sofa. In the middle of the night, its body suddenly emitted an eerie red light, and then the cat's back split open down the center. From that crack, a twisted humanoid creature crawled out. This scene was more terrifying than any horror movie. The creature began to wander around the living room, seemingly searching for something. Finally, it stopped in front of Su Xiao's bedroom door. Inside the room, Su Xiao's snoring was still like thunder, completely oblivious to the outside world. Many thought the monster would smash through the door and rush in to take his life. But that terrifying woman simply stood silently at the door. A full 3 hours passed like this. Just as everyone thought she would keep standing there and were planning to turn off the live stream and go to sleep, a sudden change occurred. She opened her blood-red, cavernous mouth and let out a piercing, wretched scream. In the comment section, most of the audience was frightened to the point of tears, and some even suffered heart attacks from the shock. Those who had been drowsy a moment ago were instantly wide awake, yet the protagonist Su Xiao was still snoring in the room, steady as an old dog. Another half hour passed and things remained peaceful. The eerie creature vanished, leaving only Ugly Freak back in its fat cat form, sleeping soundly in the living room. The meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom fell into a deathly silence, the atmosphere more tense than ever before. They didn't know if Su Xiao was still alive, but since they couldn't contact him, they could only clasp their hands and pray silently, waiting for dawn. Meanwhile, the contestants from other countries who had slept holding their cats were all safe and sound. They were certain the eerie phenomenon just now was definitely caused by Su Xiao breaking the rules. Therefore, everyone was waiting to see him captured alive by that eerie creature. Only Pakistan, though a small nation, remained very firm, wholeheartedly hoping that Su Xiao would turn the danger into safety. That very night, Pakistan sent a secret telegram to the Dragon Kingdom, stating they would forever stand on the same front as the Dragon Kingdom. The first day passed just like that. It wasn't until the alarm went off that Su Xiao woke up, rubbing his eyes. The first thing that met his eyes was a notification from his superiors. They still reminded him to be careful of that fat cat, and told him about the terrifying events that occurred while he was sleeping last night. Su Xiao didn't know who the monster woman who crawled out of the cat's back was, nor how she had done it, but he had indeed always felt that Ugly Freak was a bit sinister. However, since it seemed he could remain safe as long as he acted contrary to the rules, it appeared the rules couldn't touch him. The fact that he was fine last night was the best proof. Su Xiao walked into the living room. He felt that nothing was unusual with Ugly Freak. He went to check the bathroom again. The bloodstains and the word death had vanished without a trace. How could a cat possibly have cleaned those things up? It seemed Ugly Freak was indeed very eerie. Fortunately, he hadn't brought it into the bedroom yesterday. This cat was practically a ticking time bomb. To start his day with vitality, Su Xiao began cooking the noodles meant for the cat for his own breakfast. The audience had completely adapted to his lawless behavior. No one came out to object anymore. Everyone began switching screens to see what the chosen ones from other countries were doing. Besides Su Xiao, Hikagawa Okamoto of the East Island Nation was also an object of great attention. However, just as Su Xiao was preparing to eat breakfast, that fellow was actually still sleeping soundly on his bed while holding the cat. What was going on? Soon, someone discovered something unusual. There were two chosen ones, Park Ha and Su Xiao, who had taken down the wall clocks to use as alarms. Their clocks were still running normally. In contrast, for the other contestants who hadn't done this, their clocks had stopped the moment they went to sleep. In other words, for those contestants still sleeping, time was still stuck on the previous night. In the world of strange tales, if a contestant fails to realize that time has stopped, it is very easy for them to fall into a deep sleep from which they cannot wake, thinking only one night has passed. Except for the countries where Park Ha and Su Xiao were located, other nations began to panic like ants on a hot griddle. The challenge time for each secret realm in the strange tale world is only 7 days. If one stays beyond this time limit, the punishment received will be 10 million times more brutal than simply being disqualified. This had happened before. A contestant from a certain major power exceeded the time limit during their participation. As a result, that country later suffered under hundreds of eerie rules as punishment. Cries of agony and calls for help were everywhere. In just one night, that country was completely wiped off the map. Both territory and people vanished entirely. Indeed, fortunes can change in the blink of an eye. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were now feeling a sense of schadenfreude, because those countries that had once mocked them, especially the East Island Nation, were now sitting on pins and needles. Fortunately, when the outside world sends a reminder to a contestant inside the strange tale world, a prompt sounds in their ear. The United States was the first country to use this to wake their own contestant. Seeing their success, countries like the East Island Nation and the Kimchi Nation followed suit. But by the time these contestants were woken up, they had also used up all 3 of their precious reminder opportunities. Now, only the Dragon Kingdom and Pakistan still had one last reminder opportunity left. The leadership of other countries could only become spectators, no longer able to provide any help to their contestants. Victory or defeat would ultimately depend on their own abilities. Although they didn't dare to fully relax yet, the atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom's meeting room finally eased a bit. When the Dragon Kingdom was in danger, those countries were all full of sarcasm and mockery. Now it was our turn to laugh at them. The last notification received by the US contestant was to stay away from that dangerous fat cat and to learn from Su Xiao. He was shaking with rage. Su Xiao again. Dragon Kingdom's Su Xiao again. Damn it, do you really think my S-grade talent is just for show? This US contestant had always thought Su Xiao had only drawn an A-grade talent, so he felt very dissatisfied that his superiors kept telling him to imitate Su Xiao. But now that the reminder opportunities were used up and there was no source of information, he had no way of knowing Su Xiao's every move to imitate him anyway. As for Su Xiao, after finishing breakfast, he was once again lazily lying down watching television. The audience felt very confused. Su Xiao didn't seem nervous at all. Meanwhile, other contestants were beginning to reorganize the known rules. For instance, Hikagawa Okamoto was carefully tallying which rules were right and which were wrong. Rules 1, 6, 7, 8, and 10 were correct. Rules 2 and 3 were false. Rule 4 was half right and half wrong. Rules 5 and 9 could not yet be determined as true or false. However, there was a contradiction between these two rules. Rule 5 said one cannot open the door upon hearing a knock even if the person has walked away. It didn't mention the word neighbor. So did that mean one couldn't open the door for strangers but could open it for neighbors? Also, how would one know if the person knocking was a neighbor and not someone else? According to common sense, if two rules conflict, it's very likely only one is true. But the problem was that the rules of the Strange Tale world could not be judged by common sense or logic. Therefore, rules 5 and 9 could both be right or both be wrong. Just as Hikagawa Okamoto was deducing the rules, a knock at the door sounded. The knocking grew more and more urgent, leaving his mind in a mess. Seeing him scared out of his wits like this was quite satisfying for the Dragon Kingdom audience. The first day had passed far too easily for him. At the same time, there was also someone knocking on Su Xiao's door. The viewers immediately abandoned Hikagawa Okamoto and flocked to Su Xiao's live stream. Hearing the knock, Su Xiao was neither startled nor hurried. "Who's out there?" he asked slowly. "It's me, your neighbor from next door," the person outside replied. Su Xiao focused his attention on listening. Judging by the voice, the person seemed to be a refined gentleman. He slowly walked toward the main door and the audience held their breath. Su Xiao isn't really planning to open the door, is he? It hasn't been confirmed if it's actually the neighbor. Heavens and spirits, I'm willing to trade 10 years of my ex's life for Su Xiao to pass safely. The people of the Dragon Kingdom had already begun to pray. Meanwhile, Su Xiao was still walking step by step toward the closed door. After weighing his options, he decided to open the door. But eerily, there was absolutely no one outside. Su Xiao was half dubious and was about to go back inside when a cloud of black mist suddenly appeared on the ground. The black mist gradually gathered into a mass, transforming into a half-human, half-ghost monster that charged straight at Su Xiao. Su Xiao let out a scream, and then the live stream turned into static. The nerves that had just relaxed in the Dragon Kingdom's meeting room instantly tightened again. They all believed Su Xiao had been devoured by the rules of the Strange Tale world. This meant the entire Dragon Kingdom was about to face another invasion from that world. Everyone fell into despair. Not just the officials present, but the people of the Dragon Kingdom also began to cover their faces and weep. At the same time, other countries were jubilant. Their meeting rooms were filled with smug laughter. Everyone thought the era of the Dragon Kingdom had come to an end and were waiting to witness the nation's downfall with their own eyes. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire Dragon Kingdom. However, 2 minutes passed, and there was still no sign of the Strange Tale world invading the real world. And the live stream signal began to recover, becoming clear after a moment. The first thing that appeared was Su Xiao's smug, punchable face. Perhaps he knew everyone was worried, so he immediately spoke to reassure them. "Sorry everyone. I was just attacked by a weird thing which caused the screen to break temporarily, but everything is fine now." Su Xiao spoke casually, as if nothing had happened. No one knew what had attacked him or how he had escaped danger. But the people of the Dragon Kingdom didn't care about that. They only felt it was a great blessing that he was alive. Many people, because of Su Xiao's tough-as-nails performance, instantly hailed him as an idol. The situation changed in an instant. Those in the US and the East Island nation hadn't even finished laughing for 2 minutes before falling into disappointment again. They had thought Su Xiao was finally eliminated, but he actually reappeared, and completely unscathed. "There's a catch, there's definitely a catch here," someone shouted, slamming the table in anger. But Su Xiao getting through the crisis was one thing, whether their own contestants could get through was another. Now that Su Xiao was safe, they could only swallow their anger and turn back to check on their own contestant status. First was the Kimchi Nation's contestant, Park Bu Cheng. He He was currently huddled on the sofa in terror, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. The knocking was getting more frequent, causing him extreme panic, not knowing whether to keep sitting or go open the door. Park Bu-chang looked as though he were about to be scared insane, or as if he had been frightened into a stupor. Others were in a similar predicament. Looking at their distressed states, it was predictable that except for Su Xiao, it would be difficult for the others to survive the next round. Meanwhile, the protagonist Su Xiao had just finished his afternoon tea. Another delicious beef feast. Just as he finished eating, the knock at the door sounded again, which made Su Xiao feel very annoyed. He shouted loudly, "Who is it?" The person outside still claimed to be Su Xiao's neighbor coming over to borrow something. The voice sounded normal this time, possibly a real neighbor, but Su Xiao had suffered once and had now become more cautious. However, in order to obtain the talent's protection, he still had to open the door for the other party. This time the door opened. All was calm, and no eerie thing attacked Su Xiao. How boring. This ghost thing is way too unprofessional. Su Xiao slammed the door shut in a huff, cursing, "I opened the door and you didn't even attack. You have no professional spirit at all." The audience was left completely baffled by Su Xiao. They didn't understand how he had dodged the attack last time, and they understood even less why he wasn't attacked this time. Now, no one was obsessing over what talent Su Xiao had drawn anymore. Because no matter what his talent was, he was worthy of being praised to the heavens by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. On the other side, Park Bu-chang of the Kimchi Nation also heard the second knock. He seemed to have lost his mind, incessantly mumbling something under his breath. Upon hearing the knock, Park Bu-chang's eyes went dull as he walked toward the door and opened it blankly. But he did not have a talent like Su Xiao's, nor was he that kind of lucky person. And so, the moment the door opened, Park Bu-chang was instantly devoured by an eldritch creature belonging to that world. The leadership of the Kimchi Nation was both desperate and furious, hurling abuse at their own contestant, calling him a useless waste who was scared witless by a mere knock at the door. Others branded him a sinner against the entire nation. Regardless of the verbal abuse, the world of strange tales had already begun its invasion of the Kimchi Nation. Tragedies played out on a national scale with no place spared. People wailed as they fled for their lives, claiming they wanted to immigrate to the Dragon Kingdom. But this was obviously impossible. The leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, seeing this scene, weren't necessarily gloating. They simply felt that the Kimchi Nation was reaping what it had sown. Now, the Dragon Kingdom's only remaining enemy was the East Island Nation. But they all believed that Hikagawa Okamoto wouldn't last much longer either. The meeting room in the United States remained very busy even now, showing no signs of panic or confusion. Although they could no longer contact their contestant John, the table was piled high with documents. These were materials the country had gathered regarding the rules of the strange tale world. Perhaps they were looking for a way to combat the Eldritch invasion. Based on experience, compared to smaller nations, major powers possessed far more abundant data on these rules. Therefore, seeing a contestant fail was not surprising. However, the world of strange tales was extremely complex, and there was more than one type of eldritch creature within it. Even if major powers researched these materials thoroughly, it was difficult to master them all. Thus, after enduring 2 rounds of knocking, the surviving contestants all appeared more cautious. Meanwhile, Su Xiao was facing the third knock. This time, the person outside explicitly identified themselves as the neighbor, coming to borrow cat food. The voice this time was raspy and cold. It could be the real neighbor. According to the rules left by the mother, one must open the door for this person. But Su Xiao, relying on his talent, decided to rebel to the very end. "My house is out of cat food. Go away, I'm not short on food myself." "Is that so? Then sorry to have bothered you." Various confused comments popped up on the live stream again. "Hey, Su Xiao clearly knows it's the neighbor, so why is he intentionally violating Rule 9? How did he determine this rule is false, or is he just guessing blindly again? I don't know, but it seems nothing strange happened." Subsequently, the audience trickled into the US contestants' live stream to observe. John chose a different approach from Su Xiao. He opened the door, but strangely, John also remained perfectly safe. Could it be that Rule 9 was also half true and half false, and it didn't matter whether the door was opened or not? After observing John, everyone remembered there was still Hikagawa Okamoto. But this fellow had been shaking like a leaf since the first knock, even urinating directly on the sofa. Even now, he was still clutching his head and trembling. Just as public opinion began betting on whether he could survive this round, black mist surged in through the door crack again. Just when everyone thought Hikagawa Okamoto was certainly doomed this time, his shield activated again. This was also his final immunity opportunity. Only then did Hikagawa Okamoto dare to breathe a sigh of relief. However, because he had used up his talent 3 times, the road ahead would be truly fraught with difficulty. Seeing that Hikagawa Okamoto possessed such a useful A-grade talent, many people turned their curiosity back to Su Xiao's talent. Because he violated rules every time yet always remained unharmed. Despite this, no one could guess what his talent actually was and could only continue to observe intently. Currently, Su Xiao seemed to be the most advantaged, as he had been leisurely at ease so far, suffering no contamination or consumption. Another night passed, and when the contestants woke up, they found several new rules on the mother's note. Rule 11. The family cat can protect you, or it can hurt you. Rule 12. If the cat becomes strange, you must take its life immediately. Rule 13. A strange woman will occasionally appear in the house. Try to talk to her. You can trust that woman completely. Rule 14. Do not trust the wall clock completely, as time will become chaotic. Rule 15. You may go out from now on, but you must keep your eyes fixed on your own shoes. Rule 16. You must absolutely not lock the bedroom door. This point was repeated 3 times, proving it was very important. Rule 17. There is nothing outside in the hallway, so do not be curious regardless of what noises you hear. The final rule. Mother will not return in 7 days. Open the door and everything will end. The 8 new rules on the note left all the contestants feeling suffocated. Rules 11 and 12 in particular made their skin crawl. In their eyes, that orange cat was very safe. Except for Su Xiao, everyone had been sleeping while holding it for the past 2 days. If the cat really had a problem, they were facing a fatal danger. Even John, who was full of confidence in his S-grade talent, could now only scratch his head in anxiety. Meanwhile, Su Xiao showed no emotion after reading the note, he just felt very sleepy. Furthermore, after reading the new rules, the more he looked at Ugly Freak, the more he felt something was wrong. Fortunately, he had kept it locked outside the living room from the very beginning. Looking at Ugly Freak, licking its fur on the sofa, Su Xiao approached it step by step and then revealed a crooked smile. Suddenly, I really want to eat cat meat today. I wonder if it tastes good. It was unclear if the cat could understand human speech, but after Su Xiao spoke, it was scared out of its wits and immediately bolted. Su Xiao didn't know what had happened to Ugly Freak last night. Even if something had happened, his superiors might not dare to send a notification, as they were saving their final communication opportunity. In any case, he couldn't deal with the cat immediately right now. While wandering around the house, Su Xiao suddenly discovered something strange. Through the window, he saw a cloth doll suddenly appear in the hallway. Clearly, there was nothing there last night. Driven by curiosity, Su Xiao ran out to pick it up and examine it. The audience was broken into a cold sweat. Hadn't the mother's rules warned not to be curious about things outside the hallway? The moment Su Xiao picked up the cloth doll, the doll's right eye suddenly emitted a red light. The public thought he was about to be contaminated, but instead a golden light emitted from Su Xiao's hand at the same time, looking very similar to the shield on Hikagawa Okamoto. Could this also be an immunity-type talent? Everyone speculated. Yes, it was definitely immunity. After that incident, the appearance of the cloth doll changed. Its eyes widened, its mouth opened in a wide laugh, and its body was covered in blood. Su Xiao was thoroughly disgusted by this appearance, and lost his appetite first thing in the morning, so he planned to throw the doll away. The Dragon Kingdom audience grew tense again. They felt the doll wasn't safe at all, and worried that throwing it away like that would cause trouble for Su Xiao. Finally, Su Xiao decided not to throw the doll away but instead tossed it into the bathroom. The audience hadn't expected this move, feeling that Su Xiao was fighting poison with poison, which was simply brilliant. Ugly Freak was going to be miserable this time. Now, Su Xiao's every move not only gripped the audience, but also kept the leaders of various countries from looking away. Currently, they could see that both Su Xiao and Hikagawa Okamoto could immune attacks from the Strange Tale world. However, the number of times Su Xiao had escaped danger had already exceeded 3. In other words, his talent was certainly much stronger than that grade 1, at least S-grade or higher. The atmosphere in the U.S. meeting room was now tense. John possessed an S-grade talent called error identification. He had 3 opportunities to identify false rules, and could also speak with any contestant for half a minute. Although John had been repeatedly studying the rule sheet until now, he hadn't found anything strange about that fat cat, and was thus struggling with whether to use his identification talent. Among these new rules there were 3 that made John hesitant, but he had already used his talent twice in the first 2 days and now had only 1 chance left. John kept staring at that orange cat. Finally, he decided to save his last chance because whether the cat was good or bad, it was something that needed to be guarded against. John began to shift his attention to Rule 18. This was the most confusing rule because the Secret Realm challenges in the Strange Tale world only lasted 7 days. It was already the 3rd day, yet the rule stated that Mother would not return in 7 days, and to open the door to end it. This meant that if they followed it, they would exceed the challenge time limit. After much hesitation, John decided to use his talent to identify Rule 18. only to learn that it was a false rule. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, John heard the sound of a child crying. Just as he stood up to follow the sound, his leg was grabbed by the orange cat. It kept rubbing against his leg. John then assumed the cat was preventing him from going out. In the distance, John faintly saw the new eerie cloth doll that had appeared in the hallway. He felt it wasn't anything good, and thus believed even more that the cat was protecting him. While John was observing the cat, the sound of children crying began to appear in other contestants' homes as well. Arthur, the contestant from the Hydrangea Nation, sat on the sofa covering his ears and closing his eyes, pretending not to hear. Most people chose this method of ignoring it. But Adab, the contestant from the Paris Nation, was not so fortunate. Since entering the strange tale world, he had been in a state of tension, leading to insomnia. In a state of mental fog, Adab unintentionally pulled the curtains open and was immediately devoured by the strange tale world. Seeing their contestant devoured, the Paris Nation immediately issued a Level 1 national alarm. Their entire country was prepared to be dragged into the Mother's Note secret realm. Consequently, the leadership transmitted all data related to the realm directly into the citizens' brains. This was the best way to control the mortality rate as much as possible. This was the advancement of major powers compared to small ones. They possessed data chips that could quickly and accurately transmit information directly into the citizens' brains. 6. With this technology, the people of the Paris Nation could at least survive safely for the first 2 days. After some browsing, the audience switched back to observe Su Xiao. He was currently standing leisurely outside the bathroom, intently listening to the fight between Ugly Freak and that eerie cloth doll inside. After a while, the noise in the room stopped. Su Xiao curiously opened the door. At that moment, Ugly Freak rushed out from inside. It was covered in injuries, and its fur was almost gone. One only had to look at its eyes to understand how much it hated Su Xiao. This was also what Su Xiao wanted, to use the hands of that eerie cloth doll to give this fat cat a lesson. Seeing Ugly Freak's exasperated yet helpless look, not only was Su Xiao satisfied, but the audience also found it very cathartic. Ugly Freak jumped onto the sofa and began to incessantly lick its wounds while staring at Su Xiao with hateful eyes. "Still dare to glare at me? You two didn't reach a conclusion just now, did you? How about I send you back in to keep fighting?" Hearing this, Ugly Freak was instantly terrified and immediately crawled under the table, trembling. Su Xiao found it both funny and a bit disappointing. He had thought Ugly Freak was more capable, but it turned out to be scared into this state as well. Su Xiao left it alone for the time being and went straight to the bathroom to pick up the cloth doll. At first glance it seemed normal, but after being picked up by Su Xiao it began to become eerie again, seemingly preparing to unleash some kind of supernatural force. Specifically, the corners of its mouth gradually curled up into a smile. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would likely be scared to death. But Su Xiao was no ordinary person. The cloth doll had its cheeks grabbed by Su Xiao and pulled hard to both sides, nearly tearing its mouth. It probably never expected to encounter such a hard-headed youth. "You like smirking, don't you? I'll tear your mouth apart and see how you smirk then." Su Xiao cursed while hitting it, then casually threw the cloth doll onto the floor. The doll could no longer smile. The corners of its mouth were crooked and its eyes were filled with tears. Just now, Su Xiao had interrupted its process of unleashing supernatural power, so he was neither contaminated nor devoured. After some study, Su Xiao concluded that this thing was useless. Throwing it in the bathroom at night or using it as a doorstop wasn't bad either. The audience praised him for his cleverness, making the two eerie creatures undergo internal competition in the house. If Ugly Freak transformed tonight, it would be quite a show. Having dealt with these two attention seekers, Su Xiao also felt tired and lay back on the sofa. "Eating steak every day, I'm almost about to vomit. When I leave here I must have a great feast of delicious food," Su Xiao muttered. Gradually, the live stream audience felt that watching him clear stages was more interesting than watching a comedy sketch. Su Xiao really seemed to treat this life or death challenge like a vacation. If officials from other countries heard what he just said, they would likely cough up blood in anger. Next, Su Xiao turned on the television again. But today's TV not only had no color but was also frozen. Just as he thought something was broken, a hideous hand suddenly reached out from the screen, followed by an equally hideous figure. It took Su Xiao a second to process the information, and then he quickly rushed into the bathroom. The Kimchi Nation, the East Island Nation, and the nations hostile to the Dragon Kingdom began to mock him. They thought Su Xiao was scared out of his wits and had hidden in the bathroom. Little did they expect that Su Xiao had run in to retrieve that eerie cloth doll. Then, standing before the eerie creature crawling out of the TV, he delivered a series of rapid-fire slaps to the cloth doll's face, saying, as if slaughtering a chicken to warn the monkey, "I'm not afraid of anyone." The cloth doll was caught in the crossfire, taking a beating without daring to make a sound. Meanwhile, the creature crawling out of the TV was also stunned for a few seconds. It seemed it had also been shocked. The people of the Dragon Kingdom thought it would be scared back into the TV, but unexpectedly, the monster then lunged directly out of the television, charging at Su Xiao. The East Island people, seeing this scene, found it very cathartic and laughed incessantly, believing that this time Su Xiao could not escape the hand of the Grim Reaper. While the people of the Dragon Kingdom were worried for Su Xiao across the screen, Su Xiao remained calm and collected. If dealing with that cloth doll wasn't enough to intimidate the opponent, he had an alternative plan. And that was Ugly Freak. Acting on the thought, Su Xiao grabbed Ugly Freak by the tail and gave it a series of slaps. These three entities were all eerie creatures of the strange tale world. They were essentially the same kind. Su Xiao bullying one might be luck, but being able to suppress two was definitely strength. Perhaps the woman crawling out of the TV understood this as well. Consequently, she quickly stopped her attacking movements. Instead, she stood up straight timidly, gave Su Xiao a 90-degree bow, and finally crawled back into the television. This series of actions left the public stunned. They had never imagined Su Xiao could pull off something so difficult. It wasn't until the eerie figure disappeared into the TV that Su Xiao dared to let go of Ugly Freak and the cloth doll, letting out a long sigh of relief. In truth, he had also been nervous to death just now. Fortunately, he was clever enough to think of this trick, otherwise it would have been a real headache. After seeing Su Xiao's performance just now, some countries began to shift their stance, such as the Hydrangea Nation. After assessing the situation, they felt Su Xiao was highly likely to become the dark horse of this challenge. Consequently, they quickly sent a secret telegram to the Dragon Kingdom, stating that the Hydrangea Nation was willing to become its ally. The empire on which the sun never sets was no exception. They were even willing to provide all the latest information they had gathered on the eerie creatures of the strange tale world to the Dragon Kingdom to show a spirit of friendship. Only the East Island Nation, the United States, and the Kimchi Nation remained stubborn and refused to compromise. The better Su Xiao performed, the more they found him an eyesore, vowing to keep a close watch on his every move. As for the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, they were extremely satisfied with Su Xiao's current performance. Upon hearing news that the Hydrangea Nation and the British Empire wished to form an alliance, every leader there saw right through the true intentions of these two countries. Therefore, while they could accept the other side's goodwill, their vigilance could not be lowered. Befriending other nations was one thing, but their primary concern remained Su Xiao, who was currently in the world of strange tales. Given Su Xiao's current performance, the Dragon Kingdom's leadership had every reason to anticipate a victory within reach. They had one final communication opportunity left, and they were determined to use it at the most critical moment to ensure he could successfully clear the stage. Time passed minute by minute, and the sky drew near dusk. Su Xiao was so hungry his stomach was sticking to his back, so he began to pan-fry a steak. While he was immersed in the aroma of the beef, a series of rapid click-clack sounds suddenly echoed through the house, sounding like a woman's high heels stepping on the floor. Su Xiao instinctively looked back and came face to face with an exceptionally terrifying-looking woman. Scaring him so much he jolted. Rule 13 stated that a strange woman would occasionally appear in the house, and one should try to talk to and trust her. If this rule were correct, what Su Xiao should do now was get to know this woman. However, he had to do the opposite to gain the protection of his talent. Thus, Su Xiao decided to ignore her. He continued busying himself with making dinner, acting as if the woman did not exist, allowing her to linger around him. The people of the Dragon Kingdom had already placed all their trust in Su Xiao. Whatever he did, they supported him absolutely. However, the viewers noticed a problem. The back of this woman looked very similar to the eerie creature that had crawled out of Ugly Freak's back the night before. It was highly likely they were the same person. Su Xiao carried his plate of steak into the living room, repeatedly calling for Ugly Freak. But he heard no responding meows. He circled the house searching for quite a while before confirming the cat had gone missing. And the time the cat went missing happened to coincide perfectly with the time this woman appeared. Su Xiao began to rack his brains. Was the communication reminder from a few days ago true? Was there really a connection between this eerie woman and Ugly Freak? A string of questions popped into Su Xiao's mind. Was it because he had beaten Ugly Freak too hard that it got angry and transformed into this woman to settle the score, or were these two women actually the mother who had left the notes? The more he thought, the more Su Xiao felt his head throbbing. Finally, he made a decision. He would no longer ignore her but would instead actively seek out clues. But just as Su Xiao made up his mind, he discovered that the woman was no longer in the house. She was as elusive as a phantom, appearing and disappearing without a trace. While Su Xiao searched everywhere in the house for the woman, the viewers in the live stream also began to speculate. They felt that although the two women who appeared in the house were very similar, there seemed to be subtle differences. As for exactly what was different, they couldn't figure it out for the moment. At the same time, the strange woman appeared in the homes of other contestants as well. Arthur, the contestant from the Hydrangea Nation, was currently frying a steak. Seeing that the woman did not immediately harm him, he concluded that Rule 13 was likely correct. After weighing his options, Arthur decided to speak up and greet her. "Hello, I am Arthur. Who are you?" The young man even enthusiastically reached out his hand to shake hers, but the woman only gave a cryptic, eerie smile before vanishing into a cloud of black smoke. Only a slip of paper remained on the floor with a few puzzling lines written on it. "I am me, and I am also not me." Arthur didn't understand what these words meant, nor could anyone else. Besides him, Ivan of the Grizzly Bear Nation and John of the United States also received this note, but none could explain it for the time being. Su Xiao was the only one who did not receive a note. It was only after the woman vanished that Su Xiao saw Ugly Freak crawl out from under the sofa. Even though he had searched for ages just now and hadn't seen a sign of it, it returned the moment the woman left. This meant that Ugly Freak and that strange woman were very likely the same entity. Su Xiao secretly felt relieved. It was fortunate he hadn't gotten close to this fat cat from the very beginning, otherwise the consequences would have been unthinkable. Thinking of this, Su Xiao decided to let the cat sleep outside in the living room again tonight. And so that night, except for Su Xiao and John, the other contestants continued to sleep while holding their cats as usual. Ugly Freak was locked outside the living room by Su Xiao, and that night it underwent a mutation once again. The cat gradually stood up on its two hind legs and then tore through its outer cat skin, transforming into a twisted woman. This scene was exceptionally horrifying, causing many viewers to vomit up their dinner. After the woman appeared again, she walked straight toward the bedroom door. The Dragon Kingdom viewers were tense to the extreme, fearing this eerie creature would suddenly go mad and rush into the room to take Su Xiao's life. However, it was worth noting that Su Xiao had meticulously placed that eerie cloth doll by the bedroom door to stand guard. The woman stepped forward, reached out and gripped the doorknob, twisting it downward. The Dragon Kingdom viewers flooded the comment section. "Wicked monster, stay back. You shall not harm the descendant of the dragon. Demons and ghosts, be gone. Demons and ghosts, be gone." My God, this is too tense. Brothers, I can't breathe. Get me some oxygen fast. However, the woman was unable to open the door because Su Xiao had made it a habit to lock the bedroom door these past few nights. Before the Dragon Kingdom viewers could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw the woman continue to exert force. The doorknob gradually began to deform, and everyone's hearts, which had just settled, leapt back into their throats. This was bad. At this rate, it probably wouldn't hold for long. After twisting for a while, she actually snapped the doorknob off and tossed it aside. Just then, the cloth doll that had been lying quietly at the door suddenly moved. It jerked its head up, an eerie smile appearing on its face, and then it charged directly at the woman. At this critical moment, interference signals suddenly appeared on the screen. Seeing the image cut out at such a crucial juncture, the Dragon Kingdom viewers burst into furious curses. They were dying to know if Su Xiao was safe, while also deeply admiring Su Xiao's decision to place the cloth doll at the door to keep watch. They hadn't expected it could actually protect him. From locking the room to placing the doll at the door, every step was calculated with extreme precision. Su Xiao appeared leisurely and free-spirited on the surface, but in reality, his mind was incredibly meticulous. He was practically a prophetic saint. If he hadn't placed the doll at the door from the start, it was terrifying to imagine what would have happened. Family, is Su Xiao really only 18? I just got divorced and suddenly I want to experience what it's like for an older cow to eat tender grass. Young lady, please have some self-respect. The comment section was incredibly lively, with most people praising Su Xiao's cleverness and decisiveness. Despite the interference on the screen, they decided to stay up all night to wait for the results. When Su Xiao woke up the next morning, the live stream image had also returned to normal. The protagonist himself was startled after walking out of the bedroom because the floor was a total mess. Unsurprisingly, a bloody battle had occurred between the two eerie creatures last night. Su Xiao let out a secret sigh of relief. It was fortunate his calculations had been thorough last night. Otherwise, he could have forgotten about sleeping peacefully until dawn. "Oh dear, seeing as you protected me last night, I'll help sew your body back together. But my craftsmanship isn't very good, so don't blame me if I sew you up ugly." Su Xiao picked up the scattered parts of the cloth doll and began sewing. In truth, this wasn't entirely out of the goodness of his heart. After all, there were still several days left before the challenge ended, and he still needed this thing by his side as a bodyguard. After restoring the cloth doll to its original state, Su Xiao busied himself with repairing the bedroom lock. Although the doorknob had been twisted out of shape, fortunately, the lock cylinder wasn't broken. After tinkering for a while, he made the door lock as good as new. Just then, Su Xiao looked at his watch and couldn't help but turn pale with shock. Sewing a doll and fixing a lock had actually taken 4 hours. He immediately realized something was wrong. The time on this watch seemed to be running much faster than it had 3 days ago. He remembered Rule 14 stated that time would become chaotic and one should not rely excessively on the clock. But the problem was that watch was the only way to determine the time. If he couldn't rely on it, wouldn't he completely lose his grasp of time? Su Xiao studied the watch for a while and then realized another problem. Wasn't his talent the more rebellious the better? So he had to look at this matter from a different perspective. That is to say, even if the clock was running wrong, Su Xiao had to choose to believe the time on the watch. Like Su Xiao, the other contestants also gradually discovered the clock's abnormality. The first to notice was John of the US, but he chose a different path than Su Xiao, beginning to doubt the accuracy of the device in his hand. As for Arthur of the Hydrangea Nation, Ivan of the Grizzly Bear Nation, Isla of the British Empire, Park Ha of Pakistan, and Hikagawa Okamoto of the East Island Nation, they had not yet noticed the anomaly. But because they hadn't realized the watch had a problem, they also happened to make the same choice as Su Xiao by chance. They placed complete trust in the time on the watch. Su Xiao continued as he had in previous days, leisurely watching TV at home. Today, for the first time, the other contestants also remained calm, all quietly observing the situation. Time passed until the chosen one from the British Empire made a move. Isla felt it was too quiet, and the system seemed to want her to go out and look for clues. After all, Rule 15 stated they could go out as long as they kept their eyes fixed on their shoes. She wanted to go out to gather more information to get ahead of the others and increase her chances of winning. But the moment Isla pushed open the main door, she was devoured by the strange tale world. 9. The people of the British Empire let out a wail of despair upon seeing this, feeling their contestant had been looking for trouble by not staying safe and instead going to her death. Currently, only Su Xiao, John, Arthur, Ivan, Park Ha, and Hikagawa Okamoto remained in the strange tale world. While the British Empire fell into despair, facing a nationwide invasion of the strange tale, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were ecstatic because their Su Xiao was one step closer to victory. The 5th day arrived, and when Su Xiao woke up at 8 a.m., what greeted him was once again a total mess. The cloth doll had been beaten until it was foaming at the mouth, and the arm he had worked so hard to sew back on yesterday was broken again. That woman was truly terrifying, trying to take his life 2 nights in a row. Su Xiao continued sewing the doll's limbs, but in truth he was a bit worried, not knowing how many more days it could hold out. Worry was one thing, but after getting up, Su Xiao casually threw the cloth doll into the bathroom to deal with the ugly freak locked inside. His purpose was to let the doll teach the cat-shaped monster a lesson, who told it not to let him have a good night's sleep. Soon, the sounds of a cat's pathetic screams, scratching, and the clatter of heavy objects hitting the floor echoed from the bathroom. Su Xiao clapped his hands, looking perfectly composed. "You two take your time fighting. I'm going to cook noodles." Poor cloth doll. It had worked hard to protect him all night, and in the morning it had to work overtime to fight. When Su Xiao finished cooking the noodles and brought them to the living room, he found that strange woman sitting boldly on the sofa. Her gaze was terrifying to the extreme, making the audience's skin crawl even through the screen. Everyone felt Su Xiao must be terrified by that gaze too, and thought it best for him to find a corner to hide in. But without saying a word, he sat down directly beside that eerie woman. Although the people of the Dragon Kingdom had seen him risk his life several times, they still couldn't bear to watch this scene. They felt Su Xiao was currently spreading his wings on the very edge of death. Park Ha looked at the cat and said somewhat sadly, "I'm sorry, little cat, but I believe in Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom." The 5th day was nearing its end, and as the sunset's afterglow slanted into the simple rooms, only Su Xiao, John, and Park Ha among the 6 contestants had killed their cats. No one knew what would happen next. Su Xiao let out a bored sigh, sat backward in his chair and muttered, "Oh dear, why hasn't that woman come yet? I'm getting so anxious waiting." Beneath him, an orange cat was lying on the floor. A comment scrolled by. "What? He said he's waiting for that terrifying woman? Isn't it safer to hide in the bedroom? That woman is not easy to deal with." In the meeting room of the Futai Nation, 3 elegantly dressed men were revealing sinister sneers. A dark-haired man stood up and pointed fiercely at the screen. "Dragon Kingdom's Su Xiao has gone too far this time. Eerie cat woman, go and kill him." In that living room, John was staying inside, his expression dark and appearing somewhat dangerous. He smiled slightly, calculating in his mind. "The time on the clock is wrong now. How can I find out when it's time to kill the cat before midnight?" Then he suddenly revealed a gruesome smile. The clock was pointing to 12:05. Based on his sense of time, the clock was running faster than normal. And if he guessed correctly, it was definitely not 12 o'clock yet. Subsequently, John immediately sliced the cat in two. On the other side, Park Ha had just received an emergency secret telegram from the high-level officials notifying him that he must kill the cat. The cat beside him was gently swaying its tail. The system message for Pakistan showed, "Quickly imitate Su Xiao and kill the cat." Su Xiao reached out to touch the blood-stained cloth doll, thinking, did this doll understand the content of the note mother left? So it killed ugly freak to help me. He picked up the doll and smiled bitterly. It seems this doll is no ordinary toy. I should have realized that earlier. Arthur, Ivan, Hikagawa Okamoto and Park Ha looked at each other. Someone was holding a knife and licking it, looking very dangerous. Suddenly, a sound attracted Su Xiao. He turned to look toward that room, pushed the door open, and a horrifying scene met his eyes. The cat's corpse was a bloody mess, and the cloth doll was standing right beside it. The comments exploded. Eyes, ugly freak, dead. The blood-stained eerie cloth doll and the cat corpse beside it made the entire scene look exceptionally terrifying. Su Xiao stood at the door watching calmly, feeling strange in his heart. When he had checked the situation in the bathroom earlier, although the cloth doll was fighting fiercely, it didn't seem to have the intention of killing ugly freak. Why was this? Next, he picked up a slip of paper with the content. "Kill this cat before 12 o'clock noon today. I will come looking for you tonight." Su Xiao was somewhat confused and placed the note back on the table. What did "kill the cat" mean? The cat was already dead. So did she have anything to do with this? He continued to speculate in confusion. Can a message be regarded as a rule? If it is a rule, I can use my talent shield. I mustn't be too hasty. I must first figure out the meaning and purpose of this slip of paper. He rested his chin in his hand, appearing as if he were about to guess who the other party was. Assuming the woman from just now and last night were the same person, it would be easy for her to kill him. So why go through the trouble of leaving this note? By this reasoning, the meaning of this message is... After a while, Su Xiao was eating noodles plainly, completely ignoring the eerie cat woman in front of him. He ate happily, and the comments marveled, "This guy has some serious guts." Another comment read, "How should I put it? Su Xiao has a ready-to-die vibe about him. I have to call him Grand Master." After finishing, he put down the bowl and wiped his mouth. That eerie cat woman had already disappeared, leaving a slip of paper on the table. He hummed, "Where'd she go?" Then he noticed the note on the table, reached out to pick it up, and found there was actually one more. The wall clock pointed exactly to 10 o'clock. That cat's body was twisted, its eyes were blood red, and its mouth was split open in a wide laugh. The comment section instantly boiled over. "My God, a zombie," another wrote. "It's coming, it's coming. That woman is going to kill Dragon Kingdom's Su Xiao." A pale hand reached out from behind the cat, and that eerie cat woman with red glowing eyes stepped out. Su Xiao covered his mouth, thinking, "My God, if I'd known, I wouldn't have arranged ugly freak's corpse so neatly. It's truly nauseating." The cat woman spoke. She leaned down, revealing a gentle smile, and whispered softly, "Thank you." All the viewers in front of the screen had a string of question marks over their heads. Su Xiao scratched his cheek and asked with some surprise, "Thank you. Why are you thanking me?" The cat woman replied, "The rules on that slip of paper were written by me. I became an entity of the strange tale world, even transforming into a cat to stay here, all just to continue standing guard." She looked toward the door and continued, "I was waiting for my child, my real child." She turned to look at me and said softly, "Thank you. In you I sensed my son's aura, but I know I will never see him again." In the comment section, the audience was stunned. The Catwoman revealed a tragic smile as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Perhaps he is like you, living happily in the real world. I miss my son dearly, but I do not want to see him. Stay there and never come back." The eerie Catwoman waved goodbye to Su Xiao and continued, "Thank you for helping me break free from the control of the strange tale world. I have finally found my true self." Her figure gradually dissipated, and before she left she whispered a final goodbye. Her entire body vanished, leaving behind only a room filled with sunlight. Su Xiao let out a sorrowful sigh, looking at the cloth doll in his hand. "I should have realized sooner that you were her son, shouldn't I? No wonder you chose to endure broken limbs every day rather than let her be harmed." As Su Xiao wiped the tears from the cloth doll, he added, "I also understand now why she didn't dare to attack me during the day. During the day she was her true self, but at night she was no longer herself." Su Xiao chuckled softly, rubbing the cloth doll's head to comfort it. "Cry if you need to. If your mother knew you were always by her side, no matter where she was, I think she would be very happy." The doll's tears fell onto the cat's cold corpse. At that moment, a system prompt rang out. "Congratulations, contestant Su Xiao, for clearing the Mother's Note secret realm. Rating, 5 stars. Reward, Eerie Resistance Cloth Doll 1, Current Eerie Resistance 1. Description: the cloth doll is an eerie item from the strange tale world that can protect your safety at critical moments. Note: if your eerie resistance reaches 100, you will be completely immune to all things eerie." Su Xiao's lips curled up as he laughed. "Is it cleared?" "Cleared in just 5 days. So the rules were all written in Mother's Note after all. Was the 7-day time limit actually a false rule?" Just then, a message was sent to Su Xiao. The leadership said, "Excellent work, kid. It turns out we were all fooled. The challenge time for this round was actually only 5 days." In the comment section, someone shouted, "I remember now, the food in the refrigerator was only enough for 5 days from the start. That was a detailed hint all along." Su Xiao suddenly clutched his left arm, squeezing the cloth doll so hard it began to cry. A purple vortex formed a black skull on Su Xiao's hand. As he looked confusedly at the skull tattoo on his arm, another comment appeared. "Almost forgot. Contestants who pass the challenge get to keep their talents." Su Xiao raised his arm, looked at it, and revealed an extremely smug smile. "Got it." At that moment, the Dragon Kingdom released an official announcement. "Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Su Xiao has cleared the realm. The strange tale will not descend upon the Dragon Kingdom this time. Because Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom achieved a 5-star rating, he received a special reward. The lifespan of all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom has been increased by 10. The entire nation erupted in celebration. Someone exclaimed, "A 5-star rating actually increased our lifespan by 10. Heavens, am I dreaming?" Another citizen responded. "Suddenly my back doesn't ache, my legs don't hurt, and even my uncle who's been paralyzed for years can stand up." Everyone was jubilant. "We finally won. This time, it's the other country's turn to face their retribution and lose face." Meanwhile, in the U.S. meeting room, the high-level officials were engaged in a heated argument. Someone said, "We still have a chance, maybe John can clear it." The leader slammed the table in a rage and cursed, "No, we actually let Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom take first place. How will other countries look at us now? How will we establish authority and command respect?" The leader suddenly turned back and shouted, "What if he fails? We've already fallen behind the Dragon Kingdom. Those nations will definitely switch their support to them. This is not the result we wanted." Meanwhile, in the East Island nation's meeting room, a high-level leader roared, "Damn it, wasn't that John guy able to talk to other contestants? Why didn't he give Hikagawa Okamoto a heads-up when killing the cat? That fool John let the Dragon Kingdom make a comeback and win. This is infuriating." On Su Xiao's side, the system notified him it was preparing to send him back to the real world. Countdown 5, 4, 3. Just as Su Xiao left, another announcement rang out. Administrator prompt. Contestants who pass this round will participate in the next game in 3 days. This will continue until the contestant dies. See you next round. When Su Xiao returned to the real world, the people of the Dragon Kingdom gave their national hero a rapturous welcome. Countless praises rose one after another. "Su Xiao is incredible." Su Xiao happily accepted their enthusiasm. Shortly after, Park Ha also successfully cleared the realm. Only 4 people remained in the world of strange tales. John, Arthur, Ivan, and Hikagawa Okamoto. The eerie Catwoman's smile was so wide it nearly reached her ears, and black mist swirled around her. Now all 4 had to face this terrifying woman. Purple cracks appeared beneath the Catwoman's feet. The entire living room was shrouded in darkness. John said in terror, "I already killed your cat as requested. I should be able to clear?" Before he could finish, the Catwoman lunged forward and delivered a heavy blow to John. John looked at her in horror, struggling to squeeze out a sound. "Why, I already killed the cat." The Catwoman let out a burst of hair-raising, maniacal laughter. "Your choice was indeed correct, but unfortunately you timed out." John grabbed her hand and sobbed, "Impossible, I definitely didn't time out." The Catwoman's eyes were blood red as she leaned into John's face and said, "Oh, you don't trust the time? Look at the watch." "Didn't you feel that last night was exceptionally long?" John answered hurriedly. I understand now. Time returned to normal. That was a bait rule. No, I refuse to accept this." As soon as he spoke, John's head fell to the floor, his eyes wide open, simultaneously. Hikagawa Okamoto, Ivan, and Arthur were all struck with absolute terror. Did this woman crawl out of the cat's corpse? The Catwoman lunged at the 3 of them, screaming, "Die, time is up. What a pity you couldn't complete the task." Immediately following were their wretched screams, "I don't want to die." The system notifications lit up. John of the United States, Arthur of the Hydrangea Nation, Ivan of the Grizzly Bear Nation, and Hikagawa Okamoto of the East Island Nation have been devoured by eerie entities. The countdown for the strange tale world began. 10, 9, 8, 7. In the U.S. meeting room, the leader slammed the table. "Fortunately, we have a backup plan. Those wastes weren't worth pitying for failing to clear the realm," the blonde man said. "Immediately implant the chips into the citizens' brains. We can handle the descent of the strange tale." Meanwhile, in the East Island Nation's meeting room, a dark-haired man said, "Fortunately, we bought the U.S. chips. Everything is arranged, no need to worry." Suddenly, a hand with a mouth appeared on the screen and swept across the image. Someone in the meeting room screamed, "No, something's wrong. The strange tale realm descending on our country isn't Mother's Note. It's over, we're doomed." 3 days later, Su Xiao clutched a stack of cash and sighed, "Back to the strange tale world again." Su Xiao waved the money and laughed. "I haven't even enjoyed the luxury car and mansion the leaders gave me yet." At that moment, the system notification rang. Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom, welcome back to the world of strange tales. Current realm, trained from afar. Su Xiao's gaze grew sharp as he was transported to carriage number 6. The system voice rang out. Participating countries: Dragon Kingdom, British Empire, Grizzly Bear Nation, Paris Nation, Hydrangea Nation, East Island Nation, Kimchi Nation and Pakistan. Su Xiao looked at the system panel records. Dear contestant, the final destination of this trip is the Blood Butcher's Mansion. This time, contestants must play the role of a train attendant. Please change into your uniform before starting work, remember the carriage you are serving, and read the rules carefully. Your duty is to ensure passengers reach the destination safely. Warm tip, estimated time is 3 days. Su Xiao stood up with his hands on his legs and opened the door, thinking as he walked, attendant rules, I need to find them quickly. A duffel bag was placed in the corner of the room. Su Xiao scanned the room and whispered, the luggage is there. He then quickly ran over, sat down, opened the suitcase to check and took out all the equipment to put on. He pulled out the employee handbook and read, Train Staff Code of Conduct. Strange passengers will appear on this train, but regardless of how they act, it is your responsibility to serve them well. Rule 1. When faced with provocation from passengers, you must endure it. Rule 2. If passengers engage in behaviors such as public urination or smoking, please turn a blind eye. Rule 3. Theft in the carriages is common. If a passenger asks for help finding a lost item, you may refuse. If a child is lost, you are obligated to provide assistance. Rule 4. It is strictly forbidden to stop children from running in the carriages. They are young and do not know better. Rule 5. Meals will be provided in the carriages, but it is forbidden to collect food at the carriage junctions. Rule 6. Attendants from other carriages will occasionally come to visit. When they offer you braised meat, please accept it. Rule 7. There is only one attendant per carriage. Selling braised meat within the carriage is strictly prohibited. Rule 8. Attendants must not leave the carriage they serve. Additionally, all lights in the carriage must be turned off at 8 p.m. Rule 9. The attendant code of conduct must not be read by passengers. If a passenger accidentally sees it, please kill that passenger immediately. Rule 10. After 12 a.m., ignore whatever happens in the carriage. After reading, he flipped to the next page. Seeing that the page had been torn out, he thought, the last page was torn out? It seems there are more than 10 attendant rules. He then realized the final rules must be hidden nearby and had to be found before the passengers. With that thought, he hurried away, as Su Xiao searched every corner for the remaining rules. He was completely unaware that he was becoming the talk of the town. Bullet chat, a new realm is here, everyone come in. Su Xiao is looking for intel. Another bullet chat, I just came from the East Island and US live streams. Their contestants all have long faces, it's hilarious. Bullet chat, of course their countries are being attacked by the strange tale. If their contestants get devoured again, they'll really be crying themselves to death. After searching for a while, he scratched his head and thought, I've searched the whole carriage and still haven't found the last page of rules. Is it not in this carriage? He then looked around thinking, fortunately, it wasn't a waste of effort. I've also gotten a handle on the situation in this carriage. He then muttered in deep thought, the front and back of this carriage are connected to other carriages. Currently the doors between carriages are locked. I don't know what's in the others. With that, he flopped onto the bed, breathed a sigh of relief and reached into his jacket to pull out a cloth doll. Instantly, the comment section exploded again. Bullet chat, isn't that the doll from the Mother's Note stage? Bullet chat, it must be the reward from the last realm brought into the next round. Bullet chat, I wonder if it can move. If there's an emergency, can it help Su Xiao? Su Xiao held the doll and looked at the pillow next to him, thinking, the doll keeps staring at the pillow. Is there something fishy? Sensing something, he reached out to feel the pillow. After a moment, his hand felt something unusual. He whispered, there's something inside. He then pulled the final page of rules from under the pillow. Rule 11. Respecting the old and loving the young is a traditional virtue. If a passenger wants to switch pillows with you, please give them yours. Rule 12. No matter what happens, you must absolutely not open the carriage windows. Rule 13. There are no pets on the train. If you see one, please avoid its gaze. Rule 14. If sick or injured persons appear on the train, please find a way to treat them. Rule 15. At mealtimes, the connecting doors will open and passengers will take the opportunity to run over. If you find a passenger who does not belong to your carriage, please ask them to leave. Rule 16. Except during mealtimes, stalls selling snacks and refreshments will appear in the carriage. If someone asks you to buy something, please refuse. Rule 17. The period from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. is a dangerous time. If someone comes looking for you, do not respond. After reading, he exclaimed, great, it really is the final rule page. He then put the rules back in his pocket. The bullet chat lit up again. Bullet chat, not bad, that doll is quite useful at critical moments. Bullet chat, this is a really smooth start. Just as Su Xiao was lost in thought, a loud shout came from outside. Get out of my way, he thought. The passengers are boarding. A bald man was dragging his luggage through the corridor, shouting loudly, "Let me drag my luggage in." Nearby, two men were smoking and chatting. "Hey man, got a light?" Just as the man was about to light up, Su Xiao appeared and shouted, "Stop right there." He stood before them, took off his hat and said, "Hey you two over there, no smoking." At this moment the bullet chat appeared again. Bullet chat, doesn't Rule 2 say to turn a blind eye to passengers smoking? Su Xiao is violating the rules again. Su Xiao moved quickly, reaching out to snatch the cigarette and snapping it directly. "I said no smoking, did you hear me?" The passenger's eyes widened at the sight. Su Xiao ignored him and tapped the no smoking sign on the wall. He then casually tossed the two cigarette halves away and turned to leave. The long-haired man cursed angrily. "What kind of garbage train is this? Not even allowed to smoke. Do they want to suffocate me over these 3 days?" The blond man put an arm around his shoulder and said, "Exactly, this attendant is overstepping. I don't believe he doesn't sneak a smoke himself." The long-haired man continued, "Let's go smoke in the toilet later. So what if we smoke? Let's see what he can do to us." Hearing this, he turned around, grabbed the long-haired man's clothes and said with a dark expression, "I suggest you don't go looking for trouble." As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, the man's eyes instantly turned blood red, and his mouth looked as if it were about to tear open. Someone in the bullet chat commented, "It's over, is he going to hit Su Xiao?" Another person commented, "You were so proud just now, and now you're in deep trouble." Seeing him turn like this, Su Xiao didn't panic at all. He reached into his jacket and pulled something out. It turned out to be the cloth doll. He shoved the doll in their faces. The doll's eyes also turned blood red. Su Xiao spoke again, "If you think you're capable, just try me." The doll's pupils were red as dripping blood, reflecting a deep darkness. Faced with this terrifying gaze, the long-haired man was scared out of his wits and fell onto his backside. The bullet chat erupted in mockery again. Bullet chat, "This guy is such a coward, scared of a doll." Bullet chat, "Where is the Kimchi Nation's contestant? Why is there no movement?" After finishing the intimidation, he said coldly to them, "Behave yourselves." Just as the smoking issue was settled, the problem of public urination appeared. Ahead, a middle-aged woman was squatting on the floor with a child. Seeing this, he pointed at her and said, "Lady, don't let the child pee in the carriage, otherwise—" The woman turned and asked, "Otherwise what?" He continued, "I'll spank his bottom myself." The woman picked up the crying child and said, "What is going on? What kind of attendant is this? How dare he be so arrogant? This is such poor behavior." The bullet chat flooded the screen again. Bullet chat, "Su Xiao really understands psychological warfare. Taking the initiative is better than being bullied by passengers." Looking at the clean corridor before him, he said very satisfactorily, "Very good. This is what I want to see." Comments below also appeared one after another. Bullet chat, "That goes without saying. Look at how the East Island contestant is being bullied by passengers." Bullet chat, "Where? I have to go check it out." In the East Island Nation's live stream, contestant Ichiro Inabe also stepped forward to stop them like Su Xiao, but could only weakly wave his hands at the two smokers and say, "No smoking here, please put out your cigarettes." The long-haired man with the cigarette in his mouth retorted, "I like to smoke, so what? You think you can move me?" He added, "Gentlemen, this isn't appropriate." He was then ganged up on by the two smokers. The two hit and cursed him. "Have you never been beaten? Let me teach you today just how cruel society is." The other joined in. "You fat pig, a lowly errand-running attendant, dares to challenge us." Ichiro Inabe could only hold his head and beg for mercy while being beaten. "Stop, stop, please stop." After the beating, he was spat upon. The woman who had just let her child urinate in public also cursed him. "Useless attendant." The people who beat him waved as they left. "We're going now." Ichiro Inabe couldn't help but cry out in grievance, "Damn it to suffer such humiliation. I'd rather be devoured by the strange tale." The comments below were entirely filled with banter and ridicule. Bullet chat, "These comments are killing me. How can the East Island Nation's chosen one be such a spineless coward?" Bullet chat, "Cry louder." Just then, another comment caught everyone's attention. "Look, Nikolai from the Grizzly Bear Nation just pulled an S-grade talent." In another live stream, Nikolai of the Grizzly Bear Nation had activated his leader talent. His eyes were shot through with red as he commanded the passengers with absolute authority to stop smoking. Those smokers from earlier actually knelt directly at his feet. The comment section exploded again. "Holy crap, it's an S-grade talent." "Leader," someone asked. "What does the leader talent do?" An explanation followed. "It means his words carry immense authority, instilling a sense of absolute obedience in the passengers." The two passengers buckled under his authority, sweating profusely with their heads bowed. "Yes, we understand," they stammered. Another comment appeared. "Damn, the Grizzly Bear Nation has a high chance of winning now. Let's see if he can seize this opportunity." Nikolai didn't have to do anything. He simply sat in his chair and rested. Trouble seemed to actively avoid him. Seeing this, the comment section grew lively again. Someone asked, "Speaking of talents, does anyone know what Su Xiao's talent is?" Someone replied, No idea, probably only the high-level leaders of the Dragon Kingdom know, another countered. That's not right. Usually a contestant's talent is announced to cover their shortcomings. Why has the country refused to reveal it until now? Another person chimed in. I think Su Xiao's talent is definitely top secret. Stop guessing, it's 7 a.m. now. Su Xiao is patrolling with his club when he suddenly hears a call. Su Xiao, a door opened, and a voice came from behind it. Carriage 6 attendant, your breakfast is here. Su Xiao shouldered his club and muttered to himself, breakfast. Just then a meal cart was pushed in front of him. On it sat a meal box and a pair of chopsticks. A hand slowly pushed the cart. A dense fog stretched out before him. He looked at the mist and thought, strange. I thought this carriage was connected to another, but it turns out to be a wall of mist. He picked up the meal box and opened it. The food inside was very abundant. He thought to himself, could this carriage be isolated? Like Rule 8 says, staff must not leave the carriage they serve. No strange sounds occurred around him. He simply scanned the area and decided, whatever, breakfast first. I need strength to keep thinking. Popping the food into his mouth, Su Xiao felt a wave of pleasure. He squinted his eyes, enjoying the meal while offering praise. This tastes really good. The onlookers flooded the screen with comments. Bullet chat. His habit of not playing by the rules has me bowing in respect. Bullet chat. As expected of the big boss. Rule 5 says it's forbidden to collect food at the carriage junctions, yet here he is digging right in. While he was eating, a man walked up to him and said, hello, attendant. He turned around and saw an old man holding a pillow. Upon closer look, it was an elderly gentleman. The old man said gently, my pillow is too hard. I'm getting on in years and can't sleep comfortably. Could I please swap pillows with you? Su Xiao wiped his mouth and thought, and so it begins. Rule 11 seemed ordinary enough, but it was on that torn rule page. He already knew that rule. So what was the point of swapping pillows? If he hadn't known that the rule page was hidden inside his own pillow, he might have actually swapped. But now, with that thought, Su Xiao stood up and asked with a smile, do you really want to swap pillows? The old man held out his pillow and replied, yes. At this moment a speechless comment appeared. Bullet chat. Seriously then, Su Xiao said with a mischievous grin, but I don't want to. Hearing this, a row of 3 dots practically appeared over the old man's head. Seeing this, a gloating comment popped up. Bullet chat. LMAO, is Su Xiao performing reverse psychology again? The old man said huffily, if you won't swap, then you won't swap. Does making things difficult for an old man make you happy? The old man even cursed. Young people these days really have no manners. As the old man walked away with his pillow, Su Xiao could clearly see an ominous black aura emanating from him. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Moken, the contestant from the Grizzly Bear Nation, was experiencing something similar. After being asked to swap pillows, he apologized and said he couldn't. Most people would typically refuse the swap because they realized there was something wrong with the pillow, having already found the code of conduct inside it. However, the contestants from 3 countries agreed to the swap, including the one from the Jambia Nation, which had just undergone a strange tail invasion. The Jambia contestant smilingly handed his pillow to the old man. The old man also smiled and said, thank you for agreeing, young man. The contestant replied with a smile, it's what I should do. At that moment in the Jambia Nation's meeting room, those staring at the screen roared in a frenzy, stupid, absolute idiot, brain dead to the extreme. I don't want to stay in this country for another day. How can our teammate be dumber than a pig? A man with a center-parted hairstyle shouted angrily, calm down, send a reminder immediately to make him get the pillow back. The prompt screen for the Jambia contestant lit up with the message, do not swap pillows, absolutely do not swap. The contestant replied with 3 exclamation marks. What, is this pillow that important? Below, the bullet chats commented, bullet chat, poor guy, he still has no clue. Bullet chat, Su Xiao is still the best. He realized something was wrong with the pillow right at the start. Bullet chat, what is the big boss doing now? Back to Su Xiao's side, he let out a wide yawn and stretched as if he had just woken up. Bullet chat, did he just wake up? Bullet chat, Su Xiao is finished eating. What's he going to do next? As he walked out of his room, he saw someone throw a can onto the floor and curse, damn it, I lost my stuff. He looked over and asked, what's wrong? On the other side, a large, heavy-set woman was interrogating the others. Did one of you steal my old master pickled cabbage beef noodles? Give them back now, a male passenger retorted. Who would take your instant noodles? Are you crazy? A female passenger nearby chimed in to agree. Standing to the side, Su Xiao recalled the rule, lost instant noodles. Rule 3 stated that theft was common in the carriages. If a passenger asked for help finding a lost item, the attendant could refuse. However, if a child was lost, the attendant was obligated to provide assistance. He then decided he had to do the opposite. Hearing the commotion, the woman cried out in surprise, hey, how can you people talk like that? With that thought, Su Xiao stepped forward and patted the woman's shoulder, saying, sister, I'll help you find your noodles. Don't worry. The woman glanced at him and stammered, You're the attendant? Then the woman turned back to look at him and waved her hand, saying, Oh, don't go to all that trouble, young man. The woman even laughed awkwardly, It's just a bucket of noodles, I can eat a different flavor. Su Xiao, however, didn't treat the matter lightly at all, saying enthusiastically, Don't worry, sister, an attendant's duty is to protect the property and safety of all passengers. Instant noodles are a form of property too. Just leave this to me. The woman stammered again, Is that okay? The passenger who had just been falsely accused looked at him like a savior and said, This attendant is so enthusiastic, he's putting so much effort into a single cup of noodles, he's truly moved me. Just then, an old woman with a small grandson came rushing in, shouting, The attendant is here, quick, the old woman said. My grandson is missing, quick, help me find him. The other woman was also startled and asked, A child is lost. Then the woman said, as if grabbing a lifeline, Sister, don't worry, this attendant is very enthusiastic, he will definitely help you. The old woman responded blankly, Ah, okay. To everyone's shock, Su Xiao said coldly, No time, get lost. While the three previously admiring passengers were stunned, the bullet chats exploded. Bullet chat, how can such icy words come out of a mouth that's 98.6 degrees? What's wrong with Su Xiao? Bullet chat. Finding noodles is fine, but finding a child gets a get lost. I'm dying, lol. The old woman hurriedly turned around and said, Attendant, finding noodles is a small matter, finding a child is the priority, you should help her find her grandson first. As if he hadn't heard a word, Su Xiao turned enthusiastically to the woman who lost her noodles and said, Sister, everything should be first come, first served. I'll find your noodles first. If the egg in the noodles sits too long, it won't taste good. Then Su Xiao curled his lip provocatively at the old woman and said, HMPH, what about it? The old woman frowned and said, You really are hopeless. The old woman stormed off, muttering, If you won't help, you won't help. What kind of person is this? I'll go find him myself. Su Xiao also turned and walked away, saying, I'll go find your noodles first. The woman could only respond helplessly, Then thank you, kind attendant. It was now 7:20 a.m. He leaned against the wall and thought, I've searched the whole carriage and haven't seen her noodles. Then he thought of the bathroom and whispered, Out of options, this is the only place left to try. With that, he walked toward the bathroom sign ahead. He stood before the bathroom door and then shoved it open violently. Inside, the missing boy the old woman was looking for was sitting there holding the bucket of noodles. The smell in the room rose up. The boy's mouth was covered in stains as he turned and asked, Mister, do you want some too? Su Xiao covered his mouth and cursed, Eat your head like hell, I want some. Then he noticed something behind the boy and asked, What's that? It was a toy dog with eyes that glowed red. He looked at it and thought, This toy dog looks very unusual. Rule 11. Respect the old and love the young. If a passenger wants to swap pillows, give them yours. Rule 12. No matter what happens, it is absolutely forbidden to open the carriage windows. Rule 13. There are no pets on the train. If you see one, immediately avoid its gaze. Rule 14. If there are sick or injured people in the carriage, find a way to treat them. Rule 15. During mealtimes, the carriage doors will open and passengers may take the opportunity to run over. If you find a passenger who doesn't belong to your carriage, you must ask them to leave. Su Xiao felt a bit flustered, thinking he remembered Rule 13 mentioned how to deal with pets. He then pulled the cloth doll from his jacket and held it in front of him, facing the toy dog. Just then, the old woman came running over, shouting, You brat! Found you! The old woman stepped forward and picked up the filthy little boy, saying, Didn't I tell you not to eat random things? Why did you come in here to play with poop? Look how dirty you are. Witnessing this scene, Su Xiao pulled his hat lower and thought, This brat interrupted my business. Then he felt something was off and gasped internally, Wait, where's the dog? Where's the toy dog? The toy dog had vanished at some point without him noticing. He could only think dismissively, Whatever, that dog will show up again sooner or later. Settle the noodle business first. At Sleeper 2B, Su Xiao handed the news to the woman. Sister, I'm sorry to say, but a brat took your noodles and ate them in the toilet mixed with filth. After hearing this, the woman covered her mouth and ran away. He scratched his head from behind, looking proud of himself. I've done another good deed. I really am excellent. Then came the viewer comments. Bullet chat. I can't even wrap my head around Big Boss Su Xiao's play this time. Bullet chat. That girl is probably going to throw up until she's empty. I really don't get it. Another comment. May I ask if other contestants encountered this as well? A reply appeared. Everyone did. The contestants from Lebanon, Zambia and Myanmar all chose to find the child and gave up on finding the noodles, a comment mentioned. Bullet chat. Most of them chose to find the child and ignored the noodles. Bullet chat. And when they saw the toy dog, they all chose to run away. Bullet chat. But a small number of contestants who didn't find the rule page didn't realize the danger and actually sat down to pat its head. Bullet chat. By the time they noticed something was wrong, it was too late. The toy dog turned into a man-eating flower. A system notification popped up. The contestants from 5 nations, including Lebanon, Zambia, and Myanmar, have been devoured by the Eerie. The Strange Tale World Countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. In Lebanon's meeting room someone stood up and shouted, "We just barely escaped the Strange Tale invasion, and now we've been screwed over by that idiot again." "Damn it," a person slumped on the floor also said. "Quickly, go negotiate with the Dragon Kingdom. Tell them we're willing to trade 50 tons of grain for their latest chip data." In the Dragon Kingdom's meeting room, someone snorted coldly. "These shameless small nations, they followed Myanmar in pushing the Dragon Kingdom aside before, and now they want our help? Their skin is thicker than concrete," another suggested. "However, the Dragon Kingdom was invaded 5 times before and lost many resources. Trading a bit with them is okay." Then the person in charge made a decision. "So be it, we agree to trade chips for grain, but the chips won't be delivered for a week." Meanwhile, Su Xiao was taking a nap. Someone in the bullet chats was still watching. Bullet chat. "Sleeping right after eating? Su Xiao's life is so sweet." Bullet chat. "This is what a vacation looks like. Other countries can't even dream of it." Shouting came from outside again. "I want to play with this, I want to play with this." Su Xiao bolted upright and rubbed his eyes. The shouting continued. "I want to play with this." He wondered what was going on. Su Xiao leaned out and pointed outside, shouting, "Whose brat is this? Don't howl on the train." It was that old woman from earlier and the kid who had eaten the noodles. The old woman shielded the child behind her and said to him with hands on her hips, "Hey you attendant, you're a grown adult, why are you picking on a child? He's just a kid, what does he know?" Hearing this, he waved his hand and rubbed his shoulders to warm up, saying, "No wonder there are so many uneducated children these days. It's because they have parents like you teaching them wrong." He added, "If you don't listen to a polite warning, then don't blame me for being heavy-handed." Hearing this, the old woman said provocatively, "Who are you scaring? What can you do to me? I dare you to try and touch me." How could Su Xiao not dare? He directly gave the old woman a resounding slap. The old woman clutched her red, swollen cheek, her eyes bloodshot as she roared in a frenzy. You dare hit me, I'll kill you." Su Xiao struck again, delivering a heavy blow to the old woman's abdomen. The old woman fell to the ground, clutching her stomach and wailing, "Help, the attendant is beating people. The attendant is beating people." Below was the comment section. Bullet chat. "Although the rules say not to mind the brat, brats still need to be taught a lesson." Bullet chat. "Well taught. Teaching the brat isn't enough, you have to teach parents like this to really feel satisfied." Having dealt with the old woman, he rolled his shoulders and looked at the terrified little boy cowering in the corner. He stared straight at the boy and said, "Don't move." Behind him, the old lady seemed to mutate, her mouth stretching wide. Her eyes were blood red and she was clawing the air. The audience couldn't help but gasp. Heavens, the old woman mutated. Su Xiao calmly turned around and pulled out the cloth doll, saying with a smile, "The power of the eerie to scare people, I have that too." He added, "A small lesson is enough. Don't force me to get serious." Then he threw the cloth doll at the mutated eerie creature. Just then, the audience's screen was suddenly hit by interference, followed by dissatisfied bullet chats. Bullet chat. "Damn it, what's going on? Why does the screen go to static every time the eerie attacks?" Bullet chat. "The methods of the eerie are not for us to know. If humans could see the eerie clearly, and the rules of the strange tales, we could stop the invasions." Bullet chat. "I hope Su Xiao can live longer and help our country learn more about the eerie." Bullet chat. "Stop chatting, go check on Ichiro Inabe. He's currently persuading that old woman and the child." On the other side, Ichiro Inabe was trying earnestly to talk them down. "Auntie, please don't be angry," he said softly. "Could you two please not make so much noise in the carriage?" The old woman shielded the boy behind her and said with a fierce expression, "What did you say? I can't hear you." The comment section was filled with disgust. Bullet chat. "He has no guts at all. Su Xiao dares to duel the eerie while he's there begging for mercy." Ichiro Inabe was seen collapsing to the ground and begging, "I was wrong, I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. I shouldn't have minded the child." Another comment followed immediately. Bullet chat. "I guess the East Island nation's only skill is kneeling and begging for mercy. They've lost all dignity anyway, as long as they can survive." Elsewhere, someone came to report the news. Bullet chat. "Oh, the image on Su Xiao's side has recovered." Once the image returned, everyone saw the flattened old woman lying there. Someone commented, "The more I compare them, the worse the East Island contestant looks." The brat who was shouting earlier was now trembling and begging, "Big brother, I won't do it again. I'll be a good boy from now on." Someone left a final comment. Bullet chat. "Who do you think you are, you little brat, trying to compare yourself to Su Xiao?" Hearing this, Su Xiao squatted down, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he said, "Hey kid, to be honest, I won't make things difficult for you." The boy replied tremblingly, "Thank you, big brother." In response, Su Xiao delivered a backhanded slap and said, "But in exchange, 2 slaps will do." Seeing this, someone left a comment. Bullet chat. "Do you know how much damage these 2 slaps will do to a bad child's young soul?" The boy wailed and cried, but Su Xiao ignored him completely, turning to walk away while saying with a look of satisfaction, "Mission accomplished." Another opinionated comment surfaced. Bullet chat. The boss was being lenient just by slapping that brat. If that were my son, I'd bit him to a pulp. Just as he walked away, a girl appeared pushing a snack cart. She called out loudly, "Beer, sunflower seeds, dried tofu, liquor, chips, milk, instant noodles, soda. Anyone want to buy?" Then the girl said to Su Xiao, "Big brother, would you like something to eat? Food for attendance is free." Su Xiao immediately recalled the rules. Rule 16: except during mealtimes, snack carts will appear in the carriage. If someone asks you to buy something, please refuse. Exclamations rang out again in the comments below. Bullet chat: "Don't take it, whatever you do, don't take it, you can't take that food, let alone buy it." Su Xiao, however, replied, "Free? Is there really such a good deal? Just give me a bit of whatever." The girl happily agreed. Su Xiao then casually picked several items from the cart. A draft blew through the gap in the carriage door. He watched the girl push the cart toward another carriage, thinking, so she can travel between carriages. I wonder if others can pass through as well. He then looked at the snacks in his hand and said, "These snacks." He returned to his room, sat on the bed and threw the pile of food onto the floor, saying, "Whoever wants to eat this can eat it. I wouldn't touch this if I were dying." Meanwhile, on the side of the British Empire's contestants, several chose to accept the snacks when they heard they were free. They knew that in the strange tale world, the safer food looks, the more problematic it often is. Therefore, they didn't eat them immediately, but planned to store them for use at a critical moment. At this time, all contestants were reorganizing the information they had gathered in their rule handbooks. Among them, Rules 1, 3, 13, and 16 were tentatively deemed correct, while Rules 2, 4, 3, and 11 were likely false. The remaining rules were still uncertain. Over here, Su Xiao was lying on his bed in deep thought. A bullet chat surfaced. Bullet chat: "The lights in this carriage will automatically go out at exactly 10 p.m. The work and rest schedule is quite standard." He placed the cloth doll beside him and said, "What exactly was that toy dog I saw today? Why did it give me a feeling so similar to the cloth doll? Is its appearance governed by a pattern, or is it random?" After talking for a while, he brushed it off, rolled over to face the wall, and thought, "Whatever, time to sleep. I'll only have the energy to continue my deductions if I get a good night's rest." At 12 a.m., the atmosphere in Carriage 6 became grim and eerie. The bags of snacks he had thrown on the floor earlier were torn open, and a mass of pitch-black aura seeped out from within. He jolted awake and saw the cloth doll floating in midair, radiating a dense killing intent, its entire being in a blackened state. He cried out in surprise, "What's that movement over there?" It actually made the doll go into such high alert. There was a dark shadow with a pair of blood-red eyes glowing. He sat up and cursed, "Damn it, what on earth is that thing?" Under Su Xiao's astonished gaze, a creature wrapped in heavy killing intent, looking like a toy dog, lunged at the cloth doll. The doll also emitted a strange aura, its blackening level reaching 87 as it became murderous. Then the toy dog-like creature was sent flying by a heavy punch from the doll. It was the dark shadow-piercing punch. Su Xiao didn't understand what was happening and could only stare blankly with his hand outstretched, saying, "How what?" Facing the chaotic battle scene, the viewers on the other side posted bullet chats. Bullet chat: "That shadow looks like a powerful, eerie entity. I wonder if the cloth doll can win." Su Xiao also stepped out of the room. Watching the cloth doll and the black aura scuffling together, he said worriedly, "Judging by the noise, the battle is quite intense." Another bullet chat surfaced. "It looks like that thing ran away." Seeing the cloth doll looking exhausted, it finally returned to Su Xiao's side. Its body was limp, as if it had exhausted all its strength. Someone posted a bullet chat. "As long as it didn't lose, at least that thing won't dare to attack Su Xiao easily next time." Su Xiao held the cloth doll in his arms, recalling the appearance of that thing, a thought flashing through his mind. What was that thing? It looked a bit familiar. At this time, someone suggested in the bullet chat, "Everyone go look at the others. They've encountered similar situations." While the contestant from the British Empire was sleeping, a mass of black aura also appeared. He turned to face it and subconsciously asked, "What is this?" The toy dog bared a mouth full of sharp, even teeth. No one knew what happened inside. They only saw a wisp of black smoke fly out. A public announcement immediately appeared on the large screen. Contestants from the British Empire, the Golden Nation, and the Lao Nation have been devoured by the Eerie. The Strange Tale World countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7. Once the announcement was out, the comment section erupted. The leaders of the British Empire were likely hiding in the toilets right now, crying themselves unconscious. They hadn't even finished dealing with the last invasion, and now another one was coming. Talk about double the joy, someone asserted. "I think I know why they were attacked by the Eerie," another viewer asked in confusion. "Why?" That viewer analyzed. "Did everyone notice? The contestants who were devoured were all those who took the snacks." Another person asked, "Are you saying that girl with the cart was an eerie creature?" The same viewer spoke again. "No, according to my deduction, those snacks were the things that killed them. The toy dog seemed to be attracted by the snacks they brought back." Another bullet chat added, The sound of snacks being chewed from the dark corner earlier was the best proof. The final bullet chat summarized, one can only say they were too unlucky and chose to violate that rule. Only Su Xiao encountered no danger. After a restless night, the next day arrived. Su Xiao sat by the bed observing and contemplating. I didn't see anything last night. Now I must carefully check the scene where it appeared. Maybe I can find a clue. He picked up the code of conduct and said, this staff manual looks like it's been gnawed on. Could it be that the thing last night just wanted to eat my snacks? After observing for a while, he stood up and said with a smile, it looks like I'll have to ask that girl with the cart for more snacks today. The audience also sent bullet chats. Su Xiao is smiling like that. He must have a plan, another viewer commented. Then I'm relieved. Someone else ran over to pull everyone away. Quick, look, something happened to Park Woo Lee. He's acting strange for no reason. On the side of the contestant Park Woo Lee, he was desperately searching for the rule manual, cursing. Damn it, where did my rule manual go? Get out here, you damn thing. The rule manual mentioned Rule 9. Absolutely do not let passengers read the manual. If you accidentally let a passenger discover it, you must kill them immediately. After searching for a long time and not finding it, Park Woo Lee sat down in despair, clutching his head and wailing, it's over, it's completely over this time. A viewer commented, what's there to worry about? Is Rule 9 even real? Someone replied, Rule 9 is real. If the passengers know the rules, the contestants' weaknesses will be completely exposed. Another bullet chat said, if a passenger uses the employee rules to frame him, it would really be impossible to guard against. Meanwhile, one carriage away from Park Woo Lee, a girl was reading something. What that female passenger was reading seemed to be the very rule manual Park Woo Lee had just lost. She let out a sinister laugh as she read, over here, Su Xiao said as he walked, it's mealtime. He stood at the carriage junction waiting. He said quite excitedly, I wonder what's good for lunch today. After a while, a pair of withered hands appeared pushing a meal cart. The person pushing it was the deceased contestant from the British Empire. He held up a bowl of food and said, hello, I am the attendant for carriage 07. A viewer asked in confusion, how is it him? Isn't he already dead? Another worried for Su Xiao, but Su Xiao doesn't know he's dead. What if he falls into a trap? He looked at the British man in silence. The manual listed Rule 6. Attendants from other carriages will occasionally come to visit. When they offer you braised meat, please accept it. Rule 7. There is only one attendant per carriage. Selling braised meat within the carriage is strictly prohibited. He pondered, attendant for carriage 7. Rule 6 says people from other carriages will come. But Rule 7 says there is only one attendant per carriage. The British man said to him enthusiastically, hey brother, want some braised meat? This is a specialty of our carriage. It's very fragrant. Have a taste. Su Xiao replied with a smile. Sure. Inside he was thinking mischievously, I'm bored anyway, I'll play along with you. The cloth doll helped Su Xiao a great deal, and viewers left a flurry of excited comments. One said, well done, while another said, the image is back, it looked like the cloth doll had defeated that eerie thing, nice work. The doll was covered in blood with a happy smile hanging on the corners of its mouth. This was followed by a massive wave of cloth doll diehard fan bullet chats. The image is back, looks like the doll beat the monster away. A viewer commented, dears, please restrain yourselves. Another viewer joined in. I'm practically going crazy for the doll. For the cloth doll, I'm willing to lead the charge. Below was a helpless viewer comment, dears. Pay attention to restraint. Su Xiao's gaze suddenly became serious as he said, in that moment just now, someone twisted my head to the back, he added. The scene of such an eerie entity disappearing is something probably only I can see. Walking down the long corridor, he fell into deep thought. It can be seen that the way eerie entities exist is completely unrestricted. It can be a cloth doll, a pet, a gust of wind, or even a mass of pitch-black smoke. If the source of these eerie entities can be uncovered in the future, perhaps they can be solved once and for all. Tens of minutes ago, a blonde girl had pushed a cart toward him. The scene shifted as he said, that's right, I'm just messing with you. Then the British man emitted a pitch-black, eerie smoke. The black smoke enveloped the entire room, and the screen experienced interference at that time as well. The viewers outside sighed, the screen has no signal again, just wait. Another person said, I was just about to send him a reminder, but who knew he'd discover that guy wasn't human in the blink of an eye. The younger generation really is surpassing the old. At this moment, a public announcement appeared on the screen. Contestants from the Paris nation and 5 other countries have been devoured by the eerie. The Strange Tale World countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7. Seeing the announcement, a man in glasses asked in confusion, how was the Paris nation eliminated? How was it so fast, comrade? Another replied. That eerie entity told the Paris contestant that as long as he ate that braised meat he would get some tips and reminders for clearing the realm, and it even guaranteed he would leave here alive. So he agreed. Back to Su Xiao's side, he simply said, thank you, I'll eat it later. Hearing this, the British man tried to persuade him, "This dish has to be eaten hot to be fragrant. It won't taste good once it's cold. Have a couple of bites first." He still firmly refused. "No, I have a habit of saving the best for last." After saying that, he turned away, while that guy stood there motionless. His entire body was wrapped in a strange aura and his voice was cold as he said, "Eat it." Then he turned his head and roared, "Eat it now." Suddenly, he rotated his head 360 degrees and shouted, "Why aren't you eating?" His movements scared the audience out of their wits, and they left comments one after another. Bullet chat, "Oh my god, that scared me to death, I nearly peed my pants." Facing this horror, he remained calm, not even bothering to give him a glance, and said as if nothing had happened, "What, dropping the act? Since you flipped the table, there's no need for me to keep performing." Su Shao revealed a smile, his eyes full of calculation as he said, "Fine, I'll go over and help right now." He looked joyful with a bright smile. The man opposite seemed very surprised by his reaction. The man urged anxiously, "Mr. Attendant, the patient can't hold on much longer. Are you going to help or not?" Su Shao acted like he wanted to help, saying, "Of course I'll help, but my legs are numb." Hearing this, the man immediately grabbed Su Shao's arm and suggested, "Then I'll support you while you walk." Su Shao didn't react to this rude behavior. He gestured that it wasn't necessary and politely declined, No need to support me. An old problem has flared up. The slightest movement paralyzes my whole body." At this point, the man had completely lost his patience. He shouted angrily, "Are you playing me? I think you just don't want to help at all." The man's face darkened, and he walked away with a deep frown, leaving a parting shot. "Forget it, I'll go beg someone else for help." Su Shao doubled over with laughter, saying triumphantly, "No chance. The way to deal with him is simple. First, agree verbally, then use physical discomfort as an excuse for being unable to act. Thus, I successfully violated two contradictory rules at once." Su Shao thought narcissistically, "I really am a genius." The scene shifted and the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. A woman ran in, pleading in a panic, "Mr. Attendant, come quickly and look. Old Wong from the room next door seems to be in trouble." Park Woo-lee was a bit flustered, raising an eyebrow and thought, "Someone is asking for help." Suddenly he thought of something, and his face turned pale. Rule 14 and Rule 17 both mention this, but they are contradictory. Which one should I follow? Seeing Park Woo-lee not moving, the woman urged, "Hey, what are you standing here for? Are you going to help or not?" He was still hesitating, stammering out excuses. "Don't rush me, let me think for a bit longer." Hearing this, her reaction was very intense. "Think faster, any slower and someone will die." At the critical moment, Park Woo-lee decided, "Enough, stop rushing me, I'm not going." The moment the words left his mouth, the woman changed. Her eyes were bloodshot, her gaze filled with killing intent, and she said in an excited tone, "I've been waiting for you to say that." She became extremely fierce, closing in on Park Woo-lee, opening her mouth wide to reveal a bizarrely long tongue as she said, "Since you violated the rules, stay here forever." Park Woo-lee's face was deathly pale, covered in cold sweat as he trembled and begged for mercy. "No, please." Immediately after, there was only a miserable scream, followed by a thud, and blood splattered across the entire space. Seeing this, the viewers expressed their schadenfreude. Park Woo-lee from the Kimchi Nation had actually been killed by a passenger. The Kimchi Nation was really having blessing upon blessing now. They must be caught between tears and laughter. When it came to not following rules, no one could reach Su Shao's level. Others simply couldn't compare. An announcement popped up. Park Woo-lee, the contestant from the Kimchi Nation, has been devoured by the Eerie. The Strange Tale World countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7. The scene shifted. Su Shao was pretending to sleep. Suddenly, a crunch sound of chewing reached his ears. Su Shao immediately rolled over and sat up, turning on his flashlight. He said half-jokingly, "Caught you. I want to see exactly what kind of thing you are." Seeing this, the audience couldn't wait to find out. "Hurry and look, the thing stealing the snacks is about to be exposed." After seeing the thing's appearance clearly, they couldn't help but be astonished. It was actually that. The toy dog from the bathroom. A plush toy that looked like a dog was eating with great relish, with snack crumbs still stuck to the corners of its mouth. The system popped up a notification. AD World God X Blue, dear contestant, congratulations on gaining the preliminary recognition of the Black General. Continuing to feed the Black General can increase favorability. If the Black General's favorability reaches 100, it will be absolutely loyal and follow you. Before this, it is strictly forbidden to take the Black General out of the train and station area. The toy dog that had looked innocent and cute a moment ago was now baring its teeth and staring fiercely at Su Shao. Su Shao's eyes lit up, and he revealed a meaningful smile, thinking, "If I keep feeding it, it will come with me." Su Shao calculated that he would need to use more means to get some snacks. Su Shao stood with his hands on his hips, his tone sounding like he was giving orders. Wake up, within 3 minutes, give me all your snacks or don't blame me for being impolite." The few people there were panicked upon hearing this, and some even cursed. One person turned pale and said stutteringly, "Quick, give him the snacks," another also shouted in terror. "This guy is not to be messed with." The scene became a mess as they pushed and shoved each other. Su Xiao set up a mountain of food and gestured, "Here, eat up." Seeing this, the Black General's eyes sparkled with excitement. Half an hour later, the Black General had eaten the entire pile of food clean. A notification appeared, "Congratulations, you have gained the recognition of the Black General. The Black General believes you are a trustworthy person and has therefore decided to follow you temporarily." Hearing this, he felt a wave of annoyance and cursed. "Is that all it takes?" Su Xiao commanded. "Black General, come here." It then obediently let him pet its head. Su Xiao remarked, "This feeling is truly satisfying. A massive gain." The viewers could hardly believe their eyes. "I think I finally understand. With a talent like his, it would be hard not to be invincible. I want to see if anyone else has that kind of capability. Why do all the good things happen to him? Luck is sometimes a form of ability in itself. I truly envy Su Xiao." On the morning of the third day, Su Xiao propped himself up to a sitting position and looked at the Black General with doubt in his heart. Why does it keep running around without stopping? Is there something wrong with this carriage? Then the dog stopped in front of the door labeled Carriage 8 inches and began barking furiously. Su Xiao sensed something was amiss. "Wait, I'm supposed to be in Carriage 6. How did I end up in Carriage 8? He recalled the prompt from before he entered the realm and fell into deep thought. Since arriving here, the system had been constantly reminding and emphasizing the carriage numbers, which meant remembering your carriage number was extremely important. Suddenly, a notification popped up. "Dear contestants, the carriages you serve are undergoing some changes. You now have only 2 choices. First, stay where you are. Second, pass through the mist at the junction to return to your original carriage." Su Xiao seemed to have expected this. As expected, there was no fluff in the rules. Seeing him lost in thought, the viewers began to discuss fervently. "What's the best choice? This is a big deal. If you choose wrong, something will definitely happen." "Staying put looks pretty safe," someone jumped in to suggest. "Everyone go look at Nikolai from the Grizzly Bear Nation. He has a talent for this. The leader will surely make the right choice." On the other side, Nikolai was using his ability to extract information. "Tell me, which one should I choose?" the hypnotized person replied. "Choose the second one. Return to the original carriage." Seeing this, the viewers were secretly delighted and urged, "Choosing 2 is correct. High-level leadership. Hurry and tell Su Xiao," other viewers mocked. "Oh, look at you, having to listen to another country's contestant," someone who couldn't take it shot back. "Don't get ahead of yourselves. Maybe Su Xiao can analyze it on his own. Just wait and see." Su Xiao stared at the carriage 8-inch sign in thought. The system wouldn't emphasize and require remembering the carriage number for no reason, so choosing the second option must be the correct path. Furthermore, when he pushed the meal cart earlier, he had to pass through the junction every time he left the carriage. He concluded, "The mist is just a scare tactic." Seeing him walk toward the door filled with black mist, the viewers split into 2 factions. One side was ecstatic. "Look, our Su Xiao doesn't need reminders, he can deduce it himself." The other side was disappointed. "What a shame he isn't American." Seeing him walk further away, the Black General quickly followed. Meanwhile, the contestant from the Hydrangea Nation was also deducing based on talent. The guide would provide the correct answer. A man calmly walked through the mist. That was JVT of the Hydrangea Nation. Having the guide talent meant that when a contestant struggled to make a choice, their talent would direct them onto the correct path. After Park Ha, the contestant from Pakistan, learned of Su Xiao's choice, his superiors immediately sent a reminder, so he also chose to return to the original carriage. JVT and Park Ha passed through safely. Ichiro Anabe, the contestant from the East Island Nation, held his head and curled into a corner, looking terrified. Among the other contestants who chose to stay put, some were too cowardly to pass through the mist, while others made the wrong choice because their national leadership was too busy dealing with the previous eerie invasion to send them a reminder. A notification then popped up. "The selection period has ended. Those who pass through the mist survive, those who stayed are eliminated." Upon hearing this, one contestant's face changed drastically as he shouted, "What?" A new notification followed. "The contestants from the East Island Nation and 5 other countries have been devoured by the Eerie. The Strange Tale World Countdown will now begin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. A terrifying eye appeared where Ichiro Anabe was, and a sinister aura enveloped him. He screamed unwillingly, "No!" Back in Carriage 6, the viewers were discussing animatedly. As expected, returning to the original carriage was the right move. A viewer interrupted, "It's not over yet. Don't forget Rule 15, someone asked. "What's Rule 15? I forgot." Rule 15. During mealtimes, the connecting doors will open and passengers may take the opportunity to enter. If you find a passenger who does not belong to your carriage, please ask them to leave. Su Xiao stared at the meal cart and thought it had already arrived. If I haven't guessed wrong, some passengers slipped over when we passed through the mist just now. To his knowledge, carriage 6 had 40 passengers. If an outsider disguised themselves as one of them, it would be hard to tell. In the Dragon Kingdom's meeting room, a discussion was underway. We could have the passengers in each compartment confirm each other's identities to find the outsiders. It looks like we'll have to send a reminder to tell him. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Reminders cannot be sent to contestants during this stage. They must rely on their own strength. Someone felt it was unfair upon hearing this. What? Why can't we send reminders? The strange tale world is clearly cheating. Another person looked relatively calm but still frowned, saying, "It seems it's all up to Su Xiao now. He has to pass this hurdle himself." On Su Xiao's end, he raised an eyebrow at the Black General, a plan forming. If it's an eerie entity itself, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. There's a way. Since it's also an eerie entity, I'll let it help me search. Following this, the Black General walked up to each person and sniffed them. It raised its head, its eyes fierce. The Black General barked furiously at a man, startling him. Then, without mercy, it bit down hard on the man's leg, causing blood to flow. The man immediately fled. Seeing this scene, Su Xiao revealed a satisfied smile. A clearance notification appeared. "Dear contestant, thank you for your contribution to Carriage 6. On the train you disciplined the vicious parents, reformed the bad children, and earned the trust of the Black General." Another panel jumped out. "First, congratulations on clearing train from afar with a 5-star rating. The reward was the Black General." Description: it is always waiting for its master, loyal but gluttonous. If it disappears, don't worry, it's just hungry. Su Xiao rubbed the Black General's head and sighed. "The reward is actually the Black General? Doesn't that mean I'll have 2 powerful bodyguards to protect me in the next round?" Ultimately, 3 people cleared the stage: Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom, Nikolai of the Grizzly Bear Nation, and JVT of the Hydrangea Nation. The high-level leaders of the Dragon Kingdom celebrated, deploying protection for Su Xiao and his family, and classified all data regarding eerie entities collected by Su Xiao as top secret. 3 days later, Su Xiao entered a new round. He was enveloped in green gas. Opening his eyes, the notification read, "Challenger nations include the Dragon Kingdom, the United States, the Grizzly Bear Nation, the Hydrangea Nation, the Asan Nation, the Argentine Nation, and the Non-Soil Nation." Su Xiao commented, "Azu." From a distance came a voice, "Welcome." A person who looked like a staff member approached and handed over a piece of paper. Su Xiao took it and asked, "This is," the security guard replied, "a map of the zoo. Keep it with you to prevent getting lost." The map featured areas for pandas, giraffes, monkeys, goats, zebras, tigers, and lions. Su Xiao raised an eyebrow and thought, "The rules are on the back." On the back were the tourist guidelines. Rule 1. Visit in a civilized manner. Feeding or provoking animals is strictly forbidden. Rule 2. If you see purple rabbits or blue elephants, do not be surprised when they notice you. Stand facing them, otherwise they will attack immediately. Rule 3. If you see staff members chasing animals, please step forward to help. They will be very grateful to you. Rule 4. The notes on the map are wrong. Do not trust the map. Rule 5. If you accidentally get lost in the zoo, please stay calm. You may rest on a bench. But if you get lost at night, please be careful. Animals may appear at any time. Rule 6. If you are hungry, you can go to the vending machine to buy food. If you don't want to vomit, please try to eat goat meat. Rule 7. If necessary, you can seek help from staff in red or blue uniforms, but if you see staff in black, stay away immediately. Rule 8. The aquarium is a safe zone. Rule 9. There is no aquarium in the zoo. Rule 10. Always read this wrong. I am a human, not an animal. After Su Xiao finished reading, his brow furrowed as he noticed a detail. Why is Rule 10 so strange, requiring it to be read wrong? I am a human, not an animal. Viewers also felt fear upon reading the rules. I also find this rule quite eerie. It makes my skin crawl to read it. Since there was still only one reminder opportunity, someone worried for him. God bless Su Xiao to clear the stage smoothly. Suddenly, with a bang, something disappeared. Su Xiao turned to look around and found the entrance gone. The surrounding scenery changed accordingly, and sounds of laughter and joy drifted over, all praising the animals here. He observed the surroundings warily, thinking, these tourists feel a bit strange. Su Xiao summoned the eerie entity, the Black General. Seeing this, the viewers breathed a sigh of relief. I forgot about the Black General, now I'm at ease. The scene shifted to the rabbit area where a staff member was holding a basket. Free carrots. He handed one to Su Xiao. Viewers grew angry at this. Rule 1 says no feeding. This staff member is clearly trying to harm people. Someone placed a bet. I bet $1 million that Su Xiao will definitely feed them. He's a born rebel. As expected, he handed over the carrot without hesitation and shouted happily, "Come and eat." The Black General growled nearby and the rabbits trembled with fear. Viewers were excited. The big boss didn't disappoint us. Lol, with the black general here, the rabbits don't dare move. He's so strong for being able to subdue such a powerful eerie entity. I'm so jealous, Su Xiao fell into thought. I didn't see any pink rabbits. Could Rule 2 be wrong? He casually threw the carrot behind him and sighed. How boring, I was just thinking of increasing the difficulty. Viewers smiled bitterly. So arrogant, I love it. Su Xiao looked at the map. Let's go, Black General, let's check out the south. Meanwhile, Summit from the Asan Nation was happily feeding the rabbits. The rabbits are so cute. He didn't know that behind him, a rabbit with red eyes, a murderous aura and swirling black mist was staring at him. Summit stood up. You guys eat, I'm leaving. He waved. Bye-bye. The rabbit behind him suddenly lunged. Viewers were terrified as they saw the rabbit closing in on Summit. The rabbit jumped up and bit his neck, blood staining his clothes. Summit shouted, "Help, crazy, this rabbit is crazy." A staff member ran over, caught the rabbit, and apologized. "I'm sorry, it was an oversight, we will handle it." Summit touched his wound and cursed. "I'm a civilized person and don't use bad language, but what kind of rabbit is this? It actually bites." Suddenly, his body underwent a change and his eyes turned red. That scene sent chills down the viewers' spines. His eyes are red, he's going to turn into a rabbit. Someone joked. If that's true, you're a prophet. Back to the south of the zoo, Su Xiao was safe for the time being. He discovered a strange problem. The map said there were zebras, tigers, and goats here, but he didn't see a goat area. Rule 4 said the map is wrong. Let's check the east, can't jump to conclusions too early. In the elephant area, the elephants had red eyes and long rabbit ears. He doubted, why do they look so eerie? Like giant rabbits. Suddenly, a normal elephant walked over from a distance and began fighting with a mutated elephant. Viewers were confused. What's the situation? Is Su Xiao in danger? Su Xiao was also puzzled. After a while, the normal elephant fell to the ground and stopped moving. Viewers speculated whether the normal elephant was dead. Someone asserted it was certainly doomed, which was quite pitiful. Su Xiao pondered, I always feel like something is wrong. What the hell? 3 goats appeared before him and the mutated elephant was transforming. An elephant turned into goats and then the herd lost control and charged at the fence. Tourists screamed. It's the elephants, run. No, it's the goats gone mad. Help! The staff members tried to soothe them. Stay calm, there's a riot in the elephant area. Please follow us to the lion area, it's safer there. The tourists followed. Su Xiao pondered, how are they so obedient? Don't they have doubts? And why go to the lion area for an elephant riot? Didn't Rule 8 say the aquarium is safe? Su Xiao revealed a playful smile. But I don't mind going to take a look. There might be a good show. Viewers complained. The rabbits are wrong and the elephants are wrong too. Where is the aquarium? Does it really exist? Notification. Babulu of the non-soil nation has been devoured by the eerie countdown. Giant tentacles went on a rampage as people fled for their lives. How did he get eliminated? He ran around and got trampled to death by an elephant. What a frustrating way to die. It seems it's safer to follow the staff to the lion area. A girl countered. Watch Nikolai's live stream. The lion area is even more terrifying. Elsewhere, a door was locked. Nikolai panicked. Why is the door locked? He looked back. Behind him, a lion with sharp teeth was lunging at a defenseless woman. Viewers sighed. Too tragic. Another person comforted. Don't be sad. They might have died long ago and are just performing in this round. Screams were incessant. Help, let us out. Nikolai was furious. Are you treating us as lion fodder? He climbed over the wall to escape. The viewers' bullet chats flooded the screen once again. Someone said, this is bad. Su Xiao has become its target as well. Another person couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap, he's incredible, to be able to climb such a high wire fence. Other viewers also chimed in with their opinions. At least climbing up gave him a chance at survival. Staying below was just waiting for death. Su Xiao simply stood there calmly watching as a curious bullet chat surfaced. Can the Black General protect Su Xiao? There are 2 lions on the other side. The 2 lions' eyes glowed with a blood-red light, and they lunged at Su Xiao in an instant. Before long, the Black General in his arms opened its mouth. It used its tentacles to entwine them. The powerful tentacles struck out violently, attacking the ferocious lions in front. The first one, then the second, both were tightly strangled by those tentacles until they burst and spat blood. Immediately after, the Black General swallowed both lions into its stomach with extreme ease. Seeing this, Su Xiao couldn't help but marvel. How is that possible? Such large lions and you could just swallow them directly. After the Black General was full, it let out a comfortable, satisfied burp. It stuck out its tongue and licked the corners of its mouth. A viewer also exclaimed in surprise, holy crap, we actually got to see an eerie make a move. Somewhere, a man lost in thought spoke up. Su Xiao brought back a lot of information about eerie items last time. There's no need to be secretive now. Make it public immediately. The person next to him added right away, I hope Su Xiao can continue to bring back more information. One day we will be free from the oppression of the strange tale world. Suddenly, someone's hand slammed heavily onto the table, making a loud thud. A man shouted angrily, "Damn it, what kind of dumb luck does the Dragon Kingdom have to produce a genius like Su Xiao? He now has the help of two eerie entities. It's going to be very hard for us to catch up." In the US meeting room, everyone's eyes were fixed on Su Xiao on the large screen. The discussion continued, with a man complaining, "It's all that guy's fault for not trying hard enough in the last round and wasting another S-grade talent." The person next to him added, "What's the use of saying that now? All we can do is ensure our contestant clears the realm smoothly." Back to Su Xiao, he looked happily at the black general in his arms and praised it sincerely. "You really are incredible." Then, Su Xiao looked with some confusion at the man who was climbing the fence. He loudly ordered the black general to open the gate quickly. In an instant, the black general moved its tentacles forward and directly smashed the gate open. The gate was crashed open with extreme ease, and a viewer seeing this immediately marveled. "Heavens, although it's small in size, its power is terrifying." Su Xiao then ran out after it. As he ran, he thought to himself, "That man who climbed out just now is different from the other people in the zoo. He must be hiding some secret. I have to find out what's going on." Not long after, Su Xiao found the man. He was sitting on a bench ahead, clutching his head in helplessness. The man's body was shaking incessantly, as if he were being enveloped by some sense of dread. Su Xiao couldn't help but feel curious. "He looks completely desperate. What on earth happened here?" Su Xiao hid behind a tree, observing the young man who was buried in writing something on a piece of paper. Half an hour later, the young man left, leaving a note on the bench. Su Xiao thought to himself, "He left a note. I have to go see what he wrote." After confirming the young man was far away, Su Xiao walked over, picked up the note, and began to read. "I know I won't be able to escape this place alive. The zoo appeared out of nowhere, and it attracted us to walk inside. Entering this zoo was the worst decision I ever made. I got separated from my best friend. I can't find him. I'm lost. There is no exit to the zoo. This zoo is very eerie. They are all monsters that can transform. I saw with my own eyes a security guard turn into a fearless elephant and charge at those monsters to protect us. But unfortunately he failed. He was assimilated." Su Xiao was shocked when he read this part. The security guard turned into an elephant? Was it that normal elephant that was ganged up on and killed? The viewers also began to discuss fervently. Heavens, could it be that the animals in this zoo are actually transformed humans? That's unexpectedly touching. How can this be? There was more content at the end of the note. He continued reading. At the very end there were a few more lines. "I know we are all infected. I am very scared and desperate. It's been 3 days since I came in here. I don't know what kind of end awaits me. If you read this note, I hope you follow the rules. I hope it helps you leave this place. Remember, you must find the aquarium as soon as possible. It might actually exist." After reading it once, he analyzed silently. "It seems the exit might be at the aquarium. But where is the aquarium?" Viewers also chimed in with their opinions. "I think you should try asking the zoo staff. Maybe there's an answer there." "Stop dreaming. The Hydrangea Nation's contestant already tried, but the park staff said there is no aquarium in the zoo at all." Meanwhile, in the Grizzly Bear Nation's meeting room, the leader ordered them to hurry and use a reminder opportunity to let Nikolai find that note. It might be a key clue. The staff immediately took the order. The Hydrangea Nation's meeting room also issued an instruction. "It seems we have to remind our contestant to go get that note too." In the Asan Nation's meeting room, the high-level officials were scratching their heads and cursing, "Damn that summit. Did his brain malfunction at the critical moment? Didn't he see our reminder? What should we do?" The Argentine Nation's meeting room was no exception. They ordered a reminder to be sent to their contestant immediately. Back to Su Xiao's side, a notification suddenly rang out from the broadcast. "It is now 4:30 p.m. Tourists who need to eat can head to the shop ahead to enjoy delicious meat. Please note that the zoo will close at 6 p.m. If you are still in the park at that time, we will be unable to guarantee your safety in the event of an accident." Hearing the broadcast, he immediately set off to leave. "It's already 4 o'clock. I have to hurry to that shop. I don't want to go hungry." Su Xiao trotted along the path, running to the goat area in the east. He thought to himself, why would the goat area be here?" Thinking this, he glanced at the convenience store. "The shop is right there. I'll go buy something to eat first." As soon as he entered, the clerk greeted him warmly. "Welcome, we provide 3 free portions of goat meat and drinks every day. Please come in and pick whatever food you like," he responded politely. "Okay, thank you." He looked at the meat counter and pondered, "This goat meat looks very tempting. It's probably a local specialty prepared for tourists." He looked at Rule 6 of the tourist guidelines. "If you are hungry, you can take food from the vending machine. But if you don't want to vomit, please try to eat goat meat." After reading it, he revealed a smile and analyzed, "Rule 6 allows eating goat meat, but I didn't get it from the vending machine, so this still counts as a violation of the rules, which will grant the protection of my talent. Having meat to eat and protection at the same time, it's simply perfect. While Su Xiao was picking out meat, his gaze fell on a can of drink labeled rabbit blood. He wondered, what is this? Is it a drink? Saying this, he picked up the can of water and asked loudly, "Hey, what kind of drink is rabbit blood?" Hearing his question, the clerk answered stutteringly, "No, I don't know." A viewer commented, "This guy isn't normal, there's definitely a problem." Hearing Su Xiao ask about this eerie drink, the clerk immediately started collecting those cans. Viewers discussed among themselves, why is he taking away all the rabbit blood? Does everyone remember that rabbit that bit Summit? The staff took the rabbit away to handle it. Could this be its blood? Holy crap, you can only drink this at noon because you'll die sooner or later. On the other side, Nikolai of the Grizzly Bear Nation was also happily taking goat meat. Viewers continued the discussion. A normal person wouldn't drink that, right? That's right. The other contestants all found goat meat in the vending machines and didn't notice the rabbit blood at all. Just then, Summit also walked into the shop with a creepy smile on his face. Viewers also noticed him. Look, Summit has entered the shop. As soon as he entered, without saying a word, he walked straight toward that can of rabbit blood. He grabbed it and started chugging it down. As he drank, blood flowed from his eyes. He laughed manically, and the viewers couldn't bear to watch, saying, "Oh no, don't drink that." Suddenly, the screen signal was hit by interference, showing a notification. Asan Nation contestant Summit has been devoured by an eerie entity. The Strange Tale World countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Viewers immediately erupted at the sight. Heavens, that idiot Summit has killed us all. Sorry. I can't help but laugh out loud. Palms together, I pray for Buddha to forgive you. Ha ha ha. After a while, it was 10 p.m. Su Xiao sat in a chair with his legs crossed, holding the note and pondering silently, combining it with the content of the note. I guess this zoo gradually erodes human sanity and then assimilates them into that group of animals. The reminder in the rules to read "I am a human, not an animal" incorrectly is probably to prevent mental derangement from staying in the zoo too long. So one needs to stay clear-headed at all times. After thinking for a while, he put away the note and said dejectedly, "What a shame, I searched all day and couldn't find the aquarium. The staff all firmly deny its existence." He stood up and left. "It seems there are no more clues today. I'll go back to that shop to rest and make plans tomorrow." In the middle of the night, while Su Xiao was fast asleep, there was a sudden noise outside. He opened his eyes alertly, stood up and looked around. He found a person sitting outside and thought, that person is a staff member in black. Viewers took the chance to discuss. The rules say to stay away from staff in black. What is Su Xiao still standing there for? Su Xiao became a rule breaker right after reading the rules. When has he ever followed them? That black-clad staff member tinkered for a while, then picked up a pile of meat and started to run. Su Xiao immediately gave chase upon seeing this, as a series of questions flooded the chat box. Is that staff member here to steal meat? Eerie entities don't steal meat, right? Does that mean he's a normal human? That would mean Rule 7 is wrong, and I have to chase him down to ask clearly. Slow to type, but fast to act. Su Xiao had been in hot pursuit since just now. He followed the other party out. Suddenly that staff member ran into an alley. He was surprised. Strange, there was no such alley wall in the zoo during the day. Su Xiao didn't think too much and chased straight in. After turning into the alley, he was stunned. Damn it, it's a dead end. Where's the person? Just as he was wondering where the staff member had gone, he discovered another new note. Viewers sent bullet chats. Su Xiao found a new note again. Everyone guess what's written inside? Su Xiao read the note. The content was quite chaotic. I got lost while chasing a group of rabbits. By the time I realized it, my companions were gone. I had no choice but to ask the staff for help, but they didn't understand my helplessness. Rabbits are apes, elephants are rabbits. The 4 white lions in front are apes. The 5th white lion is a goat. During the day, the zoo protects normal people. At night, the aquarium protects the mildly infected. Always believe you are human, Su Xiao thought for a moment after reading. It seems this person was a friend of that tourist, but if he's a tourist, why is he wearing a zoo staff uniform? Or perhaps he changed clothes at the aquarium, and that place is a safe zone and very likely the exit of the zoo. He frowned and made a bold deduction. That path that just disappeared is the way to the aquarium. The analysis above makes sense. I bet you a penny. He reported it. Thomas of the U.S. also found that note. Others began to gossip. How did he get it? Did he use a talent? No. High-level U.S. officials sent a reminder. That person scoffed. I thought he was so great, but it turns out he's just a copycat following Su Xiao. He's not worth mentioning. This man is the U.S. contestant, Thomas. Several others were shocked. What happened? Why were 6 contestants eliminated all at once? An announcement was then transmitted. Contestants from the Hydrangea Nation, Argentine Nation and 4 other countries have been devoured by eerie entities. The Strange Tale World countdown began. Others started discussing, I know, I just finished watching JVT's live stream. He was attacked by a monster while sleeping on the bench. Fortunately, Su Xiao didn't choose to sleep on the bench. Time passed like this until the next night. Su Xiao leaned against a tree trunk. According to the viewers, Su Xiao had been waiting here all day. Why hasn't that path appeared yet? Another person entered the comments. What's the rush? Even he isn't in a hurry. You're like a eunuch worrying for the emperor. Suddenly, Su Xiao noticed movement behind him and looked back. It was a group of elephants and rabbits charging toward him with shouts coming from behind. Stop! A staff member ran over and asked Su Xiao for help. Quick, help me block them. Su Xiao remembered Rule 3. If you see staff chasing animals, please step forward to help. He will be very grateful to you. Su Xiao walked over without hesitation and said to the staff member, no problem, I'll definitely help. He shoved his hands into his pockets, then swaggered around to the back of the man's neck and said the second half of the sentence, Psych, I'm not helping you. The animals behind started fighting, and the viewers were all amused by him, as expected of big boss Su Xiao. Meanwhile, a man was acting restless. Faster! Several brave contestants chose to help the zoo staff, assisting them in driving the animals back into their cages. Some people were wearing rabbit hats, but these contestants never expected that the person in the rabbit hat would suddenly turn around, revealing a pair of glowing eyes. The followers were instantly startled. My God, what is that thing? A rabbit spirit? Regardless of what it was only a matter of time before these contestants lost their lives. In the dark night, a wretched scream echoed from the wild, desolate mountains. The contestants who had just helped were surrounded by this group of people in rabbit hats. They were holding giant hammers and walking over to smash the contestants. Viewers were not surprised by this. I told you they were doomed sooner or later. Turns out I was right. The system notification for 3 contestants rang out, devoured by eerie entities. The Strange Tale World countdown started from 10. They all felt it was a pity. Just then, that path also appeared. Look, the path has shown up. It was consistent with the time yesterday. Seeing the path appear, Su Xiao walked in. Following this path will definitely lead to the aquarium. I hope my deduction is correct. Followers all prayed for Big Boss Su Xiao. Thomas was also groping around everywhere with his note at this time. He charged toward the destination at a very fast speed. The audience watched with great interest. Thomas also entered that path based on the note's hints. If this is the exit, he'll have to call Su Xiao Daddy. Nikolai walked onto a path and wondered, where does this path lead? He scratched his head and thought. I come here often, but I remember there's no road here. Viewers began to comment, Nikolai's luck is just too insane. He can stumble upon the aquarium even by walking randomly. Currently, only the 3 of them have discovered this path. It seems the other contestants are in danger. Another person reminded, stop marveling there. Su Xiao has already reached the aquarium. Su Xiao looked up at the rule board. Viewers also noticed this. What are the rules written above the entrance? The aquarium visit guidelines are as follows. Rule 1. The aquarium has a lounge in the maintenance area. You can go there to rest. The food here is all free and self-service. There's no need to eat goat meat. However, you will see various high-priced food items on the shelves. Rule 2. There is only one path to the aquarium. After entering the aquarium, the maximum stay is 3 days. Additionally, you must stay here for at least 1 full day. Rule 3. This is an aquarium. There will be marine life. If you see elephants swimming in the whale area, please do not panic. That is just a 3D image. Please treat it as a whale. Rule 4. There are no people in the aquarium. You can take the black uniform at the door and wear it. This is the only way for staff to receive distress signals. Rule 5. Aquarium staff wear red uniforms. They will come over to clean at 12 o'clock midnight. You can talk to him, but you must not mention anything related to the zoo. Rule 6. The aquarium exists independently. There is no zoo outside. Rule 7. After the cleaner finishes cleaning, the sailor will also leave at 6 a.m. During this period, you must not leave the aquarium. The aquarium visit guidelines are as follows. Rule 1. The aquarium has a lounge located in the maintenance area. You may go there to rest. The food here is free and self-service. There is no need to eat goat meat. However, you will see various high-priced food items on the shelves. Rule 2. There is only one path leading to the aquarium. Once you enter, the maximum stay is 3 days. Furthermore, you must stay here for at least 1 full day. Rule 3. This is an aquarium. There will be marine life. If you see an elephant swimming in the whale tank, do not panic. That is merely a 3D projection. Please treat it as a whale. Rule 4. There are no people in the aquarium. You may take and wear the black uniform at the entrance. This is the only way for employees to receive distress signals. Rule 5. Aquarium employees wear red uniforms. They will come to clean at 12 o'clock midnight. You may speak with them, but you must not mention anything related to the zoo. Rule 6. The aquarium exists independently. There is no zoo outside. Rule 7. After the cleaner finishes, the sailor will also leave at 6 a.m. During this period, you must not leave the aquarium. After reading the rules, Su Xiao looked down at the box containing the black uniform. He pondered for a moment, recalling that the person he encountered earlier was wearing black. From this he deduced that Rule 4 was highly likely to be correct. However, since his nature was to act contrary to the rules, he could not wear this garment. Thus he walked into the aquarium wearing his casual clothes. As soon as he entered, he saw an elephant drowning in a water tank. Other viewers watching the live stream debated whether this was the drowning elephant mentioned in Rule 3. Su Xiao thought for a while. This was truly bizarre. This clearly wasn't some projection, but a real drowned elephant. He recalled Rule 3, this is an aquarium with only marine life. If you see an elephant swimming in the whale area, do not panic. It's just a 3D image. Treat it as a whale. He continued walking further in, intending to observe more before deciding. He reached the lounge, turned the doorknob and walked inside. Inside the room were a bed and a jellyfish tank. His hand touched the glass surface of the tank. Watching these jellyfish made his spirit feel much more relaxed. The previous note mentioned that this place would protect mildly infected individuals. Could it be referring to these jellyfish? He stared at them for a moment, and suddenly, a wave of sleepiness washed over him. He let out a long yawn. He was too tired, and with a bed right there, Su Xiao didn't hesitate to lie down and fall asleep. Whatever, it was comfortable. He'd sleep first. After a while he was suddenly startled awake. He looked up to see the black general holding a notebook in its mouth, letting out woof-woof barks. "What do you have in your mouth? A notebook?" He immediately took the notebook from the black general's mouth. He flipped through the pages and saw the content inside. "I am an employee at the zoo. Since working here, I have had the same dream every night. This dream is eerie, yet it feels uncannily real." After reading this, Su Xiao felt confused. What zoo? Other viewers were also astonished. Holy crap, what's wrong with Big Boss Su Xiao? Has he lost his memory? What now? In a place like this, losing your memory is no different from losing your life. Calm down, keep reading. He continued to the next page. "In the dream I turned into a drowned elephant. In the dream that elephant whispered to me, 'Don't you want to escape?' Because of this story I can't concentrate on my work at all. I really suspect I've gone mad. While working at the zoo I was forced to follow some strange rules. Moreover, I heard that the employees who didn't follow the rules all disappeared. They didn't quit. They vanished completely from the world. According to the rules I must always remember that the zoo exists independently, and there is no aquarium here. But tourists often ask me, 'Where is the aquarium?' I can only smile and tell them there is no aquarium in the zoo. In this zoo, some extra animals often appear out of nowhere. These animals are usually very strange, and their numbers are increasing. Many times I feel suspicious, but I know I'm not allowed to let my thoughts wander. I just need to do my job to keep living. I can't take it anymore. I've decided, remember, you are a human, not a..." After reading, he thought for a while. Only the zoo was mentioned here, and he seemed to have forgotten something. He reached out and grabbed a pen from the table. He needed to find a pen. He then wrote that sentence on his own arm. This sentence felt familiar. It had to be a key point for clearing the realm. To prevent forgetting it again, writing it on his arm was the safest way. Viewers commented, "The big boss is so diligent. See what else is written in the notebook." Exactly. Look at the rest of the notebook. I can't wait. Su Xiao then flipped to the next page, which read as follows. "Hello, congratulations on finding the aquarium. You have also found this note I left behind. Who I am doesn't matter, but you must remember what I say next, especially the important parts. Use whatever method you can to write them in the most prominent place. The jellyfish in the lounge can heal mildly infected people, but at the same time they will unintentionally take away part of your memory. Of course, perhaps that's not it. This is just my subjective thought. The zoo exists. The path to the zoo only appears at specific times and for a very short duration. Perhaps you no longer remember the zoo, but that's okay, as long as you can enter the aquarium. The zoo is no longer important. The following content is very important to you, because it concerns whether you can escape this place." Su Xiao immediately admonished himself. He could not sleep. He had to stay awake at all times. You cannot sleep at night, not even for a nap. Although the jellyfish in the room will make you feel drowsy, you must stay awake by any means necessary. This is very important. Su Xiao then said to his companions nearby, "From now on, if you see any sign of me getting sleepy, you must wake me up immediately, no matter what method you use." The black general barked once in agreement. As Su Xiao flipped through the subsequent pages, a thought suddenly struck him. There was more content. It read as follows: "Always remember, you are human, not an animal." Around 12 o'clock midnight, an aquarium employee will enter the lounge to turn off the lights of the jellyfish tank. At this time, you must pretend to sleep. At 5 a.m. the next morning, the employee will enter the lounge again. If you are awake at this time, go and talk to him. It is best to talk about things related to the zoo. The exit is right here in the aquarium. At 5:30 a.m. the aquarium employee will get off work. Follow him. Congratulations, perhaps you have already found your way home. After reading, he reminded himself that he needed to record important things on his arm as quickly as possible to avoid forgetting. The comment section erupted in joy. Fortunately, the Black General found these 2 notebooks. Big Boss Su Xiao can easily find a way to escape the zoo. Thank you, Black General, for saving the Dragon Kingdom. Fist and palm salute emoji. Meanwhile, Nikolai of the Grizzly Bear Nation was fast asleep and gradually losing his memories of the zoo. Suddenly he startled awake, grabbed the notebook on the table and shouted, "Oh ho, my good luck has exploded again. I found the notes by accident and know the way to get out." However, he simply put the book away and did not record any important information. The comment section lamented, "Oh, Nikolai is so smart. Unlike Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom who writes things on his arm. It's so stupid. Why write on your arm when you have the notebook in hand? Just check the book when you need to." People from the East Island Nation and the Kimchi Nation. I hope you remember what you just said. Don't blame me for not warning you when you get slapped in the face later. The screen cut to Thomas. He was focused on reading the notebook in his hand. The viewers were very curious, calling out to each other, "Hey, everyone look, Thomas of the US found 2 other notebooks. I wonder if they have the escape method. Open them and see." On the pages was written, "I am an aquarium employee. I often work the night shift. I start at 12 a.m. and finish at 5:30 a.m. As an employee, I must always follow the rules. The aquarium exists independently, and there is no zoo here. Employees who violated the rules have all disappeared completely. At first I thought it was just a joke to scare people, but one day I saw a drowned elephant in the whale tank. No matter how much tourists ask, I have to say there is no zoo here. I know they will soon forget about the zoo because the jellyfish here caused them to lose part of their memories. A tourist once discovered this place by accident. He asked me about the zoo, and I strongly denied its existence. He soon lost interest. According to regulations, I enter the room to turn off the jellyfish tank lights. But when I went to work the next day, I suddenly found that tourist had vanished. I have never seen him since," Thomas said disappointedly. "It's gone, no useful information at all." The comment section also exploded. "Damn it, why didn't it explain how that tourist escaped? Ha ha ha, all that effort just to find a useless book. Thomas, I really pity you." He continued to pick up the remaining one. "Let's see this one." A person left a reminder, "Dragon Kingdom people, don't get too smug." Thomas has another one. It must have the escape method. The content was as follows: "I am the zoo manager. Not long after starting work I realized the zoo was not normal at all. First, tourists often disappeared for no reason. Then my employees began to resign inexplicably. My work became a mess. While supervising employees I often saw them chasing a group of rabbits. But I don't know how the rabbits escaped their cages. I often work until midnight, but whenever night falls I hear children playing and laughing in the zoo. I thought my ears were ringing because the sound came from the rabbit area. I discovered a secret of the zoo. I cannot leave this place. It has imprisoned me. No one who enters the zoo can escape alive. Be sure to remember the following 3 points, as they will affect you at all times. Do not try to figure out what it is. Do not be assimilated by it. Remember, you are human, not an animal. If you are lucky enough to escape this place, please say hello to the new day for me." Thomas roared even more furiously. "Damn it, this one doesn't say how to escape either," the comment section mocked. "Holy crap, how can Thomas's luck be this bad?" He began to grit his teeth. "No, I haven't lost yet. I still have my talent. I can still use it. It was an A- grade talent, stealer. A stealer can steal a useful piece of information from another contestant." He then directly tore off a piece of blank paper. Aiming at his target with 2 fingers, he chose Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom. Words began to manifest on the paper. He was astonished, and the comment section boiled over. "Great, great. Thomas is about to know the escape method. That waste who only relies on despicable means to pass." But the handwriting on the paper left him stunned. What does this insidious person want? In his dreams, viewers left gloating messages. What does it mean? What happened? How did he steal something like that? Ha ha ha, it's truly a silent kill. Someone commented angrily, "Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom, I am irreconcilable with you." Thomas meanwhile flew into a thunderous rage, crumpled the paper into a ball, and decisively threw it away. The comment section was very confused. What exactly happened? Su Xiao clearly didn't do anything just now. It seems the Black General did it. I saw the Black General making gestures at the air just now. It even gave Su Xiao a smug wink just now. Viewers cheered excitedly. Holy crap, the Black General can ignore Thomas's talent too strong. Not just strong, but its insults are pretty top tier too. Hee hee. Heavens, I want a pet like this too. Su Xiao finished eating his biscuits and clapped his hands in satisfaction. Suddenly his eyelids began to fight and he was yawning incessantly. Seeing this, the comment section warned, Su Xiao seems to be getting sleepy, he absolutely cannot sleep. Just as Su Xiao let out a few yawns, the cloth doll flew up and pulled his hair. The black general bit one of his hands, making him cry out in pain. Not only was he not angry, but he also praised them repeatedly. Well done. These jellyfish seem to have a hypnotic effect. Whatever you do, don't let me fall asleep. The comment section was deeply impressed by this spirit. It was brutal. Su Xiao's arm is already covered in bloody marks. There's no choice, they have to bite for real now. Once he falls into a deep sleep, it'll be very hard to wake him. Big Boss Su Xiao is fighting for the Dragon Kingdom. He is a hero to us all. At 12:05 a.m. on the third day, he was lying on the bed pretending to be asleep when a person in dark clothing pushed the door open with a creak and walked in. The person took an object, turned around and left, not forgetting to close the door. Su Xiao immediately opened his eyes. He sat up abruptly, thinking, according to the notes, the employee won't enter the lounge again until 5 a.m. Now I just need to hold on until 5:30 a.m. Once the employee returns, I can leave this place. The screen shifted to Nikolai, who was currently shouting excitedly, Son of a bitch, where did the notebook go? The comment section was amused to see him like this. Big Boss Su Xiao is indeed the one we can trust. What happened to Nikolai? He was also pretending to be asleep, but something seems to have gone wrong. Ha ha ha. He would never guess in a million years that the kind employee just now thought the notebook was trash and threw it away. He quickly grabbed a pen and paper, his tone very urgent. No, I have to stay calm right now. I have to write down what I remember. Viewers commented with great satisfaction. Good man Nikolai, hurry and write, there's still hope for us. But in reality, his mind was already in a state of self-doubt. Wait, why did I take these things? What was I planning to do with them? Then Nikolai just ignored it all, lay back on the bed, covered himself with the quilt and began to sleep. So tired. I'll deal with it when I wake up tomorrow. The comment section was utterly helpless. Holy crap, why did Nikolai go to bed? Didn't the notebook say you can't sleep? Don't you all understand yet? Those jellyfish cause hallucinations and hypnosis. Nikolai can be considered a real-life example of letting victory slip through his fingers. Hey, where are all those people who were calling Su Xiao's efforts useless? Why are you all silent now? Meanwhile, Thomas of the US, having found no escape method, also fell into a deep sleep under the influence of the jellyfish. At 5:20 a.m. on Su Xiao's side, he appeared exhausted from insomnia. The door quietly opened again. An employee walked in and was startled to see him, stammering, You're awake? Su Xiao smiled as if he had seen gold, secretly rejoicing. Great, it's finally over. Without hesitation, Su Xiao got straight to the point. The zoo is real, right? Can you really go home after work? The employee backed away in fear, saying awkwardly, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Then, in a panic, he turned and bolted, letting out a cry. I'm leaving, goodbye. How could Su Xiao let this opportunity pass? He immediately chased after him with the cloth doll and the black general, silently chanting, Now I just need to follow him to get out of the zoo. A worried viewer posted a comment praying for his safety. Su Xiao is badly injured and can't take any more trouble. Pray that he can get out smoothly. Su Xiao chased the male employee at high speed. The man was frantically pushing open the door at the end of the corridor, preparing to escape. Seeing this, he was certain that was likely the door. Pushing it open, Su Xiao stepped out. Below was nothing but water. A system notification manifested. Congratulations on escaping the zoo. Rating 5 stars. Reward: Jellyfish Pendant, Eerie Resistance 2, Current Resistance 4. Reward description: the jellyfish pendant is a part of it. The pendant can help you relieve tension and anxiety while preventing you from losing yourself. Su Xiao looked at the glowing little jellyfish in his hand and muttered to himself, can relieve tension and anxiety. He smiled slightly, thinking, great, the talent can protect the body from eerie contamination. This pendant can protect the mind from eerie influence, so Mom won't have to worry about me encountering anything bad. The external system also announced, Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom has cleared the realm. Rating 5 stars. The Dragon Kingdom will not be attacked by the Strange Tale rules. Additionally, a bonus reward has been obtained. The disease rate in the Dragon Kingdom has decreased by 20. The onlookers cheered excitedly. Su Xiao cleared it, another 5 star, truly god tier. The disease rate decreased by 20. My neighbor who's been paralyzed for years can now walk and climb trees normally. In the Dragon Kingdom meeting room, they were cheering and screaming with excitement. Quick, immediately dispatch an elite squad to receive Su Xiao. Furthermore, invite the top specialists to treat his injuries. No, we should go and receive him personally. I understand that Su Xiao is now far more important than us old fogies. Meanwhile, in the Grizzly Bear Nation's meeting room, people were planning how to secure future interests. Regrettably, our Nikolai lost to that youth. In the end, only Su Xiao managed to escape alive. Notify the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. During this time, we must strengthen diplomacy with the Dragon Kingdom. No matter the cost, we must establish a good relationship with them. In the United States meeting room, those heads of state were slamming the table and roaring in a towering rage. Damn it, it's Su Xiao again. The Dragon Kingdom is truly as tenacious as a leech. Even after 5 consecutive failures, they managed to turn the tide. Could it be that even heaven is helping them? Convene a top-level emergency meeting immediately. We need to re-examine the data regarding eerie items. Next time, the United States absolutely cannot lose again. 3 days later, at the foot of Mount Dale, Su Xiao was teleported to the mountain's base. The system announcement showed the participating nations for this challenge included the Dragon Kingdom, the United States, the Paris Nation, the Asan Nation, the Kimchi Nation, and the East Island Nation. The location for this challenge was Mount Dale. Su Xiao was currently looking around when the system broadcast again that following a series of tourist disappearance incidents. Mount Dale has been closed for 2 years. However, due to its beautiful scenery, it still attracts many visitors. This is its territory, and it warmly welcomes tourists here. Of course, if you don't mind becoming its slave, please remember that you must leave Mount Dale within 3 days. If you fail to do so, please believe that it will be very happy to keep you here. The outside world is allowed one opportunity to send a reminder. At this time, attentive viewers noticed that a sign was displaying the rules. Su Xiao also realized that what was written here was Rules Set A Mountaineering Rules Set A 1. Once you ascend Mount Dale, if you hear someone behind you calling your name, do not turn back under any circumstances. 2. Do not count your steps during the ascent. 3. There are unmanned vending points along the way. You may take souvenirs home, but you must absolutely not eat the food there. 4. The forest land in the mountains is extremely dangerous. Please do not leave the mountaineering path at will. 5. All Dale Village residents have moved away. If you encounter someone claiming to be a resident of Dale Village, do not engage in conversation. Leave immediately. Su Xiao broke into a cold sweat, wondering to himself, does that mean there's also a rule set B? He then slowly moved upward, intending to continue searching for new information. A few minutes later, Su Xiao saw a sign on the mountain. You have walked 100 meters. Mount Dale is 10,000 meters in total length. Keep it up, he asked doubtfully. I've walked for so long and it's only 100 meters, so he counted as he walked. 1 meter, 2 meters, muttering to himself to count carefully and see if it was accurate. The comment section erupted. Rule 2 states you cannot count steps during the ascent. Su Xiao is definitely violating the rule on purpose. Damn that Su Xiao, he's going to fail sooner or later. I curse him. Kimchi Nation people, stop nagging here. What can the Eerie do to the big boss? Those viewers continued to hurl curses. Hee hee, Su Xiao has met a tricky Eerie this time, he's dead for sure. His luck wouldn't be that bad, would it? This Eerie really is making a move on Su Xiao. Suddenly a voice called from behind. Su Xiao, Su Xiao. The system displayed Rule 1. Once you ascend Mount Dale, if you hear someone behind you calling your name, do not turn back under any circumstances. But he pretended not to remember, turning his head back to ask, who? There was no one behind him, and the comment section was buzzing. Hey, did everyone notice? The tourists who started with him have all disappeared. Holy crap, don't scare me. I'm curled up in a ball. Su Xiao reached out his hand, casting a summoning spell to create a magic circle. System prompt, you have summoned the Black General. He smiled and said, Black General, follow behind me. If you see something trying to approach me, I don't care who it is, just bite them. It barked a few times, signaling its acceptance of the mission. A roadside sign displayed, you have walked 800 meters. The total length of the mountaineering path is 10,000 meters. Keep it up. Su Xiao was sweating profusely and panting with exhaustion. His attention was drawn to an automatic vending machine. He was very confused, thinking that these souvenirs were all new and the food hadn't expired. Clearly, someone had just placed the food here. In other words, besides tourists, there were also staff members. Mount Dale has been banned for tourists. Why are there still staff members working? The voice calling him sounded from behind again. Su Xiao, Su Xiao. He immediately turned back, but once again saw no one. He was irritable. That damn voice seemed to be getting closer. Su Xiao gradually became tense, his mind a mess. Strange, can the Black General not hear that voice? Could it be the it mentioned in the rules? Suddenly, a violent vibration made him clutch his head and shout, Ah, my head is so dizzy. The jellyfish on his necklace suddenly glowed. Su Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Phew, seems I've snapped out of it. Fortunately, the necklace protected him from its mental influence. He frowned. Even the Black General couldn't hear the voice, which proved this Eerie was even more terrifying. He couldn't lower his guard. Subsequently, he pressed the button on the automatic vending machine, immediately violating Rule 3. There are unmanned vending points along the way at Mount Dale. You may take souvenirs home, but you must absolutely not eat the food there. Su Xiao smiled smugly. So what if I violate Rule 3? I have my talent for protection anyway. He looked to the side and found that another sign had appeared immediately. You have walked 1,500 meters. On it was a map of Mount Dale. Dale Village Inn, Dragonchant Pond, and Dragonmouth Cave. He secretly wondered why there was a map of Mount Dale this time, rubbing his chin and pondering, why isn't the finish line for Mount Dale visible on the map? Just then, Rule 5 manifested. All Dale Village residents have moved away. If you encounter someone claiming to be a resident of Dale Village, they are highly likely to be staff members. Do not engage in conversation. Leave immediately. Just then, 2 people were walking upward. He was startled, thinking people. Then a meaningful smile curled the corners of his mouth. What was there to fear? Why not try talking to them? No sooner said than done. He shouted loudly, "Hey!" Then he acted very friendly. "You must be residents of Dale Village, right?" They rubbed their heads sheepishly. Yes, we are from Dale Village, part of the Dale Village Patrol." Su Xiao sized them up. He asked in a soft, suspicious tone, "The Dale Village Patrol?" Then he questioned them with a beaming face. "Then why are you taking the side paths instead of the mountaineering path?" The 2 strangers hurried to find an excuse. We're used to the side paths. It's more convenient for patrolling." "Ah, you're a tourist visiting Mount Dale, right? If you want to get to the summit faster, just follow the path beneath your feet and go straight." One of them pointed behind and said, "Also, you must go to the Mountain God Temple." Su Xiao turned in the direction they pointed and asked, "Where is this Mountain God Temple?" Seeing that the opportunity had arrived, the 2 immediately made a swift departure. They looked at him as if they were seeing a ghost, fleeing in fear. "Faster, faster, run while he's not paying attention." Seeing this, Su Xiao laughed and said, "Maybe I can learn from these villagers," and so he went deep into the forest. The comment section buzzed with discussion. Heaven's Rule 4 says the forest land in the mountains is dangerous, and one should not leave the mountaineering path without permission. Su Xiao wants to violate the rules again. I want to ask who else dares? Indeed, no one dares. I've checked the channels of the other contestants. They've all encountered villagers one after another. Some were scared off, while others gathered the courage to speak with them and learned about the Mountain God Temple. But they don't dare imitate the villagers by taking the side paths. Just then, the East Island Nation's contestant Kudo Mayo spoke up with a flush of humility. "Hello, excuse me." The audience was shocked. Wait, why didn't anyone realize from the start that the East Island contestant was a girl? Someone sent a message saying the girl looked a bit nervous and felt like she was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Over here, Su Xiao had just emerged from the bushes, and the comments shifted back to him. "Aw, forget that girl. Su Xiao is back. What happened? Is something wrong with the side path?" He looked back with a serious frown, thinking, even though I walked in a straight line after entering the forest, I still ended up back where I started. It seems that to reach the summit, the mountaineering path is the only way. Su Xiao walked for a while and then stopped, suddenly spotting new rules. Content. Notice for tourists ascending Mount Dale Set B, 6. The management office has never set up unmanned vending points. If you see one, you should not take anything from it and should immediately report it to the mountain guards. 7. During the ascent, if you see a pavilion, please leave immediately. Do not touch anything inside. 8. If you feel someone is following you or hear unusual sounds, please go to Dragonchant Pond to wash your face and rinse your mouth, but be careful not to drink the water from the pond. 9. Dragonmouth Cave is an ideal resting point on Mount Dale. You may seek help from the mountain guards there. 10. Do not trust anyone. Someone wondered, why is Rule 10 so strange? The comment section was excitedly discussing, "Ha ha ha, come and watch the show. The Kimchi Nation's contestant is in trouble." What's the situation? Could he be influenced by the eerie voice? High-level officials of the Kimchi Nation, hurry and send a reminder to snap him out of it. The reason was that the Kimchi Nation's contestant, Park Guk-chang, was wailing in pain while clutching his head. "Ah, you bastard, stop talking, stop talking." In the Kimchi Nation's meeting room, people were in a chaotic mess. Damn it, the jellyfish necklace helped Su Xiao cancel out the Erie's influence. "We don't have that kind of necklace, so sending a reminder is useless. The East Island contestant hasn't broken yet. Keep going, Park Guk-chang," he stammered distractedly. Stop talking." Then he fled in a panic, screaming loudly, "I want to get out of here. Let me out. If I can't move forward, I'll go back to the entrance. I can definitely escape from there." Seeing Park Guk-chang desperately running back, the comment section flooded with messages. That logic is truly unique. As Big Boss Su Xiao would say, this guy is a real genius. Although Park Guk-chang's behavior is strange, I feel like there's nothing wrong with it. Ridiculous. Does this guy think the Erie are that stupid? Will the world of strange tales really accept this kind of cheating? The number of viewers reached 999,999 at this point. What do you know? If this method works, so what? Park Guk-chang will be the first to clear the realm. This action attracted many viewers. His popularity was almost overtaking Su Xiao's. Probably impossible if he succeeds. Half an hour later, Park Guk-chang was panting and out of breath. Why have I been running for so long and still haven't seen the roadside markers? The comment section was mocking him. I feel like the time and space where Park Gukchang is located have stagnated. He's like running on a treadmill. Ha ha ha. Doesn't that mean he'll never be able to leave there? In the Kimchi Nation's meeting room, the administrator roared in a fury. You bastard, you didn't even seize such a great opportunity. If you could succeed, we would grant you whatever you wanted. But unfortunately, you didn't try at all. Go notify the entire nation. Be prepared, for the strange tale rules are about to descend. Meanwhile, Su Xiao had already reached a pavilion with a sign marked 3,000 meters. Without hesitation, he walked straight inside, immediately violating the rule. During the ascent, if you see a pavilion, please leave immediately. You must not touch anything inside. Not only did he enter, but he also sat directly on a chair. Turning his head to look into the distance, he found, there were 2 slips of paper. The content of the first note was as follows. I am a member of the Dale Village Patrol. May the mountain god protect us. I am responsible for patrolling the area around Dale Village and the mountaineering path. According to village rules, we cannot have too much contact with others, especially tourists. During patrols, it is inevitable that we encounter mountaineering tourists. They usually ask us strange questions, but according to the resident code, we cannot communicate with them for too long. We only need to tell them to follow the mountaineering path straight to reach the mountain god temple. Our village has a communal canteen where residents of other groups also eat. But every time, the canteen makes an extra dish. Furthermore, we absolutely must not touch that dish. I heard this dish is made for the Dale Inn. The water from Dragon Chant Pond is drinkable. We often use it as a beverage. Does the mountain god temple really exist? It no longer exists now. The other note read, leave Mount Dale, strange inn, disappear to the mountain god temple, no end. Do not trust anyone. After reading, Su Xiao frowned and thought to himself, both notes repeatedly mentioned the Dale Inn and the mountain god temple. These 2 places might be the key to clearing the realm. Furthermore, Austin from the US, Isla from the UK, Claude from Paris, Duran from Asan and several other contestants from small countries chose to enter the pavilion and picked up these 2 slips of paper. However, the East Island nation's Kudo Mayo, suffering from severe mental influence, chose to stay away from the pavilion. Seeing her pale face as she left, the comment section felt regret. She missed such important information. This girl will likely find it hard to hold on until the end. Look, Su Xiao has encountered a staff member. He walked to a place with a Dragon Chant Pond sign, which also stated, drinking pond water is strictly prohibited. Beside it, a man was squatting, scooping water. Su Xiao made a friendly suggestion. Hello, could you lend me your water bottle? The man was terrified and flatly refused. No, absolutely not. Just then, he violated Rule 8 again. If you feel someone is following you or hear unusual sounds, please go to Dragon Chant Pond to wash your face and rinse your mouth. Note, you must absolutely not drink the water from the pond. But Su Xiao didn't care at all, even revealing a cunning smile as he thought, hee, if it's not for drinking, why is he taking the water back? Rule 8 is probably false. He then spoke, don't be like that. Then under the other person's astonished gaze, he directly snatched the water bottle. Give it here. He then gulped it down to quench his thirst. The comment section practically burst into laughter at this scene. Su Xiao directly snatched the guy's water bottle, so decisive, that employee is stunned. Su Xiao, what are you doing? Finally, refreshed, he said with a smile. Thanks. The man pointed at his face, stammering, you. He could only watch Su Xiao's departing back, thinking the man was like. The comment section cheered excitedly. Holy crap, Su Xiao's movements were fluid. I love him so much. Cool is cool, but can the water in the pond really be drunk? Nothing will happen, right? I see he's much more refreshed. Rule 8 was probably just a scare tactic. The man remained kneeling on the ground with his hands clasped in prayer, asking for the mountain god's protection. Most contestants didn't dare drink the water from Dragon Chant Pond. Only a few clear-headed contestants decided to drink after careful consideration. Kudomeo's bloodshot eyes were wide now. As she ran, she screamed in terror, "No, don't come over, butterflies!" In the East Island Nation's meeting room, those inside saw this and said, "Kudomeo seems to be going insane. We need to send a reminder quickly. Tell her to drink the pond water, maybe it'll clear her head." Just then, Kudomeo was frantically clutching her head and wailing piteously, "Don't come over, I'll fight you." The comment section was filled with worry. It's over. She didn't see the reminder. The East Island Nation always tries to save the reminder for the last moment. Now look, they can't save Kudomeo. System prompt: East Island Nation contestant Kudomeo has been devoured by the Eerie. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Viewers continue to leave messages. What a pity. She's the first one to be knocked out at Mount Dale. The high-level officials of the East Island Nation are truly beasts. If they had sent the reminder earlier, they might have still seen her. On Su Xiao's side, he walked past a sign that read, "You have walked 6,000 meters. The total length of the mountaineering path is 10,000 meters. Keep it up." He wiped the sweat from his forehead and then asked, "What's wrong, Black General? Did you suddenly discover something?" for before Su Xiao a house with a sign reading Dale Inn had appeared. The audience burst into heated discussion. Holy crap, the Dale Inn is real. The surroundings are completely engulfed in black mist. I'm certain this place is abnormal. Su Xiao felt his consciousness beginning to blur under the influence of those enticing voices. Come here, come here. Just as he was about to step toward the building, his jellyfish pendant suddenly emitted a brilliant glow, snapping him back to reality. He bent over, exhausted, gasping for breath. The Dale Inn is truly eerie, he thought. If not for the jellyfish pendant, I might have walked right in. The comment section erupted. Hey, what do you think would happen if a chosen one actually went inside? Go in? Are you kidding? No one would go in unless their brain was fried. Hey, turns out there really is someone like that. At that moment, Claude of the Paris Nation was walking straight toward the entrance. In the Paris Nation's meeting room, the high-level officials shouted in a panic, "Use the reminder opportunity immediately." They desperately tried to tell Claude to leave, but he remained in a daze, seemingly possessed. No matter how frantically the viewers warned him to stay away from the Dale Inn immediately, it was to no avail. The allure of the Dale Inn was no laughing matter. Didn't the rules say one must absolutely not turn back? Because Austin and Isla hadn't turned back, they weren't seduced by the inn. It seemed Su Xiao was the most capable after all. However, it didn't matter if one had turned back before. Suddenly, Claude snapped out of his trance. Looking at a slip of paper in his hand, he muttered in confusion, this note, when did it get into my hand?" The note began with, "If you have unfortunately entered the Dale Inn and wish to escape, execute the following plan. Inside the hotel, if you encounter employees from other departments, claim to be from the hotel security detail. This is extremely important. Your mission is to scout the interior of the hotel. You must absolutely not let them discover your true identity." Claude was startled. What does this mean? He thought. Am I being asked to be a spy? The audience was also incredibly curious, with bullet chats flooding the screen. According to the note, he had to deliver the gathered intelligence to the mountain god temple. This implied someone would be there to meet him. Is it another chosen one? If so, will Austin team up with our Su Xiao this round? Makes sense. Let's keep watching. Below on the note it read, "As long as you can deliver the intelligence to the mountain god temple and place it before the divine statue, you will receive the mountain god's blessing. Otherwise you will be targeted by it. Inside the hotel you will not be affected by it. But once you leave you must be careful. Before completing the mission you must not even think about escaping the hotel. No matter where you run you will ultimately return here. You have no room for error. This task is extremely difficult. During its execution, trust no one." Claude let out a smug, cold sneer. Crumpling the note he said, "I don't know if the contents are true or false, but since I can't escape this place anyway, I might as well try to believe it once. My talent happens to be perfect for a place like this." The comment section was filled with skepticism. What talent? No idea, we'll have to wait for him to show it. In the meeting room, analysts took turns speaking. The situation doesn't seem as bad as we thought. The Dale Inn might be an alternative choice for clearing this round. It seems we should notify the Dragon Kingdom's high-level officials as soon as possible. Although relations between our nations are average, perhaps we can cooperate in this round. Meanwhile, other contestants attracted by the Dale Inn only wanted to flee, completely failing to notice the notes in their hands. One person screamed in a panic while running, "I don't want to complete any mission. I want to leave. Let me out." But inside the hotel, the moment they made a move to escape, it drew the attention of the lurking employees. Ultimately, none of them managed to flee the Dale Inn. At this point, the system prompt appeared for Su Xiao. "You have walked 8,000 meters. The total length of the mountaineering path is 10,000 meters. Keep it up." Rule 9 of Mountaineering Rule Set B. Dragon Mouth Cave is an ideal resting point on Mount Dale. You may seek help from the mountain guards there. He reached the base of the mountain and saw two signs pointing in different directions, Mountaineering Path and Dragon Mouth Cave, along with an 8,000 meters marker. Su Xiao wondered, Dragon Mouth Cave? He then walked straight toward it, a playful smile curling his lips. Since I can't seek help, I'll go see for myself, he thought. But suddenly he realized he was still standing in the exact same spot. He cried out, "Wait, how am I back here?" He continued to try. "If it stops me from going straight, then I don't mind ducking into Dragon Mouth Cave to take a look." The comment section was ecstatic. Su Xiao finally chose to go in. Man, how are you still expecting him to go in? Because Austin from the US and Isla from the UK discovered new rules inside that cave. Inside Dragon Mouth Cave, Austin of the US crouched down, puzzled. New rules here. Dragon Mouth Cave is temporarily closed. Notice to families of the missing. We fully understand your feelings and anxiety. Scenic area employees have conducted a search within Dragon Mouth Cave but have not yet found any traces of missing tourists. Please wait patiently for results. Do not ignore the prohibition and enter the search on your own. Mountaineering Rule Set C. Rule 11. Please walk straight to the end of the mountaineering path. The mountain guards are waiting for you there. You can receive help from that employee. Rule 12. The mountain god temple does not exist. Rule 13. It is becoming increasingly powerful. If you are unfortunate enough to encounter it, do not resist, because you simply cannot. Rule 14. It is the mountain god. Rule 15. Do not trust anyone. Austin rubbed his chin, feeling bewildered. Do not trust anyone. This rule is identical to Rule 10 in Rule Set B. I wonder what it means. Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Come in. That voice enticed Austin again. Come in. The comment section immediately began warning him urgently. Heavens, it's that voice again. It's influencing Austin. Austin is being charmed. Damn it, don't go, don't go. Suddenly a bright light emanated from his body. Austin snapped awake, secretly rejoicing. Heavens, if not for my talent's protection, I'd be finished. He then turned and bolted. I have to get out of this hellhole. Viewers cheered excitedly at the sight. Heavens, he did it. Austin successfully broke free from its control. What was that light on Austin just now? If I'm not mistaken, it's the S-grade talent, Negative Cleanse, which can clear 2 negative effects brought by eerie entities, allowing the owner to return to a normal state instantly. Look, Isla of the UK has also broken free from the lure. How did she do it? At that moment, Isla was outside gasping for air. The comment section continued to buzz. Her talent is a grade Eerie Identification, which allows her to perceive the presence of eerie entities, so she fled immediately after reading the rules. Man, that's impressive. These talents really do allow people to stay one step ahead. Meanwhile, that same voice echoed in Su Xiao's head. Su Xiao, come in. Come inside. Viewers took turns marveling. No way, it actually caught Su Xiao's attention, but Su Xiao has the jellyfish pendant. He should be completely immune to its influence. Su Xiao, however, gave an excited command. Black General, lead the way. We're going in to take a look. His followers practically wanted to pray for him. Gods and spirits, what on earth is Big Boss Su Xiao trying to do? Charge, he wanted to fight it to the death. It was far too reckless. Terrifying tentacles grew from the Black General's mouth, making the skin of the viewers crawl. My God, I'm scared. Those tentacles wrapped around a tree, ripped it out by the roots and hurled it into the cave. Su Xiao secretly noticed something. The voice in his ear had vanished. Solved it just like that, one viewer said. I always feel something is off. Big Boss Su Xiao shouldn't be careless. Suddenly his eyes widened. Something's wrong, he thought. An object flew out of the cave like lightning to strike back. He shouted, Black General, run. A man with neatly combed hair rubbed his head and said, Phew, fortunately Su Xiao only threw a tree in to test the waters. If he had actually walked in, he might not have made it out. A man with side-swept bangs beside him added, You can see he intended to test it. This kid has some skills. In the meeting room, people discussed incessantly. But as it stands, clearing the round on one's own seems almost impossible. Cooperation with Claude, who is acting as an insider at the Dale Inn, is necessary. The Paris nation currently wants to cooperate with us. The only question is whether Claude can complete the mission. In the dark Dale Inn, standing before the entertainment department room, Claude of the Paris nation was walking in and looking around. Mount Dale has been closed for so long, why would there still be tourists? He thought. The entertainment department members haven't disbanded yet. There's definitely a problem. I'll go in and look, maybe I can find useful intel. Suddenly, a man and a woman were standing inside in a bizarre pose, their eyes terrifyingly red. He scratched his head and immediately slipped into character with a smile. Hello, I'm a new employee from the security department. Everyone in the comment section was stunned. Wow, I'm nervous for him. I'm afraid he'll be dragged in and killed. If he dies, Su Xiao won't be able to clear the round either. Man, trust in him. He activated his A-grade talent, Immersive Acting. Once this talent is used, one's acting reaches a pinnacle level, making the other party completely believe everything's said and done. The man in the room immediately changed his attitude, shouting happily, So it's a rookie from the security department. You gave me a scare. Come in and sit for a while. Claude smiled awkwardly. Sure. The comment section breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, with Claude having this talent, gathering intel won't be hard. I can relax now. I hope he delivers the useful intel to the Mountain God Temple soon. The next day at 9,200 meters on the mountaineering path, Su Xiao stood before the signpost at the base, Mountaineering Path finish line, Mountain God Temple, Dale Inn 9,000 meters. He pondered secretly. Rule 11 says to walk straight to the finish. But the rules also say the Mountain God Temple doesn't exist. If I want to violate both rules simultaneously and obtain talent protection, my only choice is this path. Subsequently, Su Xiao excitedly made his choice. The Mountain God Temple. After Su Xiao made his decision, Austin of the US and Isla of the UK also made their choices. Isla followed the sign for the finish line. Austin headed toward the Mountain God Temple. Minutes later, Isla saw the 9,600 meters sign and was as happy as if it were New Year's, shouting excitedly, Only 400 meters left. Mountain guards must be waiting at the end to save me. I'm about to clear the round. When she reached the 100-meter sign, her eyes suddenly widened. Because there, straight ahead, was the mountain god temple, desolate and terrifying. Isla screamed, "The mountain god temple, how can it be the mountain god temple?" She frantically grabbed her hair and shouted, "Isn't this supposed to be the end of the path? Why is there nothing here? Didn't they say employees would be here to meet me?" She collapsed to the ground in despair, and that enticing voice echoed in her ear again. Isla looked back. A voice shouted in her ear, turn back, turn back." She turned around, trembling, and stammered, It's here." Then came a horrifying scream. The comment section exploded. "Holy crap, Isla's been taken out. What on earth was it? We didn't even see it. Quick, check Su Xiao's side." If this side was the mountain god temple, then who knows what was on the other? Su Xiao finally climbed to the spot, gasping for breath. Phew. Building a temple this high up, it'd be a miracle if anyone came to worship, he thought. Then he spoke, "Let's go, Black General. Let's go inside and see what this so-called mountain god temple looks like." As soon as he pushed open the door and looked inside, he said, "So the mountain god the villagers spoke of was a human." He looked up and noticed something carved on the roof beam. "Let's take a look." It read, "It lures innocent people into Mount Dale and makes them lose their way. Those charmed by it develop hallucinations of being followed. They uncontrollably follow a specific path straight into the depths of Mount Dale. Most people get lost in Mount Dale and become its slaves. A tiny few can break free from the influence with strong will and stay clear-headed. Many years ago, a mysterious man came to Mount Dale. He possessed the ability to prevent cognitive distortion. Under the mysterious man's leadership, the ancestors of the Dale villagers finally defeated it. But the mysterious man fell into a deep sleep because of it. To commemorate this mysterious man, the ancestors of the Dale villagers honored him as the mountain god, and built the temple for future generations to offer sacrifices and worship as a token of gratitude." After Su Xiao finished reading, he said, "It seems this mysterious man is the mountain god. His slumber gave it the chance to make a comeback. In other words, as long as the mountain god is awakened, it can be defeated. But how do I wake him?" Suddenly, he saw a piece of paper on the floor. "Huh?" He picked it up gently. He pondered secretly. "The Dale Inn. Is this paper trying to remind me to enter the Dale Inn?" The content on the paper was as follows. Years ago, a wealthy businessman found the villagers of Dale Village. He proposed the concept of developing Mount Dale into a scenic area and rebuilding the mountain god temple elsewhere. The elders of Dale Village opposed it, but the young people could not resist the lure of money and eventually agreed to the businessman's request, relocating the mountain god temple. The temple was eventually moved to the mountaintop. Although it was rebuilt, the incense offerings gradually thinned. Because the elders had difficulty walking, they couldn't climb the mountain to worship. Fewer and fewer people came to offer incense, and the mountain god's power began to wane. It took the opportunity to cause chaos. Its power of cognitive interference grew stronger, while the mountain god was gradually forgotten. Mount Dale has been completely controlled by it. Tourists visiting Mount Dale disappear one after another. The Dale Inn might be a clue. Meanwhile, Austin was angrily throwing away a crumpled note, cursing, "Damn it. Could the Dale Inn be the true finish line?" He walked away in a rage. Out of options, it seemed he could only return to the Dale Inn. As he left, something was floating behind him. The comment section warned, "Wow, it's appeared again. It seems returning to the inn is a mistake. Big boss Su Xiao, whatever you do, don't go." Back on Su Xiao's side, the comment section was posting messages incessantly. "What is Su Xiao trying to do? I'm starting to panic, brothers. Is it possible? That damn Su Xiao is preparing to go to the Dale Inn. Here comes the show. Go ahead and die. I've been waiting for the Dragon Kingdom to be invaded by the strange tale for a long time." But to everyone's surprise, he tossed the note away without hesitation and laughed smugly. "Trying to trick me with a piece of paper? Dream on. I'm not going to the Dale Inn." Viewers cheered at the sight. "Ha ha ha." As expected of Big Boss Su Xiao, always finding a way to mess with those people from the Futai Nation and the East Island Nation. The screen switched to Claude. A viewer reported, "Hey, look, Claude is running into the temple with a piece of paper," he said. "This is intelligence I gathered with great difficulty. It doesn't matter which contestant receives it." He then placed the note on the table and added, "You must help me successfully clear this round." Subsequently, the note vanished in a flash of golden light. Claude smiled as he saw this. A golden light also appeared where Su Xiao was standing. Viewers cheered. It worked. Claude delivered the intel to the temple. That golden light is the protection he received, and then, how does Su Xiao get the note? It was transmitted over. Great. Su Xiao just needs to finish reading it. He discovered the note at that moment and muttered in confusion, "Huh, another note." Suddenly, a viewer posted, "Dragon Kingdom people, don't get smug too early." Su Xiao didn't believe that last paper at all. He definitely won't believe this one either. Just as he picked up the note, the system prompted, "The new note is intelligence from the hotel." Correct. He can clear the round. Viewers immediately mocked, "Ha ha ha. East Island people, are you satisfied? We still have a reminder opportunity. That was a quick slap to the face, wasn't it? Does it hurt? The other side looked embarrassed and cursed. Damn it, how did the Dragon Kingdom high levels send it so timely? Our high levels are absolutely stupid. After examining the note carefully, Su Xiao said, so the employees of the Dale Inn are all its slaves. Their lives are its life source. To eradicate it, we not only need to awaken the mountain god but also eliminate those employees. Subsequently, Su Xiao began searching everywhere. The note said a golden robe and incense could be found in the temple, and these two items could be used to summon the mountain god. It didn't take long before he found that set of golden clothing, and he immediately cheered with joy. Found it. He decisively changed into the outfit, while the bullet chat was filled with confusion. Wait, I don't understand why he's transforming into a divine soldier. What does this mean? Seeing his majestic appearance, someone speculated. He's probably following the instructions on the note. This might be the method to awaken the mountain god. We'll know if we keep watching. As his hands pressed onto the incense burner, a terrifying entity suddenly manifested and shouted his name. I get it now. The comment section scrambled with panic. Holy crap, is it coming for Su Xiao? Is it afraid the mountain god will be summoned, so it rushed here to harm him? Someone else warned. Big boss Su Xiao, whatever you do not turn back. You absolutely cannot look at it. If you turn and see its face, you'll be devoured. But he turned back anyway. The entity spoke again. I see. Come, submit to me and become my servant. The comment section shrieked in terror. Help, it looked too horrifying for words. Praying for Buddha's protection, may the bullet chat shield me. My god, what is that thing? I don't dare watch anymore. It's black magic entwined around his feet. Su Xiao retreated uncomfortably. Damn it, he thought to himself. I feel an invisible force trying to domesticate me. The jellyfish pendant instantly erupted with a brilliant light. Only then did the comment section calm down slightly. Holy crap, that scared me to death. Thank God for the jellyfish pendant. Big boss Su Xiao almost lost his life. Su Xiao had been mentally disturbed just by looking directly at it. Defeating it seemed nearly unimaginable. Currently, Su Xiao was protected within a blue ring of light. The audience was confused. Where's the mountain god? All the steps were followed. Why hasn't he appeared? Are the legends all fake? The entity roared. How is this possible? A mere insignificant human can actually resist me? Su Xiao waved his hand and gave the order. The black general charged forward, countless giant octopus tentacles erupting from its mouth, launching a fierce attack on the entity. But those tentacles were instantly severed by the entity's magic. The viewers cursed. Damn it, the black general is no match for it at all. What now? What do we do? On Su Xiao's side, he pulled out the cloth doll, causing a wave of joy in the bullet chat. Yes, big boss Su Xiao still has the cloth doll. There's still a chance. He threw the cloth doll out, and the audience prayed. May the heavens protect the Dragon Kingdom. Protect Su Xiao. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, becoming a tangled, chaotic mess. He thought anxiously about which detail he might have missed. If the mountain god didn't appear soon, the black general and the cloth doll might be buried forever at Mount Dale. This was absolutely not the outcome he wanted. The eldritch creature unleashed a powerful move, sending the black general flying. The strike was like a pipe wrapped in crimson fire. The black general was sent flying backward at high speed. The sound of the impact deafening. Fireworks of energy erupted everywhere. Su Xiao turned back to look, his face filled with horror as he shouted, Black General. This scene caused the audience to discuss worriedly. It's over, it's really over this time. Even the Black General and the cloth doll combined are no match for it. It's just too hard for Big Boss Su Xiao to win. The eldritch creature instantly enlarged its form and lunged at Su Xiao, reaching out to grab him. It shouted with an evil face, Now let's see what you can do. Su Xiao realized there was no choice but to fight. He furrowed his brows and provoked it with a serious expression. Come on then, I'll fight you to the death. The audience's comment boxes were scrolling frantically. I don't dare watch. I can't accept that Big Boss Su Xiao might die. Meanwhile, some malicious comments were mocking him. Finally, the day has come. Kill him, eerie entity. We must open the champagne and celebrate today. The end of the Dragon Kingdom is here. Just then, countless golden chains appeared out of thin air, rushing straight toward the eldritch creature in front of Su Xiao, locking it down tightly before it could even strike. Su Xiao was stunned. Evil energy swirled around the eldritch creature as it turned back and shouted, You actually woke up. Su Xiao looked bewildered, seemingly not understanding what had happened. The mountain god spoke as his form manifested. The mountain god is here. Don't even think about running rampant. The audience was overjoyed at the sight. Mountain god, it's the mountain god. He finally appeared. It turned out those golden chains belonged to the mountain god. His entire body radiated spiritual energy. Then the eldritch creature took to the air, engaging in a fierce battle with the mountain god. The mountain god countered with the golden chains. Su Xiao stood on the ground watching them as he fell into thought. It seems I didn't miss any steps. The mountain god just needed time to recover. He looked worried. but I still can't relax. According to the intel Claude sent back to completely eradicate it, I must deal with the employees at the Dale Inn who provide it with power. Thinking of this, he hurriedly turned around, shouting as he ran, "Cloth doll, Black General, come with me to the Dale Inn, quick." So he ran off with the two little ones, leaving the mountain god to deal with the eldritch creature alone. The audience discussed in confusion, "What's the situation? Hasn't the mountain god already appeared? Why is Big Boss Su Xiao going to the Dale Inn? Maybe there are other key points. Let's trust him and keep watching." He stopped after reaching the location, watching a group of things that were neither human nor ghost limping out of the inn's entrance. The audience discussed in terror, "Why are there so many? That scared me to death. My God, how did these employees turn into this? It's too terrifying." Other viewers speculated that they were all servants of that monster, likely sensing its battle with the mountain god and preparing to go to the temple to help. Can Big Boss Su Xiao win if he charges in now? Su Xiao had a sudden idea and pointed at the group, shouting, "Black General, Cloth Doll, go." They took the order and charged directly at them. The audience praised, "Big Boss Su Xiao is so decisive, letting the Black General strike immediately." The Black General opened its massive mouth and devoured the group. He stood there observing, recalling that note Claude had sent back. People in red and white clothes are its source of power. They must all be eliminated. Su Xiao looked at the remaining people, who were squatting down in terror with their heads in their hands. He believed the people in gray clothes could still be saved and there was no need to kill them. After a while, the Black General finished the task and lay comfortably on the ground with a satisfied look. Su Xiao spoke in shock. "You ate them all?" The audience couldn't help but laugh. "The Black General is too cute. I really want to give it a kiss. But there are still people lying all over the floor. Maybe they fainted from fright." He and the Black General stood there watching them. The audience discussed, what happened? Big Boss Su Xiao hasn't even made a move. Why did they faint?" After a while, the system panel popped up, awarding the ring of the mountain god to Su Xiao. He smiled as he fiddled with the ring in his hand, thinking, "This is a great treasure. Next time it can be used to enhance the strength of the Cloth Doll or the Black General. They'll definitely be even more formidable than they are now." The audience discussed again, "How did it clear already? Is that monster dead?" Another viewer replied, "Stupid, its power source was eliminated, so it was definitely subdued by the mountain god." Meanwhile, at the mountain god temple, Claude shouted excitedly, "Great, I cleared it too. I've brought glory to the Paris nation." Suddenly, the system panel lit up and he was stunned, saying in surprise, What the hell is a reduced hair loss rate? Why does the Dragon Kingdom get increased mineral resources, while we in the Paris nation get a lower hair loss rate?" The audience teased the situation one after another. "That reward sounds suspicious just hearing it. It's hilarious. Big Boss Su Xiao is truly our idol. All 4 clears were 5-star. That's really not something an average person can achieve. Big Boss Su Xiao will always be a god." 3 days later, Su Xiao continued to the next strange tale world, Xingshui Academy. Su Xiao was slumped on a desk. The classroom appeared to be empty. The system popped up an announcement again, showing the participating nations for this challenge, which made him open his eyes irritably. Then the familiar information appeared. With a dejected face, he yawned and stretched, saying, "Xingshui Academy, I'm already used to this kind of opening. Let's find the rules first." Something on the desk piqued his curiosity. A note. It read, "Hello, new student. Welcome to Xingshui Academy. If you want to leave here alive, please follow these rules. Rule set A. Rule 1. Please ensure that the school uniform you wear is always neat and proper when entering the classroom. Rule 2. Please pay close attention to the blackboard during class. No matter what the teacher writes on the blackboard, do not show surprise or any unusual expressions. You must remain calm at all times. Rule 3. Do not stare at the teachers, as they will feel offended and will increase the frequency of calling on you to answer questions. Rule 4. If you see your seatmate not studying seriously, do not hesitate. Please inform the teacher immediately. Rule 5. During break time, if a classmate tries to talk to you, please ignore them, especially if they invite you to go to the restroom together. Rule 6. Before entering the restroom, please make sure there are no other students inside. If you find other students in the restroom and they are staring at you, please leave immediately. Rule 7. Do not consume food from the school cafeteria. If you are hungry, please eat bread made according to the Old 8 special recipe. Rule 8. When outside the dormitory, you must always have a book in your hand to pretend to be studying. Any book will do, but it absolutely must not be a forbidden book. Rule 9. The students of Xingshui Academy are extremely passionate about learning. Please try to join them. If a classmate hinders your learning or invites you to go out and play, please refuse the invitation. Rule 10. You must return to the dormitory immediately after school. If someone says it's your turn for duty at this time, ignore them. Su Xiao finished reading the rule sheet in silence. He gave a loud shout, "Black General, come out!" he said while feeding it. "Here, eat." It let out a woof-woof sound in thanks. Subsequently, it closed its eyes and quietly faded into invisibility. Su Xiao crossed his arms on the desk, looking at it with a smile. "You actually have this skill?" the audience discussed animatedly. In the strange tale world, it should be quite easy for an eerie entity to turn invisible. Now I'm even more at ease with Su Xiao. With an invisible bodyguard by his side, any eerie entity will have to take a detour. Subsequently, he reached out, grabbed some dirt from the floor and smeared it on his clothes to get them dirty. He thought, "I must first violate Rule 1 to obtain the protection of my talent." The audience criticized him with displeasure, violating rules right at the start. He really can't change his nature. He'll die sooner or later. Another viewer stood up to defend him. "Better not talk nonsense lest you get slapped in the face again in a moment." Not long after, several students walked into the classroom one after another. Their clothes were all filthy, their faces grim, and they walked with a stagger. Audience comments popped up. "Look, those students' clothes are all dirty. Rule 1 is clearly a false rule." Big Boss Su Xiao's mind is really meticulous to judge that Rule 1 was wrong so quickly. "Where are those idiots from the East Island Nation? Stick your faces over here so I can slap you awake." A woman with glasses and pale, lifeless eyes spoke up. "Class, quiet. We are starting the lesson now," she said seriously. Her clothes were as dirty as the students. She picked up a piece of red chalk and wrote on the blackboard. In short, she told the new students that if they saw what she wrote, they should come to her office after class alone without bringing anyone, and said that no one else could see what was written in red chalk. Suddenly, the classroom became grim and cold. Su Xiao was immersed in thought and did not notice. The students in the classroom all turned their heads, staring at him with sharp gazes. Is the teacher a good person? Is it not that simple? The audience was worried. School Rule 2 said, "No matter what the teacher writes on the blackboard, do not show unusual expressions." Su Xiao seems about to be exposed. Another viewer comforted, "Don't panic, he's not fully exposed yet." The others just stared at him and did nothing else. Then she picked up a piece of white chalk and wrote with a sinister smile, "A meat dish has snuck into our class. Students, find that person. Whoever finds them will get a reward." The audience was disgusted by her behavior and disgusted. Is this teacher schizophrenic? Why is her attitude before and after so different? As soon as the students heard the word dish, they let out tittering laughs, their faces as hideous as ghosts. The audience continued to speculate. Looking at these students, they really seem unable to see the words written in red chalk. But what if they can all see it and are just pretending not to, aiming to make the new student expose himself? Su Xiao sat there observing and thinking with a deep expression. The audience took turns expressing their views. His judgment is also possible. It's indeed best not to take risks. Why is the big boss staring at the teacher? Rule 3 says you can't stare at the teachers, otherwise they will feel offended and increase the number of times they call on you to answer questions. How are you still not used to the big boss's style? Doesn't he always do this? As if sensing someone was watching, she turned back and thought, "Who is looking at me?" Then she pointed at Su Xiao and asked, "This student, please stand up and answer the question. If you found that your seatmate was the new student, what would you do?" He listened intently to the question. Then he stood up, narrowed his eyes and answered with a smile, "I think I would politely shake his hand." The student next to him was both terrified and confused. The classroom became grim and cold once again. Everyone turned and glared at him. Suddenly, as he spoke, he tilted his head back and looked upward, his face appearing extremely hideous, and the words he spoke would strike terror into the heart of any ordinary person. "Then I would chop him into small pieces, drawn and quartered, and finally brought to the cafeteria to be made into our lunch." The student sitting next to him covered his mouth with his hand, trembling incessantly in terror. The teacher seemed very satisfied with his answer. "Very good," applauding sounds rang out continuously. The audience began to pity the seatmate, watching as he grew so terrified he wished he could jump out the window to escape. In fact, he was indeed trembling all over, sitting tightly against the wall. Meanwhile, Su Xiao sat down and crossed his hands. He looked satisfied, letting out a light sigh of relief that his extremely dangerous answer just now had successfully passed. Another viewer commented jokingly, pitying the seatmate for 1 minute no more. Another viewer spoke up with interest, "Hey everyone, look." The Myanmar contestant was also called on to answer a question for staring at the teacher. She walked up to the student, braced her hands on the desk, and had a sinister smile on her face. "This student, let me ask you, which dish hasn't the cafeteria provided for every meal yet?" He stammered in response, Is it green vegetables? No, it's meat." She leaned down and looked directly into his eyes, continuing, "Whose meat is it?" He trembled with terror. It's the new student's." After she heard this, she instantly transformed into a malicious spirit. Her eyes turned red, fangs were revealed, and her hair stood on end. She reached out to him and said, "No, now it's your own meat." After she finished speaking, the other students all stood up, watching him with sinister grins. Then they lunged forward to pin him down, tearing and biting frantically. He screamed in terror, "Help! Ah!" The system panel popped up an announcement showing that the Myanmar contestant had been devoured by an eerie entity. The Strange Tale World countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The audience began to discuss. Holy crap, how could the teacher tell he was the new student just from that question? I don't think what he answered mattered. What matters is that he looked too panicked when answering. Oh, that's poor psychological quality. Looking at Su Xiao's performance just now, he's truly a natural actor. Not long after the calling on session ended, class was dismissed. At this time, everyone in the class picked up some kind of forbidden book and began studying it diligently. Su Xiao frowned in confusion as he watched them reading the forbidden books. He thought, why do they all have forbidden books? No way, I must have one too. The audience felt uncomfortable at the sight. Rule 8 says not to read forbidden books. Big Boss Su Xiao has already violated 4 rules just now. Isn't that going a bit too far? After searching for a while, he found that forbidden book lying in his own desk drawer. He said happily, "Ah, it's right here." The audience was curious if the content inside was decent. Another viewer replied, "I don't know if the content is decent, but I definitely know those students who violate the rules are absolutely not decent. Who among decent people reads forbidden books?" Su Xiao picked up the book and began to read, appearing very interested. "Oh, this pose is quite interesting." The audience was also curious about what he was looking at. They discussed, "Nice one, Big Boss." Big Boss Su Xiao's sentence just now successfully piqued my curiosity. Fortunately, I have a lot of stock here. I'll have to open some to satisfy my craving. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder, accompanied by a call that caught his attention. "Are you okay, classmate?" Su Xiao frowned, looking at him with clear disdain, and asked what was going on. The person rubbed his hands and said, My stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Could you accompany me to the restroom?" Su Xiao replied with a serious face, "The restroom, sure." Then he pondered secretly. Rule 5 states not to pay attention to classmates' requests during breaks, especially requests to accompany them to the restroom. However, to violate the rules, I at least cannot openly refuse. Then he pointed toward the classroom and said, "Sorry. I have to go back to the classroom." The person scratched his head and responded somewhat timidly, Okay, maybe next time then." Su Xiao turned around, glancing back out of the corner of his eye, thinking as he walked. "When I was observing everyone just now, I noticed that the eyes of the other students were very cloudy, but my seatmate's pupils were still very clear. Did he see through my identity and want to take me to the restroom to warn me about something?" After the second class began, his seatmate actually flipped open that forbidden book right in front of the teacher. Su Xiao whispered in surprise, "So bold?" Watching someone read a forbidden book under the teacher's nose, the system panel immediately popped up Rule 4. If you see your seatmate not studying seriously, do not hesitate. Please inform the teacher immediately. But Su Xiao did not follow this rule. Instead, he propped up his chin with his hand, his eyes fixed on the blackboard, thinking that snitching was definitely out of the question. Selling out a teammate was something he absolutely wouldn't do. Moreover, his talent wouldn't allow him to follow the rules anyway. The bullet chats in the live stream commented one after another, "I knew Su Xiao wasn't that kind of person. Holy crap, a contestant actually chose to sell out their teammate." Subsequently, the East Island Nation contestant Da Changwen raised his hand with a smug look and reported, "Teacher, I have something to say. My seatmate is reading a forbidden book." The seatmate next to him was startled, his face full of terror. The viewers were indignant. People from the East Island Nation are indeed the type who love snitching and gossiping. The teacher, who was writing on the blackboard, turned her head 180 degrees to glare at Da Changwen, while keeping the rest of her body in its original position. "Classmate, you must be very clear about the class rules. What I hate most are students who don't focus on the lecture. Come to my office after school. You won't escape," the teacher added to Da Changwen with a gloomy face. The seatmate looked at Da Changwen with resentment. "You actually reported me." Da Changwen was so scared he fell silent, not daring to make a sound. The viewers were also speechless at his logic. "It's over. If he can pass the stage with this IQ, I'll wash my hair while standing on my head in the live stream. Was this guy's head kicked by a donkey? He hasn't even figured out the friend or foe situation yet. And he's already rushing to sell out his seatmate. I have to admit, he's uniquely stupid." 11:40 a.m. Cafeteria. Students were queuing for food. The system reminded them of Rule 7 again. You must absolutely not eat the cafeteria food. If you are hungry, please eat bread made according to the Old Eight's secret recipe. The food on the tray emitted a foul stench and was even rotten. Su Xiao muttered to himself, "Holy crap, I wouldn't eat some Old Eight secret burger even if it killed me." "Gag," his seatmate, who was standing behind him, whispered in his ear. "If you don't want to eat this, you can eat some green leafy vegetables. The leafy greens are relatively safe." Su Xiao was half skeptical, wondering if this guy was helping him or trying to harm him. Subsequently, he followed his seatmate and got some leafy greens, and the two found a place to sit down. Su Xiao asked, "Why are you helping me?" The other party replied with a smile, "Helping you is actually helping myself. If you don't want to attract the attention of other students, you have to learn to adapt to everything here. Please believe me, it is everywhere. Every move you make is under its surveillance." He reached out with a bitter smile, wanting to shake hands with Su Xiao. "Maybe I won't last much longer, but I'm glad to have met you." Su Xiao remained silent. Then he revealed a happy smile, shook hands with the other party and said, "I'm also very glad to meet you." Su Xiao thought to himself that he was gambling on him being a good person. Even if his judgment was wrong, his talent would protect him. So it was a win-win situation. The viewers sighed, "Why do I suddenly feel a bit moved?" "Me too. Seeing the seatmate smile so brightly makes my eyes a bit moist." Then Su Xiao continued to ask, "What did you mean just now when you said you won't last much longer?" The seatmate sighed and said, "Since coming here to study, we have been within its monitoring range. It will affect your spirit and emotions, eventually leading you into the abyss." He appeared somewhat apprehensive as he continued, "But I've noticed you are different from everyone else. Perhaps you might even be able to leave here alive." Su Xiao asked, "It? What exactly is it?" The seatmate picked up his tray and prepared to get up and leave, saying to Su Xiao, "Sorry, I can't talk to you for too long, otherwise we will both be in danger. I hope to see you tomorrow." Su Xiao hurriedly shouted, "Hey, don't leave yet." Then he discovered that his seatmate had left a note on the table. He left a note. Su Xiao wondered what he wanted to tell him. He opened the note to read the contents. The gist was that the seatmate had already seen that Su Xiao was a new student. As long as he hadn't completely lost his mind, he wouldn't tell anyone about it. The seatmate mentioned that he could see the red words while other students couldn't, but he warned Su Xiao absolutely not to trust the teacher. The seatmate also requested that if Su Xiao one day found his eyes becoming the same as those of the other students, Su Xiao should kill him, because he didn't want to leak Su Xiao's secret. Su Xiao rested his chin on his hand with a serious expression, lost in thought. From the seatmate's performance, he indeed hasn't been completely controlled, so his statement that the teacher is untrustworthy should be true. This is probably the truth. On the other hand, to be safe, he had to figure out exactly how it controlled people's spirits. During the lunch break, Su Xiao walked toward the restroom while reading the forbidden book. He smiled with great interest, thinking that this forbidden book really had something to it. The viewer's curiosity was also piqued. "I'm willing to pay a high price for that book." In Big Boss Su Xiao's hand. "Hurry, hurry. Can someone give me a link? I want to order it right now." When Su Xiao walked into the restroom, the system reminded him of Rule 6 again. Before entering the restroom, please make sure there are no other students inside. If you find other students in the restroom and they are staring at you, please leave immediately. The viewers were all reminding him, there are several people in the restroom. Big Boss Su Xiao is going to violate the rules again. Su Xiao sighed with a look of dejection, ignored those students and walked straight in to use the facilities. He was undoing his belt when for some reason he suddenly and deliberately slapped a nearby student, causing the student's face to deform. The student clutched his painful face, thinking blankly, "What's going on? I was hit. Holy crap, why doesn't this person follow the script?" Then he pointed at Su Xiao and questioned, "Classmate, how can you just go around hitting people?" Su Xiao appeared calm on the surface, but he was secretly laughing inside. He put his hands on his hips and replied, "I wasn't just hitting people randomly. I aimed before I swung." The student who was hit froze on the spot, thinking, what he said seems to make a lot of sense. "I'm actually speechless." Immediately after, the student who was hit suddenly transformed into a malicious spirit, his mouth splitting wide open in an extremely terrifying appearance. "Classmate, confess honestly, you are actually a new student, aren't you?" But Su Xiao didn't take it seriously at all, directly pushing him aside. He picked up the forbidden book and glanced at the other party. "You talk too much, don't block the way." Then, under the astonished gazes of those students, he slowly left with the book. He exuded a majestic aura, and the viewers couldn't help but sigh. "So cool, Big Boss Su Xiao's classic move has appeared again. At first I thought those few students were quite scary, but now they've all been completely bewildered by Big Boss Su Xiao. It's hilarious." While he was on his way back to the classroom, a female student was happily holding a basketball and greeting him. "Classmate, do you want to play basketball with me?" Su Xiao thought for a moment, then closed the forbidden book with both hands and gave a wicked smile. "Sure, let's go." The system's Rule 9 jumped out again. "The students of this school are extremely passionate about learning. If someone hinders your learning, please refuse immediately." He followed the female student and turned to leave. The viewers commented in the bullet chats again. "Impressive, Big Boss Su Xiao violated the rules again. I'm already used to it. Tell me when he doesn't violate a rule." The two stood on the court, and the girl squinted her eyes and asked, "Classmate, do you know how to play?" He answered coldly, "Yeah, a little." Then she held up the ball and said, Alright then, watch my performance. Su Xiao was secretly amazed and confused. The viewers burst into laughter. This female student is quite humorous, actually letting Big Boss Su Xiao watch her perform. She's got some nerve. After she asked, she said, "Let me show you." Su Xiao's eyes were opened as he saw her dribble the ball quickly past non-existent opponents, then stop and strike a pose she thought was very beautiful. Su Xiao thought with a look of skepticism, "That's it, this is called playing ball, not even as good as my." Just then, the jellyfish pendant he was wearing suddenly glowed. He was startled. "Huh? The jellyfish pendant is glowing? What's going on? Does watching someone play ball also affect one's mental state?" He discovered that the forbidden book was also glowing and thought, "The forbidden book is also glowing. Does it also eliminate mental pollution?" Then he opened the book and looked, and suddenly everything became clear. He thought happily, "It turns out it has been using various ways to affect my spirit, and this forbidden book can cancel out part of the influence. Its function is similar to the jellyfish pendant, but the effect is slightly weaker." He stood there holding the book, lost in thought. No wonder his seatmate kept staring at the forbidden book. It must be to suppress its influence. The female student asked, "Classmate, what do you think of my basketball skills?" But Su Xiao was focused on studying the forbidden book and didn't pay any attention to her. Then she became so angry that her hair stood on end, an evil aura emanating from her. She roared at Su Xiao, who had his hands in his pockets. "Classmate, I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you answering?" Su Xiao closed the book and replied coldly, "You play too poorly. It makes my eyes hurt. I'm just telling the truth." Hearing this, the female student frowned and transformed into a malicious spirit again, lunging at him. "Classmate, I advise you to think carefully before you speak." Su Xiao turned to leave, responding arrogantly without looking back, "No need to think. That is the fact. If you can't play well, don't force it. No matter how much you practice, it's a waste of time." After saying that, he walked away with the book, leaving the female student behind, screaming in a frenzy, "I'm so angry, I'm going to kill you." Hearing this, Su Xiao turned his head to remind her, "Classmate, you'll definitely be locked in the little dark room by the teacher before you even get the chance to kill me." Hearing this, she immediately trembled all over, muttering, The little dark room." Su Xiao walked away with a smug face, thinking, "I guessed right. These controlled students don't kill each other because it forbids them from doing so." He recalled information about the little dark room. The teachers of this school hate students who are lazy, skip class, are absent, or don't listen seriously to the lectures. Violators will be locked in the little dark room. He thought, the little dark room isn't just for punishing contestants, it's also for punishing these students. Viewer bullet chats scrolled by. "Look, Da Changwen went to the restroom." Da Changwen was standing outside the restroom looking like he could barely hold it in. He shouted, "Is anyone inside?" The viewers were criticizing him. "What is this guy doing? He's about to pee his pants and he still won't go in. What is he shouting at the door for?" Another viewer explained, "He's afraid someone is inside and entering would violate the rules. What a coward." When no one responded from inside, he ran in. No one, hurry in." But immediately after, several boys followed him in. The viewers discussed heatedly, "What a big idiot, he can't compare to Big Boss Su Xiao at all. Watching Da Changwan's performance makes me feel embarrassed. I really want to emigrate to the Dragon Kingdom." Look, several students followed him in. Here comes the show. Then 3 male students grabbed Da Changwen and interrogated him with murderous intent. "Speak, are you a new student?" He was scared out of his wits and answered repeatedly, I'm not. What are you talking about? I don't understand." Another boy roared, "Do you take us for fools? You say you're not, so you're not." He was backed into a corner trembling as he raised his hands to swear. "Really, I swear, I'm really not a new student. I even reported my seatmate in class today." Another boy asked in confusion, "Reported your seatmate?" Immediately after, the 3 boys were furious and gave Da Changwen a brutal beating. "Damn it, so you're the one who loves snitching? You caused us to lose a good classmate. I'm going to beat you to death. I was just worried about not being able to find the person. I didn't expect you to walk right into the trap. You're truly scum and a cancer of society." Da Changwen could only hold his head and fall to the ground, enduring the beating with no way to fight back. The viewers were laughing their heads off. The people who blocked Da Changwen in the restroom were completely different from the ones Su Xiao encountered. They were good people who hadn't been completely controlled yet. After the beating, the 3 students stopped and left, spitting on the piece of trash huddled in the corner with a bruised and swollen face before they walked away. Viewers continued to comment, "As expected, those who love snitching never have a good end. Da Changwen deserves it." The teacher continued writing with red chalk. "New classmate, you may have discovered that besides you, there are several other classmates who can also understand the red words. Do not trust them under any circumstances. I can protect you, and only I can help you." Su Xiao sat below, thinking with his arms crossed, "Only a fool would believe you. I was warned by my seatmate long ago." He looked at his seatmate. The seatmate appeared to have become even more dull. Su Xiao pondered secretly. It seems my seatmate is about to become like the people around him. But I won't kill him, that would only expose me faster. Meanwhile, Su Xiao discovered his seatmate's abnormality, and other contestants noticed this point as well. Seeing their teammates become dull, the contestants were full of worry. Regarding the words the teacher wrote on the blackboard, no contestants believed them yet, and even if they did, they didn't dare to take any action. Suddenly, Da Changwen cried out, "Teacher, save me, teacher, help!" Da Changwen of the East Island Nation, because he only had an ordinary B-grade talent and had lost his seatmate's warning, actually treated the teacher as a lifeline. The high-level officials of the East Island Nation were furious and cursing, "Da Changwen, that idiot. First he sold out the seatmate who could help him, and now he actually goes to trust the teacher. How can our East Island Nation have such a fool? Send a reminder immediately. Tell Da Changwen not to trust the teacher. If he continues to delay, this idiot is going to walk right into the lion's mouth." A breeze blew by, and the scene shifted to the academy in the afternoon. After receiving the reminder, Da Changwen didn't dare to act recklessly anymore. The afternoon at Xingshui Academy appeared unusually calm, with no contestants being eliminated. 5:40 p.m., the teacher stood on the podium and said, "Everyone turn to page 45. The main content of this lesson is, however, the students one after another got up and walked toward the door. That classmate muttered expressionlessly, "School's over, going back to the dormitory to eat instant noodles." Su Xiao frowned, appearing to have discovered something wrong. There was something wrong with this teacher. All the students were gone, and she actually hadn't noticed. Then he got up, preparing to leave the classroom, and the boy from earlier said to him, "By the way, I forgot to tell you, it's your turn for duty today. You have to leave later." The system popped up Rule 10. You must return to the dormitory immediately after school. If a classmate tells you to do duty, ignore them. Su Xiao weighed his options secretly. This person's eyes still retained a trace of reason, so he must be warning me about something. Moreover, only by violating the rules can I obtain talent protection. I must choose to stay. After thinking it through, he gave a friendly smile and said, "Okay, thank you for the reminder." The classmate waved his hand and replied, "No problem, I'm leaving first." The teacher behind him adjusted her glasses and said to Su Xiao, "Come find me after you finish your duty, I will check it. I hope you can satisfy me." Su Xiao turned his head in surprise and answered, "Yes." The school bell rang again, and at this time the teacher also walked out of the classroom. He wondered secretly, strange, why did the dismissal bell ring twice? Why did the teacher only leave after the second bell rang? Thinking about it gave Su Xiao a headache, so he decided not to think about it for now. The most important thing at the moment was to find the clue that classmate wanted to convey to him. Having made up his mind, he began to search everywhere in the classroom. After searching for a while, he found a forbidden book in a corner. Su Xiao was overjoyed. As expected, there are some supplementary rules here. The book read, "Dear classmate, these are special rules written specifically for you. Please be sure to read them carefully as they may help you." Rule Set A. Rule 11. Students on duty need to clean the classroom. Note that you must leave immediately after cleaning. The teacher will not return to check. Rule 12. When cleaning the classroom, please lock all doors and windows. If any eerie occurrences happen, or if you see the teacher coming to inspect the cleanliness, do not open the door. If you find yourself unable to resist, please ignore everything and run straight out. Rule 13. Forbidden books can suppress its influence, but they will also attract its attention. Do not carry a forbidden book when leaving the classroom. Rule 14. The school staff are trustworthy. If you encounter trouble that is difficult to handle, go to the staff lounge immediately to seek help. Rule 15. Although the little dark room is dangerous, a method to escape Xingshui Academy is hidden inside. Rule 16. It is everywhere. Most students have already become its eyes and ears. Do not trust students with soulless eyes. Rule 17. You can trust the teacher. She will help and protect you. Note, some rules may be altered by its influence. Do not fully trust all rules. Su Xiao fell into deep thought. The teacher was clearly untrustworthy, and Rule 17 was incorrect, which meant this note had already been influenced by it and could not be fully trusted. However, the school staff was mentioned for the first time. Regardless of whether Rule 14 was correct, the staff should be a key point for clearing this round. Suddenly, a crow flew toward the window from outside, shattering the glass. Su Xiao looked back in shock, and his eyes naturally turned red. The viewers immediately grew worried. Why did Big Boss Su Xiao's eyes turn red? I feel like that crow is going to affect his sanity. Wasn't it mentioned before? It will use various means to influence the contestant's sanity. The jellyfish pendant Su Xiao was wearing also began to vibrate, emitting a faint blue glow. With the help of the pendant, Su Xiao gradually regained his sanity. Once he was clear-headed, he immediately ordered, "Black General, go, pluck every single feather off that squawking crow." At the command, the Black General leapt up and bound the crow tightly with its tentacles. Propping his chin with one hand, Su Xiao mocked, "This crow is too weak, it doesn't seem like anything special." "Black General, it's your trophy now." Hearing Su Xiao say this, the Black General swallowed the entire crow in one gulp. Before it could even savor the taste, the Black General collapsed and rolled on the ground, letting out a painful wail. Su Xiao asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Is that crow poisonous?" After struggling for a moment, the Black General stood up on its own, its eyes turned red, and it let out a caw-caw sound from its mouth. Su Xiao was astonished at the sight. The crow controlled the Black General, but seeing the Black General wagging its tail incessantly and crying "Gawu," he breathed a sigh of relief. No, the crow didn't control the Black General. The Black General merged with the crow's abilities. In the Dragon Kingdom's meeting room, the high-level officials were full of praise upon seeing this. This change in the Black General has once again subverted our understanding of eerie objects. Record these changes immediately as top-secret data. The person beside him nodded in agreement. Su Xiao has done a great service for all of humanity. When he returns, he must be heavily rewarded. Meanwhile, in the United States meeting room, the leaders were all clutching their heads and lamenting. They wondered what kind of dog shit luck the Dragon Kingdom had for such an absurd thing to happen. A staff member reported, "Convene an emergency high-level meeting immediately. We need to discuss countermeasures as soon as possible, or the United States will soon be overtaken by the Dragon Kingdom." Simultaneously, Maris, the contestant from the non-soil nation, chose to stay behind for duty, and also encountered that crow. The crow kept slamming against the window. Although Maris had locked the window according to the reminder on the note, he still could not block out the eerie cries the crow made. He clutched his head and screamed in pain. Stop squawking, viewers in the bullet chat said. Closing the window won't stop the crow's cry. It looks like this guy can't escape. The crow kept ramming the door until cracks appeared. Maris's mind became deranged, and he kept screaming, "Where did this crow come from? Heavens, someone save me, I don't want to die, I don't want to die." At that moment, the crow opened its mouth wide and kept cawing. He turned pale with fright. "No!" Some kind of sound made his eyes widen. Suddenly, the teacher's voice came from outside the classroom. "Student, open the door for me. I've come to inspect the cleanliness." He immediately recalled Rule 17. "You can trust the teacher, she will help and protect you." He muttered to himself. The crow is gone. Could it be that the teacher came to save me just like Rule 17 said? Thinking of this, he ran toward the door in pleasant surprise, saying urgently as he ran, "Teacher, wait a moment, I'll open the door right away." The teacher outside the door revealed an eerie smile and responded, "I'm home, all right." Rule 11 and Rule 12 reappeared. Just as he was about to open the door for the teacher, he remembered those two rules again. He came to a halt. "No, that's not right. The teacher might not be here to save me. She might just be working with the crow to trick me into opening the door." The crow outside the window suddenly flew back, rushing toward the glass. He shouted in terror. As expected, the crow hadn't disappeared. The teacher kept saying outside, "This student, the teacher is here to help you. That crow is about to fly into the classroom and tear you to pieces. It's not too late to open the door now." He stood in the middle at a loss. Heavens, both sides are very eerie. What should I do? At this critical moment, he suddenly remembered Rule 14, the school staff are trustworthy. When encountering trouble that is difficult to handle, go to the staff lounge immediately to seek help. He felt as if he had grasped a lifeline and said, "The staff, right, I should run out through the back door and find the staff for help." After saying that, he ran to the back door and pushed it open. The screen suddenly experienced interference, and an announcement rang out. Maris, the contestant from the non-soil nation, has been devoured by an eerie entity. The strange tale world descends. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The viewers were confused and discussed it fervently. How? What happened? Wouldn't opening the door mean running out of the classroom? Why was he devoured? Wait a minute, everyone look at the final frozen frame of Maris. The window behind him has no crow at all, and the glass has no cracks. It's perfectly intact. It means the crow and the teacher were both hallucinations. They just wanted to scare Maris into leaving the classroom. The moment he stepped out, he would die. The announcement rang out again. Pedro, the contestant from the Hydrangea Nation, has been devoured by an eerie entity. Countdown begins. A viewer sent a bullet chat. As expected, Pedro also died from this same setup. Soon, contestants Arthur and Andy, who chose to stay behind for duty, received reminders from their respective national high-level officials. No matter what happens, absolutely do not step 1 foot out of the classroom. But on Su Xiao's side, it was completely different. He proactively opened the door for the teacher. The teacher spoke. "Student, I came to help you deal with the crow. I'm truly relieved to see you're all right." Su Xiao replied without a hint of fear. "Oh, then why don't you tell me, what exactly is so good about it?" Seeing the teacher didn't take the bait, he let out a cold laugh and exposed her to her face. "Stop pretending. Actually, you've known I was a new student for a long time, haven't you?" The teacher responded. "This student, is there some misunderstanding?" Su Xiao leaned against a desk and continued, misunderstanding. Hey, I understand now why the dismissal bell rang twice. The other students leave the classroom the moment they hear the first bell. But you didn't leave. You didn't leave because the new student would be observing your actions, so they wouldn't leave either. That way you could find out who the new student is, he continued to explain. The second bell rang as a warning to you because the Strange Tale world has its own rules. It cannot erase all of a contestant's chances for survival. So at that time you were forced to leave the classroom and then used the excuse of inspecting the cleanliness to return. Actually, you and that crow are in cahoots. Is my analysis correct? The teacher immediately revealed her true face. She let out a burst of eerie laughter. Her eyes turned black. She roared, I truly underestimated you. But did you think this entire school has only this one kind of eerie entity? Hey, you're too naive. Her body twisted with abnormal eeriness, and the viewers exclaimed in the bullet chats, Holy crap, is she transforming directly? Just looking at it makes my bones ache. She crawled directly onto the ceiling. Viewers continued to discuss, what is this, Spider-Man? I'm going crazy. Who can understand this feeling? Su Xiao not only didn't show any fear but instead casually mocked, Thank you for telling me all this, but I know you're not an eerie entity. You're nothing more than a pawn of its. She instantly went mad and lunged at Su Xiao, her mouth constantly roaring, Shut up! Shut up! The Black General blocked the way in front of Su Xiao. Ready for battle. The sound waves emitted by the Black General made the teacher clutch her ears in pain. Viewers marveled. The Black General also possesses the crow's mental attack ability. Too strong. I just want to say Big Boss Su Xiao is invincible. I don't know about anyone else. The Black General stepped on her face and then bound her tightly with its tentacles. The teacher moaned, Wait, let me go. Just as the battle was reaching its peak, the crow from earlier came back to life and rushed over. Su Xiao was also startled. This crow can resurrect? He immediately threw the cloth doll at the crow. The cloth doll engaged in battle, but before the doll could strike, the crow dissipated. The Black General held the advantage, and viewers lamented, The Black General is majestic. These continuous movements are much stronger than before. The most impressive part is still Big Boss Su Xiao. He saw through the connection between the teacher and the crow in an instant and could analyze that the crow was a hallucination. It's practically like he's cheating. Su Xiao felt confused. Strange, the cloth doll didn't catch the crow. Could it really be a hallucination, not a physical entity? After dealing with the teacher, Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. All right, after cleaning up this mess, it's time to head back to the dormitory. He picked up the forbidden book and walked out of the classroom, secretly pondering. Rule 13 in Rule Set A emphasized that one cannot carry a forbidden book when leaving the classroom. Then let's violate the rules one more time. Rule 13 was repeated once more. On the other side, Claude and Andy had been hiding in the classroom without going out. After the crow and teacher persisted for a while, they also left. Andy panted heavily and said, The staff, we must find the school staff quickly to seek help. Both breathed a sigh of relief and coincidentally chose to go look for the staff. After saying that, Andy walked straight to the staff room. Just as he pushed open the door, the janitor uncle guessed, You're the student on duty today, aren't you? Andy responded, Yes, please save me. I can't hold on much longer. Please save me. The janitor uncle handed him a forbidden book and said, Take this. It's a forbidden book I've treasured for a long time. It can not only suppress its influence but also eliminate its interference. His face lit up with joy as he thanked him repeatedly. Thank you so much. Heavens, I'm finally saved. Seeing this, high-level officials from other countries hurriedly sent reminders to their own contestants, but they didn't encounter the staff, let alone get a forbidden book. After receiving the reminders, the other contestants rushed to the staff room only to find the door wouldn't open. There was also a note posted on the door. Staff lounge, no entry without invitation. Viewers discussed how can this be. Students who didn't stay for duty can't see the staff. Could it be the staff are afraid they are controlled students and don't dare risk meeting them? Big Boss Su Xiao didn't go looking for the staff after duty. Can he still get the divine forbidden book item? I feel like Su Xiao doesn't seem to need that book. Let's keep watching. As Su Xiao was walking back to the dormitory, a notification suddenly popped up. It was once a crow in a tree at the academy, until its home was destroyed and its children were killed. At that time its heart was filled with hatred. Under its influence, the crow was consumed by rage and began to seek revenge on the academy. Dear contestant, congratulations on successfully leaving the classroom. Current rating reached 3 stars. Tip: Xingshui Academy has more than just one it. A comprehensive score will be given after leaving the academy. Su Xiao thought, interesting. It turned out the dormitory and classroom were rated separately. His lips curled up. This meant a new round would begin once he reached the dormitory. He walked to the dormitory door where a note was posted. Su Xiao said, There are indeed new rules here. Let's see. The contents of the note were as follows. Rule Set B. Rule 1. You must remain absolutely quiet after entering the dormitory. If a roommate tries to talk to you, do not respond. Rule 2. There are 6 people in the dormitory in total, including yourself. If you find that the number of people in the dormitory is insufficient, please run out of the dormitory immediately. Return 5 minutes later. If the number remains the same, please repeat this action. Rule 3. If you find your roommates whispering and discussing things you don't understand, please cover yourself with your quilt and ignore them. Rule 4. If you see a roommate fallen asleep at their desk, do not wake them. Rule 5. There are no birds outside the window. Please do not open the curtains. Rule 6. The dormitory cafeteria is separate from the academy cafeteria. If you are hungry, you can ask a roommate to take you to the dormitory cafeteria. Rule 7. If you find a roommate sleepwalking at night, wake them immediately, otherwise something terrifying will happen. Rule 8. Kill your roommate because he knows all your secrets. Rule 9. The little dark room does not exist. Do not attempt to find it. Rule 10. It is very dangerous outside the dormitory building after dark. Please stay in your room until dawn. Rule 11. If you encounter any danger in the dormitory, run straight to the staff lounge. After Su Xiao finished reading, he recalled the previous Rule 15. The little dark room is dangerous, but a method to escape is hidden inside. He felt confused. Rule 9 here and Rule 15 in Rule Set A contradicted each other. It was hard to guess which was correct, but since both sides repeatedly emphasized the little dark room, it was clear that place was definitely a key point. Su Xiao pushed the door and entered. There were only 2 roommates inside. Looking at his seatmate's soulless gaze, he let out a sigh. The last trace of reason in his seatmate's eyes had vanished. It seemed he was already completely controlled. As he turned to lock the door, another roommate walked over to greet him. "Hello, from now on we are roommates. Let's all get along." Su Xiao put on a friendly face, walked over to shake hands and said with a smile, "Hello, my greatest strength is being easygoing," the viewers warned. Big Boss Su Xiao violated Rule 1, that roommate is going to attack him. Su Xiao's face changed faster than flipping a book. 1 second he was smiling and greeting. The next second he gave his roommate a resounding slap. This is called a preemptive strike. The roommate was hurt by the blow and roared, "Why did you hit me?" Su Xiao propped his hand up and interrogated him. "What were you trying to do with that expression just now?" The roommate clutched his face and sobbed, "Can't I have a mouth cramp? You hit me without rhyme or reason. My fragile heart has been seriously damaged." After hearing this, Su Xiao felt a bit guilty and thought, "If you had a mouth cramp, why didn't you say so earlier? You made me misunderstand. It's all your fault." After hitting the person, he didn't apologize. He just waved his hand and said with a chuckle, "Let's consider this matter settled, all right. Didn't you just say everyone should get along?" The viewers were full of praise. "Haha, Big Boss Su Xiao has always played by his own rules. That roommate is probably cursing him out in his head." The viewers soon turned their attention to the contestant from the Paris nation. "Everyone, look quickly." The contestant from the Paris nation received a reminder from his high levels and also went to the staff room to get the forbidden book. Unfortunately, he didn't stay for duty either, so he probably won't get it. Good luck, brother. Ali, the contestant from the Paris nation, clasped his hands and used his talent, Rule Loophole. Rule Loophole is an S-grade talent. In special circumstances, if you accidentally miss a supplementary rule, you will be considered to have completed that part of the rule. Furthermore, you can pass normally and receive rewards. Note, when entering the Strange Tale world, the success rate of this talent is 50. Just as he used his talent, the janitor uncle opened the door and said, "You're the student on duty today. Come in." Seeing this, the viewers were shocked. What's the situation? Why did the janitor suddenly appear? What talent did Ali just use? The legendary S-grade talent, Rule Loophole. This little guy from the Paris nation has insane luck, doesn't he? Back in Su Xiao's dormitory, the air was filled with a flurry of whispers. Irritated, Su Xiao thought to himself, what are these guys muttering about instead of sleeping in the middle of the night? He recalled Rule A. If you find your roommates whispering and discussing things you don't understand, cover yourself with your quilt and ignore them. Naturally, Su Xiao walked straight off his bed, ignored every single rule, and walked over to give each of his roommates a resounding slap across the face. Strangely, the roommates didn't get angry. Instead, they acted as if they had no idea what had just happened. They began asking each other, "What just happened? Why is my face swollen? It actually hurts." "Same here, it feels like I was beaten up by someone." Seeing this, Su Xiao felt a flicker of confusion. This is too strange. Based on their reaction, could it be that they were being controlled by it just now? Was it trying to find a way to fish for information from the students? The roommates soon climbed back into their beds and lay down, leaving him standing there in a daze. It wasn't until several hours later that Su Xiao managed to drift off for a short nap, only to be jolted awake by the sound of wet, squelching chewing. He sat up in annoyance and looked toward the bunk across from him. On the bed next to his seatmate was sitting there, devouring something filthy and bizarre. He glanced at Su Xiao, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he asked, "This is delicious. Roommate, do you want some too?" The moment the viewers saw him turn his head, they were overcome with a wave of nausea and disgust. God, the moment that roommate turned his head to speak, I almost peed myself from the shock. Is that thing on the bed really his seatmate? Is he eating his own seatmate? The seatmate was so nice. If it's true, it's absolutely heartbreaking. Su Xiao raised his hand intending to slap him awake. Sleepwalking is one thing, but how dare you eat my seatmate? He suddenly remembered Rule 7. If you find a roommate sleepwalking at night, wake them immediately, otherwise something terrifying will happen. He then noticed the corpse on the bed. Why were there so many feathers on it? Was it not his seatmate? Just as he was deep in thought, his seatmate suddenly walked in from outside the door. He thought to himself, was the one sleepwalking out there just a double? It seemed he had overthought things, but to be safe, he still had to have the Black General keep an eye on them. With that thought, he sat down and stared them down. Meanwhile, a similar incident was occurring in the dormitory where Da Changwen was located. He saw his seatmate sleepwalking and hid behind him, trembling as he said, "What should I do? My seatmate is sleepwalking and eating a corpse. According to the rules, I should wake him up, but I don't dare." A crow was also perched on his room's window. Seeing it, cold sweat poured down his back as he thought, and that crow, why does it keep staring at me? Stop looking at me. The crow suddenly began to hallucinate into various bizarre shapes. Da Changwen turned deathly pale with fright. The crow had actually transformed into a person who looked exactly like him. At this point, the more he looked, the more terrified he became, screaming, That's me." The human-faced crow smashed through the window and lunged at Da Changwen. He clutched his head in terror and screamed manically, "No, impossible, you're not me, I'm the real one, get lost, don't even think about replacing me." As if losing his mind, he lunged upward and challenged the human-faced crow. "Come on then, I'll fight you to the death, I'm not afraid of you, I'm the original," viewers commented one after another. Da Changwen has lost it. The thing outside the window is just a hallucination. If he had just pulled the curtains, he would have been fine. He was actually stupid enough to keep staring out the window. A system announcement rang out. The contestants from the East Island Nation and 6 other countries have been devoured by the Eerie. The Strange Tale world is about to descend. Countdown begins, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The high-level officials of the East Island Nation were scratching their heads and wailing in despair, "It's over, it's completely over. The Strange Tale is going to descend on the East Island Nation again." Having been invaded by the Strange Tale rules 4 consecutive times, the East Island Nation was bound to perish sooner or later. "Quick, go ask the United States for help, hurry." The Americans stopped contacting us the moment they were done using us. Those bridge-burning beasts. As of now, the only students in the Xingshui Academy dormitory who remained clear-headed were Su Xiao, Nikolai, Andy and Ali. 2 days of dormitory life passed in a flash, and the 3rd day arrived. Su Xiao observed for a while and realized something was wrong. There was an extra person in the dormitory. He recalled Rule 12. There are no more than 6 people in the dormitory in total, including yourself. If you find that the number of people in the dormitory is incorrect, please run out of the dormitory immediately. Return 5 minutes later. If the number remains the same, please repeat this action. Our Su Xiao would never follow the rules. He completely ignored that eerie rule, walked up to that student, and said bluntly, "Hey classmate, are you going to walk out on your own, or am I going to have to throw you out?" The student remained sitting there arrogantly and replied, "I'm your roommate. What right do you have to kick me out?" Without a word, Su Xiao gave him a direct punch. The other party roared in anger. "You dare hit me?" After saying that, he swung his fist, preparing to strike back. "You dead dog, I'll kill you." But before he could even make a move, Su Xiao grabbed his arm and followed up with a punch that pinned his body down. He screamed in pain, "Ow, ow, I'll let go, fine, I won't come out anymore. Is that okay?" Su Xiao didn't listen to him at all. With one move, he kicked the intruder 100 meters away, not forgetting to add a sarcastic "welcome back next time." The remaining roommates stood there dumbfounded. Su Xiao said easily, "Let's go eat. Now that the trash is cleared, I'm feeling a bit hungry," a roommate suggested. "The dormitory has a cafeteria. If you're hungry, I can take you there." Su Xiao didn't mind and agreed. "Oh sure, then I'll trouble you." He recalled 2 rules. Rule A, inside the classroom. Rule 16, it is everywhere. Most students have already been controlled. Do not trust students with soulless eyes. Rule B, inside the dormitory. Rule 6. The dormitory cafeteria is separate from the academy cafeteria. If you are hungry, you can ask a roommate to take you to the dormitory cafeteria. He secretly deduced that the classroom and dormitory rules were complementary. So now, if he wanted to violate the rules, he needed to trust this classmate. But he absolutely could not let the student take him to the cafeteria. In other words, he had to go by himself. With that thought, he stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, the classmate asked, "Hey, why did you stop walking?" Su Xiao revealed a mischievous smile and said, "Classmate, Since you were so enthusiastic to help me, let me give you a gift as a thank you." The classmate looked bewildered. "What gift?" he chuckled. "A big gift for you, of course." Suddenly, the black general emerged from nowhere and devoured the classmate in one gulp with its tentacles. Su Xiao followed up with, "Go meet the Buddha in the West," he said with satisfaction. "Good coordination, Black General. Let's go, stay invisible and follow me to the cafeteria." He pondered as he walked. He had been to the academy cafeteria before. If there really was a cafeteria hidden this deeply within the dormitory, it might just be the little dark room. Su Xiao stepped into the cafeteria and observed for a while, thinking to himself, "Strange, this place looks quite ordinary." He glanced at a table where a forbidden book lay. Why is there a forbidden book in the cafeteria? There must be clues inside. He continued to deduce that the content of this forbidden book was different from the previous ones. Could it be a diary left behind by some student? He leisurely read the contents. The book read, "Dear classmate, do not be surprised when you see this forbidden book. It cannot perceive the existence of this forbidden book. That is why I was able to bring it in here. This is not a cafeteria. Do not trust anything you see. Except for this forbidden book, it cannot leave this place. It cannot look directly at the forbidden book. If you want to see it, midnight is the most appropriate time. But there is no need for you to do so because that would be too foolish. What am I saying? If you can't see it, it proves you won't be able to escape either. I have been completely trapped here. Among these figures in the cafeteria, perhaps one of them is me. Good luck." These words were written by a helpful student. After reading the forbidden book, Su Xiao thought carefully. Must I wait until night? It seemed he hadn't encountered it last night because it wasn't in the dormitory. Maybe I'll be able to see it at that so-called cafeteria I went to last night. While Su Xiao was contemplating the contents of the forbidden book, some contestants were being led to the little dark room by their roommates. A group of people was walking together, one pulling another. "Let's go, come with me to eat there." That contestant looked around and felt the place was unsafe, shaking his head repeatedly in refusal. I suddenly don't want to eat anymore." After saying that, the boy intended to slip away. "I'm leaving now, bye-bye." The group of people suddenly turned their heads 180 degrees and said with faces full of rage, "Who told you that you could leave?" They slowly closed in on him, their bodies emitting an eerie aura as they repeated incessantly, "Who told you that you could leave?" The contestant looked back and saw this scene, becoming scared out of his wits as he stammered, What do you want to do?" Suddenly, the heads of the group began to fall to the ground one after another. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, the contestant turned pale with fright, slumped to the ground and clutched his head while backing away, screaming and shouting, "Mom, oh my God, don't come over, don't get near me." The boy bumped into a headless corpse while backing away. Before he could even scream, a head rolled toward him and gave a bizarre laugh. "Don't be afraid, roommate." The poor contestant was caught and devoured by those eerie things. The system announcement rang out. The contestants from Israel, Nepal, and the Philippines have been devoured by the eerie. The strange tale world is about to descend. Countdown begins 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Seeing this, viewers express their sympathy. "Those people are so pitiful being gnawed on by a swarm of human heads." Another person commented, "Forget about them." Big boss Su Xiao has also encountered that swarm of heads. At this time, Su Xiao was also surrounded by several human heads. Contrary to those other contestants, he wasn't panicked at all, and even laughed happily. You want to use this method to scare me? You've really underestimated people." He then gave an order to the cloth doll. "Cloth doll, I'll leave it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the cloth doll lunged at the swarm of heads, throwing punch after punch. It beat those human heads into a state of sheer terror. Viewers marveled one after another. As expected of Big Boss Su Xiao, compared to him, those other contestants are like mud compared to a cloud. Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom is just too lucky. After dealing with that swarm of heads, Su Xiao noticed their blood was flowing in the same direction. He wondered, where is this pool of blood flowing to? He heard a thump-thump sound again. It's a heartbeat. Why is there such a loud heartbeat in the cafeteria? Could it be its heartbeat? He then ordered the cloth doll and the black general. "You two go over and take a look." After a while, the cloth doll and the dog returned, shaking their heads incessantly. Su Xiao said with disappointment, "Not found. It shouldn't be. Could it be that it really only appears at night?" After saying that, he turned and walked away. "Let's go, we'll come back to check at night." But at this moment, behind him, that pool of blood suddenly condensed into a human form. That thing let out a burst of eerie laughter and watched him leave. Su Xiao returned to his room and saw his roommate sleeping soundly, thinking to himself, "No way. Waking up this early just to go back to sleep." Rule 4 mentioned. If you see a roommate fallen asleep at their desk, do not wake them. He didn't care about that rule at all. Feeling annoyed by seeing him sleep, he delivered a flying kick to the roommate. After being kicked awake, the roommate angrily cursed out the protagonist's family. "I'll screw your uncle." After saying that, he ran over and jumped out the window. Su Xiao was stunned. Heavens, are students nowadays having such a violent reaction to being woken up? Viewers were also discussing fervently. What's the deal? Why jump out of the building for no reason? Is the roommate's mental state that fragile? Everyone, do you think this is a possibility? It was controlling the student. Su Xiao waking him up made it feel the roommate had escaped control, so it brutally killed him. That guess is very logical. The truth might just be exactly like that. At night, all the roommates suddenly became exceptionally eerie. Su Xiao chose to deal with them all to save himself the trouble. Meanwhile, Claude, Andy and Ali relied on the forbidden book given by the staff to awaken the last bit of their seatmates' reason. With the seatmates' help, they escaped the roommates' pursuit. But after escaping the dormitory, the situation was not optimistic. Andy encountered an eerie creature as soon as he came out. Terrified, he clutched the forbidden book tightly, thinking with a headache about what to do. Rule 10 of the dormitory rules said, "It is very dangerous outside the dormitory building after dark. Has it really come to the point where I have to use that talent? Activate sulfur monosulfide grade talent, infinite deduction." He began to activate the talent. It allowed him to quickly deduce the results of countless choices in his mind, thereby selecting the most accurate guess. Note: the talent is closely related to the user's mental state. Simply put, the clearer the user's mind, the more times infinite deduction can be used, and the fewer rule violations will occur. After activating the talent, Andy became much wiser. Perceiving the problem, he said with a smile, "Hee, so it was hiding on the third floor of the cafeteria. The staff's forbidden book is the way to deal with it." Following that, Claude and Ali also sensed something and decided to go to the third floor of the cafeteria to take a look. After Su Xiao dealt with all his roommates, he followed the morning plan to the third floor of the cafeteria. Preparing for a head-on confrontation, Su Xiao pushed the door and entered. As soon as the door opened, a pungent smell wafted toward him. The entire room was filled with a fishy, foul and viscous odor, forcing him to cover his nose with his sleeve. He cursed in disgust. "You eerie thing, can't you be a bit cleaner? The smell here is scarier than poison gas." Just as he finished cursing, those pools of blood began to move. Slowly they merged together, transforming into a form identical to Su Xiao's. He was dumbfounded at the sight and cursed. "Holy crap, you dare to imitate me? Imitation is one thing, but laughing that sleazily. Do I look that sleazy when I laugh?" A viewer replied, "Actually there is a little bit, ha ha ha. Shut up upstairs, if I die from laughing you're paying." Su Xiao immediately gave an order. "You dare to blacken my image? Die, cloth doll, go give it a lesson." Just as the cloth doll lunged forward, the fake Su Xiao split. Gradually it divided into 3 identical people. Seeing this scene, the real Su Xiao shouted, "Holy crap, 3 of them, it actually cloned itself." He ordered, "Cloth doll, come back. Black General, eat them all and let's see how it splits then." The Black General lunged forward with its mouth open, binding them with its tentacles and swallowing them down. Just as it swallowed 2, they split again into a crowd of identical versions of him. Too many to count, viewers said in surprise. "Holy crap, infinite cloning? Heavens, there are too many Big Boss Su Xiaos. If these were all real, that would be great. We could each take one and wouldn't have to fight for him. Hee. Su Xiao looks absolutely handsome when he smiles. God, I'm in love." Another person commented, It seems a bit inappropriate to say this now. Big Boss Su Xiao is in danger." The real Su Xiao felt the situation was bad. Continuing like this was not a solution. He would eventually be exhausted. Just as he was at a loss, the system popped up a prompt to use the Mountain God's Ring. He was ecstatic. That's right, how could I forget the Mountain God's Ring? The Mountain God itself possessed the ability to resist cognitive distortion. Maybe it could help me find its true body. He then used the Mountain God's Ring. System announcement. Contestant Su Xiao has used the power of the Mountain God's Ring on the Black General. The Black General seemed to have gained a power buff. It lunged at the enemy in an extremely powerful new form, and viewers were stunned. Holy crap, the Black General now looks as cool as an ancient god from the Cthulhu mythos. Everyone, look, now, without Su Xiao's command, the Black General is already searching for it on its own. The Black General used its tentacles to pick up a mirror. Su Xiao was startled. A mirror? Could it be hiding in the mirror? Suddenly, a group of people appeared in the mirror, laughing eerily. They grabbed his hand. Su Xiao wasn't panicked at all. Instead, a holy light radiated from his entire body. This was the power of the protagonist's aura. He smiled and said, "Since we're all so familiar, I forgot to tell you, all of an Erie's methods are ineffective against me. Of course, I'm not looking down on you. I just want to say that everyone here is trash." The mirror then shattered, and the people inside let out bursts of screams as every eerie soul scattered from the mirror. Viewers commented one after another, "Heavens, Su Xiao is so cool. This move is a perfect 10. Don't worry about him getting a big head." Wait, did Big Boss Su Xiao just say that any method used by an eerie entity is ineffective against him? It seems he really did say that. I'm getting more and more curious about what his talent actually is. Inside that shattered mirror, the faint, rhythmic sound of a heartbeat could be heard. Su Shao spoke up, "Black General, pull out whatever is hiding in there." Upon receiving the order, the Black General reached its tentacles into the mirror and felt around. A scream immediately echoed from within. Humans deserve to die. Following that, the Black General pulled a heart out of the mirror. Su Shao said in confusion, "What's going on now that we've caught it? Why hasn't the system notified me of a clear? Did I miss something?" He suddenly remembered Rule 14, the school staff are trustworthy. When encountering trouble that is difficult to handle, go to the staff lounge to seek help. The rules had consistently mentioned the staff's help. Could it be that he couldn't clear the stage without letting them help? With that thought, he immediately headed toward the staff lounge. Su Shao carefully handed the heart to the janitor and said, "Uncle, I'll leave this to you to handle." The janitor was overjoyed at the sight. "Young man, you actually caught it. Wonderful, we can finally be free of it." At that moment, the system panel finally popped up a notification. "Dear contestant, congratulations on successfully escaping Xingshui Academy. Rating, classroom 3 stars, dormitory 2 stars. An extra star is awarded, totaling 6 stars. Tip: this bonus point is awarded because your performance in this round was exceptionally outstanding. This will help increase your rewards. Clearance rewards. Mirror of Pollution, Cheating Paper Airplane, Eerie Resistance 2, current resistance is 8, Mirror of Pollution. With this you can dispel illusions and see through visual blind spots. Extra reward, Cheating Paper Airplane. A single-use consumable that can be used to transmit information within the Strange Tale world, limited to 100 words. Su Shao was ecstatic upon receiving the rewards. "Wow, I actually got a 6-star rating and there are extra rewards." The audience was also happy for him. Holy crap, he got the cheating paper airplane. Su Shao can completely rely on this to help other contestants clear the stage. He. If this thing were auctioned in the real world, he'd become a multi-billionaire in minutes. While Su Shao cleared the stage, Claude, Andy and Ali also cleared it one after another. However, the 3 of them did not eliminate the monster. They only barely lasted a few days by relying on the forbidden book given by the janitor. The system continued its broadcast. Congratulations to Su Shao of the Dragon Kingdom, Claude of the Paris Nation, Andy of the Grizzly Bear Nation, and Ali of the Pakistan Nation for successfully clearing the stage. These 4 countries will be exempt from the invasion of the Strange Tale rules this time. Su Shao of the Dragon Kingdom has received a 6-star rating and a special reward. The creativity of the people of the Dragon Kingdom has increased by 10. Additionally, a 5 bonus reward. Claude of the Paris Nation received a 3-star rating and a common reward. The water resources of the Paris Nation have increased by 5. Andy of the Grizzly Bear Nation received a 4-star rating and an excellent reward. The physical fitness of the people of the Grizzly Bear Nation has increased by 8. Ali of the Pakistan Nation received a 3-star rating and a common reward. The fruit yield of the Pakistan Nation has increased by 5. In the U.S. meeting room, high-level leaders were cursing incessantly. FCK, 4 people actually cleared it this time. The other 3 countries have clearly sided with the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is now like a tiger coming down the mountain, not to be underestimated. Those useless fools from the East Island Nation can't even figure out basic intel. And yet they still dare to hope for our help? It seems we can only find a way on our own now. Meanwhile, Su Shao returned to the real world and the cheating paper airplane was sold to Australia by high-level representatives. 3 days later, Su Shao entered the Strange Tale world again. The system broadcast, "This challenge includes the following countries: Dragon Kingdom, Paris Nation, Grizzly Bear Nation, United States, Australia, Greece, Pakistan and Kimchi Nation. Challenge location: amusement park. Since its opening, the amusement park has attracted countless tourists bringing their children to play. They will spend a pleasant weekend here, but please note you must learn to obey the amusement park's rules. Tourists often go missing in the amusement park. This place is like a giant beast waiting for its prey. Once someone steps into its territory, it is difficult to leave alive. Tip: you must escape the amusement park with your younger brother within 2 days. Please be sure to protect him. If a delay causes your brother to be devoured by the Eerie, you will be trapped here forever. In this challenge, the outside world is allowed one opportunity to send a reminder. Just as the system finished the notification, a little boy appeared beside Su Shao. He tugged at Su Shao's sleeve and said, brother, the bumper cars over there look so fun, let's go play." Su Shao thought to himself, damn, there really is an extra little brother. Su Shao squatted down and handed the cloth doll to the little boy, coaxing him softly, "I'll take you to play in a bit. You must hold on to this cloth doll tightly and stay here obediently without running around. I'm going to get a map of the amusement park." The little boy replied obediently, "Okay, While going to get the map, Su Xiao thought, I have talent protection, but Lies the brother doesn't. To clear the stage this time I must protect him well. I'll let the kid hold the cloth doll for now. It'll also serve as a test to see if he's obedient or if he'll run off. If he's a disobedient brat, I'll have to teach him a proper lesson. Rules are usually written on the back of the map. Su Xiao hurried to flip the paper over. A long string of text was printed on the back. Welcome to the amusement park. To ensure you and your family enjoy a pleasant weekend, please strictly follow the rules below. Rule 1. The bumper cars in the amusement park are available for play, but children are strictly forbidden from entering. Rule 2. If you and your family feel tired, you can go to the dining area to enjoy free food, but please note, you must absolutely not eat food such as hamburgers. Rule 3. The hamburgers in the dining area are very tempting. We suggest you try them. Rule 4. The Ferris wheel is available for riding, but if you encounter a blind woman there, ignore her no matter what she says. Rule 5. The roller coaster is extremely thrilling and is not recommended for children, but if full safety measures are taken, they can ride it. Rule 6. The carousel is suitable for both adults and children. It will bring you and your family a pleasant time. Rule 7. There are no frog balloons in the amusement park. If you see someone in a frog mascot costume selling frog balloons, leave their sight immediately. Rule 8. Do not trust the security guards here, nor the items they leave behind. Rule 9. The mirror world in the amusement park is real, but you must absolutely not enter it. Rule 10. Do not trust the amusement park staff, especially those wearing black uniforms. After Su Xiao finished reading, he began to analyze. Why are these rules written in 3 different colors? Is there some sort of hint? I must carefully deduce which rules are false, especially since I'm with my brother. He sighed and said, Sigh, why aren't there any rules about protecting my brother? If there were, I'd really want to just dispose of him directly. That way I could get rid of this cheap brother and get talent protection at the same time. When the viewers heard his complaint, the bullet chats instantly flooded the screen. LMAO, Su Xiao's train of thought is truly impossible to predict. Big boss Su Xiao, aren't you being a bit too much? When he returned to the previous spot, the little boy was gone. He suddenly grew anxious. He really was gone. This brat is such a headache. He started searching everywhere, shouting, Lies, lies. After searching for a long time, he finally found the little boy crying in a corner. He hurried forward to ask, What happened? Who bullied you? Lies cried hysterically. Brother, the cloth doll hit me. It won't let me go play on the bumper cars. Su Xiao softened his tone to coax him. The doll is so cute, how could it hit anyone? You must have tripped yourself. Lies insisted he hadn't seen it wrong, but Su Xiao persuaded him with a righteous tone. I saw you trip with my own eyes. Think about it. The doll is just a toy. How could it hit you, right? Lies felt what Su Xiao said made sense and was gradually convinced. It seems I really did trip myself. A bullet chat appeared in the comment section. This kid was just gaslit into oblivion. With a brother like this kid is probably going to grow up with mental issues. Su Xiao took Lisa's hand, picked up the cloth doll and said, All right, come here. Hold the doll well and I'll take you to the bumper cars. Liza agreed excitedly. Yay! Just then, Rule 1 appeared. Bumper cars can be played, but children are forbidden. Arriving at the play area, Su Xiao lifted Liza into a bumper car. Behind him, a security guard was walking over. The guard handed Su Xiao a slip of paper. Su Xiao looked at the guard and thought, the security guard actually stuffed another note into my hand. He opened it to see several lines of text. Green handwriting can be trusted. Yellow handwriting can only be half trusted. Yellow handwriting is its handwriting. Su Xiao rubbed his chin and thought, so the 3 colors on the rules mean this, but Rule 8 says not to trust the security or the items they give. However, I feel like this guard is a good person. He was so close to me just now and didn't harm me or Lies. He was calculating secretly. Despite thinking this, Su Xiao warned himself not to let his guard down. If it really was as dangerous as the tip suggested, it might even be able to change the color of the handwriting on the note. Therefore, one must absolutely not judge right from wrong solely based on color. Su Xiao straightened his clothes and gave a confident smile. Subsequently, Su Xiao and Lies had a lot of fun on the bumper cars. Su Xiao crashed into other cars on purpose, scaring Lies into shouting for help repeatedly. 10 minutes later, Lies lay against the side of the car, pouting piteously. I'm never playing bumper cars again, it's not fun at all, a viewer commented. In times of danger, your brother is your shield. In times of safety, your brother is the biggest danger. Another viewer agreed deeply. The person above spoke the truth. Su Xiao smiled. He asked him, do you really not want to play anymore? What do you want to play now? Lies fussed. I want to ride the roller coaster. Rule 5, written in yellow, appeared. The roller coaster is extremely thrilling and not recommended for children. But if safety measures are taken, there is no problem. Su Xiao's face darkened immediately. He felt that although Rule 5 was in yellow, it was half true and half false, making it hard to violate. Besides, he didn't want to ride a roller coaster himself. He couldn't even imagine it. So Su Xiao lured Lies. The kids area over there is selling frog balloons. How about I take you to buy one? Lies asked naively. Are balloons fun? Rule 7 written in green appeared. There are no frog balloons in the amusement park. If you see a frog mascot selling balloons, leave their sight immediately, Su Xiao said to Lies in a decisive tone. Of course they're fun. Wait here, I'll go buy one for you, Lies replied obediently. Okay. Su Xiao deliberately violated Rule 7. As soon as he saw the frog mascot selling balloons, he shouted loudly, Hey you frog, don't you know selling balloons is forbidden here? The frog mascot was stunned. Ha, I never heard of that. Su Xiao walked over and snatched the balloons away. I'm warning you, pay attention next time. I'm confiscating all of these this time. The frog mascot watched Su Xiao's back while wiping cold sweat, feeling that something was very wrong. What's going on? Is this human really this brave? However, soon the frog revealed a sinister smile. It thought to itself, but selling balloons to humans was my goal all along, mission accomplished. Su Xiao suddenly whipped his head back and the frog immediately stood up straight in fear. Su Xiao revealed an extremely sleazy smile. He let go of his hand, letting all the balloons fly away. Su Xiao smirked while rolling up his sleeves, looking like he was about to teach the frog a lesson. He asked in a concerned tone, Any more balloons? The frog answered in a panic. No more. Just now, before the frog could finish, Su Xiao smashed a fist into its face. Su Xiao cursed. What do you mean? A frog mascot actually dares to tell me there are no balloons left? Are you looking down on me because you think I'm broke? The viewers excitedly spread the special news. Big Boss Su Xiao is beating up a frog mascot. The scene is extremely satisfying, not to be missed. Another viewer commented, Quick, look, Han Shuyan from the Kimchi Nation and the contestant from Pakistan have also encountered a frog mascot. Lies saw Han Shuyan running over and shouted loudly, Brother! A frog walked over and stood beside Lies. As soon as Han Shuyan saw the frog, he immediately ran away, viewers speculated. Han Shuyan was probably afraid of violating Rule 7. He ran really fast. Another person said, but he left Lies behind. After running for a while, Han Shuyan finally realized, Damn it Lies, I forgot to bring Lies. He hurriedly ran back to look and found Lies holding a frog balloon. Lies happily showed it off to Han Shuyan. Brother, look at this frog balloon, it's so pretty. Han Shuyan felt it was strange. Lies was holding the balloon but showed no signs of being controlled. Could it be that Rule 7 was false? Rule 7 said there are no frog balloons in the amusement park. If you see a frog selling balloons, leave their sight immediately. Han Shuyan felt it wouldn't do, just in case he had to throw the balloon away. With that thought, Han Shuyan walked over and snatched the balloon from Lisa's hand. Han Shuyan said sternly, You're not allowed to play with this, let go now. Lies burst into tears. Brother is so mean, Han Shuyan shouted. Shut up and come with me. If you don't behave, I'll hit you. Behind them, a frog quietly appeared. The viewers were instantly terrified. This frog looks so scary. Is Han Shuyan being targeted? That frog revealed a sinister smile. A viewer then commented, Who told him to leave Lies behind just now? He deserves it. I'll see how he handles what's next. The viewers continued to discuss. Big Boss Su Xiao also took a balloon just now. Is he being targeted too? Another viewer countered. The frog mascot was beaten like that. How would it dare? The Big Boss has already taken Lies to eat in the dining area. Lies acted spoiled. Brother Su Xiao, I want to eat a hamburger, fried chicken and fries. Su Xiao remembered Rule 2, absolutely do not eat fast food like hamburgers. Yet Rule 3 said, the hamburgers here are very delicious. It suggested you try them. Su Xiao weighed it seriously. These two rules were completely opposite. No matter which one he violated, he would unintentionally follow the other, thus losing his talent protection. Then there's only one way. Su Xiao walked to the counter and made a request to the cashier. Give me 2 portions of fries and 2 hamburgers with only the bread, no meat. Su Xiao thought triumphantly. I chose bread without meat. This can count as having eaten a hamburger, but it can also count as not having eaten one. This way, I violate both rules simultaneously. I'm a genius. Lies opened the hamburger and said disappointedly, Brother, this hamburger isn't like the one in the advertisement. Su Xiao replied calmly, The meat inside was taken by someone else, only the shell is left. Just stuff the fries in and you can eat it, Lies said in surprise. Oh, that works too. Besides Su Xiao and Lies, a mother and daughter were dining. The little girl said excitedly to her mother, Mom, I want to go play in Bear World later. I heard there are many baby bears there. The mother agreed gently. Okay, I'll take you after we finish eating. Su Xiao heard the conversation between the mother and daughter. Did he have any memory of a location called Bear World? Su Xiao felt it was very strange. He recalled taking Lies around for a full circle just now and hadn't seen any Bear World at all. Could this round be like the zoo where there are 2 overlapping worlds? After finishing the meal, Su Xiao took Lies to ride the Ferris wheel. Su Xiao told Lies, Be good, sit still. Rule 4 in yellow handwriting displayed, The Ferris wheel can be ridden, but if you accidentally encounter a blind woman, do not heed what she says. Sure enough, Su Xiao encountered a woman who said something mysterious. What a cute little boy. It would be so tragic if the Ferris wheel fell down. Based on Su Xiao's judgment, although Rule 4 warned not to trust this woman judging by her behavior, she didn't seem to have any malice, or perhaps she had been waiting here just to warn him of something. Su Xiao stared at a slip of paper and muttered to himself, "We'll see." Just then, a staff member suddenly appeared behind Su Xiao and greeted him. "Hello, did you just take something from that blind woman?" The staff member claimed that the woman frequently caused trouble in the amusement park. "If she gave you anything, please hand it over to us for disposal. Otherwise, she is likely to harm you and your family." Su Xiao observed the staff member's expression and grew wary. Although the man wasn't wearing black, Su Xiao sensed something unsafe. Su Xiao casually slipped the note into his pocket, turned to the staff member and said with a smile, "I didn't take anything of hers, so I have nothing to give you." The staff member replied with a stiff, mirthless smile, "You're doing the right thing." He was about to leave, but he stopped when he saw Lies sitting alone in the Ferris wheel cabin. He asked Su Xiao suspiciously, "Oh, you're not getting on? Aren't you going to accompany your brother to enjoy the view of the amusement park from above?" Su Xiao squinted and smiled. "I'm afraid of heights, so I'll have to let him play by himself." The staff member suddenly turned and stepped into the cabin with Lies, explaining, "That works. The Ferris wheel is about to start. I'll stay with him to ensure the child lands safely." The cabin door closed and the Ferris wheel began to move. Just then, the viewers were horrified to find that the staff member's clothes were changing color. Holy crap, why did his clothes change color? Was he faking it all along? Is Lies going to be okay? Another viewer offered reassurance. Lies is holding the cloth doll. He should be fine, probably. Meanwhile, the Greek contestant Noan had also chosen to board the Ferris wheel with a staff member. Noan saw the staff member's clothes turn black and stammered in terror. "Black, it's black. What do I do? The Ferris wheel is already so high, there's no way to escape." The staff member began to transform, his face becoming like a bear covered in long fur. Suddenly, the bear-formed staff member lunged at Noan and pushed him down. Before long, a system announcement was broadcast. The contestants from Greece, Canada, and 6 other nations have been devoured by the Eerie. The strange tale world is about to descend. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The viewers screamed, "Heaven, someone on Big Boss Su Xiao's side just fell off the Ferris wheel." Su Xiao watched with a calm expression as a figure plummeted from the Ferris wheel. After seeing the face of the fallen person clearly, the viewers breathed a sigh of relief. "That scared me to death." "The one who fell was the staff member, not Lies," another viewer commented smugly. "I told you, with the cloth doll protecting him, how could that measly employee possibly harm him?" Seeing that the situation was temporarily stable, the viewers turned to another topic. Big Boss Su Xiao finally opened the note left by the blind woman. Let's see what it says. Rule 11 on the note was written in green ink. By the time you read this note, you have likely been targeted by it. Please follow the guidance of the staff to leave the amusement park. Rule 12 was written in yellow ink. The new slide is the true exit. There is no exit gate within the amusement park. Rule 13 was also in yellow ink. Bear World does not exist, but you can try to find a place called Bear World. Rule 14 was written in red ink. If you accidentally enter its territory, do not panic under any circumstances. You must remain absolutely calm because any emotional fluctuation will be seen by it as a provocation. Rule 15 was also in red ink. There is no way to escape here. Everyone will become its toys for venting its anger. After reading the note, Su Xiao frowned and thought, the employees here are not trustworthy at all, so Rule 11 is false. Yet this false rule was written in green ink. This meant the criteria for judging rules by color could be tampered with. One could not blindly rely on color. Just then, Lies ran toward him from a distance, crying, "Brother, that uncle just now was so scary, he wanted to throw me down." Su Xiao gently comforted Lies. "Don't cry, don't cry. How about Big Brother takes you to play in the mirror maze?" Lisa's tears turned into a smile. "Yay, Big Brother is the best." Rule 9 appeared. The mirror world within the amusement park is real, but you must absolutely not enter it. Su Xiao walked forward holding Lisa's hand, secretly analyzing, although Rule 9 is green, it can't be fully trusted now. To find the inner world of the amusement park, every area had to be checked one by one. In front of the mirror maze, Su Xiao noticed a note posted on the bulletin board. It read, "For the best maze experience, it is suggested to spin 3 times to the right and then 3 times to the left before entering. Then enter through the door in the exact middle. If you get lost in the mirror maze, do not worry. If you want to leave, please stand before an ordinary mirror. Monitoring cameras are installed here. Staff will see you and rescue you immediately." Below the bulletin board was another note, "I am the last security guard of the amusement park. By the time you see this paper, I may already be dead. The mirror maze was once its territory. If you accidentally enter, do not look back under any circumstances because you do not know where the path behind you leads." The first part of the content on the bulletin board can be trusted. You must operate as required before entering the maze to save your life. Absolutely do not stand before an ordinary mirror. If you don't want to see it in the mirror, you must do as I say. We once resisted it, but we didn't expect its power to be beyond imagination. This is the last note I leave behind. When you see me again, I may already exist in another form. There is no way to survive in the amusement park. Everyone will be trapped here forever. Su Xiao commented, this content is too contradictory. One moment it says the bulletin board is trustworthy. The next it says don't stand before normal mirrors. It seemed this note had also been twisted by it, and could not be fully trusted. The viewers stared intently at Su Xiao's footsteps. The big boss entered the mirror maze. He didn't spin around like the instructions outside said. Spinning at the door looks too stupid. Who would believe such a ridiculous rule? Another viewer countered, don't say that, someone actually believed it. Han Shuyan from South Korea believed it. On the other side, also in the mirror maze, Han Shuyan was spinning 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right until he was dizzy. The viewers found it hilarious. Does he have no brains? Believing a rule like that is too embarrassing. I declare him a South Korean tourist, but he's actually from the East Island nation. After Su Xiao entered, Claude also guided Lies into the maze through the leftmost door. After using infinite deduction, Andy also chose to enter through the rightmost door. Just like Su Xiao, inside the maze, Lies complained to Su Xiao with a sob, "Brother, your cloth doll hit me again. It won't let me look in the mirror." Su Xiao asked, "Which mirror?" Lies pointed to a mirror. Su Xiao found it was an ordinary mirror. Su Xiao speculated that since the cloth doll wouldn't let Lies look at this mirror, it must be problematic. Viewers also sensed the anomaly. Holy crap, there's something eerie in the mirror. Su Xiao looked at the mirror with disdain and said, "The eerie thing in the mirror wants to scare people too. Watch how I deal with you." The viewers were instantly excited, waiting for Su Xiao to act. How is Big Boss Su Xiao planning to handle this eerie thing? How will he contact the world inside the mirror? Su Xiao ordered the Black General to dispose of that mirror. The Black General took the order and rushed forward, smashing the mirror directly. Viewers commented, "Right, why didn't I think of that? A physical solution is the most direct." Black General is majestic. After dealing with the mirror, Su Xiao was even more certain of his judgment. It seemed the warning on the security guard's note was correct. Staring at ordinary mirrors easily attracted its attention. This indicated that the inner world was not far from here. Meanwhile, Han Shuyan was falling into extreme panic, talking to himself. "Damn it, why do I always end up back where I started?" Lies suddenly stopped in front of a mirror and said blankly, "Oh, the mirror here is an ordinary mirror." Viewers commented, "The Lies with Han Shuyan has been assimilated by the eerie. The good show is about to start." The assimilated Lies spoke to Han Shuyan in a sinister tone. "Hee hee, brother, you'll play with me, won't you?" Han Shuyan was already terrified and fell into further confusion. He roared, "Damn it, what on earth is this thing?" Just then, a prompt appeared, guiding Han Shuyan to turn around and flee the maze. "Run!" Han Shuyan felt this might be the only way. "Right, the entrance. I'll go back to the entrance first and then find a way." Subsequently, Han Shuyan turned and ran for his life. Viewers commented, "I remember the bulletin board at the maze entrance said the maze is its territory. If you mistakenly enter, do not look back under any circumstances, because you do not know where the exit will lead." Han Shuyan seemed to have completely forgotten this detail. He ran around frantically looking for the entrance. "I remember it was right here. Why is it gone?" another viewer added. "The South Korean leadership is as stupid as Han Shuyan. They don't even remember this." After running a long way and going in circles, Han Shuyan eventually returned to the place where Lies had been assimilated. Lies asked eerily, "Brother, where did you just go? Didn't you say you would never leave me behind?" Han Shuyan was incoherent with terror. How did I come back again?" The assimilated Lies smiled sinisterly and suggested, "Brother, let's play hide and seek, okay? If I catch you, I'll eat you. What do you think?" Han Shuyan was scared out of his wits, backing away repeatedly and shouting loudly, "Don't come over, you're not allowed to come over, get away!" After backing up a few more steps, Han Shuyan suddenly bumped into something strange. Standing right behind him was a giant frog. Han Shuyan shrieked, You? Before he could finish, the giant frog opened its massive mouth and swallowed him. Han Shuyan let out a wretched scream. System announcement. South Korean contestant Han Shuyan has been devoured by an eerie entity. The Strange Tale World countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Viewers took a sharp breath. "That's a tragic way to die," another viewer commented. "Look at Big Boss Su Xiao. He found another path in the maze." At this time, Su Xiao discovered a new path. He guessed this might be the true exit of the maze. The Black General followed silently and invisibly by his side. Viewers marveled. The Big Boss's luck is so good he can find a way out even by smashing mirrors. Without hesitation, Su Xiao took Lies and ran at top speed. After a while, he stopped. Ahead was an eerie red door. Su Xiao observed, all these black traces crawled in here. Could it be that behind the door is its territory, the so-called inner world? Su Xiao decided to push the door and enter. He said that to find the exit he had to go in and take a chance. Viewers praised, Su Xiao is so brave, he's not afraid at all, another viewer commented. Don't talk about that yet. Look at the Australian contestant Base, he's still spinning in circles in the maze. On Bass's side, piercing screams and eerie temptations kept echoing in the maze. Come play here. This gave Bass a splitting headache. He cursed, damn it, stop laughing, stop laughing. Suddenly, Bass saw a paper airplane and shouted in surprise, it's a cheating paper airplane, the high levels used a paper airplane, I can see the key hint from Dragon Kingdom's Su Xiao. Bass hurried to unfold the paper airplane. On it was written, smash the ordinary mirrors and follow the new path into the red door. Bass then smashed a mirror with his bare hands. Sure enough, as the hint said, a new path appeared. Bass said excitedly, there really is a new path, Dragon Kingdom's Su Xiao didn't lie to me. Following the hint from the paper airplane, Bass quickly followed the guidance and entered the red door. His hand was cut by broken glass and blood flowed freely. After Bass entered the red door, Andy and several other contestants also successfully arrived at this spot. At this time, Andy was performing infinite deduction, but he felt exceptionally confused and asked himself, how can this be? Why can't I find the correct choice? Andy grit his teeth. Where exactly did it go wrong? Why have I deduced so many ways and still can't find a way out? Could it be that no matter what I choose, I cannot avoid the fate of being assimilated? Andy gradually lost his cool. He shouted frantically, people outside, can you hear me? Don't continue anymore. None of us can escape. This is a dead end, a predestined ending. Andy desperately sought help from the outside world. Viewers commented, what is he saying? Suddenly the sound is unclear. Another viewer speculated that after Su Xiao and Bass entered the red door, the live stream image was also interfered with. This is probably a tactic of the Eerie. It doesn't want other contestants to know the secret behind the door. In the French meeting room, a representative asserted confidently, leader, I understood the lip reading. Andy wanted to say the exit is behind the door. The French leader gave a cold snort. What you say makes sense. Since Su Xiao went in too, then behind the door must be the exit. Hurry and remind our contestant to enter. Viewers, however, felt suspicious. Strange, if Andy said the exit was behind the door, why didn't he go in himself? Another viewer said, something's wrong, this seems fishy. The way Andy was calling for help just now looked like he had become a different person. The viewer above asked the one below, do you mean that just now on Andy's side it wasn't just image interference, but that he was controlled by it and deliberately released fake news? Viewers fell into panic. Is it deliberately luring other contestants to enter the door? It's probably very dangerous behind the door. I have a bad feeling. Just then, viewers found that Su Xiao's live stream had returned to normal. By this time, Su Xiao had already walked out of the mirror maze and found Bear World. Rule 14 appeared. If you accidentally enter its territory, do not panic. Stay calm. Any expression you make will be seen as a provocation. Su Xiao thought to himself, I always feel like the teddy bears here are staring at me with abnormal eyes. He decided to use the reward mirror to observe his surroundings. Perhaps it could help him see through the illusion and avoid being influenced, to see through the essence of things. Through the mirror, Su Xiao saw that the blind woman was trapped in Bear World, and she kept crying for help. Help me, help me. Su Xiao's face darkened instantly. He thought to himself, damn it, those people who warned me before have all been caught here. It really has been monitoring us all along. Viewers commented, looking at the situation, it is definitely the most terrifying existence in the amusement park. We absolutely cannot let our guard down. Another viewer also said, I don't know how Su Xiao will pass this round. I'm starting to get a little worried, Lies shouted. Brother, look at this. He handed Su Xiao a piece of paper on which was written, Bear World rules. This is its territory, a cycle world. Whoever enters this place, please consciously follow the rules below. Although they may not necessarily save your life, they can at least help you live a bit longer. Rule 1. After entering Bear World, please get on the sightseeing car. This can buy you more time. Rule 2. Learn to control your emotions. Your emotions are not only useless but may actually provoke it. Rule 3. It is always monitoring you in secret. It loves seeing you panicked and at a loss. Please be sure to pretend to be calm. Rule 4. Give up the thought of looking for it. Doing so will only make you regret it. Rule 5. There is no escape here, no possibility of survival. These cloth dolls are your ending. Rule 6. Actually, the rules are all lying to you. In the end, no one can get out alive. After reading, Su Xiao gave a cold laugh. He repeated, learn to control your emotions, otherwise it will provoke it. I understand now. Seeing Su Xiao's expression, viewers asked uneasily, why is Su Xiao laughing so scarily? Another viewer had an ominous premonition. I think he's going to violate the rules again, just watch." Immediately after, Su Xiao suddenly burst into an extremely arrogant and sleazy laugh. The black general immediately wore a look of pure disgust. The audience sensed something was wrong. Look, those bear dolls around them are turning strange," one viewer speculated. Could it be that Su Xiao wants to force it to appear by violating the rules and then fight it to the death? The viewer above praised, "He's so bold, he truly lives up to the name Big Boss Su Xiao," just as the rules warned. Su Xiao's cackling laughter clearly displeased it. The proof was a bear doll exuding thick killing intent, slowly manifesting, terrifying the audience. "Holy crap, it's here, oh my god, scared the life out of me. I want to go home and throw away all my dolls right now." The giant hideous bear doll stepped toward Su Xiao. It cursed at him. Die, die. Su Xiao, however, remained incredibly calm, which left the audience confused for a moment. Wait, why is Su Xiao standing still? Is he paralyzed with fear? Su Xiao simply gave a cold command to the black general. Give it a taste of its own medicine. In an instant, the black general lunged forward to tear and bite at the bear doll. The audience burst into laughter, commenting, "Ha ha ha, the eerie entity actually got beat into a daze. Seriously, who else can be as badass as Big Boss Su Xiao? Who else?" However, the bear doll was no pushover. Before long, it knocked the black general flying. Seeing the situation turn sour, Su Xiao thought to himself, "This is bad." Even after merging with the crow's power, the black general still couldn't defeat it. It seemed his only option was to use the mountain god's ring. Lies stood to the side, tugging at Su Xiao's sleeve, and said earnestly, "Brother, its target is me. Let me go with it." Su Xiao warned him in a stern tone, "Stay put. Kids shouldn't meddle in things they don't understand." Su Xiao turned back and continued ordering the black general, "Clean up that filthy body for me. I refuse to believe we can't handle it." The black general took the order and rushed toward the ugly bear doll. The audience watched the battle with rapt attention, commenting, "Holy crap, it can actually fight the black general to a draw. It seems even stronger than the boss from the last Strange Tale world. Look, the cloth doll seems to be acting up too." Just as the audience noted, Su Xiao turned to look at the cloth doll and cursed, "Damn it, why has the cloth doll turned dark?" Su Xiao muttered in surprise to himself, "Wait, why is the cloth doll flying toward it?" The cloth doll opened its mouth wide and began absorbing the giant bear doll's magic. The audience asked in shock, "Crap, is the cloth doll sucking in that black mist?" Another viewer responded, "Exactly, just like when the black general swallowed the crow, the cloth doll is absorbing that black energy. It's definitely going to get stronger." Before long, the pitch-black hideous bear doll was purified by the cloth doll until it was white as new and exceptionally cute. A system prompt appeared. It was originally a pure and kind bear doll, but negative emotions turned it into what it became. It was not at fault. Perhaps the fault lies with this world that vent all its emotions onto it. Simultaneously, the system issued an announcement, "Dear contestant, congratulations on excellently escaping the amusement park. This is a highly innovative way to clear the stage. You are awarded an excellent rating, 6 stars. An excellent rating grants extra rewards, clearance rewards. White bear, source of negative emotion pollution, eerie resistance 2. Current eerie resistance is 10. White bear description. This is a cute-looking bear doll, but do not be fooled by its appearance, as it could turn bad at any time. Clearance reward description. Source of negative emotion pollution, a single-use item that can drive an eerie entity into a frenzy for 3 minutes. After defeating the bear doll, the cloth doll returned to normal. Su Xiao looked at the rewards, wondering if this counted as clearing the stage. He muttered to himself, "Heavens, what on earth is a source of negative emotion pollution?" Just then, the white bear and a small square box fell from the sky into his hands. He looked at these two items for a moment, deducing, "This stuff is probably the black energy that was on the white bear." Contaminated items become puppets of negative emotions. Although it only lasts for 3 minutes, it's a bargain if it can be used against eerie entities. Lies, standing to the side, looked somewhat sorrowful. He revealed a secret to Su Xiao. "Brother, I have to go. Actually, I am also a bear doll." Su Xiao asked in surprise. It turned out Lies was also a bear doll who had been pretending to be human, waiting for someone who could help the white bear return to its original state. Lies transformed back into his true form, took the white bear's hand, and waved goodbye to Su Xiao. "Yes, thank you for setting us free." This heartwarming ending brought the audience to tears, leaving them deeply moved. How did it turn out like this? One viewer lamented, "Sometimes eerie entities are forced into it. They're actually suffering inside too. When will this damn Strange Tale world finally end?" Another person suddenly remembered the other contestants. "Quick, look at the others. They look like they can't hold on." Claude from France, after entering the bear world with Lies, had been following the rules by sitting on the sightseeing car without getting off. However, the car just circled the bear world over and over in an endless loop. It was pure torture. Finally, Claude reached his limit and decided to get off the car to end it all himself. Meanwhile, Ali from Pakistan made the same choice. Ali stood aggressively before the group of bear dolls. "I'll fight you to the death." System notification. Pakistan and its contestant have been devoured by the Eerie. The Strange Tale World countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. On the other hand, Andy from the Grizzly Bear Nation was conducting high-intensity deductions and eventually discovered that sacrificing Lies was the only way to clear the stage. He pushed Lies toward the giant bear doll. Lies was instantly assimilated, absorbing the black energy. After Lies absorbed the black energy from the doll, he took its place and remained there forever. Andy barely managed to pass. The system congratulated Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom and Andy of the Grizzly Bear Nation for successfully clearing the stage. Both countries would be exempt from the next descent of the Strange Tale World. Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom cleared with a 6-star rating, receiving special rewards. The disease rate of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens is reduced by 20, with an extra 5 reduction. Andy of the Grizzly Bear Nation received a 5-star rating and a special reward. The scientific level of the Grizzly Bear Nation is increased by 10. Andy received a personal special reward, a frog-shaped balloon. Andy slumped to the ground, breathing a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, "Finally passed." Viewers commented, "Wow, Andy actually got 5 stars this time. Simply incredible." Someone expressed sympathy for Andy. "It's pitiful, but letting Lies replace the contestant to stay in the amusement park seems to be the only way for ordinary contestants to pass." Another viewer prayed, "I hope there will be fewer dungeons like the amusement park." 3 days after returning to the real world, Su Xiao and Andy, who escaped the last Strange Tale, were once again transported to the next Strange Tale World. The system indicated that nations participating in this challenge included Dragon Kingdom, Grizzly Bear Nation USA, Zambia, South Africa, Egypt, Argentina, South Korea, and the East Island Nation. The system noted that a certain contestant's win rate was strikingly high. Preparing to open a special Strange Tale World, the system announced the dungeon for this challenge, Family of 6. The specific description was as follows. Home is a harbor of happiness and the source of all joy, but some homes are filled with danger and eeriness. Perhaps flames cannot burn away all the fear in one's heart, but sincerity can. Su Xiao complained while listening to the system's summary. A certain contestant with a striking win rate, "Why don't you just call out my ID number directly?" The system continued to announce necessary information. "You are a member of this family of 6. You have the right to assume family responsibilities and care for your family. Perhaps your family members are terrifying, but as long as you communicate with them patiently and politely, I believe you can find a way to coexist. Hint: within 5 days, by whatever means necessary, you must survive until the end." Special reminder: your family members include grandma, dad, mom, brother, and sister. Family members are very dangerous. 3 of them want to kill you. Please judge carefully. Su Xiao stood up and looked around, deducing that there would be no opportunity to send reminders in this round. 6 people in the house. Damn it, 3 of them want to kill me? This is way too exciting. Su Xiao walked to the table and picked up a slip of paper, preparing to check the rules first. The paper read, Rule 1, except during safe times, do not leave your room. Rule 2, 12:00 p.m. to 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. are safe times. During these periods, you may leave your room to eat food prepared for you by your family. Rule 3, Grandma is not to be trusted. Her footsteps are usually very light. If you hear Grandma approaching, do not make a sound, for she kills by following noise. Rule 4, Brother will occasionally knock on your door, usually 3 times. Before the 3rd knock, you must cover your ears tightly, otherwise your sanity will fall into chaos. Rule 5, Mom has mental health issues. She will commit killings without cause. Of course, sometimes the target is not just you. Rule 6, Dad's footsteps are usually very heavy. He is the person who loves you most. At critical moments, he will sacrifice himself to protect you. Rule 7, you can trust sister, you must protect her well. If she dies, all family members will disappear. Rule 8, when encountering something irresistible, the wardrobe in the living room may be a safe hiding place. Rule 9, the telephone in the room can be used, but no matter who sends you a message, you must absolutely not reply. Otherwise, the consequences will be extremely severe. Su Xiao let out a sigh. He analyzed that according to the rules, this Strange Tale World was quite troublesome. 3 people want to kill me, 1 protects me, and 1 needs my protection. What a god to your family. Just then, Su Xiao's phone rang. He was surprised. Ah, there's even mobile phone support this time. He took out the phone and the screen showed a conversation with his sister. The sister messaged him. Brother, are you in your room? Su Xiao replied. I'm not. The sister messaged back in surprise. Then where are you now? Su Xiao replied flirtatiously. In your heart, finger heart, the sister teased. Brother is so annoying, you're clearly in your room. I'm coming over right now. He. Just after sending the text, Su Xiao's door heard his sister's voice from outside. Brother, stop hiding. Your cute little sister is about to break in. Su Xiao smiled happily. Damn it, such a cute sister is actually someone who wants to kill me, then I can only turn into a demon and kill her first. Su Xiao spoke slowly to the sister outside the door. I'm coming, wait a bit, a viewer above asked in confusion. Doesn't Rule 7 say sister is the person who needs protection? If Big Boss Su Xiao makes a move on her, won't something go wrong? A viewer below commented. Rule 9 says no matter who sends a message you cannot reply. Do you think Su Xiao followed that? The viewer above found it made sense. True, it would be weird if the Big Boss actually followed the rules. As soon as Su Xiao opened the door, he saw his sister holding an axe. Viewers couldn't help but bust out laughing. Ha ha ha, the sister is stunned. She's probably never seen a brother with such big balls. After being stunned for a few seconds, the sister immediately bared her fierce fangs and said, Brother, aren't you going to hide anymore? Hee, are you? Before she could finish, Su Xiao gave her a resounding slap. The sister instantly went into a frenzy, screaming, Ah, you dare hit me? I'll kill you, Su Xiao provocatively replied. Come on then, if you've got the guts, rip off both my arms. Just then, the cloth doll suddenly lunges straight at the sister. The cloth doll beat the sister to a pulp. Su Xiao stood to the side happily watching the show. He humorously commented, Hey, what a mess, it's quite bloody. Before long the sister, covered in blood, repeatedly apologized to Su Xiao. No more playing, I was wrong, stop hitting me. Having said that, the sister hastily fled. Su Xiao was still smiling very kindly. He said gently to his sister, Oh, was I a bit too much? Poor little sister looks so pitiful. A viewer above commented excitedly, I'm dying laughing. Big Boss Su Xiao's entrapment tactics combined with his ruthless methods are truly mesmerizing. A viewer below spoke up, Brothers, look over at the East Island Nation's side. There's fan service over there. The contestant Take Nakajima wore a lecherous expression. Wow, she's really beautiful. His phone screen showed his sister's slender, graceful silhouette. The sister messaged him, Brother, are you in your room? Don't you want to see something exciting with your own eyes? Take Nakajima quickly replied, Yes, I'm in the bedroom, come quickly. In an instant there was movement outside his door, and Take Nakajima's phone rang with another notification. He said excitedly, Sister sent a new message. This time his phone screen showed a terrifying image of his sister, her face full of killing intent, hands tightly gripping an axe. The sister messaged him, Brother, I'm at the door, it's too much work to break the door down. Why don't you open it for me? He. Take Nakajima was incoherent with terror. Sister, you're a monster, a monster. His door was quickly hacked open by the axe. From outside the door came the sister's voice. Brother, I know you're in there, open the door for me. My hands are getting tired. The system sent Take Nakajima Rule 8. When encountering something irresistible, you can hide in the wardrobe in the room. He looked around. The wardrobe. Right, I can hide in the wardrobe. Without much effort, the sister hacked the door open. She said excitedly, Brother, I'm here. At this moment, Take Nakajima was trembling as he hid in the closet. He kept praying in his mind, Don't come over, whatever you do, don't come over. I haven't lived long enough. Outside the door, the sister teased him in a seductive tone. Don't you want to see me in black silk stockings? Why don't you even dare to open the door? In the East Island Nation's meeting room, the leader was exceptionally furious. He slammed the table and cursed Take Nakajima. Damn it, Take Nakajima's head is filled with nothing but lust. He's truly shaming our East Island Nation. From now on, ban all adult industries in the country. If this continues, the East Island Nation will eventually perish at our own hands. Another leader of the East Island Nation suddenly spoke. Wait, everyone look, a turn of events. Sure enough, from outside Take Nakajima's door came the brother's voice. Sister, Dad is looking for you. It seems like there's something, the sister whispered to herself. Dad? The sister temporarily stopped her hand. She responded to the brother. Oh, got it. Take Nakajima let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, luckily the brother showed up in time, otherwise I'd be dead for sure. Suddenly he remembered a detail and stammered. Wait a second. Take Nakajima recalled Rule 4. Brother will occasionally knock on your door, usually 3 times. Before the third knock, please cover your ears tightly, otherwise your sanity will fall into chaos. Take Nakajima turned deathly pale. He asked himself, if Rule 4 is true, then wouldn't the brother outside the door have knocked? After 10 minutes, Take Nakajima thought uneasily that the brother had never knocked. Rule 4 is likely false. Brother and Dad should be the good guys. A viewer above commented, I always feel things aren't that simple. And does everyone remember how the sister hacked the door open just now? The door is perfectly intact now. What does that mean? A viewer below responded. Let's keep watching either way. This Take Nakajima fellow has incredible luck. He posted a comment with an angry emoji. Meanwhile, after driving the sister away, Su Xiao was lying on his bed thinking about the rules. He analyzed Rule 7. You can trust sister, you must protect her well. If she dies, other family members will disappear. This was clearly a false rule. Rule 9. There is a mobile phone available in the room. but no matter who sends a message you must absolutely not reply. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. This rule was likely correct while the status of the others remained unknown. Su Xiao recalled the information provided by the system. The duration to clear this round was 5 days, and contestants were required to survive until the end. This meant contestants could not finish early and had to wait until the time expired. Just then, his phone dinged again, signaling a new message. Su Xiao immediately sat up. He deduced that if this were truly the case, there would certainly be new rules. Su Xiao's phone screen displayed a message from his younger brother. "Brother, Dad's mental state is unstable. If he knocks on the door, whatever you do not pay him any mind. Also, you must absolutely not reply to Dad's messages." According to Su Xiao's memory, Dad was the one with the mental abnormality. This was strange because Rule 5 stated that Mom was the mentally unstable one. Could Rule 5 be wrong as well? Shortly after, a message from Dad was also sent to Su Xiao. He tapped it open to find Dad had written, "Son, it seems your brother is looking for you. His mental state is unstable. Whatever you do not open the door for him." After reading Dad's message, Su Xiao cursed, "Damn it, what's going on here? Truly a picture of fatherly love and filial piety." A viewer in the top comments wrote, "Everyone, this has me completely confused. Who exactly is the one with the problem? Or is it everyone?" A viewer in the bottom comments responded, "Go check the South African contestant's live stream. He's preparing to reply to Dad's message. Maybe we can find some useful intel." The South African contestant Rubao had also just received a message from Dad similar in content to Su Xiao's. After reading it, Rubao directly sent back an emoji with 6 question marks. Right after sending it, he remembered, "Oh no, Rule 9 says you can't reply to anyone's messages." Rubao decided to recall the message immediately. After the message was unsent, Rubao let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, luckily I reacted quickly. Recalling it shouldn't count as replying to a message, right?" Suddenly Dad's voice came from outside Rubao's door. Child, it's Dad. "I know you're in the room. Quick, open the door for Mom, otherwise you're dead once I get in." Rubao recalled Rule 6, which said Dad was the one protecting him. But this voice didn't sound like that at all. In a panic, Rubao decided to crawl under his blanket and shout, I won't open the door for you. You're not a good person." Viewers were caught between laughter and tears at this scene, commenting, "Damn, is this guy's head filled with water? If you're not going to open it then don't, but why did you have to speak?" With a bang, Dad kicked open the door and barged into Rubao's room. He roared furiously, "You little bastard, I see you really do have a death wish." Dad looked absolutely murderous, looking ready to send Rubao to the afterlife. Dad rushed over to slap Rubao's head, and the latter hurriedly begged for mercy. "Dad, I was wrong, please forgive me this once." Soon after, the system announced that the South African contestant Rubao had been devoured by an eerie entity. The strange tale world was about to descend. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The viewers were instantly terrified. "My God, what sin did I commit to have to watch this? It gave me the creeps." While Rubao was being devoured, elimination announcements continued to ring out across the globe. The system sent out a message. Contestants from 5 nations have been devoured by eerie entities in succession. The strange tale world is about to descend. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Viewers commented, "Heavens, what happened?" The contestants from other countries didn't reply to Dad's message. Viewers suddenly remembered Rule 5. Mom has mental health issues. She will commit killings without cause, of course. Sometimes the target is not just you. From this, viewers deduced, Dad seemed to have suddenly targeted those contestants, which meant the person who commits unprovoked killings mentioned in Rule 5 wasn't Mom but Dad. Over on the Korean contestant Kim Tae-jun's side, he was currently curled up and hiding in the wardrobe. Outside, Dad was throwing a towering rage. A viewer in the top comments wrote, "But some contestants survived by hiding in the wardrobe, so it seems Rule 8 is correct." A viewer in the middle commented, "Consider him lucky, but hiding in a cabinet is still terrifying. Su Xiao definitely wouldn't do that." A viewer at the bottom reported, "Dad has also gone to find Su Xiao. Let's see what Su Xiao does." Outside Su Xiao's room, Dad's curses were incessant. "You wretched brat, I sent you a message and you actually didn't reply. Open the door for me this instant or I'll beat you to death when I get in." Su Xiao remained seated calmly, evaluating the situation. Judging by this tone, Dad was clearly just like the sister. Someone who wanted to kill him. Furthermore, he hadn't knocked, so the one killing without cause was him, not Mom. Seeing that Su Xiao still hadn't reacted, Dad issued a final ultimatum. "Still keeping quiet, are you? Just wait until I get in, you're in for it." Before Dad could even kick the door, 2 tentacles reached out from inside Su Xiao's room and gently unhinged the door. Dad rushed into the room aggressively, rolling up his sleeves and making a scene. "You wretched brat, you actually dared to dismantle the door, trying to make it so I can't break in?" Just as he had dealt with the sister, Su Xiao decisively delivered a resounding slap to Dad's face, twisting his features. Dad went insane instantly, shouting, "You actually dare to hit your own father now? I knew your kind was rebellious to the bone." Su Xiao said nonchalantly, "You're the one who came running in to hit me, so don't blame me for being impolite." These words made Dad even more furious as he cursed Su Xiao for his audacity. What are you trying to do?" Inside his room, Su Xiao was delivering a barrage of kicks to Dad while Dad could only protect his head with his hands, begging for mercy. "Stop hitting me," a top comment said. "Big brother Su Xiao is absolutely badass," a bottom comment responded. "Dad, back in the day I was beaten senseless while holding my head with both hands just like that." After venting his anger with a beating, Su Xiao let out a sigh of relief. "Phew," he gave the order to the Black General. "He's all yours." The Black General immediately extended its tentacles and bound Dad tightly. Viewers marveled. Incredible. No matter how many times I see it, Su Xiao is always peerless in his bravery. Meanwhile, Take Nakajima heard a strange knocking sound again. He remembered Rule 4. Brother will occasionally knock on your door, usually 3 times. Please be sure to cover your ears tightly, otherwise your sanity will fall into chaos. Take Nakajima hid under his blanket, trembling, as he asked himself, Someone's knocking. Is it the brother suddenly trying to kill me?" From outside the room came the brother's voice. "Brother, are you in the room? Mom told me to tell you it's time for lunch. Wash your hands and come out to eat." Take Nakajima thought, why was the brother's voice so gentle this time? It was completely different from before. Could they not be the same person? Suddenly, Take Nakajima let out a sharp scream. "Ah," viewers commented, "damn, look at this guy's face. It seems the third knock really does send one's sanity into chaos." Without a word, Take Nakajima directly vomited a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the audience speculated, this looks like more than just simple mental chaos. It might send this guy straight to his grave. Soon after, the system announced that the East Island nation's contestant and the contestants from 4 other countries had been devoured by eerie entities. The strange tale world was about to descend. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. A top comment said, "Damn, not just that idiot. Those knocking sounds directly took out 4 people. One viewer stated, "The strange thing is, the knocking sounds the other contestants heard weren't the sister, but the brother and the mother." Another viewer guessed, "Maybe it's not about who's knocking, but the sound of the knocking itself that kills, or perhaps someone can imitate the voices of other family members." A bottom viewer was terrified. "Heavens, what the people upstairs are saying sounds so terrifying." Next, Su Xiao also heard a knocking sound. He sat up abruptly and cursed, "What the hell, the door's been dismantled. Where is a knocking sound coming from?" Su Xiao looked toward the doorway and found it very strange. What was going on? The door had actually automatically restored itself to its original state. Su Xiao had lost his patience by now as he cursed loudly. "Damn it, haven't you had enough fun yet?" Viewers commented. "That was already the 4th knock, and big brother Su Xiao is still perfectly fine. Truly the hope of the Dragon Kingdom." Su Xiao leaned his head out to look and roared, "Where is everyone? Damn it, if you've got the guts to knock, don't hide." The audience didn't understand what had happened either. "What's the situation? There's actually no one outside the door. Is the knocking sound spontaneous?" Another viewer speculated. "I guess someone was knocking, but the 4 knocks are over. Maybe it thought the person inside was dead, so it left." The bottom viewers couldn't help but admire those at the top. "Badass, brother, you really have more depth." At 12 p.m., the other contestants left their bedrooms and arrived in the living room one after another to eat. According to Rule 2, 12:00 p.m. to 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. are safe times. During these periods, you can walk out of your room to eat the lunch your family prepared for you. At this time, Kim Tae-jun was carefully observing the area around the kitchen. At 2 p.m., the other contestants returned to their rooms after finishing their meals. Only then did Su Xiao slowly leave his room to eat. Viewers immediately commented, "As expected, Su Xiao is contrarian to the core. He feels uncomfortable if he doesn't violate the rules." Su Xiao took the opportunity to observe the layout of the house. He judged that only his bedroom was on the 1st floor while everyone else was on the 2nd floor. Unless there was some secret on the 2nd floor, he could go up and look, but there was no need for now. After all, he had to wait 5 full days to clear the round. For now, he shouldn't alert the enemy. Suddenly, Su Xiao's phone showed a message from Grandma. "Good grandson, the food is left on the table. Grandma saved a portion for you. It's still warm." After reading Grandma's message, Su Xiao thought to himself, "Is Grandma that concerned about me? Is it real or fake?" Su Xiao looked at the table full of delicious dishes and felt a moment of emotion. She really left a portion for me? Could it be that Grandma is a good person? After finishing the meal, Su Xiao stayed in the living room for another 20 minutes, but no other members of the family appeared. Thus, Su Xiao had no choice but to return to his bedroom. Lying on the bed, Su Xiao sighed, "This is too boring. Let's find them to chat." Su Xiao sent a text to his sister. "Want to meet up?" The sister replied immediately. Scram. Su Xiao wasn't angry either. He simply replied, "If you don't want to meet, then don't. Why get so angry? Forget it, nothing left to talk about." He continued by messaging Mom. "Mom, do you want to eat some pancakes?" Mom replied with a question mark emoji. Su Xiao turned to his brother and asked warmly, "Brother, want a drink?" His brother also replied with a confused emoji. Su Xiao messaged Grandma, "Grandma, I finished eating, but next time remember to make spicy hot pot for me. That's my favorite." Grandma, like the other family members, replied to Su Xiao with a question mark emoji. Suddenly a click sounded outside the door and Su Xiao immediately looked over alertly. It was Dad. As soon as Dad entered, he roared, "You little bastard, get over here so I can give you a beating." Su Xiao flared up instantly. What the hell, wasn't Dad digested by the Black General? How is it like this again? Could there be two dads in this house? Although somewhat surprised, Su Xiao quickly regained his calm and composed demeanor. He analyzed slowly and coolly. First, the broken door automatically restores itself. Now Dad has resurrected too. Could it be that there aren't two dads but that they can resurrect? While reaching out to pull off his belt to beat Su Xiao, Dad cursed him. "You little bastard, you dare ignore me?" Dad raised the belt high and lashed out at Su Xiao, roaring, "Your father is going to beat you to death today." Su Xiao laughed nonchalantly. "Yo, you've got some nerve. Getting beaten once wasn't enough. You want a second round?" No sooner had he spoken than the cloth doll flew from behind Su Xiao toward Dad, beating him until he spat blood. Before long, Dad was beaten to a pulp by the cloth doll, crashing against the wall. Su Xiao said, "Let me see how you old fellow come back to life." Soon, Dad suddenly disappeared. The wall where Dad had fallen also restored itself to its original state. Su Xiao said in surprise, "Where's the person?" "The wall's restored too," Su Xiao suddenly realized and laughed. "The door was like that too, as expected. They can resurrect." Then things just got interesting. Viewers then commented, "Damn, Su Xiao can actually still laugh in such a complex situation." Another viewer commented, "Much stronger than Andy." On his side, he was attacked by 3 people at once. The viewers at the bottom responded excitedly, "What, that intense? I have to go over and check it out immediately." Andy was currently hiding in the wardrobe with Dad making a scene outside. "You brat, where are you hiding? Come out and let me hit you. Don't let me catch you or you're dead for sure." Andy thought to himself that hiding in the wardrobe just now indeed avoided Dad, so it seemed to be effective. But Andy had bad luck. The sister had entered his room at some unknown time, still holding her axe. Andy secretly lamented, "Damn it, the sister and the knocking sound appeared at the same time. How can I be this unlucky?" Andy weighed his options. Dealing with 3 dangerous things at once was just too difficult. It seemed he had to use the item rewarded from the last round. System prompt. Item, frog-shaped balloon. Effect 1. By keeping the balloon near you, you can make eerie entities unable to sense your existence for a short time, remaining unnoticed by them. Effect 2. When your life is threatened, you can pop the balloon. The cloth doll will appear and help you escape danger once. However, the price is that the balloon will be completely destroyed. Andy decided to use Effect 1. After activating the frog balloon, he crouched down and held his head in his hands. Outside, the sister began to grin sinisterly with bared teeth. "Brother, you're in here, aren't you? He he he." Viewers were also terrified by this scene. "Damn, if you're ugly, don't suddenly put your face so close. Are you trying to scare me to death?" The bottom viewers asked worriedly. "Does this balloon really work?" The sister opened the wardrobe and murmured to herself in surprise. "Not in here," Dad cursed angrily. "This damn bastard, consider him lucky. Next time I find him, I'll definitely break his legs." The sister smiled insidiously. "You hid so well that I actually couldn't find you." Viewers immediately commented, "Damn, that balloon really works." Andy escaped by the skin of his teeth. Andy didn't dare lower his guard and immediately began infinite deduction. Andy thought that since everyone had left, he could finally continue using his deduction talent. Just then, there was another knock on the door, scaring Andy until he was drenched in sweat. He realized in terror, "Huh, the one knocking is it?" The top viewers didn't know who the it Andy mentioned was, so they sent messages asking, "Who is that? Can you make it clearer? Is there something we, the noble citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, aren't allowed to hear?" The bottom viewers commented, forget it, let's go back to watching Su Xiao, this guy is too boring." It was now 7 p.m. Su Xiao stretched and let out a long yawn. "It's dinner time again." When he went downstairs to the kitchen, Su Xiao was quite surprised. He praised, "This meal is laid out beautifully." Su Xiao noticed a note on the table that read, "Do not turn on the lights," Su Xiao said boredly. "Fine." Then he reached out and turned on the lights. Viewers commented, "Damn, as expected of big brother Su Xiao. If they say don't turn on the lights, he'll turn them on anyway." Su Xiao looked at the table of food and said with a smile, "The hot pot is a real hot pot." He rubbed his chin in thought. He hadn't expected Grandma to actually make the spicy hot pot he had casually messaged her about. Could Grandma be the person protecting me? But I don't think things are that simple. Let's keep waiting and see. Early the next morning, Su Xiao yawned as soon as he got out of bed. He decided to see if there were any messages sent today. The phone screen showed a notification. At 10:55 p.m. last night his brother recalled a message. Su Xiao immediately sent a message asking, "What message did you recall last night?" His brother replied simply, "Nothing, sent it to the wrong person." His brother's answer officially incensed Su Xiao. He roared irritably, "Sent it to the wrong person? I wake up early in the morning to check messages only for you to tell me it was a mistake. Do you think I'm easy to fool, or do you think I have no way to deal with you?" Just then, Su Xiao noticed a slip of paper on the table. He thought to himself, could there be new rules again? The contents were as follows. Rule 10. Kill your sister to clear this round. Rule 11. Kill your brother to also clear this round. Rule 12. Please trust mom, she will protect you forever. Rule 13. Please trust grandma. She is the person who needs your protection. Su Xiao looked at the paper and pondered with a frown. Clearing the round by killing the brother or sister? He leaned his chin on his hand and thought, no, they can both resurrect. Furthermore, the requirement to clear this round is to survive for a full 5 days. These rules are completely false. However, the world of strange tales would not provide rules that are so easy to judge as right or wrong. There must be a deeper meaning behind them. He chuckled and deduced in his mind, I understand. Perhaps the rules are hinting that one of the two, the brother or the sister, cannot resurrect. In other words, one of them must be the key to clearing the round. The scene shifted to other contestants, who were also holding secret letters found nearby. The narrator mentioned that while Su Xiao obtained new clues, other contestants had also discovered the new rules. Most contestants did not believe rules 10 and 11. However, a small number of contestants, knowing they couldn't survive until the 5th day, decided to stake everything on a desperate attempt to kill the sister or brother. The scene then showed a contestant sneakily clutching a knife, walking toward the sister who was sitting at the table with a strange expression, slicing meat. The narrator continued, stating that those who chose to kill the sister were met with brutal counterattacks in other game areas. On screen, the refined sister sat with her back to the corpse of a brutally attacked contestant, eating. The narrator added that while those who chose to kill the brother succeeded, they were subsequently devoured by an eerie entity. On screen, a terrified young girl faced an eerie entity that had emerged from the brother's corpse. The voices of the audience rang out, "Holy crap, killing the brother doesn't work, and killing the sister doesn't work either. These rules are definitely traps designed to lure contestants into a pit, aren't they?" Luckily our Su Xiao is smart and didn't believe this nonsense. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-jun was leaning against a wall reading a slip of paper when his phone suddenly dinged. He tapped it open to find a message from Mom. "Child, your grandma has gone mad. She's heading your way right now. Run, run," he gasped in terror, mouth wide open. "Damn it, what does Mom mean? Doesn't Rule 13 say we can't trust Mom?" Pale-faced, he clutched his head, muttering incoherently, "Don't panic, I still have my talent. Let's try using it." A status panel appeared. C-grade talent parrot mimicry. Can imitate anyone's voice, including eerie entities. Suddenly a voice drifted in. "Grandson, are you in your room? Open the door. Grandma brought you something to eat." This scared Kim Tae-jun until tears and snot were streaming down his face. He quickly pressed his back against the door to block it and activated his talent, imitating Grandma's voice. "Grandson, are you in your room? Open the door. Grandma brought you something to eat." This greatly surprised the grandma outside. But then her mouth split into a grin and she spoke with a surge of killing intent. "Since you don't want to open the door, Grandma will leave the food outside. Remember to bring it in and eat." He imitated her again, word for word. "Since you don't want to open the door, Grandma will leave the food outside. Remember to bring it in and eat." At this, Grandma cursed. "You idiot, the day of your death is fast approaching." But he still grit his teeth, his face a pale blue as he continued to mimic, "You idiot, the day of your death is fast approaching." By now he was panicking internally, thinking, crap, why did I even mimic the insults? Will it provoke her? Kim Tae-jun immediately clutched his head and opened his mouth to beg for mercy. "Don't, I was wrong, don't kill me." Grandma's killing intent flooded the room, and blood began to trickle from the corners of his eyes and his nostrils. His hands trembled against the floor as he pleaded. "Please no," then, as if seeing a hallucination, he frowned and looked back. Letting out a confused "ha." On screen appeared the hunched old lady with a hideously distorted face, leaning on a cane. She said, "A complete and utter idiot." The audience shouted in surprise. "Heavens, so the one who kills by knocking is Grandma? My previous guess was correct after all. Wait, that's not right. Grandma has always acted like a good person. There's no reason to show her true face now. Let's go watch Big Boss Su Xiao. He's currently messing with Grandma." "What? Messing with Grandma? This is too exciting." At this moment, Su Xiao was leaning against the wall with his hands behind his head, staring boredly at his phone. Why hasn't Grandma replied yet? He wondered if he had been talking too much. In the chat box he had sent several consecutive requests. "Grandma, I want to eat peony fish slices. Grandma, I want to eat cabbage soup. Grandma, I want to eat Buddha jumps over the wall." Just then, a voice came from outside the door. "My dear grandson, Grandma has prepared all the dishes you wanted. Open the door quickly," he said in surprise. "Holy crap, that fast? Grandma's speed is even faster than an 18-year-old lad like me." So he excitedly walked briskly to the door and replied, "Wait a moment, Grandma, I'll open it for you right now." The moment he opened the door, a wave of killing intent rushed toward him. He frowned and said in feigned terror, Grandma, what are you trying to do?" Then his pupils contracted and he grit his teeth to beg for mercy. "Grandma, please don't." Immediately, a surge of eerie magic coiled around him, causing him to fall to the floor. The audience screamed in horror. "Oh no, what happened to Big Boss Su Xiao? Did he fall for the trap?" The corners of Grandma's mouth split all the way to her ears, revealing teeth as she chuckled coldly. "Idiot." Su Xiao smiled slightly and said softly, "You old hag." Then he stood straight up. He reached out and pointed at her face, asking, "Who did you call an idiot?" This left Grandma struck with terror. She screamed in a panic, "Impossible, no one has ever survived after hearing the knock at the door." How can you be fine?" he answered calmly. "Of course I'm not fine, how could I be fine? You just insulted me, and I'm going to demand compensation for mental distress," he continued. "Besides, if I didn't act like that, would you have been lured out so easily?" she asked. What do you mean?" Backtracked to a few minutes ago. An information panel had appeared before Su Xiao stating, "The person knocking is Grandma. She has shown herself." He leaned his chin on his hand, pondering. "Grandma is the killer who knocks, and she's revealed herself." Hey, his phone received messages. "Dear grandson, the spicy hot pot you wanted is ready. Dear grandson, Grandma has left the corn cakes you love at the door. Remember to bring them in when you wake up." He lay on the bed with his hands behind his head, staring at the phone and thought with an arched eyebrow. Impossible. Grandma has been pretending to be a good person all this time. Why would she suddenly show herself? She can clearly kill invisibly. There's no need to reveal her face. He walked closer to her, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile as he reached a conclusion. "Unless you are an imposter, deliberately showing your face to frame Grandma. I'm right, aren't I, Mom?" This gave her a massive shock. Her appearance immediately began to change, the corners of her mouth splitting even wider. The yin energy she emitted became even more dense. She laughed manically like a lunatic. "I didn't expect you to guess it. It is indeed a surprise, but you still won't escape death." He stretched, his eyes narrowing as he said, "Death? Hey, actually, the reason I've wasted so much breath talking to you was to confirm my theory. I've had enough of the acting. Next, it's my turn to let you taste the flavor of death." Su Xiao summoned a bear and stood with hands on his hips. "White bear, go. Be gentle, don't kill her, so she doesn't resurrect." The white bear immediately lunged at her to attack. She screamed, "I'll fight you to the death." Shortly after, she was slumped on the floor weeping and begging for mercy. "I was wrong, I'm sorry, I won't ever dare do it again." He didn't look at her, only stroked the white bear and said, "Good boy. As long as you know you're wrong, now get out." Hearing this, she fled, scrambling away on all fours. The viewers who witnessed all this began to speak up. "Holy crap, Su Xiao is the eternal god. He saw through Mom's sinister tactics in an instant. Now everything is clear. Dad, Mom, and sister are the villains, while Grandma and brother are the good guys." Su Xiao remained silent, thinking to himself, "Grandma and brother can be temporarily regarded as good because Mom tried to frame Grandma, but it's not yet certain that Grandma is truly good. It could also be internal conflict among the villains, so I need to confirm further." On the third day, Su Xiao looked upstairs with the white bear and the cloth doll, thinking to himself, "No one sent me a message when I woke up this morning. It seems they've become wary. It's time to head up to the second floor and have a look." He walked to a door with a photo of a little girl stuck to it, touched it gently, and said, "Oh, is this what the sister usually looks like?" He stroked the photo, looking at the girl smiling radiantly in the picture, and praised with a smile, "She's actually quite cute." When he entered the room, he suddenly discovered a slip of paper placed neatly on the desk. There's a paper on the desk. The contents were, "Happy birthday to my dear daughter. Today Mom and Dad are taking you out to play." He fell into deep thought, taking her out to play. Then Su Xiao began to look around. He put the paper back on the desk and said softly, "Seems there are no other clues here. Let's go to the next room." Entering the next room, he evaluated. A double bed. This must be the parents' bedroom. He gently pulled out a book and said, "Oh, so many books. I didn't expect Dad to be such a man of culture." But when he noticed the title of the book, he was very surprised. He said, Strange Tales, Becoming the God of War at the Start. This title sounds so familiar. I wonder what the content is like." Then he noticed a photo that had just fallen out from the book cover with a part of it torn off. He asked softly, What's this?" Su Xiao held the half photo in his hand and said to himself, "Looks like this is a family photo, but why was half of it torn off? Did something unpleasant happen?" He then tucked it into his jacket pocket, thinking, "Let's check the brother's room. I'm very curious about this brother." When he pushed open the door, he saw the brother tied up with a wad of paper stuffed in his mouth. He laughed with hands on his hips. "My, you're really committed to this game, aren't you?" The brother made several MMPH sounds, meaning "Brother, save me," he replied. "Don't be in a rush. I'll ask you one thing first. You only need to nod or shake your head. I'll release you once I've confirmed your identity." Then he asked seriously, "Are you the one who has been secretly protecting me?" The boy smartly shook his head. He continued, "Is Grandma someone who needs protection?" The boy made two sounds to confirm and nodded. But then he frowned and let out a series of MMPH sounds, meaning "no, no." Then he shook his head. Only then did Su Xiao guess the brother's meaning. "Grandma is indeed someone who needs protection, but she might also harm me and you." He leaned his chin on his hand and speculated, "For example, the person who tied you up with the rope was Grandma." The boy immediately nodded frantically, making several MMPH sounds to indicate, "That's right, you're really smart." Finally, Su Xiao pulled the paper wad out of the brother's mouth and said, "You passed my test. I'll untie you right now." The viewers witnessing this asked in confusion, "He passed just like that? I don't get it at all. Can someone explain?" Another viewer answered, "It's probably that the answers about Grandma match Su Xiao's predictions. Big Boss Su Xiao surely has his own plans," he instructed the boy. "Stay here for now and don't go out. This cloth doll can protect you." He handed it over. The boy held the cloth doll and looked at him with a smile, answering, "Thank you, brother. You be careful too." A viewer then commented, "The person above is right, but I still don't understand. Why, although Grandma is someone who needs protection, she still harms people?" Another viewer replied, "Keep watching and you'll find out. Su Xiao will definitely explain." Soon after, he walked out and noticed a slip of paper on the table. He thought, "How more rules?" He opened the paper. The contents were, Rule Set B. Rule 1. Grandma is the person who loves you most. Believe in Grandma no matter what. Rule 2. Do not go to the second floor. That is not a place where you should appear. Rule 3. The brother's words cannot be trusted. Rule 4. Do not try to understand what it is. You cannot fight it. Rule 5. Surviving until the final day is your ultimate goal. Other than that, you should not harbor any hope. Rule 6. It is strictly forbidden to enter the rooms on the second floor. Do not become curious about those rooms. Rule 7. Try to integrate into this family with sincerity. He frowned slightly, staring at the paper in silence. Then he leaned his chin on his hand and thought, "I've already come to the second floor, so rules 2 and 6 are definitely false." He believed the rules simply didn't want him to find clues on the second floor, so they were written that way to scare him. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he thought, on the other hand, the content emphasizes trusting Grandma, which proves it and Grandma are on the same side, and also means it is highly likely it is controlling Grandma. Grandma is kind by nature, but under its control, she will do bad things. Then he revealed a cunning smile and said softly, "I understand why now," he thought to himself. "However, there are still 2 days left in this round. It's best not to alert the enemy yet to avoid any accidents." The narrator mentioned that at the same time, the contestant John from the United States had also discovered Rule Set B. In a scene where American contestant John appeared holding the paper, he thought, "They keep emphasizing not to go to the second floor, which proves there must be clues to clear the stage up there. I must use my talent to go up and look tonight." That night at midnight, the system displayed the S-grade talent, Night Watchman in the Strange Tale world. Every night from 12 o'clock to 12:10, one can control their shadow to go anywhere to retrieve items and bring them back. While using the talent, the holder is protected by it. John's system showed the Night Watchman talent in use. In the scene, he had his hands folded in prayer, surrounded by a protective shield. His shadow began to quietly slip through the door crack into the parents' bedroom. The shadow saw the half-torn photo on the table, and he thought, "A family photo? This will definitely be useful. I'll take it first." Suddenly 2 figures appeared behind him, giving him a fright and causing him to drop the photo. John hurriedly retracted his shadow, and his protective shield instantly shattered. He cursed in annoyance, "Damn it, I was just 1 step away from getting the photo." The viewers witnessing this began to comment, "What a pity, John was so close to succeeding." Another person evaluated, "Peeved having to sneak around just to find a photo. He's far behind Big Boss Su Xiao," another chimed in. "Just wait right there to see Big Boss Su Xiao clear with 5 stars, the narrator's voice rang out. Day 4. The parents and sister launched a joint attack. Many contestants were unable to withstand it. A scene appeared showing the sister attacking a contestant with a weapon. The system spoke, "Egypt contestant Landon has been devoured by an eerie entity. Strange Tale World Countdown beginning 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. At this time in Andy's challenge area, he was hiding behind a door, quietly watching Dad and sister chase a frog. The narrator said that Andy of the Grizzly Bear Nation used the frog balloon again to draw aggro, successfully slipping into Grandma's bedroom to retrieve the other half of the family photo. A scene appeared showing him holding the half photo with a smug smile. The narrator continued, "On day 5, only 4 contestants remained. Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom, Andy of the Grizzly Bear Nation, John of the United States, and Raja of Zambia. A viewer said, "Today is the last day. Other contestants are all preparing to clear the stage. Why is Su Xiao still playing on his phone at this moment? He was still lazily lying on the bed playing on his phone." Another viewer replied, "You're really worrying about nothing. Just wait. I can see Su Xiao is about to start." The phone displayed a message from the brother which read, "Brother, I've found the other half of the photo. This is the weapon to defeat it, but I hope when you deal with it you won't hurt Grandma, okay?" After reading the message, Su Xiao felt as if he had just hit the jackpot. He remarked with satisfaction, "My little brother is quite useful. Smiling at him was definitely a wise move." Su Xiao quickly replied to the text, "Don't worry, I will safely rescue Grandma from its control." Privately, however, he was calculating, since Rule 7 emphasizes sincerity, I bet protecting Grandma and ensuring she doesn't die is the perfect solution for clearing the round. Immediately his brother replied, "Brother, it's so good to have you here. I'm so moved." Su Xiao hurriedly got out of bed and sent a few lines of instructions. "Don't run around, I'm coming to your room now to get the photo." In the brother's room, the boy pulled out a photograph and handed it to Su Xiao. He spoke politely, "Brother, this is the other half of the photo." As soon as he saw the picture, a surge of surprise rose in Su Xiao's heart. "I'm in the photo too." The viewers were just as shocked as he was. Unable to help but cry out, "Big Boss Su Xiao is actually in the photo? What's the deal with that?" The photo in his hand suddenly erupted with light. Though Su Xiao was full of doubts, he could only suppress them for now. He reminded the viewers, "I don't know yet, let's keep watching." Perhaps the truth was about to surface. Su Xiao glanced at his brother and asked, as if in passing, "Do you know why this photo was torn in half? Did something unpleasant happen in the family before?" Hearing this, a hint of sorrow appeared in his brother's eyes, and he whispered, "So you've already forgotten about that? No wonder." He seemed to be recalling the past, appearing exceptionally pained as tears welled up in his eyes. Choking back sobs, he began to recount the events of years ago. "A few years ago, our family was still very harmonious and happy. Grandma was always kind and affectionate, Mom and Dad cherished life, and I was always cared for diligently by my brother and sister. I was happier than anyone my age." His voice trembled uncontrollably with emotion as he recalled the scene of a crane dredging up his relatives' bodies. It was on his sister's birthday that his father drove the car with Mom and sister inside into the river. All three perished. Upon hearing the detailed sequence of events, all the viewers couldn't help but scream in shock. Does anyone still remember the note from before about taking his sister out to play? It all matched up. The audience began connecting clues and analyzing. No wonder when they turned into eerie entities, they looked like corpses that had been soaking in water for a long time. They had drowned. His brother recalled the scene when the family tragedy first occurred. His mother, referring to Grandma in the hallucination, would not stop wailing, "My children, oh my children." His brother narrated calmly, "Grandma had been hit hard by the news of the 3 deaths, and her mind began to fracture, while you also spent every day in deep despondency, not saying a word all day." After noticing Grandma's abnormality, his brother felt terrified by her eerie behavior, saying in a trembling voice, "Not long after, Grandma's spirit seemed to recover, but she was constantly thinking about Dad, Mom, and sister. At that time, Grandma acted as if they were still alive, leisurely cooking meals with a joy in her voice she couldn't hide. They'll be back soon. I'm going to make some ribs so the whole family can eat together later." Recalling those relatives who returned looking like corpses, his brother said with a shudder, "Later, Dad, Mom, and sister really did return, but they looked terrifying." His brother was relieved to have his brother by his side. He sobbed as he spoke, "Brother, the family photo was torn by Grandma herself after Dad, Mom, and sister returned. I don't know why she did it, but she seemed to want to keep them here. I'm really glad to see you've pulled yourself together like this. I hope we can wake Grandma up together." Su Xiao gently stroked his brother's head, comforting him in a tender tone. "You've worked hard during this time, leave the rest to me." Viewers expressed their pity and sympathy for the little boy. They were full of praise for the brother, feeling he was like a little adult. "It's so sad. The brother is still just a child, and being able to do this much is already incredible." Su Xiao strode away coolly. He did not forget his promise and said to his brother with great conviction, "I'm going to find Grandma now. I will definitely bring her back." Seeing his attitude, the viewers also held high hopes, their excitement evident in their words. "Now we can watch Big Boss Su Xiao perform. I hope he can put an end to this series of tragedies." The screen shifted to another contestant. Meanwhile, Raja of Zambia went straight to the second floor without being prepared for anything. Although Raja's face was full of fear, he still stepped slowly onto the stairs. He muttered in a trembling voice, "It's the last day, let's gamble. My sincerity will surely touch Grandma." The viewers witnessing this couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Though excited, they remained skeptical. Is this guy joking? He wants to start the final confrontation without even finding the family photo. "Grandma, I have something I want to say to you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Raja's head came rolling out from the door. "Hey!" the viewers screamed and instinctively cried out. "That scared the life out of me." Death came as suddenly as a tornado. Everyone posted predictable comments. Look at Andy next to him. He hasn't found the family photo either, but he followed his brother to see Grandma. There's actually such a strategy. Hurry and check it out. Grandma sat quietly in the room and asked, "My eldest grandson, you've brought your little brother to find me. Do you want to join him in defying my words?" Andy immediately retorted, "Grandma, stop being so stubborn. My brother has already told me everything. Dad, Mom, and sister are never coming back. Those things now aren't our family at all." These words successfully enraged Grandma. She suddenly turned her head to glare at the two of them, saying in a resentful tone, "Good, very good. You two ungrateful things actually want to abandon your own parents and sister." Andy continued to try to persuade her with earnest words. "It's not like that, Grandma. Please wake up." Grandma suddenly charged forward to attack like an irrational beast, roaring incessantly, "Stop talking, neither of you is escaping today." Andy froze instantly, his face turning pale. In that split second, Grandma's hand passed through the brother's body. When she realized she had accidentally harmed her beloved grandson, she was stunned. Andy looked at his brother, who was injured, protecting him, his heart filled with both pain and resentment. "Brother, he actually blocked the fatal blow for me." Seeing her grandson seriously injured, Grandma instantly fell into chaos, stammering, "No, how can this be? My dear grandson, oh my dear grandson." She seemed unable to accept the facts, pointing at her reflection in the mirror. She cursed hysterically, "It's you, you're the one who made me lose my sanity. Give my grandson back to me." The reflection was not to be outdone, revealing a bizarre and smug smile as it retorted, "Blame me, I am you and you are me. What should I do now? Run? If you run, you definitely won't clear the round. You are me and I am you. That's right, I killed my own grandson. We agreed the whole family would be together, but I harmed him. No, I can't run. I'm still trying to persuade Grandma. Grandma, please calm down. Brother was right, I can still kill you. If I kill you, our whole family can be reunited." Dear contestant, congratulations on clearing family of 6. 2-star rating. Clearance reward eerie source. Did I clear it? I can't believe that actually worked. Andy must have met the necessary conditions for clearance. Perhaps the brother's death was one of the conditions. Wait, then why didn't the previous contestants clear after the brother died? It might be because the timing and plot were sufficient to wrap up when Andy cleared. Andy from the Grizzly Bear Nation also took his brother to see Grandma. Similar to the previous situation, after Grandma said a few mysterious words to him, she also lunged at him. The brother prepared to step forward to block her, but Andy stopped him in time. "Grandma, look at this. Dad, Mom, and sister aren't coming back. I know you've worked hard to keep this family together, but the dead cannot be brought back to life. Please wake up." Andy was right. "Grandma, I've already lost Dad, Mom, and sister. I don't want to lose you too. Please stop. Spiritual acting, stop it. Stop now, Grandma. You still have us, daughter-in-law, granddaughter. Mom has failed you. You still have your grandsons. This family has these 2 children. It won't fall apart, but I have to go. I can't take care of you anymore. My dear grandsons, you must take good care of yourselves from now on." "Great. Grandma, what are you talking about? Where are you going? Don't be sad, my dear grandson. Grandma is just going to a very far away place. If you miss Grandma, just look at the sky. Grandma will always be up there watching over you. Don't disappear, Grandma. I don't want to leave you." Brother, that was Grandma's obsession. It was born because of her and she lived for it. Now that the obsession is gone, we can't keep Grandma here. Grandma announcement. Congratulations on clearing family of 6. 4-star rating. Clearance rewards eerie source. 2 exemption opportunities. Andy cleared 2, but this time he only received a 4-star rating. Now it's Big Boss Su Xiao's turn. I wonder how he will choose to clear the round. Let's see. Brother, don't run. My axe is already hungry for blood. Come on, get over here. If you catch me, I'll let you. What's the situation? How did Big Boss Su Xiao bring them to Grandma's bedroom? My eldest grandson, what are you doing? Nothing. I just wanted to give Grandma a surprise. You have used the item source of negative emotion pollution. Description: one-time use only, makes eerie objects fall into a frenzy for 3 minutes. Damn it, what's wrong with you all? Have you all gone crazy? Brother, how's Grandma? You didn't hurt her, did you? Don't worry, she's fine. If you want Grandma to continue living with us, don't go in and make a mess. Half an hour later, it was finally over. You wait outside. I'm going in to kill it. Okay, be careful, brother. Grandma was filled with regret after being provoked, constantly blaming herself. I killed them with my own hands. Su Xiao stood quietly to the side, secretly deducing, as I suspected, the family members killed by it cannot be resurrected. It's cruel, but for Grandma to survive, she must be made to face the pain of losing her loved ones again. Su Xiao played the role of the perfect filial grandson, handing the torn family photo to Grandma. He used sweet words to persuade her. Grandma, please forgive me for hurting you again this way. but I cannot stand by and watch you live in self-deception. We are all family members who have lost beloved relatives, but you seem to have forgotten that the living relatives are the ones who need care the most. Come back, this family needs you, and my brother and I need you too." Instead of being moved, Grandma became extremely angry. She roared, "No, you cannot understand my pain. What right do you have to make the choice for me?" She excitedly rushed forward to grab Su Xiao's throat, babbling nonsense. "They were all my most beloved children. You're the one who made me kill them." "It was you." Su Xiao curled his lips into a cold smile and said softly, "A tiny obsession, and you still want to kill me?" Grandma was struck with amazement and stammered, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Why are you immune to my harm?" Su Xiao leaned his face closer and replied with an arrogant look, "I wonder if Grandma has ever heard of something called sincerity." No sooner had he finished speaking than Grandma suddenly burst into loud laughter. "Sincerity, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard." A soul was slowly drawn out from Grandma's body. As soon as that parasitic soul was free, it threatened arrogantly, "Now that I've left that old hag's body, and without her suppression, why don't you try and see what kind of sincerity you'll use to deal with me?" Su Xiao didn't back down, swinging a punch directly as he said, his voice full of anger, "Who are you calling an old hag? That's my grandma." Filial Su Xiao walked over to check the situation. "Grandma, are you okay? Let me help you up." Meanwhile, the parasitic soul who had been punched stood to the side, clutching her face in a daze. Suddenly, the parasitic soul seemed to have found a way to turn the situation around. She gave a smug, secret laugh. "Got it." Like a madwoman, the parasitic soul rushed toward Grandma to launch an attack, screaming loudly, "I'll kill this old lady first." Before the parasitic soul could get close, Su Xiao moved quickly and struck her head on. The parasitic soul remained stubborn, and although she was trembling with fear, she still had the audacity to threaten. "Damn it, you can't kill me. Only with me here can she be reunited with her family. Once I leave and she loses the belief that sustained her, it will be hard for her to survive." Su Xiao revealed a mocking smile and retorted, "You're wrong. Only when you leave will Grandma get better." The parasitic soul felt she had been played and opened her mouth wide to question, "What? Did you intentionally let me strangle you without fighting back just to lure me out?" Su Xiao laughed brilliantly and remarked with great satisfaction, "Exactly, your little brain is quite sharp." Grandma walked over to the parasitic soul and advised softly, "It's time for you to leave too. Because of you, I've lived in inescapable pain, yet I ignored the living relatives by my side." But the parasitic soul adamantly refused. She cried out in terror, "No, you can't do this to me. I'm your family too. I've helped you before." As her soul gradually dissipated, she shrieked in horror. Grandma let out a sigh and said slowly, "Actually, the obsession was right. The source of all this lies with me." "Grandson, do you still blame Grandma?" Su Xiao replied cheerfully. "How could I, Grandma?" "Grandma, don't worry. Everything will be fine." Finally, Grandma understood everything. She gave her grandson a kind hug. In times of injury, home is a sanctuary. In times of confusion, home is a guiding light. Perhaps you have never cherished everyone in your home, but home warmly heals the existence of everyone. Sincerity is always the best medicine in a family. Please remember, home is irreplaceable and cannot be replaced. This journey is finally over. The past photo of the family of 3 appeared, filled with family happiness and warmth. The system issued an announcement. Chosen 1, congratulations on perfectly passing the family of 6 level. You have found the true meaning of home and saved your family. Clearance rating, 5 stars. Tip: the maximum rating for special dungeons is 5 stars. Choice of clearance rewards: skill, sincerity strike or eerie source plus 3 exemption opportunities. Skill description: sincerity strike. When you use sincerity to influence the eerie, there is a chance the eerie will be moved by you and sincerely repent. Description: eerie source, perhaps a special form of existence of it. Please use with caution, unless you want to stay in the strange tale world forever. Description: 3 exemption opportunities, can be used during the next selection of chosen ones for the strange tale world. 1 exemption opportunity can exempt you from 1 strange tale selection. Su Xiao said loudly, "I choose sincerity strike. Chosen 1, please select your reward." The viewers discussed curiously. Big Boss Su Xiao actually didn't hesitate. What exactly is this sincerity strike? Feels like a second talent. In short, I trust Big Boss Su Xiao's choice. Congratulations to Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom, Andy of the Grizzly Bear Nation, and John of the United States for successfully clearing the stage. These 3 nations will be exempt from this descent of the Strange Tale rules. As this was a very special dungeon, the Strange Tale world would not provide extra rewards for these 3 nations. The clearance announcement was quickly released. Viewers discussed one after another. I get it, brothers. Just now, Andy announced he won't participate in the next 2 rounds of challenges. He wants to go on a trip to our Dragon Kingdom. This is huge news. I wonder if I can run into him. Regarding Andy's trip to the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom's leadership placed great importance on it. This was because not only Andy but also the leadership of the Grizzly Bear Nation would be traveling along. The two nations would build a deep friendship through this trip. When the leaders of the two nations met, Su Xiao and Andy also completed their first offline meeting. This was also a benefit for Su Xiao to officially make friends with contestants from other nations. During the exchange, Andy asked with a rare curiosity, "I chose Eerie Source as my strange tale reward. After the Family of Six dungeon ended, you actually chose the Sincerity Strike skill. Is there any particular reason?" Andy asked, puzzled. Su Xiao replied, "Because the Eerie Source isn't exactly a good thing. If you're not mentally prepared for the worst possible ending, I suggest you'd better not touch it." A flash of surprise crossed Andy's eyes, and he subconsciously followed up by asking why he would say that. Su Xiao explained his deduction. "Intuition. My intuition tells me there's definitely something wrong with that Eerie Source." Andy murmured to himself, "Intuition, huh?" Although Andy still had many questions, he suppressed his curiosity, accepted Su Xiao's warning and responded, "All right, I'll definitely keep what you said in mind. I also wish you the best of luck in your next Strange Tale challenge." 3 days later, while Andy was enjoying his trip to the Dragon Kingdom, Su Xiao once again stepped into a new Strange Tale challenge. As Su Xiao began the match, the system continuously transmitted information. System. Participating nations in this challenge include Dragon Kingdom, Grizzly Bear Nation USA exempt this time, the nation where the sun never sets, Hydrangea Nation, Greece, Paris Nation, Non-Soil Nation, and South Korea. Theme of this Strange Tale world, Blood Moon. As soon as the stage began, the system sent a notice to the contestants. System. On the night of the mid-autumn full moon, people always enjoy admiring the moon while eating mooncakes. If you're also planning to do so, then I suggest you'd better not. Please restrain your curiosity and ignore everything you hear or see. Please be sure to remember, tonight's moon must not be looked at directly. Tonight's moon must not be looked at directly. Tonight's moon must not be looked at directly. Su Xiao woke up in a room at the same time as another contestant, Angola from the Non-Soil Nation. The system tirelessly continued to broadcast precautions. This is a team challenge mode. In this challenge, the outside world has one opportunity to send a reminder. Please note, within a single day, ensure you do not look directly at the moon. No matter what measures you take, direct viewing must be avoided. Please strive to survive. As soon as Angola woke up, he saw his idol and hurriedly approached to curry favor. "Big boss Su Xiao, you're the legendary Su Xiao, right? I'm Angola. I only drew an S-grade talent for this challenge. You have to carry me through this." Su Xiao gave a soft, somewhat embarrassed reminder. "First, let go of my hand." Simultaneously, both their phones chimed with a notification for a new message. Su Xiao immediately picked up his phone to check. The SMS content was still regarding the precautions for this level. "Attention citizens, the mid-autumn moon gazing plan has been cancelled. Please stay indoors, lock all doors and windows, and do not open a window regardless of what you hear. Specifically, you must absolutely not look directly at the moon." Unlike the previous message, this content revealed some clues about the current situation. "Moon gazing plan cancelled, we are processing it. Please do not open the door. Your friends and relatives are very likely no longer your friends or relatives. The contamination speed is too fast, do not believe you can escape. The following rules must be obeyed to ensure safety." The contents were as follows. "For your safety, please read the following rules carefully. Rule 1. If you are home alone, please ensure the moonlight is blocked with black curtains. You must do this, otherwise you will encounter danger. Rule 2. No matter who sends a message inviting you to view the moon, do not look, and you must refuse the first time. Rule 3. If you hear strange chewing sounds, do not open the door to investigate out of curiosity. Ignore any cries for help you hear. Rule 4. There is no moon tonight. Do not believe anyone describing the beauty of the moonlight to you. Rule 5. Your friends and relatives will not send you caring text messages. If they use such words to induce you to go outside, you must refuse. Rule 6. You must absolutely not let anyone discover there is someone inside the house. If you hear someone knocking or scratching at the door, please cover your mouth tightly and do not make any sound. Rule 7. If the door is not strong enough and is unfortunately broken open, you need to immediately prepare sunglasses. The interior may no longer be safe. Rule 8. The interior is unsafe. Rule 9. After going outside, you must wear sunglasses and absolutely cannot look up at the sky. Do not trust friends you encounter on the road. Angola spoke up anxiously. "Big boss, have you finished reading all the rules? What do we do now?" Su Xiao replied leisurely. "If I were you, I'd either find a pair of sunglasses to wear or just poke my own eyes blind." Upon hearing this, Angola immediately got up to search, saying enthusiastically, "All right, I'll go find sunglasses for both of us." Su Xiao was speechless regarding this guy, thinking to himself, "My God, I didn't expect this person to be so obedient." The viewers also burst out laughing, commenting, "This black brother is alright. At least he knows to cling to the expert, it's in the bag." Su Xiao is in charge of the killing spree, and Angola is in charge of shouting 666. After rummaging around the room for a while, Angola shouted happily, "Found them?" He hurriedly handed the glasses to Su Xiao, his tone full of respect. "Here, big boss, put them on quickly." Su Xiao accepted them readily, thinking that since he had his talent and the jellyfish pendant for protection, these sunglasses were pretty useless except for looking brooding. Su Xiao enthusiastically put on the sunglasses, looking exactly like a cool biker, exuding a powerful aura. He declared with certainty, "But I just like acting cool." Su Xiao walked gracefully to the window and pulled open the curtain with one hand. Moonlight instantly flooded in, illuminating the entire room. Angola marveled, "The big boss is too cool, violating Rule 1 as soon as he enters the field." Su Xiao smugly adjusted his sunglasses with one hand and said softly, "There'll be even cooler stuff later." Su Xiao's phone kept ringing with incoming text messages, and he silently read each one carefully. Tai Zui, "Hey buddy, don't lock yourself at home on Mid-Autumn Festival. Come out and see the moon, or go. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight, it's the most beautiful moon in 100 years. You'll definitely regret it for a lifetime if you don't come out to see it. Die. Come out and watch the moon. The moon tonight is different from usual. Come on, I love you, you silly. I'm already downstairs at your place. Want to see the moon with me? Are you coming down yourself, or should I come up to get you?" All the messages being sent conveyed the same message. Luring Su Xiao out to watch the moon, Su Xiao wasn't stupid enough to comply. He connected the clues in his mind, secretly deducing. The rules mentioned refusing moon-gazing multiple times. These friends are clearly trying to harm me. The corner of Su Xiao's mouth curled up slightly. With a sinister look he typed a reply, his thoughts completely contrary to his serious exterior. "You guys started it. Don't blame me for not showing face." The message sent to Tai Zui read like a junk ad. "Wang Zhang Wang ham sausages taste way better than other brands. The kidney-deficient lady has no connections. I want to eat Shi Lang jelly." On the other end, Tai Zui replied with a massive question mark, completely bewildered. Angola had no idea he was sitting next to an old fox and naively asked for help. "Big boss, how should I reply to these messages from my friends? Can you teach me?" Su Xiao hesitated for a moment. This kind of thing, but before 2 seconds passed he snatched the other's phone. He said enthusiastically, "I'll help you reply." Angola stood to the side with a confused face. Aiming at that group of trash, Su Xiao replied, "I'm right at home. If you've got the guts, stop texting and come knock on the door. If I don't dare open the door to let you in, I'm your grandson." The message content was aggressive, sounding very much like a fox flaunting the tiger's might. Angola's face turned pale after reading the text, and he lamented weakly, "It's completely over. By sending this kind of message, isn't the big boss pushing me to my death?" Meanwhile, Su Xiao returned the phone with a relaxed expression, like a hero after a rescue. The scene shifted to another group. Simultaneously, John from the US and Jin Yuxian from South Korea also read the rules about the blood moon. Come out and watch the moon. The moon tonight is different from usual. Let's go. I love you. Just like the other teams, the message content was identical. John from the US and Jin Yuxian from South Korea were also focused on reading the texts. Jin Yuxian's old habit kicked in, and he replied enthusiastically, "Darling, do you love me this much already? If I accompany you out to play today, can we play piling on top of each other?" Upon hearing this, John's expression changed drastically, and he snatched Jin Yuxian's phone. Jin Yuxian shouted crossly, "Hey, what are you doing?" looking at the message that hadn't been sent yet. John was clearly fuming. He scolded loudly, "You idiot, if you want to die, don't drag me with you or I'll let you know who's the boss here." Jin Yuxian was also provoked, cursing and threatening loudly, "You want to fight, is that it?" Burning with rage, John rushed forward and gave Jin Yuxian a punch to vent his anger, cursing up a storm in his excitement. He grabbed the other's collar and threatened, "Jin Yuxian, if you dare say another word of nonsense, I'll beat you to death. Besides, the reminder didn't say we couldn't clear with only one person left." Jin Yuxian was dazed by the blow and already knew fear, stammering a plea for mercy. I was wrong. I won't ever do it again. I'll listen to you from now on." Seeing this face-changing act, the viewers couldn't help but mock him. "LMAO, this guy is so fast to fold. He was so tough a second ago. Now his face is swollen." John snorted with disdain and warned loudly, "Good that you know your place. Go find sunglasses quickly. If you can't find them, I'll beat you to death." Truly, trouble comes from the mouth. Jin Yuxian was now sitting on pins and needles, only able to nod repeatedly in agreement. Just then, both received new text messages and quickly took out their phones to check. John read the messages thoughtfully. The screen showed messages from many people, all implying inducements to go watch the moon. "Cousin, the moon hasn't slept, so I won't sleep either. I'm a bald little girl. Come down and join the bald party. Cousin, Darling, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight. If you come out, I'll introduce my best friend to you, cousin. Cousin, open the door. I'm right downstairs at your place. Which unit is your apartment? 30-something. First friends. Now it's the relative's turn, and it wasn't over yet. John murmured softly. He was too familiar with this kind of enticing routine and silently set his phone to vibrate. As soon as he spoke, a very eerie knocking sound came from the door, making both look instinctively toward the source. John walked stealthily toward the door, listening to the movement while observing the situation. Jin Yuxian behind him also asked out of curiosity, "What's wrong? What's that outside?" As soon as Jin Yuxian spoke, John's expression changed. He turned around angrily and kicked Jin Yuxian, barking, "Why are you talking so loud? You have a death wish?" Jin Yuxian was kicked and rolled on the ground, let out a groan of pain. Having gained experience from being beaten, Jin Yuxian was quick with his tongue and hurriedly scrambled up to admit his mistake. "Sorry, I wasn't smart enough, I didn't think it through." John still found the other person eyesore and roared irritably, "Shut up and get to the side. If you make another sound, I'll kill you," before they could finish their infighting. The door lock handle began to turn repeatedly, signaling approaching danger. Sensing the danger, John was terrified but still covered his mouth to scold his pig teammate. "Damn it, they're trying to open the door, it's all your fault." The scene shifted back to Su Xiao's team. Just as John and Jin Yuxian were facing the eerie door breaking, Su Xiao also heard movement outside the door. Angola was curled in the corner, his mouth constantly whispering prayers. "Oh my God, please protect me. Monsters outside the door, please drive them away." In contrast, Su Xiao lay on the sofa looking relaxed and at ease. Angola turned and was stunned by this scene. He secretly speculated, "How is the big boss so calm? He hasn't been scared witless, has he?" Angola kindly asked, "Big boss Su Xiao, if you're feeling scared, just pray with me. God will surely protect us and help us clear. Is this guy's brain fried?" Hearing this, Su Xiao felt a surge of annoyance. "We Dragon Kingdom people are all materialist warriors." He sat up from the sofa. Seeing this, Angola hugged Su Xiao's leg and hurriedly spoke to stop him. "Big boss, what are you trying to do? You can't go. Rules 3 and 6 say not to pay attention to the sounds outside." Su Xiao reminded him coldly, "Let go, or I won't look after you anymore." Hearing this, Angola revealed an expression of ineffable misery. Su Xiao slowly walked to the door, grabbed the lock and turned it open. Instantly, an alarmingly ugly face leaned in. Angola was terrified. He screamed and backed away, clutching a pillow. What on earth is that thing? Close the door please, big boss, close the door." Su Xiao ignored that ugly zombie that was slowly feeling its way in. The corner of his mouth twitched, thinking satisfactorily, "Good, I just wanted to scare you so you don't drag me down later." Su Xiao didn't make the zombie wait long. Su Xiao kindly gave it a resounding slap and shouted, "You brat trying to ambush me, take a loud one." Surprisingly, after taking the slap, the zombie's face changed 160 degrees. It was no longer fierce but sat down crying and blaming itself. "I'm really not human. You were kind enough to invite me to your house to play, but I wanted to eat you. I deserve to die." Su Xiao was stunned. "What's the deal?" Right at the moment he used the skill on the zombie, a prompt popped up on the system panel. Sincerity Strike activated. When you use sincere emotions to influence the Eerie, there is a chance the Eerie will be moved by you and will sincerely repent to you. The zombie was hit by the ultimate move, and as if under a spell cried out in self-reproach, "I'm really not human. No, I'm really not a zombie." Su Xiao was shocked by this scene. He looked at his hand and marveled. Is Sincerity Strike powerful to this extent? Su Xiao felt as if he had received a massive inspiration and with no psychological burden, gave the zombie several more slaps in a row for satisfaction. The crisp sounds of slaps echoed in the room. The zombie was slapped until its head was spinning, leaving the other zombies dazed too. It curled up in a corner and stopped moving, crying and muttering a song of self-reproach. "Why am I here? Why do I think my friends look delicious? I really deserve to die. I really deserve to die." However, what happened just now acted like a fuse. The surrounding zombies lunged at Su Xiao one after another. Su Xiao found these guys to be a real eyesore. He flexed his limbs. His face darkened, and he said through gritted teeth, "You still want to charge at me? Behold my fist." His hand had just reached midair when it was stopped before he could even strike. That zombie from earlier shouted a loud warning. "You guys absolutely should not underestimate the bond of friendship, you bastards." After roaring, it charged into the zombie crowd like a hero saving the day, much to Su Xiao's surprise, seeing that guy fighting his own kind to protect him. Su Xiao felt a trace of appreciation and casually commented, although those words sounded very chunibyo just now, you're a good zombie." After closing the door, Angola behind him looked aghast and stammered, "Bye, big boss, how did you do that?" Su Xiao replied calmly, "Routine operation, nothing to make a fuss about." Angola immediately knelt and kowtowed to show respect, actively admitting his mistake and showering Su Xiao with praise. "Big boss, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you just now. From now on you are my god." Su Xiao suddenly took out his phone to check a new message. The screen clearly displayed the newly released notice. Blood Moon Purification Plan failed. Time is resetting. Residents in the city, please do not panic. Please close your windows. The moon will return to normal soon. Please trust us. On the large clock, time did not wait for the contestants but flowed silently. The hour and minute hands were turning constantly, pointing to 12 o'clock. This secretly reminded the contestants that this was a time period where danger lurked. Angola didn't understand what had happened and asked helplessly, "Big boss, what's the situation?" Su Xiao was still staring at the rules on his phone and replied, "Time has reset but not completely. The starting time for this round is midnight." "It's 12:01 again." Angola still looked shaken, his face etched with worry. "What on earth does this mean?" Su Xiao pointed to the 12:01 displayed on his phone screen and answered softly, "Not sure yet, let's keep watching the situation." Su Xiao's phone continued to chime with SMS notifications popping up incessantly. This feeling was familiar. Was that group of guys trying to invite him out again? Tai Dan. "Come out and admire the moon. Your sixth uncle is doing a pole dance on the moon right now." Da Kongming. "Good brother, where are you? Are you home? Don't wander around. I'm coming over to pick you up right now." Stranger. "Stranger, the moon is beautiful tonight. It bears no ill will. The moon is cruel. It rejects those whose beliefs differ from its own." Stranger, "The moon is worth singing for. The moon is worth praising. If possible, I would like to eat that pure brain of yours." A notification for new rules popped up on the phone again. "Do not believe text messages from unknown numbers and be especially wary of your relatives and friends. For your own safety, please be sure to follow the rules below. Rule 10. Under normal circumstances, no one will knock on your door. If you hear someone knocking, do not look out through the peephole. Rule 11. If the person outside the door claims to be your friend, ignore them. That is not your friend. Rule 12. You absolutely cannot go outside. No matter what happens, you must stay home. Rule 13. The moon is truly terrifying. Please avoid contact with the moon. Even moonlight can kill you. Rule 14. If the house becomes unsafe, please head immediately to the nearest shelter. That place is within my heart." Angola asked with a helpless face, "Big boss, what do you think of these messages and rules? I'm completely out of ideas. I'm counting on you to keep me alive." Su Xiao pondered for a moment and explained softly, "The 5 new rules and the old rules contradict each other. It seems the rules have been tampered with." Suddenly, a movement at the door caught Su Xiao's attention. His eyes swept toward the door and he spoke up proactively. "I'll go take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiao had already stepped to the door. Angola instantly broke into a cold sweat, warning in a trembling voice, "Big boss, be careful." After observing outside the door through the peephole for a moment, a trace of worry appeared on Su Xiao's face. He pondered for a while and whispered, "Pitch black." The viewers were both sympathetic and shocked by Su Xiao's behavior, discussing it with a mix of fear and envy. "Even though we've seen it many times, we're still terrified by Big Boss Su Xiao's boldness. The rule clearly says if you hear a knock, do not look through the peephole." He just went and looked anyway. What did Big Boss Su Xiao just say? Standard operation, nothing to make a fuss about. Su Xiao tested the person outside. "Are you my friend? What's your name?" The stranger immediately replied, "Tai Dan, I'm Tai Dan. The one who just sent you a message." Su Xiao swung the door open with lightning speed, startling the other party as well. In an instant, as if welcoming a dear friend, his tone couldn't hide his excitement. "You're the one who said my sixth uncle is doing a pole dance on the moon? Quick, take me to see." Su Xiao threw his arm around Tai Dan's shoulder like an old friend of many years, looking deeply affectionate, and didn't forget to urge him, "What are you standing there for? If we wait any longer, sixth uncle will be finished. Hurry, I want to record it with my phone." Before Tai Dan could answer, Su Xiao put on a sinister face, getting into a fighting stance and threatening, "You didn't just make up that nonsense to trick me into coming out, did you?" Tai Dan was completely bewildered, thinking, "Wait a minute, who's the zombie here? Why is this guy giving me no face at all?" Tai Dan roared, "If you won't give me face, then don't blame me for being impolite." Su Xiao swung his fist directly at him, cursing, "You dead dog, how dare you use my sixth uncle to make up stories and lie to me, making me get excited for nothing. Today I'm going to turn you into a fried egg." Tai Dan screamed, "Ah, you dare hit me, damned human, I will definitely eat your brain." Su Xiao beat Tai Dan until his own hands hurt, wondering why this guy hadn't repented yet. Does it only work if I hit him harder? No sooner said than done. Su Xiao swung his hand and gave Tai Dan a resounding, loud slap across the face. The other party immediately grabbed Su Xiao's leg, crying and begging for mercy. "I'm sorry, I was wrong, I shouldn't have lied to you. Actually, your sixth uncle isn't doing a pole dance. I made that up to trick you out." Su Xiao smiled happily and suggested, "A good child admits when they're wrong. How about this? You do a pole dance here for me as an apology and I'll forgive you." Su Xiao's words left Tai Dan instantly dumbstruck. A moment later, Tai Dan actually began to writhe provocatively around a pillar. While Tai Dan was struggling through a painful dance on the pillar, Su Xiao was leisurely clinking glasses with Angola. The viewers watched in stunned silence, commenting one after another, I'm really curious where that pillar came from. Another viewer replied, no idea. While Su Xiao was enjoying the pole dance performance, Hunter from the nation where the sun never sets and Mizu from the Hydrangea nation were arguing over judging the rules. Hunter was trying to convince Mizu, listen to me, something definitely happened outside, we can't just sit here and wait for death. We must go out and see what's going on. Mizu refused repeatedly. No, staying home is the safest. As long as we can survive, there's no need to go out and take risks. Just then a sound outside the door made them both break into a cold sweat. Hunter crept to the peephole to observe the situation. A viewer commented indignantly, this guy is copying Big Boss Su Xiao by looking through the peephole. Does he have a death wish? What met Hunter's eyes was a single, wide-open eye dripping with blood. Hunter screamed in terror. Mommy, a viewer above commented, see that? Don't just go around imitating the Big Boss or you'll pay a heavy price. The viewers below also expressed lingering fear. God, that scared me to death. I'm just a viewer, what did I do wrong? Viewers' lives matter too. Mizu quickly used his phone to ask Hunter about the situation outside. Hey Hunter, what did you see? Hunter replied via phone. It seems to be a zombie, let's stay quiet, that thing might leave after a while like last time. Mizu nodded silently. Hunter's phone suddenly popped up a message. The sender claimed to be Tai Dan. The party said, good brother, I'm right outside, I know you're home, open up. I'm dying to taste that fresh delicious brain of yours. Hunter trembled with fear after reading it. Mizu sent another message asking with concern, Hunter, what's wrong? Hunter held up his phone, which read, the zombie outside seems to know we're in the room. I don't think this door can hold it, we're finished. Just then, both received a warning notification. The window behind them had actually opened. The two instantly turned pale as ghosts, screaming in unison, what? 3 zombies appeared outside the window. Mizu shrieked, zombies are getting in. A viewer above commented in disbelief, holy crap, this is the 3rd floor, how did those zombies climb up? A viewer below responded, who cares about that now, let's see how they deal with it. Hunter hurriedly grabbed Mizu's shoulders and shouted, damn it Mizu, calm down, let's find some weapons and fight them. Hunter told Mizu to put on sunglasses and instructed, there are knives in the kitchen, we'll each take one. Mizu nodded and replied, right, we need knives. After rushing into the kitchen and grabbing the knives, Hunter roared, I'll fight you to the death. Mizu cursed at the zombie crowd, die you monsters. But Mizu actually forgot about Tai Dan. Hunter dropped his knife and turned to run before leaving. He shouted to Mizu, you deal with those zombies. I'm going to drag the sofa over to block the front door. Tai Dan's voice came from outside the front door. Hunter, I know you're in there. Since you dared to make noise, you'd better dare to open the door. A system notification showed that the D-grade talent Weapon Master had been activated, able to find suitable weapons at critical moments. The door was smashed open. Hunter raised a baseball bat high and roared, die? Tai Dan actually dodged Hunter's attack with ease. Hunter reacted quickly, raising the bat again to swing at Tai Dan. Tai Dan tackled Hunter to the ground without any effort. Tai Dan spoke greedily. Brains, fragrant brains. Hunter struggled desperately and called for help. Damn it, Mizu, help me. Mizu had just finished dealing with those few zombies when he heard Hunter's cry for help. He shrieked, Hunter? Mizu bent over to pick up the baseball bat and delivered a brutal blow to the back of Tai Dan's head. Mizu successfully saved Hunter. Hunter breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and said to Mizu, thank you. A viewer above commented, what a brilliant piece of teamwork. I didn't expect Hunter and Mizu to have such good chemistry. A viewer below remarked, the Tai Dan here is so strong. The Tai Dan on Big Boss Su Xiao's side was like a joke. Another viewer thought, is it possible that Big Boss Su Xiao is just too powerful? Meanwhile, Su Xiao had finished enjoying Tai Dan's performance. He cheerfully grabbed Tai Dan by the collar and dragged him toward the window. Tai Dan asked with a bewildered face, friend, what are you doing? Su Xiao replied perfunctorily, nothing, I just suddenly had a realization. Su Xiao pushed open the window and threw Tai Dan out. He nonchalantly bid Tai Dan farewell. Sending you home, have a safe trip. Tai Dan fell straight toward the ground. Su Xiao watched Tai Dan's falling figure and lamented. That sound was quite loud. Logically, he should have disappeared by now, right? Su Xiao suddenly froze. Right beneath the window, several zombies with bared fangs and claws had appeared. Su Xiao cursed angrily. Holy crap, these zombies are smart, actually knowing how to flank from the window. They have no martial honor. Su Xiao saw a stick by the window and revealed a sinister smile. Hee hee, I thought of something fun. Su Xiao excitedly raised the stick and grinned. The game of whack-a-mole begins. The zombie crowd instantly let out a chorus of wails. Before long, the zombies jumped down one after another. They shouted in a panic, run, this human is too terrifying. He scared the life out of me. Su Xiao made a show of trying to keep them. Oh, don't leave, I haven't played enough yet. After driving away the fleeing zombies, Su Xiao leisurely took out his phone. With a bored face, he sent a message asking about his other friends' situations. Su Xiao sent a super smart message. I'm trapped at home and there are many zombies around. Do you know how to solve this? Waiting online, it's quite urgent. Super Smart replied quickly. Thank goodness you're all right. Whatever you do, don't move. I'm coming to your place right now. Su Xiao assessed secretly after reading the Super Smart message. He actually replied, and the content looks very normal. Could it be he's a regular human and not a zombie? Su Xiao's phone screen popped up another message from an unknown number. Purification failed. A third time reset will be performed. Citizens, do not panic. The lunar anomaly is only temporary. Su Xiao speculated. Failed again. How exactly is purification failure judged? Is it based on what happens outside? The clock hands began to turn backward. Su Xiao sat in his chair and talked to himself. This time it rewound to 12:02, another minute added. What does this mean? Angola sat to the side and asked, Boss Su Xiao, do you have any new clues? What should we do now? Su Xiao replied, there are too few clues in this house. To find the truth we must go out and see. Angola looked worried upon hearing this. He hesitated to speak, but then the voice of Super Smart came from outside. Open the door, it's Super Smart. Su Xiao stood up, preparing to open the door. Seeing this, Angola hurriedly spoke to stop him. Bye, Big Boss. Rule 11 says if someone outside claims to be our friend, we should ignore them. Su Xiao replied flatly, I'm going to pay attention to him anyway. Once the door opened, it was indeed Super Smart. He grabbed Su Xiao by the shoulders and shouted, You're all right, that's wonderful. Quick, put on your sunglasses and follow me. Su Xiao turned back to ask Angola, Are you coming with me? If you're not coming, I'm leaving on my own. Angola said worriedly, Big Boss. The rules said we can't go out. The people outside definitely want to harm us. You can't listen to him. Su Xiao still swaggered out. Angola had no choice but to follow quickly. He shouted from behind, Aia, Big Boss, wait for me. I'm coming with you. Outside, the moon was as red as blood and the people on the road had all turned into zombies wandering the streets. The zombies were searching everywhere for corpses and eating them frantically. There was also a group of people kneeling toward the moon, their mouths constantly whispering prayers. The sound of bones snapping echoed one after another. Their bodies were abnormally distorted, their blood boiling, devouring the walking dead. Praying for the soul, I worship you tonight. Angola tugged at Su Xiao's sleeve and asked with a mumble, Big Boss Su Xiao, are we taking a car? Where are we going? Super Smart, who was walking in front, answered, To the funeral home. Angola immediately screamed, The funeral home? I don't think I need to die yet, no need to cremate me. Su Xiao and Super Smart instantly looked at Angola with speechless expressions. Super Smart explained, Taking you to the funeral home is to save you, don't be afraid. At the funeral home, Super Smart handed Su Xiao a piece of paper and instructed, The funeral home has its own rules. Here, take a look at the employee handbook. Su Xiao took the paper, casually stuffing his sunglasses into his pocket. Su Xiao unfolded the paper and read it with Angola. It was titled Funeral Home Employee Handbook. Rule 1. As a funeral home employee, your primary job is to send corpses into the cremation furnace. During this process, please do not have too much curiosity. Rule 2. If you encounter abnormal situations, such as a corpse that cannot be burned, a corpse talking, or a corpse moving, please report immediately to the security department. Private handling is strictly prohibited. Rule 3. The research lab is equipped with an astronomical telescope. Non-staff members are strictly forbidden from using it. Rule 4. Please do not pray in any direction. Nor are you allowed to discuss supernatural phenomena. Otherwise, that might cause the supernatural phenomena to become reality. Rule 5. Entering the funeral home director's office is strictly prohibited. If you must enter for work reasons, please ensure the room is completely empty. Rule 6. During working hours, please ensure you wear special glasses at all times. If your body feels abnormal, please go to the purification room immediately. Rule 7. Your work must be kept absolutely secret. Do not tell friends or relatives what you are doing. This might cost you a certain price. Rule 8. All funeral home employees, you have lost the opportunity to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. The price you pay will be remembered forever. Just then, Super Smart suddenly screamed, It appeared, leave this place quickly. Su Xiao and Angola asked in unison, Who? By this time, half of the blood moon had turned black. Su Xiao asked in confusion, What is that thing? A solar eclipse. Angola, who was standing nearby, suddenly began making snapping and cracking sounds, his entire body starting to distort quite abnormally. Su Xiao, annoyed, gave him a smack and scolded, What are you doing? Don't stare at the moon. Angola let out a wailing ouch from the blow. Su Xiao felt the clock seemed to be turning counterclockwise, making a ticking sound. In the blink of an eye, the moon returned to normal, casting a soft glow. Su Xiao observed quietly. He asked himself, did time just reset again? It turns out time flows backward because of a lunar eclipse. Why do terrifying things happen after a lunar eclipse, for example, the appearance of a large number of zombies? Angola, seeing Su Xiao lost in thought, asked excitedly, Big Boss, did you discover something? Quick, tell me. Su Xiao touched his chin and spoke his deduction. I found that this time the clock turned back, but we didn't return to our original position. I guess the funeral home is the place where time resets are executed, which is why it's unaffected here. Just then, a funeral home employee walked in pushing a corpse. He greeted Su Xiao and Angola, saying, "Oh, you two must be the new employees, right? Don't just stand there dazed, another new corpse has been delivered. Hurry and carry it over for cremation." Su Xiao muttered, "That was fast." He and Angola helped the employee push the corpse inside. Su Xiao calculated secretly. To obtain talent protection, he had no choice but to cremate the corpse. After pushing for a while, Su Xiao turned to Angola and said, "Why are you hiding so far away? I was just demonstrating how to push the corpse, now it's your turn. Go on, burn this body." Angola pointed at his own nose, trembling, and asked uneasily, just me." Su Xiao said coldly, "Who else do you expect me to cremate it for you? I can't be by your side to protect you forever. If the corpse runs away later, are you going to be responsible for chasing it back?" As Angola shuffled his feet forward, he marveled at the corpse. The big boss is indeed the big boss, even his speech and actions are filled with philosophy. "I was truly too shallow," a viewer commented. "Haha, another simpleton has been tricked." Su Xiao stood to the sideboard and said, "It's too quiet. I'll send Tai Dan a text to see how he's doing." Su Xiao's phone screen showed the message he sent. "Tai Dan, good brother, are you still among the living? How were you so careless as to fall from the 3rd floor? If you're still alive, let's meet at the funeral home. I've already saved a spot for you." Su Xiao let out a sigh and curled his lip. Tai Dan didn't reply. He probably was already gone to the great beyond. A viewer at the top commented, "Is Big Boss Su Xiao trying to kill me with laughter? Is he planning to give Tai Dan one-stop funeral service?" A viewer at the bottom joked. To save a spot for Tai Dan, he even went so far as to violate Rule 7. He's truly put so much heart into this. "I'm moved to tears." Just then, Angola let out a terrified cry. It moved. The corpse really moved. Angola hurriedly grabbed Su Xiao's arm. He urged anxiously, "Bye, Big Boss. Rule 2 says if we encounter something eerie, we must report to the security department. Private handling is strictly prohibited. Let's hurry to the security department." Su Xiao replied calmly, "How can we trouble the security department with such a small matter? It's just a corpse. Watch me." The corpse suddenly sat up. Su Xiao recognized it immediately. "Yo, Tai Dan." Su Xiao greeted him with a friendly smile. "Why couldn't you think straight and chose to jump? That was the 3rd floor. Can you just jump whenever you want? Look at you even broke your hand." As soon as Tai Dan saw Su Xiao, his face crumpled into a sob. Why is it you again?" Su Xiao brought his face close to Tai Dan's. He mocked, "What, you missed me? Let me tell you, I'm a funeral home employee now. Cremation is a popular service these days. For the sake of our friendship, I'll give you this one for free." Tai Dan lamented secretly, "Free? And this time?" Seeing Tai Dan's deathly pale face, Su Xiao said enthusiastically, "Oh, don't be afraid. I just invented a rotating barbecue method. If I sprinkle a bit of cumin on you, you've absolutely got to try it once." Tai Dan was truly scared out of his wits. He struggled violently, sobbing and pleading, "No, help me." Seeing this scene, Angola's face turned dark. He mourned for Tai Dan in his heart. Who exactly is the zombie here? Why does it feel like the big boss has even less humanity? Without much effort, Su Xiao quickly tied Tai Dan up like a zongzi. He even leisurely sprinkled some cumin on Tai Dan. A viewer at the top commented, "Holy crap, Big Boss Su Xiao's lying skills are getting better and better, but I'm curious, where did he get the cumin?" A viewer in the middle advised, "Don't ask too many questions about the big boss." A viewer at the bottom made a humorous comment about Tai Dan. "Only when your hands are tied can you truly understand what rotating barbecue means." Meanwhile, John from the USA and Jin Yushin from South Korea were also brought to the funeral home by Super Smart. Jin Yushin complained as he pushed a corpse, "Damn it, I keep feeling this place is weird. That guy Super Smart brought us here," and then mysteriously disappeared. "No matter how you look at it, it seems like a trap." John, annoyed by his nagging, turned back and scolded, "Shut up, I've already checked with my night watchman talent. This funeral home is normal." John explained slowly. To be precise, this funeral home is like a secret base. Everyone inside is participating in the Blood Moon Project. This project is to ensure the moon returns to normal. As long as the moon is normal, we can clear the stage safely. As he walked, Jin Yushin suddenly stopped, folded his hands and began muttering a prayer. Skull shattered, body twisted, blood boiling, devour zombies, pray for the soul. "Tonight I worship you." John couldn't help but slap Jin Yushin on the head, warning him, "You idiot, you almost got us killed back at the house. Stop with these stupid actions, otherwise I can't guarantee I won't throw you into the cremation furnace." Jin Yushin groaned from the pain. "Ouch, why did you hit me? Isn't everything fine?" Jin Yushin continued his incessant babbling, but as he spoke he suddenly heard a series of cracking sounds. Jin Yuqin's face instantly turned deathly pale as he asked in terror, what's happening? John stood to the side and shouted, thanks to you, these corpses are awake. Now find a way to deal with it yourself. Sure enough, the corpses lying on the carts were writhing, making hair-raising, bone-cracking sounds. John didn't bother with Jin Yuqin and turned to run for his life. Seeing this, Jin Yuqin panicked too, screaming, damn it, wait for me. Just then, a corpse suddenly grabbed Jin Yuqin's hand. He shrieked, ah, get away, let go of me, you dead dog. Immediately after, the corpse bit into Jin Yuqin's neck. Before long, the system announcement rang out. South Korean contestant Jin Yuqin has been devoured by an eerie entity. The strange tale world is about to descend. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. On Su Xiao's side, he was ordering the cloth doll and white bear to add more cumin and chili. That's it. Sprinkle it evenly. A viewer commented, Tai Dan is so miserable. My saliva is unconsciously flowing from the corner of my mouth. Two funeral home employees happened to see this scene and were also startled. One couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap, who is this? Making barbecue out of a corpse? The other also said in shock, is this something a normal person can do? Just then, Su Xiao turned his head, revealed a creepy smile, and extended an invitation. The barbecue is ready, want a taste? Those two employees were scared out of their wits, shouting in unison, Mommy, a madman has broken into the funeral home. The two fled the room in a panic, leaving Su Xiao alone. He looked at their retreating backs with some confusion. These corpses are clearly dead, so why must they be cremated? Can they resurrect? Su Xiao touched his chin in deep thought. Does the incantation those people were reciting on the street have something to do with this too? Let's give it a try. No sooner said than done. Su Xiao folded his hands toward the lying corpses. He began to imitate the people on the street, reciting, skull shattered, body twisted, blood boiling, devour zombies, pray for the soul. Tonight I worship you. Those corpses actually reacted. They shifted slightly, their joints making cracking sounds. Angola asked Su Xiao worriedly, Bye, Big Boss what are you doing? Why are you moving dead bodies? Su Xiao seemed to have confirmed his theory as he murmured, as I thought. Angola hurriedly asked, Big Boss, where are you going? Su Xiao waved his hand and instructed, Black General, you help Angola handle these corpses. I'm going out for a bit, I have things to do. Su Xiao answered Angola simply, to the research lab. I want to observe the moon with the astronomical telescope. Angola said worriedly, Huh? Rule 3 said the research lab's telescope cannot be used privately. Su Xiao retorted coldly, Are you teaching me how to do my job? Knowing he had spoken out of turn, Angola slapped himself. I was wrong, look at this big mouth of mine. A viewer commented that they were dying of laughter. Big Boss Su Xiao doesn't even need to hit people himself anymore. He truly is the god of war of the funeral home's second floor. Su Xiao had arrived at the research lab, where there indeed was an astronomical telescope. Su Xiao noticed a notebook on the desk and guessed, there's an observation log here, the notebook read. Morning of X month 15, 20XX, moon normal, everything normal. 000 X month 15, 20XX. The moon begins to be devoured. Anomalies appear. 000 X month 15, 20XX, the moon begins to turn blood red. Anomalies intensify. X00 X month 15, 20XX, moon normal. Everything returns to how it was. X00 X month 15, 20XX, moon color deepens. Devouring begins. After reading these records, Su Xiao gave his judgment. From what is written here, it's clear time has been reset many times. Su Xiao tried to link the clues he had. Devouring, blood red, belief. These 3 points are likely the reasons for the emergence of the massive number of zombies. And the funeral home is a secret organization that prevents the lunar anomalies by constantly rewinding time, at least to stall for time. Su Xiao observed through the astronomical telescope and exclaimed, The moon is turned red again, and there seem to be living things in the devoured part. Su Xiao decided to talk to the director of the funeral home. Acting on his thought, Su Xiao arrived at the director's office door. There were 2 zombies wandering in the office. Su Xiao said in disgust, the new moon just came out, turned red and was devoured again. It seems this method of rewinding time won't last long. He ordered the cloth doll and white bear to go up and take them down. The cloth doll and white bear immediately rushed up, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to the 2 zombies. The director in the office was surprised to see Su Xiao enter. He said flatly, I've been observing you for a long time. You must be curious about the specific work content of the funeral home, right? Su Xiao said bluntly, Originally I didn't want to join you, but hearing you say that, I suddenly want to give it a try. The director proposed a condition. If you want to know, you must join us. But after joining, you must be mentally prepared to become a sacrifice at any time. Do you have that courage? The director turned his head to look at Su Xiao and spoke to him. Give it a try. Su Xiao didn't hesitate and nodded decisively. Seeing Su Xiao agree, the director said to him, In that case, follow me. As Su Xiao followed behind, he evaluated secretly. I didn't expect the inside to look like this, it's quite a busy operation. The director had Su Xiao look at the image of the moon on a screen. He explained some of the current information. The moon is lonely, so it craves veneration and to be looked up to. That's why every mid-autumn festival, it appears at the time of the full moon. But this year's mid-autumn, the moon has shown anomalies. The director frowned and said, there is a kind of creature affecting the moon. We have named them devours. Su Xiao immediately made the connection. The devours the director mentioned are likely what I saw through the telescope. Su Xiao told the director his deduction. It's those devours affecting the moon that caused everyone to turn into zombies, right? The director confirmed Su Xiao's words. Exactly. So if we want to stop more zombies from being created, we must eliminate the devours. Su Xiao tested the director by asking if there was a way. So what do we need to do? The director answered. First, you must enter the spaceship simulation pod. The pod will simulate the conditions on the moon. As long as we eliminate the creatures inside, we can project what happens in the simulation pod onto the moon. Su Xiao smiled. He asked, it's that simple, the director said solemnly. Simple, young man, you should know we've tried many times and failed. Moreover, dying in the simulation pod is a real death. Su Xiao was somewhat surprised and confirmed with him. Dying in the simulation pod is a real death, the director nodded. Correct. How about it, are you afraid? Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Not afraid, but excited, he urged the director. Hurry, hurry, I can't wait. The director had no choice but to do as Su Xiao requested. Before pressing the start button, he thanked Su Xiao sincerely. No matter the result, we thank you for all the contributions you've made. Good luck, young man. After the director started the simulation pod, Su Xiao felt as if he were in another dimension. He opened his eyes wide. Before him was a scene just like being on the moon. Su Xiao marveled. The scene looks so real, it's so shocking. A viewer at the top commented. Did everyone notice? The simulated moon still has gravity. A viewer at the bottom replied to the top viewer. You're so rigid, it's a simulation pod. Having gravity makes it easier to move. Suddenly, dust billowed in the distance. A group of monsters with dog-like faces and an exceptionally fierce appearance appeared in the smoke. They were charging straight at Su Xiao. He asked in surprise, is this the true form of a devourer, so ugly? Su Xiao immediately ordered the white bear to kill them. At this time, other contestants were also standing before the director. The director proactively invited those contestants to enter the simulation ship, but most felt they could clear the round just by waiting patiently, so they refused to enter. Only John agreed to the director's request to get a higher clearance score. The director stood outside the pod, warning John solemnly, before you are torn to shreds by the devours, you must find their breeding source. Only by solving the root cause can the moon return to normal. John asked him with a bewildered face, what is the source of the devours? The director scratched his head and answered honestly, to be honest, we don't know either. You can only rely on your intuition to find it. John turned pale, thinking, only on intuition? He knocked on the simulation pod door, wanting to back out. You guys are too unreliable. Unfortunately, it was too late. The director had already pressed the start button. He smiled at John and said, good luck. John shrieked. I wasn't ready yet. A viewer at the top commented, holy crap, this director is asking for the impossible. Seeing John's unlucky state, a viewer at the bottom couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Even though John was a grown man, he was scared into screaming. After the simulation pod started, John opened his eyes and cursed. Crap, I thought the director had a perfect plan. Turned out he just wanted to use my body to find clues. Suddenly there was movement in the distance. John shouted in terror. What is that monster? Without time to think, John took off running, shouting as he ran. Mommy, help! The devours quickly caught up to John. They lunged and bit frantically. John let out a wretched scream, and then his entire person was submerged by the devours. A viewer at the top felt it was too tragic. John is a real man, dying like this is a bit stifling. Another viewer found it strange. Wait, why haven't we received the notification of John's elimination yet? Could it be he's not dead yet? A viewer at the bottom then reported. Everyone, look, the director is leading the others into the simulation pod too. A viewer at the top wondered. What do they want to do? A viewer at the bottom speculated. It seems they're preparing for a final gamble. After all, they can't just keep stalling by rewinding time. Look at what the director is holding. It looks like a bomb remote. The comments at the top were suddenly filled with admiration. I hope they can successfully defeat the devours without having to use the bomb, the director then ordered. All funeral home employees hear my command. We're about to die. Rewinding time is useless now. We have no retreat. Let's fight these monsters to the end." As soon as he finished speaking, the director and employees charged forward together, ready for a life-and-death struggle with those devours before long. Relying on their absolute numerical advantage, the devours gradually backed the funeral home director and the surviving staff into a corner. Seeing no way out, the director made a firm decision. "There's no hope left, it looks like we have to use that." He pressed a switch, and an earth-shattering explosion instantly rang out. Thick smoke rose, forming a massive mushroom cloud, a scene reminiscent of an atomic blast. Meanwhile, in the silent and dark residential area, the streets were empty. John's phone rang, and he jerked upright, asking himself in a panic, I'm not dead, why am I still alive?" A host's voice was playing on the television screen. "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day for us to reunite with our families and admire the bright moon together. We wish all our viewers a happy holiday." John hadn't completely regained his composure yet. He hurriedly looked at his phone screen. It was October 15th, and the time was 2000. He asked in bewilderment, "What's going on? The time now is actually earlier than when I first entered the strange tale world." His phone immediately notified him of a string of messages. The first was from Tai Dan. "Buddy, don't stay cooped up at home on mid-autumn. Come out for a drink." Then came a message from Yuan, "Are you coming out to play with me or not? If you're not coming, just say so, don't just stay silent." Then there was a message from his mom. "Son, happy mid-autumn. Remember to take care of yourself while working away from home." Finally, a message from his dad. "Mid-autumn is a day for reunion. All my thoughts are tucked into the mooncakes. Son, are you coming home for mid-autumn this year?" After scrolling through the messages, John realized he understood. Time had reset, everyone was alive, and the moon had returned to normal. The system broadcast, "Dear contestant, congratulations on clearing the Blood Moon dungeon. Rating 3 stars. Rating analysis. 1 star for individual clearance, 2 stars for spirit of sacrifice." Upon hearing this broadcast, John was instantly ecstatic. He cheered, "I cleared it." The audience in front of the screens couldn't understand for a moment. "That works too, dying and coming back to life still lets you clear." Another part of the audience sighed. "There's something even more speechless. You can clear just by staying still. If you don't believe me, look." Elsewhere, the system broadcast, "Dear contestant, congratulations on clearing the Blood Moon dungeon. Rating 3 stars. Rating analysis. 2 stars for 2 people clearing, and 1 extra star for surviving until the end at the funeral home." Mizu and Hunter had also luckily survived, and they wept with joy. The viewers above commented, "This is incredible, the survival rate for this level is so high." The viewers below were somewhat unsatisfied. "It's a pity their clearance ratings aren't high. It all depends on Big Boss Su Xiao now, let's see what he plans to do." At this time, Su Xiao was standing to the side observing the battle between the white bear and the swarm of devours. He said to the cloth doll beside him, "I feel like the white bear is about to be overwhelmed, how about you go help too?" Just then, Su Xiao's phone rang. It was a call from the director. He said, "The reproduction source of the devours must be found to eradicate them completely. Otherwise they will be generated endlessly." Su Xiao asked the director, "How do I find the source of the devours?" The director's answer was completely useless. He told Su Xiao, "Use your intuition." After saying that, the director hung up. Su Xiao grumbled irritably. Intuition asking was really a waste of breath. "Cloth doll, can you find the reproduction source of the devours?" The cloth doll nodded immediately. Su Xiao turned to the white bear and shouted, "Stop fighting, follow me." The white bear gave a short grunt in response. "Yes, understood." The white bear and the cloth doll ran frantically, with the swarm of devours chasing madly behind them. After running for a while, Su Xiao stopped in front of a tree. This tree was very unusual. It had eyes, ears, a mouth, and a nose, and its rough bark made it look like an old man. Su Xiao speculated, "This tree is truly eerie. Could it be the source of the devours?" Suddenly, Su Xiao noticed that this tree had 2 arms, and these 2 arms were constantly piecing together body parts, creating one devourer after another. Su Xiao immediately realized, "Crap, so the devours are made this way. This tree is practically a heartless manufacturing machine." Suddenly, Su Xiao's surroundings turned pitch black and he asked in shock, "What the hell is this now?" But he quickly calmed down and began to analyze. The jellyfish pendant had no reaction, meaning his mind was not currently being affected, nor was it contaminated by the eerie. This looked like a hallucination. Many eerie phantoms of human heads suddenly appeared around Su Xiao. They kept murmuring to themselves, "Just stay here, this is your end. What use is having great talent? This will be your grave after all." The more Su Xiao heard, the darker his face became. He warned coldly, "You guys are too noisy," but they still refused to give up until they saw the coffin continuing to ramble on. "Stop struggling, in the end it's all in vain. No matter how hard you work, it's meaningless. Darkness is coming, and no matter how humans resist, they cannot fight the eerie." Su Xiao took out a mirror. The system broadcast, "You have used the mirror of pollution." Su Xiao roared, "Get lost," those monstrous human heads shrieked, then vanished. The system broadcast, "You have put away the mirror of pollution." Su Shao ordered the cloth doll and the white bear, "Go uproot that tree for me." Before the cloth doll and the white bear could act, the tree suddenly began to rot. Su Shao asked in surprise, "I haven't even pulled it yet. How did it start rotting?" Su Shao glanced toward the swarm of devours and shouted in fright, "Holy crap!" That swarm of devours chasing him actually gouged out their own eyeballs. The eyeballs gouged from the devours actually flew in the same direction, merging into a single giant and terrifying blood-red eyeball. After gouging out their eyes, the devours all knelt down and chanted in unison, skull shattered, body twisted, blood boiling, incarnate as devours. "Pray for the soul tonight, I worship you." Su Shao frowned and said, "This is the true face of the devours." That giant blood-red eyeball suddenly extended several arms toward Su Shao. He remained calm and said coldly, "No matter what form you take, you must die." Su Shao ordered the white bear to go up and deal with it. Unexpectedly, the white bear was easily controlled by the arms of that eyeball. The white bear struggled desperately. Seeing this, Su Shao cursed inwardly and then took out the mountain god's ring. The system broadcast, "You have used the mountain god's ring." Effect: temporarily grants an eerie object the power buff of the mountain god. The cloth doll underwent an instantaneous change, transforming into a life-sized doll and letting out a roar. The cloth doll joined the battle against the giant eyeball, and the situation became increasingly tense. Su Shao observed quietly, privately evaluating, "To be able to contend with the power of the mountain god, this flesh and blood worship is indeed extraordinary." Meanwhile, in the director's office, the director explained, "The reason it is so strong is because it has received the worship of those people on the streets. Only when they stop worshiping will its power diminish." The director then urged the funeral home staff, "Quick, no matter the cost, we must reset time before the peak of the worship activities." The funeral home staff immediately took orders. "Yes," the director continued to urge the staff member who was typing, "Faster, for every minute we are slow. Su Shao is in danger for another minute." Viewers commented, "I'm moved to tears. This is the power of teamwork." The clock began to turn backward, and the viewers above commented excitedly, "Time has reset. The people at the funeral home have done their best." The viewers below cheered Su Shao on. "Next it's Big Boss Su Shao's turn. Go for it, Dragon Kingdom people never admit defeat." Meanwhile, on the simulated moon, those devours were gradually rotting and dissipating. Su Shao revealed a smug smile. He sensed that the power of worship had vanished. It seemed the people at the funeral home hadn't been idle either. Finally, the giant eyeball was completely eliminated. A while later, Su Shao was sitting there reading text messages on his phone. A message from an unknown number showed, "Observation ended. Everything has returned to normal. The funeral home will be permanently disbanded, but we will not forget our responsibility. Extending our heartfelt thanks to you. All the staff of the funeral home wish you a happy Mid-Autumn Festival." After reading the message, Su Shao said with a smile, "It looks like the Eerie on the moon has been dealt with. The feeling of being a savior isn't half bad." Su Shao walked to the window and pulled open the curtain. The bright moonlight outside was gently pouring down. The system sent Su Shao an announcement, "Whenever we eat mooncakes and look up at the bright moon, please remember that the ordinary happiness of the present is inseparable from those who contribute silently. Each day we are accustomed to is exactly the tomorrow they could never reach. Dear contestant, congratulations on clearing the Blood Moon dungeon. Rating, 6 stars. Rating analysis, 2 stars for 2 people clearing, 2 stars for spirit of sacrifice, 1 star for the funeral home staff surviving until the end, and 1 extra star for eliminating the Eerie." Su Shao took out that red eyeball. It was now only the size of a fist. He evaluated with satisfaction. "Not bad, the rewards this time are all good stuff." Viewers commented excitedly, 6 stars, 6 stars, who else? And that employee badge feels very meaningful. I hope in the next level the big boss can really open our eyes." Su Shao held the red eyeball toward the black general, the white bear and the cloth doll. He said composedly, "The blood eye can only upgrade one of you. You 3 discuss it among yourselves." In the end, the cloth doll and the black general yielded it to the white bear. Su Shao then handed the red eyeball to the white bear and said softly, "It seems they both want to give it to you. You eat it." The white bear then swallowed the red eyeball. Subsequently, its entire mental state improved significantly. The viewers above cheered, "All 3 have been upgraded this time. Big Boss Su Shao is invincible." The viewers below commented, "How lonely it is to be invincible." The system broadcast, "Congratulations to Su Shao of the Dragon Kingdom, Angola of the Non-Soil Nation, Hunter of the Nation where the sun never sets, Mizu of the Hydrangea Nation, John of the United States, Claude of the Paris Nation, and Oliver of the Greece Nation for clearing the stage. These 7 nations will be exempt from this invasion of the Strange Tale world." Su Shao of the Dragon Kingdom received a 6-star rating and a special reward. The self-healing rate for diseases among the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom is increased by 10 with an extra 5 increase. Angola of the non-soil nation received a 4-star rating, receiving an excellent reward. The annual rainfall of the non-soil nation is increased by 7. John of the United States received a 3-star rating and a common reward. The crime rate in the United States is reduced by 5. Hunter of the nation where the sun never sets, and Mizu of the Hydrangea nation received 3-star ratings and common rewards. Grain yield increased by 5. Claude of the Paris nation and Oliver of the Greece nation received 3-star ratings and common rewards. Fruit yield increased by 5. Su Shao returned to the real world, and 3 days later, he found that the entire world was ranking the God of War leaderboard, top of the list. Su Shao of the Dragon Kingdom, talent unknown, cleared the Strange Tale world 8 consecutive times, 18 years old. Currently single. Second place. Andy of the Grizzly Bear Nation, SS grade talent infinite deduction, cleared the Strange Tale world 3 consecutive times, 27 years old. Third place. Claude of the Paris Nation, A grade talent method acting, cleared the Strange Tale world 2 consecutive times, current status, deceased. Fourth place. John of the United States, S grade talent night watchman, cleared the Strange Tale world 2 consecutive times, 25 years old. Su Shao propped up his chin boredly and said, "Holy crap, what's the point of this leaderboard? What's so interesting about the top spot never changing?" He announced his principle, "It's best to strive to enjoy every round of the challenge." The system broadcast participating nations in this challenge include Dragon Kingdom, Grizzly Bear Nation exempt this time, United States nation where the sun never sets, Hydrangea Nation, Greece, Paris Nation, Non-Soil Nation, and East Island Nation. This Strange Tale World Challenge location, Psychiatric Hospital. Background summary. In the psychiatric hospital, your duty is to soothe the patient's emotions while preventing them from becoming violent. Perhaps patients often have eerie actions, but if you communicate with them patiently, you might open up a new world. This challenge is in a 2-person team clearance mode. Outside world reminder opportunities, none. You must stay awake and rational. Find your teammate from the same country in the hospital. Note, he might be disguised as anyone. Within 3 days, find out the true reason why the psychiatric hospital was abandoned. Su Shao stroked his chin and evaluated. Does this level require finding a teammate? Then there must be some kind of obstacle, otherwise just asking everyone you see would be too simple. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind, and the person called out a greeting, "You must be the new doctor, right?" Su Shao turned around and saw the person was wearing a pig head mask, looking extremely eerie. Su Shao thought to himself, "Is this guy wearing a mask to increase the difficulty of finding a teammate? I can't see others' faces, but they can see mine. Will the teammate take the initiative to find me? There will surely be some hindrance. I must cooperate with this person first and then observe the situation." After a period of careful calculation, Su Shao naturally revealed a smile. He opened with a greeting. "Hello, I'm the new doctor. Is something the matter?" The person in the pig head mask shook Su Shao's hand and said, "Then follow me, I'll take you to the office." While leading the way, the person in the pig head mask introduced himself. "My name is Lu Defa, I'm your colleague. These are the doctor's rules, you need to read them first." He handed over a slip of paper. Su Shao took it and gave a response. The paper was titled Psychiatric Hospital Doctor's Rules. Rule 1. As a psychiatric hospital doctor, please complete the assigned tasks. It may not be easy, but please maintain patience with the patients. Rule 2. It is strictly forbidden to leave your post during working hours. If discovered by the director, you will be severely punished. Rule 3. Take your medicine on time and supervise patients to take theirs on time. This helps stabilize the emotions of both you and the patients. Rule 4. Patients may occasionally make requests to you. If the request is too eerie, you may ignore it or leave. Rule 5. It is strictly forbidden to enter wards during the night shift. If you hear a patient wailing and calling for a nurse, do not enter the room alone. Rule 6. Most nurses in the hospital are female. If you see male nurses, please remain calm. They are temporary workers at the hospital. Rule 7. Temporary workers are untrustworthy. Do not speak to them, as they are likely to mislead you into making wrong decisions. Rule 8. Patients may do things to scare you, but do not show fear under any circumstances. This will induce the patient to act dangerously toward you. Rule 9. After 12 midnight, if you find a patient or nurse entering the restroom, please immediately lock the door from the outside and leave their sight. Rule 10. Absolutely do not ride the hospital elevator. The hospital has only 3 floors and no basement. Rule 11. If you discover an extra serious ward in the hospital, please leave immediately. Do not open the door and do not listen to the voices inside. While walking, Su Shao read and noticed another line of text at the bottom that said, "Do not trust the female nurses in the hospital. The male nurses are the ones who are trustworthy. Do not eat the medicine they give you. They want to control your thoughts and actions." At this point, Lu Defa spoke, We're here. Get familiar with the working environment first. I have something to do and need to leave. I'll notify you later about what to do, Su Xiao replied simply. Okay. Su Xiao crumpled the slip of paper into a ball and threw it to the Black General. He thought to himself that the handwriting at the bottom of the rules was added later. That person seemed to want to help him, but who could it be? He ordered the Black General. Take me on a round of inspection to see if there are any clues about the reason the hospital was abandoned. The Black General obediently followed behind, giving a bark as a response. Su Xiao accidentally noticed a mirror near the office desk, and there was also a gummy candy on the desk. He said confidently, "Oh, there's a mirror here? Surely it's not for me to admire my own handsome face, right?" The viewers above burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, Big Boss Su Xiao is so narcissistic." Another viewer commented, "How is this narcissism? Big Boss Su Xiao is clearly very handsome, okay?" Viewers below the screen posted shyly, "I really want to date Big Boss Su Xiao. I could talk to him all night long." Su Xiao picked up the mirror, but when he saw that his reflection was wearing a panda mask, he couldn't help but jump. He touched his face and exclaimed, there's clearly no mask on my face. Why did a panda appear in the mirror?" The viewers above commented, "But pandas are very cute. Now he's literally a national treasure," the viewers below agreed. "Big Boss Su Xiao is a treasure among treasures." Su Xiao understood. He stroked his chin and analyzed. "I see. Others can only see the mask when they look at me, so my teammate won't be able to find me easily." He turned the mirror over and continued to fall into deep thought. "Moreover, this mask is so special it means this round is definitely not simple. Finding a teammate shouldn't be rushed. I have to take it slow." Meanwhile, another Dragon Kingdom contestant, Zhou Ming, was scratching his head while looking at the rules. Thinking that his teammate must be Big Boss Su Xiao and he had to find him as soon as possible. If he relied only on his own talent, there would be no way to clear the stage. Zhou Ming paced back and forth, racking his brains for a solution. But the current problem was, how exactly could he find Big Boss Su Xiao? The viewers above were also anxious for Zhou Ming. What should he do? Both are wearing masks, so recognizing him by face is definitely out. If he asks directly, he'll be discovered by the Eerie. One viewer also felt this was a thorny issue. If an Eerie mimics their masks, it'll be even harder. Another viewer snapped back at the person above. "Hey, shut your jinxing mouth," the viewers below spoke up. "Don't worry about that for now. Look at Big Boss Su Xiao. Lu Defa is going to give him medicine to eat." Sure enough, Lu Defa handed Su Xiao 2 bottles, one containing red capsules and the other containing blue ones. He instructed, "Take this blue pill first. The red ones are for the patients. At 9 o'clock you need to go to the first floor to feed them." Su Xiao asked cautiously, "What does the blue medicine do? What happens if I take the red one by mistake?" Lu Defa scratched his cheek and answered somewhat uncertainly, "Both are sedatives. If you want to take the red one, I won't stop you, but you must take the blue one in front of me." Su Xiao flatly refused the medication. "I think my mental state is fine. I don't need medicine." Lu Defa still insisted on stuffing the 2 bottles into his hand, saying, "Take them. The patients here are very psychologically unstable." "It's for your own good," Su Xiao answered with some compromise. "Fine, but before I take the medicine I want to confirm one thing." Lu Defa asked coldly. "What?" Su Xiao suddenly grabbed Lu Defa's clothes and stuffed 3 blue pills directly into his mouth. Lu Defa could only make a few muffled strange noises. He hurriedly pushed Su Xiao away and sat down, coughing while cursing. "What the FCK are you doing? I'm your colleague. Are you trying to kill me?" Su Xiao pretended to be surprised and asked, "Oh, so eating the blue pills will kill you? You were lying to me just now, weren't you?" Lu Defa stuttered defensively. I didn't mean that. I wasn't lying." Su Xiao put his arm around the man's shoulder affectionately, softening his tone to comfort him. "Don't be nervous. Actually, I just fed you a few pieces of candy. After all, I was worried you might actually be my colleague." Lu Defa let out an awkward laugh. Hee, that's good then." Suddenly, Su Xiao's tone turned ice cold. "But based on your reaction just now, you are definitely not my colleague. Black General, get him." The Black General immediately extended its tentacles toward Lu Defa. The guy screamed in terror. Before long, the Black General had swallowed Lu Defa whole. Su Xiao praised it for a job well done. Just then an inquiry came from outside the door. Just arrived. I didn't expect the person replacing Lu Defa to be you." The newcomer, just like before, held 2 pill bottles and said to him, "There are 2 bottles of medicine here. Take this blue one first. The red ones are for the patients. You need to go to the first floor at 9 o'clock to feed them." Su Xiao was stunned and cursed. "Holy crap, what's the deal?" The man in the pig head mask introduced himself. "That's right, I am Dr. Wang Defa. If you have any questions, you can come to me anytime." As he spoke, he fumbled for something in his pocket. Su Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he asked, Actually, I have a question. Is it possible you have a twin brother named Lu Defa?" Wang Defa fumbled in his pocket for a while and finally pulled out a work badge. Fiddling with it, he said, "Oh, I forgot to put on my badge just now, I have to wear it." Regarding Su Xiao's question, Wang Defa seemed very confused. He asked back with a blank face, "Lu Defa, I've never heard that name." Su Xiao answered perfunctorily, "That's good then," but in his heart he still felt it was very eerie. He guessed that they might not be the same person. Rather, for everyone that died, a new person would come to fill the vacancy. Su Xiao suddenly punched Wang Defa hard in the face, making blood spray from the corner of his mouth. Wang Defa roared, What are you doing?" Su Xiao still didn't say a word. Delivering a barrage of punches directly to Wang Defa's face, the man screamed, I'm telling you, don't go too far. If you dare hit me again, don't force me to." After being beaten black and blue, Wang Defa could only kneel before Su Xiao and beg for mercy. "Don't force me to kneel and beg you, Wah. Please stop hitting me. I won't force you to take the blue medicine anymore, okay?" Su Xiao analyzed secretly. He is showing fear now rather than remorse. It seems Sincerity Strike is ineffective against him. This means he is not an Eerie but a human. But the fact that he can respawn means he's obviously not a teammate. If teammates could respawn, this round wouldn't be difficult at all. So the current situation in the hospital was a mixture of humans and the Eerie. Su Xiao grabbed Wang Defa by the collar and warned sternly, "You stay in this office and don't go out. If you dare go out, I'll beat you every time I see you. Do I make myself clear?" How could Wang Defa dare to defy Su Xiao? He nodded frantically, replying, "Yes, yes, yes." The viewers were puzzled. "Why didn't Big Boss Su Xiao let the Black General dispose of him?" Another viewer responded, "What's the use of disposing of him if a new one will just appear? Is this some kind of nesting doll game? It's a pure waste of time." After temporarily dealing with Wang Defa, Su Xiao walked quickly down the hallway. He continued to calculate. Finding his teammate and uncovering the truth about the psychiatric hospital were the most important things. He would go to the first floor to feed the patients first and see if he could find any new clues. He recalled the third rule: take medicine on time and supervise patients to take theirs on time. This helps stabilize you and their emotions. He felt that if he didn't take it, it wouldn't be a complete violation of the rules. First floor of the hospital, Ward 101. As soon as Su Xiao walked there, a mental patient suddenly charged at him. The patient clutched a broom in his hand and shouted, "You over there, take this," Su Xiao said calmly. "Time for your medicine." The patient's broom stopped before it could touch a single hair on Su Xiao's head. Immediately after, the broom in the patient's hand suddenly turned and hit another patient nearby, striking a vital spot. The man let out a wretched scream of pain. The patient who was hit cursed through tears, "You mother FCKER, ow, it's broken, my balls are crushed." The patient with the broom laughed foolishly. "Who told you not to take your medicine? If you don't take it, you get beaten." After speaking, the patient turned the broom toward Su Xiao and asked, "By the way, where's the medicine you mentioned? Hurry up and bring it out. I love eating those little blue pills the most." Su Xiao replied coldly, "No medicine today." The patient immediately revealed a sinister smile and threatened Su Xiao, "No medicine? He, if you don't give us medicine, we'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball." "I'm going to do it now, I can't wait." Su Xiao gave a cold snort. "Oh, I didn't realize you were quite brave." According to Rule 4, patients may occasionally make requests. If the request is too eerie, you can ignore it or leave. Su Xiao then ordered the Black General, "Go deal with him. Kill him every time he comes back to life until he can't respawn anymore. You stay here and watch. I'll go check other wards." Arriving at another room, Su Xiao encountered a patient who pleaded with him, "Doctor, I want the red medicine. If I don't take it for a day, it feels like ants are crawling on my body. It's unbearable." Su Xiao frowned, his eyes full of suspicion. He recalled that this guy was just sprawling on the ground screaming earlier. How did he become normal so quickly? Was he acting just now? Su Xiao tried to agree to the patient's request. The man immediately beamed with joy, thanking him repeatedly. Thank you so much, doctor, for giving me my favorite medicine." This patient, while shaking Su Xiao's hand, secretly stuffed a crumpled piece of paper into his palm. Su Xiao thought, he actually gave me a piece of paper. Su Xiao watched the patients departing back in silence. He opened the paper and saw that it was written, "They are all crazy. Only I am normal. Help me and I will tell you the whole truth." Su Xiao recalled the small line of warning someone had written below the doctor's rules. This proved that besides himself and his teammate, there were others in the hospital who would provide help. Could that patient just now be a helper? Su Xiao analyzed. No, that's not right. If the patient just now could provide help, then this strange tale world would be too simple. The clearance time wouldn't need 3 days, it wouldn't even take half a day. And just as I thought about finding a teammate and clues, someone comes to my door saying they want to help. I always feel like the Eerie in this round can see the deepest desires in people's hearts. After figuring it out, he threw the paper to the Black General and ordered, "Black General, eat this paper. Let's go check Ward 102. By this time, the Black General had finished dealing with the patient from earlier and returned to his side. Pushing open the door, inside stood another Su Xiao and Black General. Su Xiao cursed. Damn it, you dare to impersonate me, you're dreaming. Black General, go show it what for. The Black General took the order, roared twice and lunged forward, biting the fake Black General's neck. The fake Su Xiao kicked open the door and ran. Su Xiao ordered the White Bear to chase him. The White Bear took the order and chased after him at high speed. On this side, the Black General had already dealt with the imposter, tearing it in half. Seeing this, Su Xiao crossed his arms and said, impersonating the Black General with such meager skill, letting you know how powerful we are. Just then, the White Bear also returned. It gestured to tell Su Xiao about the situation just now. Su Xiao repeated its meaning. You're saying you kept chasing that fake doctor, but then he suddenly disappeared? After speaking, he thought to himself, the Eerie in this round are quite cunning. Not only can they mimic me, but they can also mimic the Black General. If a teammate lets their guard down, the consequences will be unimaginable. I must find my teammate as soon as possible. He put on his hat and walked down the hallway with his hands in his pockets. He passed a person wearing a monkey mask with a director's badge. He thought in surprise, huh, the director? Su Xiao then walked behind him and struck the director's head. The director roared in anger. Who hit me? The culprit who had just acted was now putting his arm around the director's shoulder like a best buddy, saying, Hey Baldy, I've been looking for you for ages, so you're here. How was it? Was that circumcision surgery just now a success? The director shoved him away and said unpleasantly, Who are you calling Baldy? Are you crazy? I'm the director, Su Xiao said again. Oh, could it be I recognized the wrong person? Then he scratched his head and said with an embarrassed face, I'm really sorry, you look so much like a Baldy buddy of mine. I accidentally recognized you wrong. I'm truly sorry, the director replied. Look more carefully next time. I am the director, not some Baldy. Now vanish from my sight, I don't want to see you for another second, Su Xiao quickly replied. Yes, this was my fault, I'll definitely pay attention next time. Then the two went their separate ways. The director rubbed his head while muttering, How unlucky. Luckily no one saw it. Let's continue the inspection. Before he had gone far, his head was struck again. He clutched his head in a rage and shouted, Who on earth is hitting me? Su Xiao used the same trick again. Baldy, I finally found you. You don't know, I just met someone in the courtyard who looks exactly like you. It was so embarrassing. The director was about to explode with anger, but Su Xiao said as if casually, Holy crap, could it be the director again? It can't be such a coincidence, right? The director was so angry he became incoherent. IFC King. Su Xiao beat him to it and gave the director another slap. The director was fuming with rage, saying through gritted teeth, I will absolutely kill you. But Su Xiao had already quickly slipped away. He shouted as he ran, Gotta go. In the first floor hall, the director looked around angrily. Where are you? Get out here. I will definitely not let you off. Don't even think about running. Then he saw someone standing ahead wearing doctor's clothes with Su Xiao's name on the badge. He roared. Damn it, there he is. He grabbed 2 scalpels and said, Su Xiao, right? I'm definitely going to kill you today, he shouted as he rushed over. Su Xiao, let's see where you're going to run. Elsewhere, Su Xiao was holding down Wang Defa. He took the other's badge and said, lending me your badge for a bit. The viewers were confused. Wait, that's not right. How is Big Boss Su Xiao here? Who is the person being chased by the director? Someone came out to explain. The director is chasing the person wearing the Su Xiao badge. It's probably that imposter. Su Xiao is now swaggering around wearing Wang Defa's badge. This is going to be a good show. Another person shouted in the bullet chat, Everyone go look at the East Island Nation's contestant. I'm dying laughing. Over at East Island Nation's contestant Take Nakajima's side, suddenly someone jumped out and shouted, Hey, take this, monkey steals the peaches. The person's hand directly grabbed Take Nakajima's sensitive area. A wretched scream rang out. Take Nakajima clutched his lower body and crouched down, saying tremblingly, Ah, you bastard, a viewer left to comment. LMAO, this Take Nakajima can't even defend against a mental patient. He's so weak, he can't even compare to one of Big Boss Su Xiao's fingers. Take Nakajima didn't want this either. He thought to himself that he must maintain the dignity of a doctor and the dignity of the East Island Nation. Then he cursed in a trembling, unconvincing voice, You bastard, get back right now or I'm going to hit you. The other person was not afraid but retorted, Bold monster, you still dare to challenge this seat. Where did you come from, you monkey? Were you sent to battle me? Then the person rode on Take Nakajima's back, slapped his buttocks hard, and shouted excitedly, Giddy up, run monkey. The viewers couldn't help but burst into mocking laughter. Oh my god, I'm crying with laughter. This is practically a slapstick comedy. 1086. In the East Island Nation's meeting room, a man in a suit stood up and roared, Why are our contestants all this kind of trash? Isn't there even one normal person? A bald man beside him wiped cold sweat and advised, Don't be angry. This is just a low-probability event for Take Nakajima. We're just unlucky. Hearing this, the man became even angrier and ordered, Excuses, all excuses, announced to the whole country. From now on, mandatory popularization of eerie knowledge. I don't want to see this kind of embarrassing trash appear in the strange tale world ever again. Meanwhile, Angola from the non-soil nation also encountered monkey steals the peaches. That person tried the same sneak attack just now, but Angola dodged it in time. He even said arrogantly, "Trying to ambush me, keep dreaming. I'm someone who has fought alongside Big Boss Su Xiao." Then he swung his fist toward the person, saying as he fought, "Take this punch, repent now." The person who was hit called for help. He clutched his face and said, "You dare hit me, I'm the boss here. Boys, get him. Show him what for." Seeing this, Angola panicked in his heart, thinking, what's going on? That punch just now actually had no effect. I clearly saw Big Boss Su Xiao do it exactly like that. Then he shouted tremblingly, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to copy Big Boss Su Xiao. I am not worthy. Please everyone, don't hit me in the face." Angola was at a total loss, but the group of patients simultaneously dropped their pants and began introducing themselves. "Look, my red is actually green, mine is blue, and mine is yellow." Angola let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, so that's what they meant by showing me some color. They scared the life out of me. He then reached into his pocket, pulled out several pills, and said, "Come on, line up for your medicine." The patients responded eagerly. "Medicine is great, we love the red pills the most." They popped the pills into their mouths in unison, savoring them as if they were a delicacy, commenting that they tasted like crispy chicken. After finishing the medicine, they all began to stare blankly into space. Angola took a step back and asked, "What's the situation? Why did they turn out like this? What exactly are those red pills?" He then worried, "Crap, if there's something wrong with the red pills, will anything happen to me because of that blue pill I took earlier?" Angola then looked down to check the activity in the ward. He found that the patients had all climbed into bed and tucked themselves in. He scratched his head and said, "Are they all asleep? It seems the red pills really are just sedatives." Then another thought occurred to him. "But why do I feel like I've forgotten something?" At this point, the comment section became lively again. Good heavens, has a part of Angola's memory been erased? Did he forget that he already took the medicine? Another viewer complained. Even after fighting alongside Big Boss Su Xiao, he hasn't gotten any smarter. He's still so dense, how could he just take a random pill like that? In another ward, a doctor ordered John to finish his medicine in front of him. John quickly popped the pill into his mouth and replied, "Medicine, I love taking medicine." After the doctor left and John saw that the door was locked, he immediately turned around and spat the pill into the trash can, cursing, "You dare force me to take medicine? Luckily, I'm smart." Another patient, witnessing this, said with a grin, "You monster. I saw through you in an instant. You're not one of us. Keep pretending, keep on acting. You definitely don't have a mental illness." John sensed a crisis, thinking that things had gone south. There was actually a snitch among the patients. As soon as the blonde man finished speaking, John kicked him right in the face and cursed, "Shut your damn mouth. You dare say I don't have a mental illness? Your whole family is the one without a mental illness." Applause broke out behind him. Two other patients were clapping in a mock-crazy manner. A balding man said, "Well said, if someone in a psychiatric hospital doesn't have a mental illness, who would dare call this place a psychiatric hospital? I have a mental illness and I'm proud of it. Can a normal person understand this kind of joy?" A long-haired man chimed in, "We are the masters of this world." John's face was stiff, and he was forced to follow the trend and respond, "Oh, right. The man with the middle part hairstyle who had just been hit spoke up again. "It seems you're quite ill, very ill in fact, unlike me. Actually, I'm not sick. I'm a spy lurking in this psychiatric hospital." Hearing this, John thought to himself, "A spy?" After the man finished speaking, he wobbled back to his bed. John pondered it was very likely there were spies among the patients. Otherwise, how could the hospital ensure they controlled everyone with drugs? He felt this guy was probably a plant sent by the hospital to monitor the patients and decided he had to observe him closely. Once everyone was settled in bed, the man with the middle part got up again, sneakily. John, pretending to sleep in the adjacent bed, thought, "What is this guy doing sneaking out? This kind of shifty behavior is exactly like a spy." After the man left, there was a knock on the ward door. Lucas walked in and ordered, "Patient in bed 2, come out with me immediately." John sat up, thinking uneasily, "Isn't bed 2 me? Did that guy just tell the doctor I didn't take my medicine?" He quickly got up and walked out. Then he thought, "Damn it, although I'm reluctant, the second rule for patients says, no matter what request a doctor makes of you, you must respond immediately. Otherwise, you will see the terrifying side of the doctor." After walking out, John played the fool in front of Lucas. "Are you trying to reward me with red pills? Give them to me quickly. I love red pills the most." Lucas said nothing, simply grabbed John's hand and led him away, saying only, "Follow me." John let himself be led, giggling foolishly the whole way. In a hidden corner of the hospital, Lucas let go and said to John, "You don't have to pretend anymore. I already know your true identity. I finally found you, John. I'm your teammate, also from the United States. My name is Lucas." John repeated the name. "Lucas." He then reached out to shake Lucas's hand and asked, "Lucas, are you really my teammate? How did you discover my identity?" Lucas answered, "Actually, it wasn't me who discovered it. A psychiatric patient told me. That person is definitely an undercover agent who has been lurking in the hospital for a long time. Your identity has already been exposed. Luckily, I was the first person he came to, otherwise you would have been dealt with by other doctors long ago." After the handshake, John began to think in a panic. Something's not right. He abruptly pulled his hand back, turned around to walk away, and said, "Teammate? What teammate? Are you crazy? Stop talking nonsense. I'm not your teammate. I'm a psychiatric patient. How could a psychiatric patient be teammates with a doctor?" He continued to walk away, acting crazy, muttering to himself, "Who said my name is John? My name is Lucas. You have to call me Lucas from now on." Seeing this, Lucas cursed inwardly. Damn it, he still doesn't believe me. His alertness is incredibly high. Once he was far enough away, John rubbed his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. "Luckily I was cautious enough just now." The viewers in front of the screens expressed their confusion. "Reporting in, I don't get it. Can someone explain? What anomaly did John discover?" Another viewer explained, "Think about it, if that patient really were a spy, would he go to a doctor he didn't know to snitch?" Another viewer suddenly realized, "Holy crap, you've got a point." No wonder John's expression changed instantly when he heard the phrase. "Luckily, I was the first person he came to." On the other side, Su Xiao had already found the fake Su Xiao. The imposter was currently being stabbed to death by the director with a scalpel. Su Xiao stood by, watching the fallen fake, and thought proudly, "My plan to kill with a borrowed knife was truly brilliant. The director getting rid of the fake Su Xiao is basically doing me a favor. The director is such a good guy." Viewers left comments expressing their admiration. "The big boss is as badass as ever. Much respect." Another viewer added, "The director's efficiency is really high. It seems those few hits he took weren't for nothing." Having dealt with the imposter, Su Xiao walked away in high spirits, muttering to himself, "All right, it's time for me, Dr. Wang Defa, to continue my rounds. I really am a dedicated and hardworking doctor." As he walked, a patient suddenly jumped out and made a face to scare him. Rule 8 mentioned, "Patients may do things to scare you, but do not show fear under any circumstances, as that will induce the patient to act dangerously toward you." Su Xiao calmly gave the patient a resounding slap and cursed, "You dead dog, you dare try to scare me? I'll beat you to death." The slapped patient sat on the ground crying piteously, pleading, "Doctor, please punish me. I shouldn't have scared you. All the other doctors say I'm sick, very sick." Su Xiao adopted a sympathetic expression and said, "You are indeed very sick. Oh, illness must be treated. Don't give up on treatment." He then shouted, "Black General, give this person some treatment." The Black General appeared, baring its teeth at the patient. The patient was terrified and shrieked, "No, don't kill me. I didn't mean it. Don't dissect me." The patient wanted to continue pleading, but his head suddenly exploded with a bang. Su Xiao was stunned, muttering, "He exploded?" The Black General ran over to the bloodstain and sniffed it beside him. Su Xiao fell into deep thought. He had never seen an eerie or a human die via a head explosion before. What made this patient different from the others? Could it be because he just said, "Don't dissect me"? Was he silenced by a mysterious force for leaking some kind of secret? He then thought of the patients in other wards. They were all acting as if they hadn't seen anything. It seemed dissection was the key keyword that must not be leaked. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming was entering Ward 106 according to doctor's orders, preparing to inject a patient with sedatives. Zhou Ming pushed the medicine cart inside and said, "Come on, it's time for your sedative." Viewers in front of the screens left comments expressing regret. "Holy crap, Big Boss Su Xiao is in Ward 110 and Zhou Ming is in Ward 106. They almost met." Another viewer said, "Don't panic, it's better to be cautious. Not recognizing each other is better than recognizing the wrong person. Recognizing the wrong person definitely leads to punishment." Suddenly, a patient grabbed Zhou Ming's hand and said with a smile, "A doctor was just here. He said we don't have to take medicine anymore." He added, "So can I skip the injection?" Zhou Ming was surprised by this anomaly and then whispered to himself. The man stuffed a slip of paper into Zhou Ming's hand. Afterward, Zhou Ming said to the patients, "We've run out of sedatives. Everyone wait here. I'll go get more and be right back." The patients burst into loud laughter upon hearing this. In a secluded corner on the first floor of the hospital, Zhou Ming took out the note to check it. It had only one word written on it, "Doctor." He asked himself, "Doctor?" He formed a hypothesis. That person just mentioned that a doctor had previously told them they didn't need medicine anymore, and specifically emphasized the word doctor when speaking. He then stuffed the paper ball into his mouth to destroy the evidence. He felt that if his guess was correct, the person who dared to stop the patient's medication must be Big Boss Su Xiao. He then headed toward Ward 108, thinking, "This is a rare opportunity. I have to check the opposite ward quickly. Maybe Big Boss Su Xiao is still doing rounds in there." The viewers were even more excited than he was. One said, "Who are they about to meet? I'm so nervous." Another viewer added, "This is more thrilling than seeing my grandmother who's been gone for 3 years come back to life." The ward door was quickly opened, and a person wearing a panda mask appeared, followed by the Black General. Zhou Ming mentally shouted, "Big Boss Su Shao." He was certain it was Su Shao. As a die-hard fan, he could recognize the big boss just by his back, not to mention the Black General following at his heels. At this thought, Zhou Ming's eyes lit up as he said, Big Boss Su Shao, I'm Zhou Ming from the Dragon Kingdom, and I'm also your fan." Su Shao asked back, "Zhou Ming from the Dragon Kingdom, you mean you're my teammate?" He replied, "Yes." Su Shao then reached out without hesitation and said, "That's great, I finally found you. I'm glad you're still alive." This move by Su Shao made Zhou Ming doubt himself, thinking, how could Big Boss Su Shao believe me so easily? In his memory, although Su Shao was despicable, he was also extremely cautious. "I was still thinking about how to prove my identity." Seeing him dazing off, Su Shao asked, "What's wrong? Are you doubting my identity? Is the Black General not enough proof?" Zhou Ming scratched his head awkwardly and said, No, I'm just too happy." But in his heart, he thought that he had to make him lower his guard first. He then sat down and beckoned, "Black General, come here." The Black General ran over joyfully. Immediately after, he suddenly kicked the fake Black General away, cursing angrily, "Damn it, you dead dog, get lost." The audience was extremely shocked. "Holy crap, this one is a fake too. How are there so many fake Su Shaos?" Zhou Ming stopped pretending and laid his cards on the table with a sneer. "Don't you dare pose as Big Boss Su Shao in front of me. The Black General isn't a dog. It wouldn't wag its tail to beg for mercy from anyone. Aside from Big Boss Su Shao, almost no one can command it." The fake Su Shao gave a cold laugh. "So you've seen through me? No matter. You violated the rule against leaving your post. I can kill you right now." A hand reached out from the fake Su Shao's chest and he said, "Stay here, your identity is exposed and you've broken the rules. You won't survive." Zhou Ming also grit his teeth in rage and said, "Damn it, since there's no escape, I'll fight you to the death." The hand hidden inside the clothes stretched out incredibly long, attempting to choke Zhou Ming. The hand gripped his neck tightly, lifting him into the air. The imposter mocked, "How can a mortal fight the eerie? Go on ahead, you idiot, hee." Suddenly, several tentacles appeared out of nowhere, knocking away the hand that was choking Zhou Ming's neck. Su Shao appeared and said, Why are you causing trouble here? I Wang Defa hate seeing this kind of thing most of all." Zhou Ming was rescued, clutching his neck and coughing. The fake Su Shao and fake Black General were startled. The fake Su Shao stammered, Why are you here? I saw you leave with my own eyes." The audience also asked curiously, "That said, I'm also curious how Big Boss Su Shao suddenly appeared here. Wasn't he in Ward 111 just now?" Su Shao explained his appearance. "I predicted from the start that a fake Su Shao would appear again. Since a Wang Defa filled the vacancy immediately after Lu Defa died, I deliberately set a trap to force you to show your face. And by the way, I let you help me confirm who my real teammate is." Beside him, Zhou Ming's eyes were full of admiration. Two birds with one stone. The big boss really is the big boss. The fake Su Shao's face turned ashen as he said, "Fine, very well. Now I'll send both of you to meet King Yama together." The Black General was using its tentacles to entwine that hand. Su Shao also frowned and said, "With just you." The fake Su Shao had nothing but curses. You bastard." Su Shao gave him 2 resounding slaps and said, Why are you cursing? How impolite. Let me teach you how to behave." The fake Su Shao was slapped until he sat on the ground clutching his face and crying piteously, "I shouldn't have pushed them onto the operating table with my own hands. Their bodies shouldn't belong to me and their lives shouldn't be governed by me." Seeing this, Zhou Ming leaned in and whispered to Su Shao, "What's he talking about? Something about an operating table and bodies." Su Shao answered, "It's probably related to the origins of this hospital. You don't need to worry about it, just leave it to me." He then ordered, "Black General, teach them a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, the tentacles from the Black General's mouth entwined the 2 imposters, dealing with them completely. Seeing this, Zhou Ming was filled with admiration. He praised, "That was so cool, Big Boss Su Shao. My admiration for you is like the surging waters of the Yangtze River, never-ending, and like the flooding of the Yellow River, uncontrollable once it starts." Su Shao swiped his hand away and said, "All right, stop the flattery. You left your post against the rules just now, you might be in trouble. Quick, give me your ID badge." Zhou Ming scratched his head in confusion and asked back, "Ha," Su Shao said again, "Hand it over." Only then did Zhou Ming reply sluggishly, "Oh." They swapped ID badges. Su Shao also instructed carefully, "Now put this on to hide your identity and try to find all the clues in the hospital. I'll come find you if needed. Remember, absolutely do not break the rules again. You can't possibly stand against the power of the Eerie." Zhou Ming replied, "Okay, I'll listen to the big boss." Su Shao then ordered the White Bear, follow him for now and protect him in case of an emergency." The White Bear nodded slightly. The White Bear flickered in and out of visibility under Zhou Ming's gaze, making him sigh in wonder. Heavens, and Eerie is actually my bodyguard. I wouldn't even dare dream of this. In another scene, Hunter from the nation where the sun never sets was playing the role of a nurse. He and a doctor had already confirmed each other's identities. The lizard-headed doctor said, "Hunter, our conversation just now was overheard by those psychiatric patients. There are moles among them. We must work together to eliminate them." Hunter asked back, "Must we go that far?" "The nurse's rules say I can't harm the patients," the doctor added. "Rules can be wrong sometimes. Hunter, if we don't deal with them, our identities will likely be exposed." In the end, he compromised. "Fine then." Once he agreed, the doctor said to him, "I'm not much of a fighter, so I'll keep watch at the door. Move quickly." He replied, "Understood." A patient's head was smashed open with a chair. Hunter took out nearly all the patients, leaving only one person shivering on their bed. Putting the chair down, he asked, "Finally dealt with them. What do we do next?" The doctor from before took off his mask, revealing a grotesque, eerie face, and said, "Do, are you asking me?" Only then did it dawn on him as he stammered, You're not my teammate." The eerie entity manipulated a grotesque hand extending from its chest and said with a laugh, "Correct, your teammate died a long time ago. I merely borrowed his identity to squeeze all the information out of him, then used the rules to induce him into making wrong decisions." Following that, Hunter's chest was pierced by that hand. Instantly, a system notification popped up. System: the contestants from the nation where the sun never sets and the Hydrangea nation have been devoured by an eerie entity. The Strange Tale World countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The audience was shocked to see the notification. One person commented, "Holy crap, the Hydrangea nation has been eliminated too." "It's only been half a day," another person added. "I have a feeling this round won't be as simple as the last one." A final viewer left a comment, "Of course, everyone look, the director is going to catch Zhou Ming personally," in the cafeteria. The director was searching for Zhou Ming with urgency. He said furiously, "Damn it, where did that nurse named Zhou Ming go? To think he dared to leave his post. I'll peel his skin off for sure." Soon after, he spotted someone wearing Zhou Ming's ID badge standing in line for food. He shouted in his mind, "There he is." The audience flocked back in, confused. "Wait, I remember Big Boss Su Xiao already switched badges with Zhou Ming. Is this Big Boss Su Xiao?" Another person said, "But Big Boss Su Xiao's mask is shaped like a panda. What on earth is going on?" The director walked over, grabbed the collar of the person wearing Zhou Ming's badge and said, "Zhou Ming, you left your post during work hours. Now come with me to be punished." The person mistaken for Zhou Ming argued, "Director, I'm not Zhou Ming, I'm Mabeoguo. My badge was just snatched by someone else. The one I'm wearing isn't mine." The director didn't believe him and dragged Zhou Ming Su Xiao away, saying, "Stop making excuses. Save those words to explain to my babies." Following behind, Su Xiao thought to himself, "Zhou Ming's crisis is temporarily solved. But I'm very interested in the babies," the director mentioned. "What are they? I need to find an opportunity to let the cloth doll scout it out." At 6 p.m., in the doctor's office, a nurse wearing Wei Shufen's badge said, "It's time for the scheduled rounds. Dr. Mabeoguo, we should go check the wards." Su Xiao, pretending to be Mabeoguo, said listlessly, "I'm not going. Whoever wants to go can go, because the rules mentioned. Rule 2, it is strictly forbidden to leave your post during working hours. If discovered by the director, you will be severely punished." Wei Shufen said angrily, "Dr. Mabeoguo, you must strictly follow the hospital rules, otherwise I will report you to the director." Su Xiao turned back and waved his hand, saying, "Beat it. Don't disturb my rest or I'll give you a punch," the person said again. How can you be like this? The director is resting on the second floor. If he finds out you're skipping work." No sooner had the words left her mouth than Su Xiao actually gave Wei Shufen a resounding slap. Shufen ran off feeling aggrieved and said, "You're going too far. I'm going to tell the director to fire you." "You bad doctor." Seeing this, Su Xiao said, "Go ahead and tell him go quickly. It suits my plans perfectly." A few minutes later, the director was dragged over by Wei Shufen. He said furiously, "Where is Mabeoguo? I'll beat you to death for skipping work." Shufen followed behind, complaining piteously, "He's inside." They walked into the room together only to find it completely empty. The director asked, "Where is he? Didn't you say Mabeoguo refused to work when it was time? Where is he now?" Wei Shufen replied, "I don't know. He was clearly slacking off here just now." Then the director turned to Shufen and said, "HMPH, now you come with me to the wards. If Mabeoguo is there, you're dead." Hearing this, the person said worriedly, "He can't be in the wards. He said he absolutely wouldn't go check them." Outside Ward 103, Su Xiao was inside working. The director turned his head, dissatisfied with her. "This is what you called leaving his post?" Shufen explained, "No, it's not like that. He told me personally that he wasn't going to do rounds. I tried to persuade him, but he wouldn't listen and even hit me." Su Xiao, who was working hard, suddenly turned around and said, "Oh, Nurse Wei Shufen, you're finally here. I've been looking for you for ages without seeing anyone. "Where on earth did you run off to? Come here and give me a hand, I'm buried in work." Hearing this, the director's rage boiled over. He grabbed Shuffin by the collar and said, "So the one who left their post was you? You actually dared to lie to me?" Wei Shuffin broke into a cold sweat, stuttering in response, "No, it wasn't me. Mabeogwo is framing me." The director grabbed her by the hair and dragged her away, saying irritably, "Leaving your post and lying. I'll make you pay the price," the person explained piteously. "No, director, please listen to my explanation." As soon as the director left, Su Xiao gave an order to the cloth doll. "Cloth doll, follow the director and see where he takes that nurse. Be stealthy and don't let him discover you." The cloth doll nodded and left. After the doll departed, Su Xiao pondered, "I always feel this director isn't very bright, but surely not? How could the director of a hospital be like this?" As he was thinking, he suddenly heard a wretched scream. It was a cry for help. It hurt so much. Help. The rules mentioned, night shift rules. It is strictly forbidden to enter wards during the night shift. If you hear a patient wailing and calling for a nurse, do not enter the room alone. He poked his head out and thought, the sound is coming from room 106. To violate the rules, I must enter alone. Inside the ward, a patient was moaning in pain on the bed. "It hurts so much, it hurts so much." He walked to the patient's side and placed his hand on theirs. The person said, "Doctor, I'm dying. Please give me medicine. The red ones, please give them to me." The patient took the opportunity to grab his hand and stuff a crumpled piece of paper into it. He thought to himself, there's something in his hand. It was a paper ball. Then he pushed the person's shoulder away and said, "No medicine. Go to sleep." The patient said in terror, "How could there be none? Liar, you're lying." In the end, he simply turned and left, leaving the patient with a blank stare. 2 pieces of information were written on that note. The part about "the director is a good person" was crossed out. The following information read, "There is a problem with the director. Do not trust him. There is something important in the storage room on the 2nd floor. Maybe it will help you." Su Xiao judged that the handwriting was the same as the small print at the bottom of the rules. The reminder about not taking the medicine was correct, so this patient should be trustworthy. The small print at the bottom of the rules mentioned, "Do not trust the female nurses, only trust the male nurses. Do not eat the medicine they give you. They want to control your actions and thoughts." Finally, he reached a conclusion. In other words, there must be something important in the director's storage room on the 2nd floor. Just as he finished his thought, the cloth doll returned. It gestured with its limbs, trying to say something. So he asked, "Back already? From the look of you, you must have discovered something incredible, right?" Then he handed it paper and a pen, saying, "Write it down." The cloth doll took the notebook and wrote, "Elevator, secret room, monster, eating nurses." "Monsters can't be seen in the dark," the monster said. "Replacements will never achieve the desired effect." "Foolish, so foolish," he read while pondering. "You mean there's a secret room in the hospital that can only be reached by elevator. Inside the secret room is a monster, and the monster eats nurses." The cloth doll nodded frantically after hearing his explanation. Then he continued to interpret the last 2 lines. "The secret room was pitch black, so you didn't see what the monster looked like." The monster also said those words to the director. After understanding the situation, Su Xiao concluded, as expected, the current director is just a replacement. He also said that to uncover the origins of the hospital, we must find the real director. Meanwhile, Gangmen Chang from the East Island Nation also began his night rounds. He muttered with trembling legs in dissatisfaction, "Even in this state, I still have to check the wards, damn it, damn it." A cry came from Ward 106. It hurt so much, catching his attention. Recalling the rules, he thought, "The rules say if you hear a patient screaming in pain, you can't enter alone. You must go with a nurse. I'll go find a nurse." A moment later, Gangmen Chang and a nurse appeared at room 106. With the screams still coming from inside, he pointed into the room and said, "You go in first. If there's no danger, I'll go in." The audience couldn't help but comment with disdain, dying of laughter. "Gangmen Chang is so scared. Living is just a waste of oxygen." The beast-headed nurse entered first and then said to Gangmen Chang, "Come in, doctor. He hasn't attacked me, there's no danger." As she spoke, the nurse pointed to the patient curled up on the bed. Seeing this, he quickly replied, "All right, I'm coming in now." Seeing him enter, the patient hastily scrambled up from the bed and rushed forward, shouting, "Doctor, you're finally here." The audience commented, "Here it comes, here it comes. This patient is about to stuff a note into Gangmen Chang's hand." Another viewer added, "He really stumbled into some luck. No one expected he'd also have a chance to get that paper." But what the audience absolutely didn't expect was that Gangmen Chang actually screamed in a panic, "Nurse, quick, quick, stop him, he's trying to harm me." The nurse pinned the patient's head down and said, "Behave." The patient still stubbornly said to him, "Doctor, I'm a good person. I have something good to show you." The audience gave the patient a good person card, saying he's still trying hard to warn Gangmen Chang. My God, he's been betrayed and still wants to help Gangmen Chang. So tragic. Who knew that Gangman Chang would point and say, "This patient must have forgotten to take his medicine. Quick, give him the red pills." As soon as he finished speaking, the nurse stuffed the red medicine into the patient's mouth, then covered his mouth and said, "Be a good boy, eat something good." The audience was completely speechless. "Holy crap, Gangman Chang is truly beyond saving," another person said. "Everyone, look, this scene looks so familiar. Don't you all think it's exactly like when Da Changwen betrayed his deskmate?" Yet another person stated. "My God, it really is, to think there are so many of these idiots. The East Island nation isn't far from ruin." While Gangmen Chang foolishly betrayed the patient, Oliver of Greece was on duty with a doctor. The doctor handed him a blue pill and said, "Take this, then come with me to check the patients." He asked in confusion, "Doctor, what is this medicine?" The doctor replied, "This medicine helps you stay calm. You should know those patients are mentally unstable. If you accidentally provoke them, they are very likely to do things beyond your imagination." Oliver of Greece hesitated, but seeing his hesitation, the doctor suddenly flared up and said gloomily, "Giving you medicine is such a hassle. It seems I'll have to force-feed you like I did this morning." Oliver looked in terror at the hand holding the blue pill in front of him, stuttering, "Doctor, your face." Then that hand stuffed the medicine into his mouth and covered it tightly. He could only make muffled noises of rejection. Ward 108, bed 2, a patient was shivering on the bed. The doctor ordered Oliver, "Go give the patient in bed 2 a sedative, then send him to the operating table. I'm going to perform a dissection." He took the syringe and said soullessly, "Yes, doctor." The patient crawled out from under the covers in terror and said, "No, please, please don't take me for surgery. I'm not sick, I'm not a mental patient." But the person was pinned down by Oliver. He said coldly, "Behave, time for the shot." The patient shouted in a panic, get away from me. I want to go back. I don't want to play with you guys anymore." "Oliver, where are you? Where on earth are you?" the audience commented with great surprise. "My God, that's Oliver's teammate, they're about to kill each other." The patient continued to scream in terror. Oliver, where are you? Quick, come save me." Oliver suddenly snapped out of it, standing still and shouting, "My God, that's my teammate. I almost killed my own teammate." Suddenly, the doctor rushed in front of him and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you'd be able to snap out of it." Then he could only watch helplessly as the doctor choked his teammate's neck. Coming back to his senses, he cursed loudly. "Damn it, what are you trying to do?" the doctor said with a laugh. "Sometimes being too clear-headed isn't a good thing, like right now." Then he snapped the neck of Oliver's teammate and said, "Go check on your teammate first." Watching his teammate be killed, he could only scream out, "No!" Then he said angrily, "I'll kill you, I'll fight you to the death." The doctor squinted and grinned. "Don't get excited. I can help you forget everything that just happened." The clothes on his chest split open, and a hand crawled out from his chest. He said, "Forget it. Forget the pain you just felt." That hand pressed onto Oliver's head and continued to brainwash him, turning him into an obedient nurse. "Join us," Oliver said as if hypnotized. "Yes, I am Nurse Oliver. I am Nurse Oliver. Obedient." Just then, the notification bar popped up. "The contestant from Greece has been devoured by an eerie entity. The Strange Tale World Countdown begins 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The audience expressed their regret. "What a pity. Oliver shouldn't have taken that blue pill in the first place. He should have secretly spat it out like John," another person said. "Quick, look, John's teammate has also come to give him a sedative." In John's ward while he was resting, he heard a voice, "Nurse Lucas, go give the patient a sedative." The lion-headed nurse took the syringe and said, "Yes, doctor." The doctor also ordered them to take the red medicine. Hearing this, John glanced over and thought, "Lucas, isn't that my teammate's name? Could this nurse be my teammate?" Then he thought in terror, "Damn it, Lucas's eyes aren't right. Has he been controlled by the blue pills?" Nurse Lucas walked to his side and said, "Time for the shot. Take your medicine. If you're sick, you have to take medicine." He could only whisper, "Lucas, wake up, can you hear me? I'm your teammate." But Lucas still insisted on the shot and the medicine. Having no other choice, he thought, "Damn it, he can't hear me. Then I'll just have to deal with that doctor first." No sooner said than done. He pushed Lucas aside and ran toward the doctor, shouting, "Doctor, he wants to kill me. Save me, I don't want a shot." The doctor seemed to see through his intentions, thinking secretly with a dark laugh, "This act won't fool me." Planning to risk everything in a final struggle, then John was grabbed by the neck by the doctor and slammed hard against the wall by two arms growing from the doctor's back. The doctor pinned him down and said in a low voice, "As a patient, you must have the awareness of a patient. Constant resistance won't do. Now I'm going to teach you how to become a qualified patient." John grit his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, I won't give up. I won't surrender even if I die." The doctor wasn't angry either and took up the conversation. "Your mouth is quite tough. Why don't I let you taste the feeling of being betrayed by your teammate?" Then the doctor said to Lucas, "Nurse Lucas, there's a patient here who needs treatment. I hope you can help him. Lucas quickly responded, "Yes, doctor, I follow your orders." After saying that, he approached John with the syringe. This action made him think in a panic, "It's over. Even the eerie source I got in Family of Six is useless. I must quickly unleash my final attack." At that critical moment, Lucas suddenly changed direction and plunged the needle into the doctor. The doctor turned, asking, why you? Why weren't you controlled by the drug?" Lucas opened his hand, revealing 2 pills, and countered, "The drug? Are you talking about these?" Seeing this, the doctor clenched his fist while Lucas spoke from within his personal space. "To tell you the truth, I never took the medicine you gave me. You might not know, but I'm a magician specializing in sleight of hand." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his empty palm. The 2 pills had already vanished. The viewers excitedly left comments. "Whoa, that was badass." The doctor was in disbelief, questioning furiously, "No, this is impossible. If it was just sleight of hand, how could your eyes look so convincing?" Lucas replied indifferently. "Faking the look in one's eyes is indeed difficult, but you've forgotten one thing. Don't contestants have talents?" Just as he spoke, a scalpel suddenly appeared in his hand and he added, "Forget it, explaining it to you is a waste of breath." He then swung the scalpel, slitting the doctor's throat, and added, "Go to your death in peace." Seeing events unfold so rapidly, John stammered, Is it over already?" Lucas gave a cold snort and replied disdainfully, "Did you think I'd be like you, letting Su Shao from the Dragon Kingdom step all over me?" He then raised both hands toward the sky. He looked up at the sky and said, "I've been waiting every day to be selected, and now I have finally gotten my wish to enter the strange tale world. From now on, this is my home turf." The audience couldn't help but marvel. "Wow, this Lucas guy seems really strong. He's even overshadowed John," another person commented. "I think he's the top rival for Big Boss Su Shao so far. I wonder what his talent is. I'm starting to look forward to his showdown with Su Shao." Aside from Gangman Chang of the East Island Nation, the other contestants, including Su Shao, received the note from the patient in room 106 and prepared to head to the second-floor storage room to investigate. Meanwhile, Su Shao was on his way to the elevator. Rule 10 mentioned, "Using the elevator is strictly forbidden. The hospital has only 3 floors and no basement." However, he did the exact opposite and pressed the elevator button. Stepping into the elevator, he looked at the bloody handprints surrounding him and thought, "Strange, the scratches on the wall clearly look like they were left by someone the director dragged away. But these bloody handprints belong to a child. Who could it be?" As he pressed the floor button, a voice rang out behind him. "Hey, are you a doctor?" Su Shao turned back and said, "I am a doctor. Is something the matter?" Behind him, a small dark figure with red eyes said, "Can you help me find a red scarf? That scarf was given to me by my mother, but I lost it in the hospital." The shadow also said, "If you can help me find it, I promise to protect you when you go to the 3rd floor. What do you think?" Su Shao turned around, crossed his arms and said, "Hey, are you sure those thin little arms and legs of yours can protect me instead of me protecting you?" The small shadow said, "HMPH, don't look down on me. My mother said I'm a brave man who keeps his word." Hearing this, Su Shao also said, "All right then, I'll help you look for it. Once I find it, I'll come back for you." Afterward, the two made a pinky swear. It's a deal. Pinky swear, hope to die. Stick a needle in your eye. No changes for 100 years. Having reached an agreement, he looked at the handprints again and thought, there are a few more bloody handprints on the wall now. It seems the previous handprints were also left by that kid. He also considered that the child looked like an Eerie, but was clearly different from the director's crowd. Perhaps he was the key to uncovering the truth about the hospital. After thinking this over, he stepped out of the elevator and muttered to himself, "Regardless of what he is, I'll go check the second-floor storage room first." Su Shao walked toward the storage room, thinking, the storage room is just ahead. The lock seems broken, which saves some effort. He then pushed open the door and poked his head in to observe his surroundings. He saw a safe in the corner of the room and exclaimed, "A safe?" he asked himself internally. Why would there be a safe in a place like this? When things are abnormal, there's always something fishy. He then gave an order to the Black General. "Black General, open it." The Black General was covered in a layer of light and gave a bark in response. Its tentacles reached toward the safe and opened it. Inside was a scalpel. Picking up the scalpel, he said in confusion, "What kind of junk is this? Scalpels are everywhere in this hospital. What can a rusty scalpel do? You couldn't even cut the necks of those patients. One cut and they'd get tetanus." Despite saying this, he still tucked it into his pocket. He held on to the idea of, "I'll take it for now, it might be useful." Then he called out, "Black General, let's go." As they were walking, a door suddenly appeared in front of him with "Serious Ward" written on it. He recalled the rules. "I remember Rule 11 for doctors said if you discover an extra serious ward in the hospital, please leave immediately. Do not open the door and do not listen to the voices inside." He then chose to violate the rule, pressing against the door to listen for movement and muttering, "I want to hear it." Hesitating for even a second would be a sign of disrespect toward his talent, and the Black General followed suit, leaning in to listen. Cries for help came from inside. Help! Suddenly the door opened, and countless hands entwined around his body. At the same time, John and Lucas successfully retrieved the glasses and scalpel in the storage room. Just as Lucas was about to open the door to head out, John stopped him, saying, "Wait a second, don't go out. I checked with my night watchman talent last night. It's highly likely a strange room will appear next to the storage room," Lucas countered. "A strange room? What do you mean?" John explained. "It's a serious ward. Once we go in, it will be very difficult to escape. We'd better come up with a strategy before going out, otherwise it's certain death." Hearing him say this, Lucas said fearlessly, "Certain death? Fine, then you just stay here and slowly think of a strategy." "I'm leaving," John tried to call him back. "Hey Lucas, wait a second," but Lucas ignored him completely. As soon as Lucas stepped out of the doorway, he was entwined by countless arms. John called out to Lucas in panic, then drew the scalpel he had just obtained and cursed angrily. "You dead dogs, I'll fight you to the death," he said solemnly. "America can survive without me, but it cannot survive without Lucas." After speaking, he charged in with the blade, and the audience commented with extreme respect, "Wow, John is a real man." Another comment appeared. "For America, he is willing to charge into danger to protect Lucas, who is stronger than him. As a man, I respect him." When he charged in, the people in the room were already dead. Looking at the tragic scene inside, he thought, what on earth happened? How are all these people dead? On the other side, Lucas was smiling as he dealt with a patient, saying, "Daring to move against me, you really don't know your own strength." After a long while, Lucas finally noticed John standing there and said, "Have you arrived? It seems you thought of a solution, but sorry, it doesn't seem necessary anymore." John stood frozen on the spot, thinking that these people had all been killed by Lucas. What talent does he have? His eyes turned red just now. Was that because of his talent? Afterward, Lucas approached John and said, "All right, John, now I need you to tell me everything and all the intel you gained through your talent." Regarding the night watchman observation from last night, John quickly nodded and said, "All right, I will definitely cooperate fully." On the other hand, when Angola and his teammate Latin from the non-soil nation left the storage room, they also saw the serious ward that had suddenly appeared. Latin said, "I remember this room wasn't here just now." "Angola, what should we do?" Angola said thoughtfully. "Don't panic yet. Let me think about what Big Boss Su Xiao would do in this situation." Latin replied very cooperatively, "Oh, in this situation, Big Boss Su Xiao would kick the door in and give the things inside a punch." Angola was acting the part when his lines were suddenly stolen. He said irritably, "Did you fight alongside Big Boss Su Xiao or did I? Do I really need you to remind me?" As they were talking, they were suddenly yanked inside by reaching arms. The door shut, and they saw many patients with their hands and feet locked in iron chains standing before them. Latin asked helplessly, "Angola, what should we do? Think of something quickly. Haven't you learned Big Boss Su Xiao's fighting techniques? Use them on them." Angola composed himself and replied, "What's the rush? I am currently laying out a plan." He then turned to Latin and said, "Right, I'm calculating. I'll give them a good beating in a moment. You take the opportunity to open the door and then we'll charge out," Latin quickly responded. "All right, I'll listen to you." After speaking, Angola rushed forward and delivered a punch straight to the face of a nearby patient. But Latin hadn't regained his senses yet, still standing there dazed. So Angola roared, "What are you doing there? Open the door." After a while, Latin replied slowly, "Yes, but the door is locked tight." Latin couldn't open the door and shouted in panic, "It's no good, Angola. The door won't open." Angola was also at a loss and cursed, "Damn it, why didn't my punch work? Am I really going to be finished here before even learning 10% of Big Boss Su Xiao's skills?" Just as they were struggling, a vortex appeared on the door, and bloody handprints appeared along with it. Their feet were grabbed by two hands, and they were subsequently sucked out by the vortex. Their buttocks made close contact with the ground. Both were panting for breath. Latin asked, "Angola, what was that thing just now?" Angola replied, "Do you remember the bloody handprints all over the walls when we took the elevator up? I think it was probably that thing." Hearing this, Latin stammered, You mean?" Suddenly, a small dark figure with red eyes appeared behind them. It said, "Don't forget the agreement you two made with me. Help me find the red scarf and I will repay you." The two turned around and answered in unison, "We remember, we will definitely remember." After saying that, the shadow vanished, and Angola realized, so it really was him. Luckily we promised him in the elevator, otherwise we wouldn't have made it out of there alive. Meanwhile, because some people betrayed the patient in room 106, they did not receive the reminder to take the elevator to the second floor. Even so, he still encountered the appearance of the serious ward on the first floor. Gangman Chang was also sucked in by those arms. He was grabbed by those hideous, eerie patients and could only cry out helplessly, "Help! Help!" Just then, the system announcement rang out. "System. The contestant from the East Island nation has been devoured by a strange entity. The strange tale world is about to descend. Countdown begins 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. A viewer left a comment, "Huh, hilarious." He logged off so fast I didn't even have time to light a firecracker. Another viewer ran in and shouted, Hey, go look at Big Boss Su Xiao, he's been yanked into the serious ward too. On Su Xiao's side he said very calmly, Oh my, everyone is too kind, there's no need to invite me to dinner. Those hideous patients asked in confusion, dinner. Su Xiao turned the tables and ordered the Black General, Black General, don't be polite, get rid of them. Obeying his command, the Black General quickly charged forward, tentacles extending from its mouth. Its tentacles entwined all the patients and lifted them high. The patients shouted unwillingly, Heavens, which one of us is the strange entity anyway? He stepped into the first-floor doctor's office and immediately noticed something strange on the desk. He said in a low voice, HMPH, there are new rules on the desk. The rule sheet was titled Hospital Rules. Rule 1. If you want to know the truth about the psychiatric hospital, please go immediately to the hospital basement. The answers you need are there. Rule 2. The third floor of the hospital is a place you must not go to, no matter the time. Rule 3. The director is untrustworthy. Do not believe anything he says. Killing the director is your way to survive. Rule 4. After the director dies, please go to the third floor. The hospital exit will appear there. Rule 5. You must obey the rules. Those who violate them will regret it deeply. He deduced as he read the previous doctor's rules hadn't mentioned harming the director at all. Furthermore, the director was a supervisor. He then made a judgment. The ability to punish doctors or nurses for skipping work proved that those rules were highly likely written by the director. But these hospital rules constantly mentioned killing the director, indicating they weren't written by the hospital, but by the director's rival. In other words, there was another force in the hospital, very likely the real director. While he was deducing, Zhou Ming suddenly poked his head in and said, Big Boss, I checked the entire first floor as you ordered. Although I didn't find any special clues, the white bear found a red scarf. He spoke while pointing at the red scarf tied around the white bear's neck. He also asked himself in surprise, is this the scarf that kid in the elevator was looking for? He then said to the white bear, White bear, you did a good job, but this belongs to someone else. We have to return it. Hearing this, the white bear slumped despondently, folded the scarf and handed it to him. The viewers below expressed great sympathy. Sigh, poor white bear, can't we keep the scarf? Our big boss doesn't need that kid's protection anyway. Another viewer offered an opinion. What do you know, that kid is definitely one of the factors for a perfect score. It's better to return the scarf to the child. After taking the scarf, Su Xiao turned to Zhou Ming and said, Let's go, it's time to end this. Zhou Ming asked blankly, Big boss, where are we going? He pressed the elevator button and replied, To the third floor. The hospital rules had consistently emphasized that one could not go to the third floor. Then of course we must go up. As soon as they entered the elevator, that eerie child appeared. It smiled and asked him, Doctor, you found my red scarf, didn't you? Its appearance gave Zhou Ming a massive fright, and he cried out, Holy crap, what on earth is that monster? He answered its question. Of course I found it. Here, back to you. The child looked at the scarf and said, Wonderful, thank you, doctor. The white bear stood to the side extremely depressed. It was truly pitiable. Seeing him communicating with the child, Zhou Ming finally shook off his panic, thinking, So the big boss knows this eerie kid scared me to death. Suddenly, the previously dejected white bear snatched the scarf back. The child also grabbed the other end tightly and said, What are you doing? Let go, my mother gave this to me. Seeing this, Su Xiao coaxed gently, White bear, give the scarf back, that's the little brother's thing. If there are any scarves in the future, I'll give them to you first. Only then was it willing to let go. After getting the scarf back, the child quickly tied it around its neck and said to him, Thank you, doctor, for helping me find my scarf. To repay you, I will protect you once you reach the third floor. As soon as the scarf was on, the child took on a human form, making Zhou Ming blur out, Big boss, look, the child has returned to normal. On the third floor of the hospital, the child said to the two of them, I understand, everyone don't wander around, I'm most familiar with this third floor. Following me, you definitely won't get lost. Hearing this, he began to have doubts again. If the child wasn't lying, then he must have been to the third floor many times. Was there something particularly attractive to him there? Suddenly, the child turned back and said to him, Right, the people here don't like things like scalpels. If you have them on you, it's best to throw them away. He also quickly said with certainty, Of course I didn't bring anything like that. Hearing his categorical answer, Zhou Ming thought, didn't the big boss take a knife and a pair of glasses from the storage room last time? Why hide it? Hearing him say this, the child smiled brilliantly and said, That's good then, let's go, I'll go call the uncles to come out and play. Zhou Ming wanted to ask about the knife. Big boss, didn't you in the storage room? He made a shushing gesture to him and whispered, Shush, let's observe first before we speak. They walked toward room 301. The room was deathly silent. The child knocked on the door and said, Uncle, please open the door. It's me. I've come to play and I brought some new friends with me. The little boy kept knocking on the door calling out for his uncle. He knocked a few more times, but there was still no response, and the little dark figure began to look dejected. He said sadly, "That's strange. Where did the uncles go? They used to always be in their rooms." Su Xiao stood behind him, lost in thought. Based on the child's words, the people on the third floor would usually come out to meet him. Today was unusually quiet. Su Xiao then felt the scalpel in his pocket, wondering if it was related to the blade he carried. As he pulled out the scalpel, the child cried out in terror, "Big brother? Big brother, why are you holding a scalpel? Throw it away, quickly." Su Xiao said to the child, "Don't be a nuisance, kid. Stand back so you don't get hurt." With that, he swung the blade at the door. Finally, the door was split open. Revealed before them was a hallway lined with doors to other rooms. Zhou Ming watched the scene unfold and asked in bewilderment, "Holy crap, big boss, what's the situation?" Inside the eerie, terrifying room appeared a group of bald, grotesque figures whose faces were tightly wrapped. Seeing them, Zhou Ming pointed in panic and shouted, "My God, they aren't human at all." The red-haired boy beside him shared a similar expression. The child said in horror, "What happened to everyone? It wasn't like this before." He then pointed at Su Xiao and shouted, "I knew it. It's all because of you. I told you not to bring a scalpel, but you insisted. You're the one who turned everyone into this." Su Xiao was somewhat surprised by this accusation and quickly explained, "Kid, you've got it wrong. I didn't turn them into this. They were already like this." The child didn't believe him and retorted, "You're lying. You're tricking me." Su Xiao felt helpless. Putting his hands in his pockets, he said, "I don't have time to explain things to a brat like you. White Bear, Zhou Ming, take the kid and fall back." The White Bear took the order. "Understood, boss." The White Bear immediately covered the child's mouth, ignoring his struggles. The group of monsters kept muttering, shred, suture, sever, reconstruct, pain, struggle, despair, confusion, anger, revenge. At this, Su Xiao thought to himself, as expected, the words they mutter are all related to dissection, and they are extremely averse to scalpels. If his guess was correct, these were likely the people who had died from surgeries in this hospital. Su Xiao then ordered the Black General to step up and deal with them. Tentacles erupted from the Black General's mouth as it lunged forward. The tentacles instantly flattened the two bald monsters. Seeing this, Su Xiao praised, "Nicely done." Suddenly, two more monsters appeared. Su Xiao rested his chin in his hand and cursed, "Damn it, it seems these people are born of resentment and cannot be completely destroyed." The Black General seemed surprised by this as well. Su Xiao then took the lead to slip away, shouting before he ran, "Run, we need to get to the basement immediately." Seeing Su Xiao run, Zhou Ming screamed in terror, "Big boss, wait for me." The group then fled frantically. Meanwhile, Lucas and John from the United States followed another eerie child to the third floor. Lucas drew a knife and slashed at a door. Seeing this, John said in terror, "Damn it, didn't that kid say we couldn't bring knives to the third floor? I threw my knife away when we came up. How did one end up back in your hands?" Lucas revealed a sinister smile, made a shushing gesture and said, "Shush, don't talk. There's a surprise coming." The moment the door opened, two bald monsters stumbled toward them. John blamed Lucas in a panic. "Damn it, Lucas, look what you've done. You've drawn out so many monsters." Lucas, however, laughed excitedly. "Haha, just as I thought. I guessed right, haha." Seeing Lucas laughing like a madman, John grew even more uneasy and cursed, "Lucas, have you lost your mind? With so many eerie entities surrounding us, you can actually still laugh." Lucas gave a cold snort and said, "I can leave whenever I want." With that, he produced a red headscarf. Lucas wrapped the scarf around his head, a bizarre light flashing in his eyes as he said, "As for you, John, good luck." As soon as the words left his mouth, he vanished on the spot, leaving John alone and bewildered in the wind. Seeing Lucas disappear, the viewers broke into a flurry of discussion. "Holy crap, that's not a magic trick, that's freaking magic." Another person noticed a small detail. Did everyone see Lucas's eyes turn a strange gray right before he disappeared? I bet he just activated some kind of talent, and it's likely related to an eerie ability. But won't there be side effects to using eerie powers? After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. The scene shifted back to the psychiatric hospital. Elsewhere, Bao and Jen from Paris, despite not having the help of the eerie child, ventured toward the basement to find the truth. On the left was the contestant Jen, and on the right was Bao. Suddenly, a voice drifted in from nowhere. "Hospital Rule 1: If you wish to know the truth of the hospital, please go immediately to the hospital basement. The answers you seek are there." Both were terrified after hearing this. Jen said tremblingly, "Bao, maybe we should go back. It's so gloomy and eerie here." Bao didn't want to go back either. He said, "No, all clues point here. The secrets of the psychiatric hospital must be hidden in this place. Besides, don't worry too much. We found the goggles and the scalpel in storage room 2 earlier. They should help us get through this." The sound of dripping water terrified Bao and Jen to the extreme. Bao asked Jen, "Do you hear the sound of running water?" Jen answered, "I hear it. It sounds like it's coming from the southeast." Seeing that Jen heard the same thing, Bao said, "Let's go take a look." The two walked forward. Jen whispered to Bao, "Bao, what are those things hanging from the rafters? They feel like people." Bao replied nervously. Stay here and don't move, I'll go check it out. At that moment Bao broke into a cold sweat. He cried out, damn it, they're all people. Bao was scared out of his wits, nearly collapsing to the ground. Just then a hand suddenly reached out from the shadows and grabbed Jen. Jen called out to Bao for help. Bao, help me, save me please. Hearing Jen's shrill screams, Bao shouted in terror. He screamed in panic. Good God, what kind of monster is that? Ignoring Jen's cries for help, he turned and fled, saying as he ran, I'm sorry Jen, I can't save you. I want to live. I have to get to the elevator and leave this place. As he was running frantically, the director suddenly appeared holding an oil lamp. Bao shouted in terror, Director, what are you doing here? The director's voice was raspy, his eyes blood red as he said, You shouldn't have come here. Everyone who comes here is already dead. Hearing this, Bao backed away repeatedly. Since you're here, you must be the culprit behind all this. It seems I found the right place. I just have bad luck. The director glared with red eyes and said, No, you are still far from the truth. As he spoke, a hand extended from the director's chest, piercing through Bao's body in a spray of blood. Bao's eyes widened as he slumped to the ground. Only after he had completely stopped breathing did the director retract the long hand into his hollow chest. The system immediately issued an announcement. System. The Paris contestant has been devoured by an eerie entity. Strange Tale World countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The audience couldn't help but sigh. Holy crap, those 2 Paris contestants died so miserably. Someone asked in confusion. Didn't they get the scalpel and goggles from the storage room? Why were they useless? Or did they just use them wrong? Why were they useless? Did they use them wrong? Meanwhile, other viewers urged everyone to go watch Su Xiao. Su Xiao was also nearing the basement with the group of eerie patients hot on his heels. Zhou Ming shouted as he ran. Big boss, the kid fell behind. Su Xiao replied, It's fine, they won't attack the child. Zhou Ming was extremely confused by Su Xiao's behavior and asked, Bye-bye big boss, you intentionally provoked those people only to choose to run away. What's the point? Su Xiao answered, Stop talking and do as I say. I guarantee you'll clear the round. Hearing this, Zhou Ming asked, Oh then can I stop just coasting along? I won't gain any experience this way. Big boss, is there anything I can do? Su Xiao suddenly turned his head and asked, You want game experience? With that he handed the scalpel to Zhou Ming and said, Go on then, go harvest the kidneys of those people. This move startled Zhou Ming, who waved his hands frantically and said, Just pretend I didn't say anything. Let's just run faster. At this moment the director was standing in a room filled with severed limbs and torsos. Some heads had been sliced halfway open, revealing the brains inside. Su Xiao thought to himself, why is the director here? He then said to Zhou Ming, stay here and don't move, watch me perform a special show. Zhou Ming quickly replied, Understood, big boss. After saying that, Su Xiao walked up behind the director and delivered a brutal blow to his head, cursing, Damn it, the price went up again, buying goods requires extra money now. This move filled Zhou Ming with utter admiration, and he exclaimed, Holy crap, the big boss is truly a god of war, even his fighting is so fierce. The director was knocked to the ground and roared in anger, Who hit me? Who was it? Su Xiao replied with his hands in his pockets, Hello there, director. Don't you remember me? I'm Mabeoguo, he added, the one whose name means loyal to the nation. Hearing this, the director flew into a rage. A pitch-black hand extended from his chest as he roared, Mabeoguo, it's you again, today you're dead. Su Xiao, however, remained perfectly calm and said, I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious yet. The director couldn't possibly stay calm. He roared even more furiously, Mabeoguo, I will definitely kill you. I'll make your death very rhythmic. Beside Su Xiao, the black general's tentacles were already swaying. By then, the group of patients had caught up to Su Xiao from behind. Su Xiao looked back at them and said with a smile, Oh, my reinforcements have arrived. He then pointed at the director and gave orders as if the patients were his own underlings. Charge, kill him. The group of eerie patients immediately lunged at the director and both sides fell into a chaotic brawl. Zhou Ming asked in confusion, Big boss Su Xiao, what exactly is going on? Why are those people from the third floor suddenly listening to you? Su Xiao explained, They aren't listening to me. They just happen to loathe that scalpel. Look at the director's back. The director was seen being beaten so badly he was scurrying away wailing, Damn it, why are you hitting me? I'm not the killer, don't come for me. Su Xiao struck a pose on the side and explained, When I hit that bald director just now, I conveniently stuck the scalpel onto his back. Zhou Ming had a rare moment of brilliance and followed up, I get it, these people were dissected to death by a rusty scalpel, so they attack wherever the scalpel is. Su Xiao replied, Exactly right. The director roared unwillingly while being beaten, Damn it, why are you seeking revenge on me? I was just a participant, I wasn't the... Before he could finish, Zhou Ming covered his mouth in terror. Looking at the scene before him, Su Xiao thought to himself that he hadn't expected the resentment of these patients to be this terrifying. I hope I'm not wrong, and that there really is something in the basement to deal with them. Seeing the patients finish off the director, Zhou Ming began to panic again, saying in a trembling voice, Bye-bye big boss, they're coming this way. What do we do? Su Xiao feigned a serious expression and said, "Don't be afraid. At a time like this we should find a place to sit and eat some melons because the most exciting show is about to begin." Zhou Ming asked blankly, "Huh, the most exciting show?" Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred before them. A giant foot stepped out, followed by a titan covered in human heads and masks. Looking at this colossus, Su Xiao said calmly, "It seems my guess was right." Zhou Ming looked up and stammered, "What the hell is this thing?" Su Xiao explained. "The one locked in the secret room of the basement is the real director, and he has already turned into the hideous monster you see before you." The real director with blood-red eyes said to Su Xiao, "Well done. Being able to lure the patients from the third floor down here proves you are close to the truth. But since you're acting so calm, are you that certain you can escape this place?" Su Xiao replied without a hint of modesty, "It's not that I'm certain, it's that I have quite a bit of confidence." The director asked back in surprise, "Quite a bit of confidence?" He then pointed toward a pitch-black room and said, "Fine. Since you want to uncover the truth, I'll show you the way. The secret room behind me contains everything that can answer your questions, but whether you can find it depends on your choices and your ability." Su Xiao stood with his hands in his pockets, perfectly composed, and said, "I will definitely uncover the truth, but before I go in I want to know something else." Su Xiao raised his own question. "The fact that you could easily break that door proves you stayed inside willingly to avoid hurting people. So why did you dissect those patients into the ghosts they are today in the first place?" The director answered, "You are very clever to guess that the one who dissected them was me, but I have no time to explain to you. These patients have already recognized me. It's time to end this." The patients stared at the director and said resentfully, "HMPH, it's you. You're the one who turned us into this." The director said sincerely, "These bitter fruits were sown by my own hands. I am willing to bear everyone's wrath. Come, let us find release together." The patients merged into a giant ball of flesh, extending two long arms and roaring with hatred. "Bear it, what do you want to bear? When you brought us into the laboratory, did you notice our struggles? We are mental patients, but we are all human." They made a tragic accusation. "Give us back our bodies, we will never forgive you." The patients squeezed together into a massive heap of rotten meat, their eyes glowing with an angry red light as they roared in unison, "Kill him! Kill everyone in the hospital, kill them! They all deserve to die, they deserve to die." The mass of flesh extended countless long arms toward the director. The director's body was also enveloped in a strange black mist as he let out a shrill scream. While the battle raged over there, Su Xiao and Zhou Ming stood leisurely to the side watching the show. Zhou Ming said with a look of admiration, "So the big boss lured the patients from the third floor down here just to make them kill each other." Su Xiao quickly looked away, pointing in another direction. "Stop watching. While they're fighting, let's hurry to the secret room to find the truth." The two ran off quickly, with the director's voice still echoing behind them. "Come on, let's end this," the patients shouted. "Kill him first." Inside the room filled with the scent of blood and medicine, Su Xiao told Zhou Ming to split up and search. Zhou Ming agreed. As he walked, Zhou Ming stepped on something. He looked down and shouted, "Big boss Su Xiao, this brick is hollow." Hearing this, Su Xiao shouted back, "Great, there must be something inside." They found a book with director's diary written on the cover. Su Xiao picked up the book and said, "The director's diary. The truth of what happened should be recorded inside." He then opened the diary to read. It was written, "Psychiatric Hospital Director's Log. Month X, Day X, heavy rain. Today is my first day as director. I will definitely work hard to solve the patient's difficulties." At that time, the director still seemed like a very gentle person. Month X, Day X, heavy rain. I've been working at the psychiatric hospital for a month now, but what I find strange is that it has rained heavily every single day this month. Does the heavens not welcome my arrival? Month X, Day X, heavy rain. I've been working here for a year. Recently, I've noticed that patients, nurses, or doctors often go missing in the hospital. Did they leave the hospital? Why did they depart without saying goodbye? Month X, Day X, the rain still won't stop. The weather is truly terrible. This working environment is so depressing. Who can tell me why people are always going missing in the hospital?" The director felt a wave of terror at that moment. October 15th, heavy rain. Today I decided to investigate this matter personally. October 15th, heavy rain. I found some clues, but something seems to be obstructing me. I cannot fight it. October 15th, heavy rain. It's over. The hospital has completely fallen. More and more people have become followers of it. I feel that I too cannot hold out much longer. At this point, the director gazed into the curtain of rain, lost in thought. October 15th, heavy rain. We have decided to fight to the end. We will find a way to deal with it. A doctor suggested performing human modification, but I refused. October 15th, heavy rain. Today, my heart is very heavy. October 15th, heavy rain. More and more doctors and nurses are coming to request that I perform human modification. However, I remain resolutely opposed, yet I do not know how much longer I can hold out. October 15, 20XX. The rain has fallen for 2 whole years without the slightest sign of stopping, much like my wretched life. Today I decided to proceed with the human modification experiments, prioritizing the hospital's most outstanding doctor as a volunteer. At this time, the director was performing the experiment on the first subject. October 15th, heavy rain. The human modification experiment failed. 5 doctors and nurses died on the operating table. I am utterly devastated. The director had failed in that experiment. October 15th, heavy rain. Today I performed the experiment on myself. I thought I would die, but a miracle occurred. The experiment achieved a new breakthrough. October 15th, heavy rain. I have gained a preliminary power to oppose it, but it is not enough, far from enough. The director performed experiments on his own body. October 15th, heavy rain. More and more people are joining the experiments. In the process of modifying myself, I am also modifying them. But the products of these experiments are the very people poisoned by it. Although I know they are innocent and should not suffer such treatment, I have no other choice. The director experimented on a patient. He cut off the patient's head and then sewed it onto himself. October 15th, sunny. Today is the happiest day since I took office. Because the rain has stopped, we can finally rely on our own strength to defeat it. An extra head appeared on the director's shoulder. October 15th, heavy rain. No, we celebrated too early, without us realizing it. Resentment has enveloped the entire hospital. Its influence still exists, and its power is even greater than before. The heavy rain poured down once again. I stand in the rain not knowing what everything I have done was for. For the first time I doubt my choices. The director fell into doubt and despair. October 15th, heavy rain. I am gratified to have these doctors and nurses fighting alongside me. It is because of their support that I can continue to persevere. The director and other nurses performed surgery again. October 15th, heavy rain. They have all disappeared, leaving only me. Was I truly wrong? The current nurses and doctors are merely soulless husks. October 15th, heavy rain. I am using its power to resurrect the doctors and nurses. I have them take blue pills every day to prevent them from remembering the fact that they have already died. The patients are still affected by it. I use red pills to control them and make them immune to its influence. Both drugs have side effects. I am well aware of this, but everything has both good and bad sides. The director began having the nurses and doctors take the blue pills. October 15th, heavy rain. The experiment failed. I have lost control. I have completely turned into a monster. I ordered them to lock me in the secret room in the basement, never to see the sunlight again. October 15th, heavy rain. Goodbye the career I fought for my entire life. Goodbye the breeze and the warm sunshine. P.S. The monster director. Finally, he locked himself in the basement room. After reading this, Zhou Ming shared his thoughts. I didn't expect the truth to be like this. The psychiatric hospital originally had an eerie entity. To deal with it, the director modified himself and those doctors and patients. Actually, he could be considered a good person. Su Xiao also said, no wonder he wanted to find a fake director to replace him and feed everyone blue pills. Deep down he probably always hoped the hospital could return to normal, right? Afterward he closed the book and tucked it into his clothes, turning to Zhou Ming to say, let's go, we'll go see how the fight between the director and those eerie patients is going. Maybe we can help. Zhou Ming agreed to his suggestion. They went to watch the director fight. Zhou Ming shouted in terror, it's all over, big boss, it seems the director can't beat them. The scene he saw at that moment was the director covered in wounds, even missing an arm. Seeing that the situation was dire, Su Xiao quickly ordered the Black General. Black General, go help the director. The Black General bared its teeth and rushed forward. Although the director was at a disadvantage, he still turned his head, his mouth twitching as he said to him, no, you don't need to help me. Su Xiao wanted to speak, but the director beat him to it. He said, since you already know the whole truth, I have no more regrets. The crimes I committed cannot be forgiven. I am a man who should have died long ago. Suddenly, his body began to swell, and then he added, moreover, I am tired of hiding in a secret room like a monster. Death is not terrifying to me. On the contrary, it is a kind of release. After speaking, many arms grew out of the director's body. Seeing the director's strange form, the patients warned each other. I didn't expect he could still transform. Run quickly. The director gave them no chance to escape. He extended his arms and said, stay where you are. I have already failed once. This time, even if it costs me this life, I will kill you with my own hands. The patients wailed. Let me go, we didn't do anything wrong. You're the one who's wrong, it's you. No, you can't kill us again. I don't want to die. I don't want to die again. The director was not swayed by these words. He said, stop using the patients to say these things. They have resentment, but you are using their resentment to aggregate into a new eerie entity. wanting to continue doing evil in the hospital. I will never allow such a thing to happen, he also added. In the end, you still don't completely understand humans. Humans have love and hate, yet you only see the dark side of human nature and ignore the existence of love. Some things, once started, are destined to end in tragedy. I know I must atone for my sins, and as for you, those long arms wrapped around the mass of flesh and tightened. The director roared, you should also leave this world completely. After dealing with the patients, the director collapsed, exhausted, and said, finally did it. But immediately after, he added with extreme regret, they can't see it anymore. After dealing with everything, the director also gave up his resistance and passed away. Witnessing everything, Su Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The director was a man worthy of respect. Having been a monster for so long yet still being able to hold on to his original intent is truly not easy. Zhou Ming also said, the power the director used just now was enough to rival an eerie entity. But that kind of power comes at a great cost. His life has come to a complete end. Su Xiao secretly felt fortunate and said to Zhou Ming, luckily in the family of 6 round, I didn't choose to receive the eerie source. Thinking back now, that was clearly a trap set by an eerie entity. Zhou Ming pointed in another direction and said to him, Big boss, we've already cleared the round, let's go up first. Suddenly, Su Xiao shouted again, no. Watch out, he shielded Zhou Ming, telling him to hide behind him. Zhou Ming said in shock, holy crap, it can still come back to life? A monster pieced together from countless heads appeared, a twisted and terrifying image that made Su Xiao fall into deep thought. This pressure is too strong, this eerie entity might be hard to deal with. Just then, the screen lit up with a system prompt. Do you choose to clear the round early? If you choose to clear now, you will receive a 3-star reward. If you choose to continue, you will receive a 4-star reward when the next clearance condition is met. Zhou Ming stared at the notification in a daze and said, what? Clear the round early? Su Xiao replied with some caution. This is the first time I've heard of such a strange thing. It seems the danger level of this eerie entity is beyond imagination. Zhou Ming asked seriously, Boss Su Xiao, you decide. If you want to continue, I'll stay with you. Su Xiao thought to himself, Zhou Ming staying here won't help, he might even drag me down. Su Xiao put his hand on Zhou Ming's shoulder and said, it's too dangerous for you to stay here. Choose to leave the rest to me. Zhou Ming hesitated for a moment before speaking, Big boss, you must be careful then. I'm leaving now, thank you for your care and help. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. Su Xiao thought to himself that it was his turn next. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming said, I choose to clear the round early. As soon as he finished speaking, the system issued a notification. Dear contestant, congratulations on passing the psychiatric hospital level. Evaluation 3 stars. Evaluation analysis. Gaining the approval of the elevator child earns 1 star. Uncovering the truth of the psychiatric hospital earns 2 stars. While Zhou Ming cleared the round, John and Lucas also received the choice to clear early. Lucas said with a smile, choose it. There's nothing wrong with choosing to clear early. Anyway, staying will only hold me back. John was still struggling and hesitating. John said, breaking into a cold sweat, if you choose to stay, then you're on your own, but I'm warning you. Your blind arrogance will make you suffer sooner or later. Hearing this, Lucas's face darkened, and he said, what did you say? Lucas's eyes were blood red. John closed his eyes and said, I choose to clear the round. Lucas grabbed John's clothes. As soon as the words left his mouth, John let out a shrill scream as he was thrown toward the multi-headed eerie entity by Lucas. Lucas roared in anger, what do you think you are, daring to be disrespectful to me? The comment section exploded instantly. My God, has Lucas gone mad? Why is he harming his own teammate? John is a senior after all. Lucas leaving him on the 3rd floor was already too much, and now he actually wants his life. Fortunately, John was being teleported at that moment. The system's voice rang out, Dear contestant, congratulations on passing the psychiatric hospital level. Evaluation 3 stars. Evaluation analysis. Gaining the approval of the elevator child earns 1 star. Uncovering the truth of the psychiatric hospital earns 2 stars. Seeing that John was safe, one comment read, Great, John almost lost his life. Another person commented, Good deeds are rewarded. Now that crazy Lucas and Big Boss Su Xiao have both chosen to stay, let's see who can kill that eerie entity that won't die no matter how it's hit. On Su Xiao's side, the multi-headed eerie entity made a hair-raising sound, a truly brave human worthy of praise. Since you've chosen to stay, then give me a surprise, Su Xiao said calmly. I am also surprised by your intelligence. I didn't expect you to calculate so deeply. The eerie entity asked, Did you guess who I am? Su Xiao smiled smugly. If I'm not mistaken, you're the patient from room 106 who gave me the warning note, right? A comment read. Really? It's him? Wasn't he a good person? Why did he sabotage everything? Another answered. Listen to Big Boss Su Xiao's explanation. Su Xiao said with a laugh, You wrote a warning saying we shouldn't take medicine and then reminded me to go to the storage room for a scalpel and a mirror. Your purpose was to induce me into enraging the patients on the 3rd floor, and then having them and the director kill each other. After both sides were exhausted, you took the opportunity to step in, merging the powers of both into one to become the powerful eerie entity you are now. The eerie entity's face twisted as it said, "Not a bad analysis. Unfortunately, I have already successfully merged. What does it matter even if you know this? Talk is useless, let's fight." After Su Xiao finished speaking, he released the cloth doll, the white bear and the black general. The multi-headed eerie entity said contemptuously, "You indeed have some tricks, but these are far from enough." Suddenly, the cloth doll let out a piercing shriek and the black general gave a loud cry. All three were unable to move. Su Xiao hurriedly said, "Black general, use mental attack." Countless tentacles grew from the black general's body and mouth. The eerie creature immediately showed a look of confusion and pain due to mental disorder. The cloth doll emitted a purple aura and rushed toward the eerie entity. Light shot from the white bear's eyes while the black general continued the mental attack. Someone remarked, "Holy crap, this is the first time I've seen a battle like this. It seems he's really playing for keeps this time." That eerie entity suddenly shook violently, repelling the cloth doll, the white bear and the black general. The comment section was in an uproar. "Even something this strong is useless. Isn't this far too overpowered?" Others quickly commented, "Don't panic, don't panic. The big boss still has the mountain god's ring." Su Xiao had already taken out the golden shimmering mountain god's ring. Seeing this, the eerie entity raised its hand and said, "Don't bother, give up." It emitted a red aura, rendering Su Xiao unable to move. He thought anxiously, "This is bad, it has controlled me, and I can't use the mountain god's ring." The multi-faced eerie entity let out a bizarre laugh. It approached as it spoke. "Today is the day you die, I will remember you." Su Xiao cursed in his heart while being unable to move. "Damn it, am I really going to end up here?" Just then, the little boy with the red scarf appeared, shouting, "No, you are not allowed to kill him." The eerie entity froze upon seeing the boy. The boy said with tears in his eyes, "Mother, everyone, please wake up. Don't continue to be wrong." The eerie entity began to tremble violently. The boy untied his scarf and continued, "Mother, I know the director did something wrong, but he has already paid for his sins. Do you remember, when you woke up on the operating table, you told me not to harbor resentment. Don't blame Mother, don't blame the director." The boy spoke in a sorrowful tone. He reached out and held the scarf in front of the eerie entity. Among the many heads, a head with long black hair screamed, and an angry voice rang out, "Damn it, everyone, don't believe his words. I'm the one who saved everyone, you must obey me. You must hate him to the core, kill that child, and only then can you be free from the shackles," the mother hurriedly roared. "No, you are not allowed to kill my child," another head said. "It's right, this boy is our tether." The boy's mother bit into the neck of the adjacent head, making it scream in pain. That voice rang out again, "Damn it, stop your infighting or my power will weaken." Su Xiao broke free from the control, raised the mountain god's ring, and said, "Now is the time." The white bear gained the power of the mountain god. It leapt up and snatched the little boy's scarf. Someone in the comment section asked, "Why did the white bear suddenly snatch the scarf?" Another comment answered, "Could the scarf have other benefits for the white bear?" Others left messages. "Holy crap, it couldn't have turned evil, right?" The white bear tied the scarf around its own neck. Seeing this, someone wrote, "I don't think it's turning evil, it's evolving." The entire room began to crack due to the white bear's power. The eerie entity moaned, "What the hell, what kind of power is this?" The white bear grew larger and firmly choked the eerie entity. Those heads struggled and bit, wanting to escape this mass of flesh. They shouted, let go of me." The white bear was absorbing the eerie entity's power. It said unwillingly, "No, no, they all belong to me." Su Xiao thought anxiously at that moment. Oh no, the white bear's body cannot withstand such a massive amount of power. In 5 seconds at most it will be torn apart by the continuously surging power. The white bear had already finished absorbing the power, stepping on the eerie entity. The white bear clutched its head in its hands, growling low as it felt the pain of its body being torn apart. Su Xiao took out a medal. The system prompted the use of the silent dedication medal. Effect: you will gain the ability to rewind time. The target of use will return to 5 seconds ago. Right after using the medal, Su Xiao scratched his head and said, Why did it turn black?" Due to the dissipation of the strange power, the white bear shrunk, but it had now turned black. Suddenly, a black bear split off from the white bear's body. Su Xiao watched this scene with a hint of confusion. The two bears hugged each other tightly. Su Xiao muttered to himself, "It seems this black bear is a friend of the white bear. Did the red scarf help the white bear summon its partner?" Just then, the ring in Su Xiao's hand shattered. He said in alarm, "My God, why did it break? Of all times for something to go wrong." The comment section erupted in an uproar. "The mountain god's ring is broken, that was his strongest trump card, and now it's just gone," another comment retorted. "But boss Su Xiao gained a black bear this time and he'll definitely get new rewards this round. I feel like the next round will be even more secure." At that moment, a long announcement popped up from the system. Some people dedicate everything to their cause until the very end of their lives. Others choose to contribute and sacrifice silently behind the scenes. Some are viewed as foolish, yet they still hold fast to love and kindness. They protect life with their own, becoming each other's salvation. When the sunlight of love bathes the earth, all things shall bow and accept its baptism. Perhaps we never notice that love, but in life, love is everywhere. Dear contestant, congratulations on clearing the psychiatric hospital level. Rating 6 stars. Rating analysis. Uncovering the truth of the psychiatric hospital earns 2 stars. Gaining the approval of the elevator child earns 1 star. Gaining the spiritual baptism of love earns 1 star. Bravely facing eerie entities earns 1 star. Completely destroying eerie entities earns 1 star. Clearance rewards. Red Scarf, Monster Director's Diary. Eerie Resistance 2, current eerie resistance is 14. Red Scarf description. A symbol of the white bear's friendship. Wearing the red scarf allows the summoning of the black bear. It is a symbol of the power of friendship. Duration is 3 minutes. Su Xiao said excitedly, "The scarf is just as I expected. It can make the white bear stronger. Even though it only helps the white bear, it can be considered a replacement for the mountain god's ring." The system continued to broadcast additional rewards. Monster Director's Diary. Introduction. The contents of the diary have changed. If you don't believe it, open it now. It can predict the future. Keeping it with you may lead to unexpected events at any time. Warning, the Monster Director's Diary is limited to use within a single dungeon and can only be opened and checked 3 times. As the broadcast ended, Su Xiao looked at the diary and smiled, predicting the future. Now this is a good item. Green light flickered around Su Xiao again as the system indicated the contestant was being transported out of the strange tale world. The comment section was in a total frenzy. A 6-star clearance, the boss got a 6-star rating again. Someone posted a comment, "Boss Su Xiao's rewards are all top tier. I wonder if Lucas can kill the final boss on his side." Someone quickly replied, "Quick, look, Lucas's talent has been revealed. It's actually SSS grade on that side." Lucas had a dark expression, muttering to himself as he cut his own hand with a knife. "Power, I want more power." Lucas burst into wild laughter as black fur actually began to grow from his hand. A comment window popped up. "Holy crap, what kind of talent is that? Transforming into a black-furred monster?" He continued to laugh maniacally as a black liquid writhed beneath his feet. The comments refreshed constantly. "Don't know the specifics, but it's definitely SSS grade. Because he can clearly summon the power of eerie entities, and using eerie power requires paying a corresponding price. Is he planning to sacrifice his own arm in exchange for eerie power?" Lucas laughed wildly again. "I feel an immense power. I will definitely win. I will never lose to that guy called Su Xiao." A massive and terrifying eye appeared behind him. SSS grade talent, Absolute Madness, provides the contestant with the power to oppose eerie entities. The more power you crave, the higher the price you pay. A little boy suddenly stood behind him, warning him with concern, "You shouldn't go on like this. If you continue, you will pay a tragic price." Lucas replied rudely, "Shut up. If you say another word, I'll kill you too." Seeing he couldn't persuade him, the boy turned to leave. Before going, he added, "I didn't want to help you anyway. John was the one who found the scarf. Suit yourself." Lucas responded arrogantly, "Suit myself? Humph, I will definitely be the final winner. You're the ones who need to suit yourselves." After speaking, he turned to provoke his enemy. "Come on, let's have the final battle." Before Lucas stood a monster covered in human heads. It chuckled softly. "I didn't expect you to be able to use the power of an eerie entity. But unfortunately, you cannot defeat me in my complete state. I am a true eerie entity. At best, you are just a clown." Lucas flew into a rage upon hearing this, aggressively manipulating the eye's tentacles and attacking with countless sharp blades. "A clown? Then let me see who the real clown is." The monster was struck repeatedly, screaming in agony as half its body was sliced open, making it wary of him. You can actually use such strong eerie power?" Lucas appeared even more confident and arrogant upon hearing this. "Scared? Great. The more scared you are, the more excited I get." He then unleashed his power again to attack. "Let it end here." Driven into a corner, the monster shouted, "I'll take you down with me." The two sides engaged in a desperate struggle, neither giving an inch. Suddenly, the monster was surrounded by flying knives from all sides. It asked in panic, What are you trying to do?" Lucas pulled out a deck of poker cards, revealing a sinister smile. "It's too boring to just kill you like this, so I decided to perform a magic trick for you." He raised his hand and countless poker cards flew through the air. "This trick I name Blade, Reaper's Magic." Countless sharp blades shot toward the monster along with the poker cards. Under the assault of knives and cards, the monster let out a shrill, pained wail. In contrast, Lucas said calmly, "Accepting death gracefully is harder than dying in fear. I believe you will enjoy the process of dying because this will be a feast." He stood to the side, watching the heavily wounded monster. At that moment, the system panel popped up. Dear contestant, congratulations on clearing the psychiatric hospital. Rating 5 stars. Rating analysis. Uncovering the truth of the psychiatric hospital earns 2 stars. Bravely facing eerie entities earns 1 star. Eliminating eerie entities alone without any help earns 2 stars. Clearance reward reset scalpel. Introduction. You possess a reset scalpel. 1 cut for tetanus, 2 cuts for your ancestors. Lucas looked at the system panel and said in surprise, "What? 5 stars?" He pointed upward in a rage and questioned, "On what basis? I killed the big boss alone. Why can't I get the highest rating and the extra reward?" A comment window popped up. LMAO, he busied himself for so long and he's still 1 star lower than boss Su Shao. On one side, the reward is a child's fairness. On the other, it's the spiritual baptism of love. Looking at it that way, it's normal for him to be pissed, right? Wait, he was a psycho to begin with. Meanwhile, other contestants were being chased everywhere by monsters. Angola and Latin from the non-soil nation also ended in tragedy. They decided to try their luck in the basement but gained no information. They were killed by an eerie entity as soon as they arrived. The system panel popped up. The non-soil nation contestants have been devoured by an eerie entity. Strange Tale World Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The moment all contestants finished the challenge, a voice rang out across the world. Congratulations to Su Shao and Zhou Ming from the Dragon Kingdom. Lucas and John from the United States have passed this round. These 2 countries will be exempt from this invasion. Zhou Ming of the Dragon Kingdom receives a 3-star rating and a common reward. Air pollution levels reduced by 5. Lucas of the United States receives a 5-star rating. Receives an excellent reward. The disease resistance of the American public is increased by 10. John of the United States receives a 3-star rating and a common reward. The rioting rate in the United States is reduced by 5. After the eerie voice vanished, wails of grief rang out in most participating countries, while only the people of the Dragon Kingdom sang and danced, celebrating with joy. However, after Lucas returned to the real world, he was immediately sent to a top hospital by U.S. leaders. A doctor stood to the side and said to a man, "We have already injected him with sedatives and invited top experts in the field of neurology for a consultation." The man asked. "What are the results?" The doctor said with deep concern. "There is indeed a problem with his brain, and it is very serious." The man then pointed at him and asked with a look of displeasure, "And this hand of his, can it still be saved?" The man wearing glasses sighed and said, "Currently there is no way to fundamentally cure the black fur on Lucas's hand, and these hairs will continue to spread. Eventually, he would be consumed, becoming a part of the Strange Tale world." The blond man clenched his fist and said, "Damn it, our US finally produced an SSS-grade contestant. We must find a way to extend his life." While the US leaders were frazzled, the global contestant leaderboard was also updating. First place, Su Shao, Dragon Kingdom, talent unknown, 9 consecutive clearances, 18 years old, single. Second place, Andy Grizzly Bear Nation, SSS grade talent infinite deduction, 3 consecutive clearances, 27 years old. Third place, John USA S grade talent Night Watchman, 3 consecutive clearances, 25 years old. Fourth place, Claude Paris Nation A grade talent method acting, 2 consecutive clearances, current status deceased. Fifth place, Lucas USA talent unknown, 1 clearance, 22 years old, mentally unstable. The audience raised their hands in celebration saying, "Lucas's talent is hidden as unknown. That incident has already exposed it. His talent is definitely SSS grade." Another person also said, "He's quite lucky, but unfortunately, that kind of talent comes with a price. Otherwise he could stand on equal footing with boss Su Shao." Yet another person turned to the person beside them and said, "Andy from the Grizzly Bear Nation has run out of exemption entries. Next time he participates, he might choose to team up with boss Su Shao. If that happens, I'm really looking forward to it." 3 days later, Su Shao and the other contestants faced the random selection for the Strange Tale world again. However, the random selection didn't necessarily favor the winners of the previous round. At this time, the system broadcast, the nations participating in this challenge include Dragon Kingdom, Grizzly Bear Nation, United States, India, Australia, South Korea, Zimbabwe, Rwanda, and Mauritius. This Strange Tale World Challenge location, museum. Welcome to the city's largest museum. Inside the museum you can see all sorts of bizarre and eccentric exhibits. Entry to the museum is free and any tourist is welcome. However, there are some taboos within the museum that we hope you will observe. Reminder opportunities for this Strange Tale world too. A large number of exhibits have gone missing from the museum. Please be sure to find them and return them to their original places. Within 3 days, you and other contestants can collaborate across time and space to jointly cooperate on clearing and escaping the museum. Seeing this rule, Su Shao thought to himself, collaborating across time and space, is it like the great falling mountain round? Then he caught the key point and pondered privately. but the reminder says with other contestants, which means this time multiple people can cooperate. The difficulty is higher than the Great Falling Mountain round. As he was thinking, a person stepped forward, handed him a manual, and smiled. "Hello, this is the record manual regarding the history and exhibits of the museum. I wish you a pleasant visit." He took the manual and said, "Okay, thank you." The manual read, Taboo 1, upon entering the city's largest museum, you can enjoy unique exhibits. Taking photos while viewing the exhibits is strictly prohibited. Taboo 2, there are many paintings by famous artists in the hall. They all have landscape and abstract paintings in common. There are no human portraits. Taboo 3, making loud noises in the museum is strictly prohibited. No matter what happens, even if the museum collapses, you must remain quiet. Taboo 4, museum staff wear black uniforms. If someone is wearing clothes of other colors, please do not believe what they say. Taboo 5, no animals are kept in the museum. If you see a talking fish or a blind cat, please head immediately to the Museum Management Office in Area A. Taboo 6, the Museum Management Office is a safe place. Taboo 7, please leave the Management Office. The people there are not administrators. The real administrators have turned into monsters. Taboo 8, there are restrooms on the second floor. To increase interest, there are many mirrors in the restrooms. This is normal. Taboo 9, after coming out of the restroom, if the road develops a problem, please follow the path on your left hand to return to the first floor. Taboo 10, there are no wax figures in the museum. If a staff member recommends wax figures to you, please ignore them. Taboo 11, strictly follow the above taboos while viewing the exhibition, and congratulations, you can leave the museum safely. You may leave by walking out the main museum doors. After handing over the manual, the person turned and left. Su Xiao said while reading Museum Rules and Exhibit Introduction Contents. Then he added, "But if they won't let me take photos, then I absolutely will." After speaking, he patted his empty pockets and then shouted, "Damn, I didn't bring my phone." At that moment, he saw a person passing by while making a phone call. He thought mischievously, "Isn't there a phone right there? This won't stop me." The person was saying into the phone, "Hello, I'm at the museum. They don't allow photos here, so I can't send any for you to see. Actions speak louder than words." He stepped forward, snatched the person's phone and said, "Let me borrow this." The person shouted angrily, "Hey, what are you doing? Give me my phone back." But Su Xiao ignored him completely and quickly took several photos in succession. Then he returned the phone to the person and said, "My God, why are you so stingy? Here, back to you." The person whose phone was snatched complained, "You young people are so rude. If you want to take a photo, can't you just ask to borrow it? You had to snatch someone else's phone. Besides, don't you know photos aren't allowed here?" As he was speaking, two security guards with dark, deep eyes suddenly appeared, rushing over and shouting, "Hey, you there!" Then the two guards grabbed the man and said, "Sorry, you have violated the museum regulations. We are taking you away now. You have the right to remain silent." The man shouted in bewilderment, "What are you doing? Let go of me." The man even cursed, "Damn it, on what basis are you making me stay silent? Didn't you see that guy took my phone to take the pictures?" Hearing this, the security guard asked back, "Ha." Then they looked at Su Xiao. Su Xiao said with a look of grievance, "It wasn't me, he forced me to do it." Subsequently, the man was taken away by the two security guards, but he still cursed unwillingly, "Bastard, you'd better not close your eyes when you sleep tonight. I won't let you off even as a ghost." The audience below commented, "Boss Su Xiao is acting again." Another person also said, "Once a dog, once unscrupulous, always unscrupulous." As soon as the person was taken away, Su Xiao immediately pulled out the phone. An audience member asked in confusion, How is the phone in the boss's hand?" Someone came in to explain. When that tourist was being taken away just now, Su Xiao conveniently took the phone back. "He's really too wicked." Another person laughed and said, "I just love this style." After playing his tricks, he yawned and thought, "Violating the first rule, complete. Now let's go see what exhibits are inside." Then, as if discovering something, he asked himself, this display case is empty. Is it one of those missing exhibits that needs to be found and returned? But there's neither a name nor an introduction on the case. In that case, it'll be hard to find." In the famous painting area, Su Xiao looked to the side and asked, "What's going on?" He recalled the rules in the manual and began to have doubts. Taboo 2 said that there are no portrait paintings among the museum's famous paintings. What's going on? These are all character portraits. Could Rule 2 be wrong? At this thought, Su Xiao stopped in his tracks and carefully observed the portrait. Suddenly, the person in the painting actually reached out from the frame, their face becoming hideously distorted. This gave Su Xiao such a fright that he couldn't help but curse, "Holy crap, the person in the painting is alive." The grotesque face of the person in the painting stared directly at Su Xiao, hands lunging forward to grab him. Even the experienced Su Xiao couldn't help but blurt out, "Damn, it really came to life." Just then, the voices of two tourists commenting on the artwork came from behind him. One said, "This ink landscape painting is truly beautiful," the other agreed. "Exactly, the brushwork is simply exquisite." Su Xiao was startled upon hearing this. An ink painting? Could it be they can't see the person in the painting? Were these character portraits before his eyes some kind of hallucination? This was the perfect time to use the mirror of pollution, which functioned to dispel hallucinations and see the truth. Su Xiao took out the mirror, and a system notification immediately popped up. "You have used the mirror of pollution. Effect: dispels hallucinations to see the truth." The light emitted by the mirror caused the person in the painting to let out a pained scream. The painting suddenly caught fire, and a shrill wailing echoed from within. Su Xiao murmured in confusion, "What's going on now? I've already used the mirror of pollution. The painting's self-combustion definitely isn't a hallucination. Could there be some eerie entity hidden inside?" After observing the two tourists beside him, Su Xiao had a different thought. No, the people around him seemed unable to see that the painting was burning, which meant that the series of strange phenomena just now could only be seen by him. Why? Was it because he was a contestant? He then made a judgment. If that was the case, it was highly likely that some eerie entity was lurking on the first floor of the museum watching in secret. Once a contestant's identity was exposed, they would surely be targeted. Having figured it out, Su Xiao smiled and said to himself, "This is starting to get interesting. I bet the other contestants got this special treatment too." Meanwhile, the contestant from Mauritius also discovered an empty display case. He asked a security guard, "Hello, may I ask what was originally placed in this empty case?" The guard replied, "Sorry, I don't know anything." He then walked to the famous paintings area and sighed, "It seems I can't get any clues from the security guards. I'll have to check other areas." When he walked in front of a painting, the person in it suddenly stuck their head out, just as they had to scare Su Xiao earlier. He screamed in terror, "Ah, what is this ghostly thing? A monster? Don't eat me." As soon as the scream faded, the eerie vision suddenly vanished. He stared at the painting, seeing only his own terrified reflection, and then said in bewilderment, "Oh, what happened just now? Why did that terrifying thing suddenly disappear?" Before he could regain his senses, two security guards walked over. They grabbed his shoulders and said, "Tourist, you have violated Museum Taboo 3, please come with us." He realized he had lost his composure and thought uneasily, "Crap, I was so scared I forgot the rules." Taboo 3 said that making loud noises in the museum was strictly prohibited. He shouted in terror, "Where are you taking me?" The guard replied coldly, "The third floor." Hearing that floor number, he completely panicked, crying and shouting, "No, I don't want to go. Let go of me, I beg you." But in the end, he was still forcibly taken to the third floor. Subsequently, a notification appeared on the system panel. The contestant from Mauritius has been devoured by an eerie entity. The Strange Tale World Countdown begins, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Viewers couldn't help but comment excitedly, "Holy crap, this round is so fast-paced." The Mauritius contestant was eliminated before he even did anything. "The last round wasn't even this fast," another person said. "Did everyone notice? Among all the contestants, only the Mauritius contestant and Big Boss Su Xiao saw the character portraits." Someone else pointed out, "They have one thing in common. They acted too flashy and exposed their contestant identities." While the comment section analyzed this information, other contestants received reminders from their national high levels. Whatever you do, do not expose your identity. During his tour, Su Xiao hid in a corner and took out the phone he had just swiped from a tourist. He focused on flipping through the photos on the phone, muttering softly, "I took quite a few photos just now, let's see if there are any clues." As he flipped, his gaze suddenly froze. A small boy holding a bottle appeared in one of the phone's photos. He asked himself, what is this?" He stared at the photo for a while and murmured, "It seems the eerie entity staring at me on the first floor is this brat, invisible to the naked eye, but the phone can capture it." Suddenly, another movement caught his attention. Someone looked at a broken bottle on the ground and said in confusion, "What happened? We didn't hit it at all. How did it break?" A companion chimed in. "Could they want us to pay for it? I certainly can't afford that." After the bottle shattered, a girl with a distorted face suddenly appeared and screamed, "Ah, what on earth is that? Get away, get away!" The man from before stuttered, what happened to her? She looks so scary." People nearby also began to panic. The exhibit broke for no reason just now, and now she's turned like this. Could this museum be haunted? The terrified girl kept screaming, and the other two were scared into shouting, "There's a ghost! Run, run!" Only Su Xiao was still unhurriedly taking photos. In the photos, the girl was having her face pulled and her hair yanked by a little boy. Su Xiao said in a tone that suggested he had seen through the truth, "Just as I thought." He then pointed the phone lens at the boy and shouted, "Hey, look over here." The boy looked at him, revealing an extremely surprised expression, and exclaimed, "Others can't see me, but this person can actually see me with a phone and keeps taking pictures." Subsequently, it rushed toward Su Xiao, shouting, "I want to play with you, come play with me." Su Xiao looked at the phone and sneered. Come on then, I'll definitely play with you to your heart's content. The boy rushed at him in a rage, screaming. Su Xiao casually delivered a resounding slap, sending the boy flying. The boy cried out in pain. Ouch! It crashed into a display case. Two tourists shouted in terror. Holy crap, the display case broke. That ghost is still there and that guy is pretending he can't see the child. I don't want to die, run, get out of here. The little boy kept trembling from the pain. He stood up clutching his left hand, staring at Su Xiao with eyes full of rage. You can actually hit me, you just wait, I'll definitely get my revenge. Su Xiao gave him the middle finger and grinned. Think you can take me, you're still too green, little brother. Then the security guards arrived. Damn it, it's him again. He's appeared again. The lead guard assigned tasks. Quick, go comfort the tourists and take them to the rest area. A team member replied, understood. Su Xiao stood to the side observing the guards as they guided the tourists toward the rest area. He thought to himself, listening to them, it seems they've known about this child for a long time. I'll follow them, maybe I can find new clues. Meanwhile, other contestants also encountered that child. Everyone was fleeing in a panic. A little girl shouted as she ran, "There's a ghost, run!" But the Dragon Kingdom contestant, Zhou Tai, scratched his head in bewilderment and said, "What happened? I didn't see anything at all." He then closed his eyes and concentrated to activate his talent, thinking, whatever, I'll use my talent to find clues first. Even if a Dragon Kingdom person has to sacrifice themselves, they must die standing up. I absolutely cannot let people see me as a joke. The system panel lit up. You have used the B-grade talent. Seeker. Effect. Helps the user discover small objects that are usually easily overlooked. Subsequently, Zhou Tai searched the surroundings and found a glowing phone in the pocket of a woman who had fallen due to a sprained ankle. He ignored the woman's pain. Please, my ankle is twisted, help me, please help me. Zhou Tai only cared about that glowing phone. That was the clue prompted by his talent. At this thought, he walked over and reached out to take the phone from the woman's pocket. She screamed, "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhou Tai spoke up. "Really sorry. Just let me borrow your phone for a bit." A viewer commented, "Zhou Tai seems polite but also somewhat impolite, a bit low on the politeness." He held the tourist's phone and pondered. After opening the camera function, he thought, could my talent be reminding me that taking photos can reveal the thing causing trouble here? He then pointed the phone at the man being harassed. The man was shouting, "Don't come near me, get away, get out." Zhou Tai pressed the shutter. Sure enough, he saw something playing tricks on him. He shouted in surprise, You really can see it." The thing heard the sound and looked at Zhou Tai with a smirk, saying, "Coming to play? I love playing with people who can see me the most." Zhou Tai was terrified, thinking, I'm finished, it's found me. Next, it let go of the man and walked toward Zhou Tai while covering its eyes. Zhou Tai was at a loss, but then he had a sudden flash of inspiration. This thing is reaching out to cover its eyes, it seems it's afraid of light. He knew there was no time to hesitate and could only take a gamble. At this thought, he pressed the flashlight icon on the phone. He nervously moved the light, shining it directly at the little boy, startling it into a sudden stop as it reached out to shield itself. Subsequently, Zhou Tai looked at the phone lens and found that it had fled. Only then did he collapse onto the ground from exhaustion. The gamble paid off. I didn't lose face for the Dragon Kingdom. He then gave a bitter laugh. Museum guards subsequently appeared, taking Zhou Tai and other tourists to the rest area. Meanwhile, South Korean Minister Han was currently fleeing the museum in a panic like the other tourists. He shouted as he ran, "A ghost, there's a ghost, run, damn it, don't block the way, let me go first." But eerily, no matter how hard Minister Han tried, he couldn't get near the door. He reached out toward the door in terror. Mommy, save me, I don't want to die," a viewer commented. Dying of laughter, he actually got so scared he called for his mom. Is he here for comic relief? That little ghost was still wreaking havoc everywhere. It pounced over and throttled Minister Han's neck, scaring him into pleading, Don't kill me. I don't want to die yet." Two security guards hurriedly ran over and shouted, "Quick, save him." The little ghost suddenly let go, but Minister Han continued to scream in terror. The two guards each grabbed an arm, supporting him and taking him toward the rest area. Minister Han's face was deathly pale and his legs were so weak he couldn't walk. Viewers commented in disappointment, "Holy crap, this South Korean was scared into wetting his pants. This is truly a smelly live stream. I can smell the urine through the screen. I'm done. I'm going to watch Big Boss Su Xiao." In the rest area, Su Xiao leaned against a chair, quietly observing the surroundings. Strange, the person on the chair over there was grumbling, "I don't think the rest area is safe either. I want to go home, why won't they let us go home?" he thought with a frown. "The lighting here is very strange and there's a faint lingering scent in the air that smells like burning grease." The rest area gradually grew quiet. This left him puzzled. These tourists were scared to death just now. How did they calm down so quickly? Could the fragrance in the lamps have a sedative effect? Conversations drifted in from outside the restroom. "Damn it, I don't know how many times this is repeated." How much longer is this going to last? Hey, keep it down. If the tourists inside hear you, they'll panic even more. The discussion continued to drift in. What's to fear? These lamps can make them forget their terrifying memories. Even if they hear us talking, they won't remember what just happened. After hearing this, an excited look appeared on Su Xiao's face, and he said, "The museum is stuck in an eerie loop." He laughed happily. It was even more interesting this time. Suddenly an older woman glared at him and said, "I say, young man, don't you know an elder's legs aren't good and they can't stand for long? Why haven't you offered me your seat yet?" Su Xiao asked her back with a puzzled face. Ma'am, why don't you first try to recall what you just said?" She stood with her hands on her hips, fuming, and pointed at Su Xiao's face, scolding. "HMPH, recall what? Young people today really have no character. They don't know the first thing about respecting elders and loving the young. There are so many empty seats in the restroom and you, a strong young man, just have to hog a seat." Su Xiao was stunned and thought, "It seems I'll have to give this old lady a lesson today." At this thought he quickly stood up, but suddenly his body stumbled and his expression became very pained. "It's over, my leg fell asleep from sitting too long." Two other people quickly ran over and said indignantly to the older woman, "Oh my, what kind of person is this? A sturdy old lady actually fighting a disabled person for a seat. You've completely shamed all elderly people. Why aren't the elderly respected? Now when an elder falls on the street, no one helps them. It's all because of people like you." The older woman stood frozen on the spot, at a loss. Subsequently she slapped herself in front of them and wailed to Su Xiao, I really deserve to die. I didn't know what the situation was." Then those two people stood on either side supporting Su Xiao and smiled kindly. "Young man, quickly sit back down in the chair. It was that old lady who was unreasonable just now, don't take it to heart." "Exactly, there's nothing to fear from people like that. If we see her doing something bad again in the future, we'll definitely—" Su Xiao gave a helpless dry laugh. He stood up straight, scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Actually I'm fine, my leg just fell asleep." The two were instantly petrified on the spot. "Leg fell asleep?" Then Su Xiao turned, waved his hand and bid them farewell. They were still frozen there. Viewers commented happily, "As expected of Big Boss Su Xiao, even a numb leg can make an old lady remember it for a lifetime. The whole world is isolated, and I let him speak. I can only stay silent. I bet the old lady won't dare to fight young people for a seat again. This world suddenly has a few more grains of justice." After a while, Su Xiao appeared in the first-floor exhibition hall of the museum. He thought as he walked, "I haven't even done anything yet, and the traces of that child just now have been cleaned up so thoroughly. The museum's security's efficiency is really high. If I didn't have the jellyfish pendant, I probably would have forgotten what happened just now." Suddenly he remembered something. "Right, wasn't the monster director's diary rewarded in the last round? That thing can predict the future. Let's take it out and give it a try." At this thought he took out the diary and watched as it automatically flipped to the first page. Subsequently he saw text appear on it. "Zhou Tai of the Dragon Kingdom will lose his life on the second floor. His talent will cause him to fall into an abyss. That is a trap that must never be stepped into." He asked in confusion, "Zhou Tai is here too?" Then he immediately displayed the diary's contents and said seriously, "Hey, did the higher-ups see that? Hurry and send a reminder to Zhou Tai." Viewers praised one after another. "Holy crap, this move is brilliant. I was just wondering how to tell Zhou Tai." As expected of the big boss, his reaction is so fast. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have reacted in time. "Zhou Tai is saved now. If I were Zhou Tai, I'd just marry the big boss." After Su Xiao closed the diary, he did a lap around the first floor, taking photos with his phone wherever he went. But this time he found no abnormalities. Even that child didn't appear in the photos. Thus, as noon approached, Su Xiao decided to check the second floor. The system displayed Rule 8. There are restrooms on the second floor. To increase interest, there are many mirrors in the restrooms. This is normal. He walked up the stairs under the guidance of a security guard. The guard asked him, "Where would the tourist like to go? I can lead the way for you." Su Xiao cast a suspicious look. Taboo 8 specifically mentioned the restrooms, meaning there must be important clues there. Subsequently, he stopped in his tracks, put his hands in his pockets and said to the guard in a certain tone, "I'd like to visit the restrooms." After hearing this, the guard stared at him blankly without answering. Viewers mocked one after another. The big boss is making things too difficult for the security guard, going upstairs just to visit the toilet. Guard's inner monologue, "My native language is speechless." Having arrived, the guard stood at the door and smiled at Su Xiao. "Tourist, the restrooms are here, please suit yourself. I'll take my leave first." Meanwhile, Su Xiao was shocked by the sight of the restroom. He exclaimed, "Holy crap, it really is full of mirrors." The mirrors on the walls reflected an orange-red light. Su Xiao tapped the mirror surface with his index finger, clicking his tongue in bewilderment. Just which brilliant architect decided to hang over 900 mirrors in a restroom? Is someone trying to look at their own backside from a 360-degree angle with 0 blind spots? How perverted. Even a pervert like me thinks this is perverted. Suddenly, a glow from his chest caught his attention. He looked down, puzzled. Was the jellyfish pendant glowing? He thought to himself. The purpose of the jellyfish pendant is to filter out mental influence. Its glowing meant these mirrors were affecting him. Then Andy's sudden appearance in the mirror gave him a start. "Andy," he heard the call, looked at the mirror in alarm, and the words slipped out. "I see, Dragon Kingdom, what's going on here?" He curled his lips into a smile and said, "If I haven't guessed wrong, these mirrors are the bridge for our communication. Only through this method can we achieve the cooperation with other contestants mentioned at the beginning." Andy replied, "You have a point." Subsequently, Joe Tai also appeared in a nearby mirror, speaking up happily. "I get it, Big Boss Su Xiao, Andy. I didn't expect it to be everyone." "I am not seeing things, am I?" Andy looked at him and smiled. "You're not seeing things. It really is us." Minister Han also appeared in a mirror. He jumped and blurted out, "Holy crap, aren't these two Su Xiao from the Dragon Kingdom and Andy from the Grizzly Bear Nation? Then who's this other guy?" Joe Tai put his hands on his hips and said displeasurably, "Though I'm small fry compared to these two top-tier bosses, could you at least be a bit polite?" Minister Han stood by the restroom sink, gave a dry cough, and then spoke up, "Don't mind that." He then squinted at Su Xiao in the mirror and requested, "Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom, I'm the South Korean contestant, Minister Han. Considering we share a common ancestor, could you give me a hand?" Su Xiao smiled playfully. "Help you? How?" he continued. "You must have already deduced which rules are true and which are false. Can you tell me which is which?" In the mirror, Joe Tai rested his chin in his hand, falling into deep thought with a face full of confusion. The commotion here was quite loud. He could hear it clearly from his side. Andy, on the other hand, was very surprised. Was Minister Han actually trying to get a free ride this way? Setting aside whether Su Xiao was willing to help, even if he agreed, how could the strange tale world possibly allow him to cheat like this? Did he really think this was a coloring book he could just play with? Su Xiao smiled solemnly, but a hint of cunning flickered in his eyes as he agreed to Minister Han's request. "Sure, I can tell you which taboos are real." Minister Han was overjoyed at the news. He reached out to press against the mirror and said, "Really, that's great, quick, quick, quick." Meanwhile, in the South Korean meeting room, a high-level official flew into a rage, cursing Minister Han. Damn it, he actually wants to use such a low-level method to gain information this round. What a pig brain. Claude rubbed his temples wearily and ordered a reminder to be sent immediately. "We absolutely cannot let him do something so stupid. This is a trap set by an eerie object. He definitely won't get accurate information." Minister Han was secretly delighted. This is great. The high-level reminder also prompted him to listen to Su Xiao. The reminder panel lit up. He reached out to touch it, thinking, it seems asking Su Xiao was a very wise decision. However, through the surveillance footage, that high-level official stood up in confusion, leaning his hands on the table. "What's going on? We clearly sent a warning not to trust Su Xiao's words easily. But why is Minister Han so happy?" Ra spoke up solemnly. "It's too late. An eerie entity must have modified the content of the reminder. That idiot shouldn't have had that thought in the first place. He even made us waste a reminder opportunity." Meanwhile, the high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom also noticed Minister Han's bizarre behavior and were discussing it. One official said, "Strange. Just now on the museum's first floor, our reminders and those of other countries were all normal. Did something on the second floor tamper with the reminders?" The elderly man spoke up. When the South Korean high-levels sent the reminder, Minister Han was standing in front of a mirror. He crossed his arms, frowning as he continued. "The second-floor restroom was intentionally designed that way. I suspect there's something wrong with those mirrors." Subsequently, he ordered an immediate secret cable to be sent to other nations. He warned them not to send reminders while on the museum's second floor. An official asked, "Sir, do we need to send it to the United States and South Korea?" He replied, "Send it. We must show the grace of a major power. As for whether they believe it or not, that's not our concern." Back in the strange tale world, Minister Han looked at Su Xiao and Joe Tai in the mirror with a sly smile and said, "Thanks, Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom. I know everything you just said now. Goodbye. I'm going to clear the stage before you." Su Xiao looked at Minister Han with a calm face, while Joe Tai said very dissatisfiedly, "Hey, that guy is way too despicable." Su Xiao stood by the restroom sink, watching Minister Han quickly disappear, and then spoke up, "It's fine, Joe Tai. I was just talking nonsense earlier." Joe Tai froze at the words. "A big boss is truly a big boss." The mirror reflected Andy's figure, arms crossed mockingly. "South Korea is truly hilarious. I don't understand why their contestants are always a bunch of idiots." Then 2 more people appeared in the mirror. Su Xiao was greatly surprised to see them. John and Lucas, you guys came too, Lucas spoke up to greet him. Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom. I didn't expect us to meet this way. Su Xiao also exchanged pleasantries cheerfully. Yeah, is your hand better? He replied with a cold laugh. Are you mocking me? It's fine, Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom. In the eyes of others, you are a presence that can never be surpassed. But to me, no one can stay undefeated forever. Su Xiao curled his lips into a confident smile. I know, I don't need you to remind me. Lucas answered him with that same smile. I'm not reminding you, I'm notifying you that your era is about to end. I will replace you as the leader. Su Xiao repeated in confusion. The leader? Then he narrowed his eyes and clapped to congratulate him, leaving Lucas stunned. Then congratulations, you're the new leader now. I'm withdrawing from the competition. Then Lucas flew into a thunderous rage, roaring as if he were on fire. Damn it, was that cold attitude meant to test my bottom line? If I have the chance to meet you this round, I'll kill you with my own hands, Su Xiao said teasingly. Sure, I'll be waiting. Andy spoke calmly in the mirror. Enough. Instead of infighting, we should team up this round. Maybe we can survive a bit longer. John spoke from the mirror. I agree with Andy's opinion. Joe Tai also crossed his arms and said, Unity is our greatest strength. We shouldn't have internal strife at a time like this. But only Lucas disagreed. He spoke up fiercely, cutting off the proposal to team up. The strong are usually solitary, only the weak need so-called unity. You bunch of losers, go ahead and cooperate yourselves. Lucas doesn't need it. After saying that, he clenched his fist and smashed it hard against the mirror. The glass surface cracked. He said, Goodbye, ants. Su Xiao frowned as he looked at the mirror where Lucas had suddenly disappeared. After ending the conversation in front of the mirror, Su Xiao walked out of the restroom and found that the second-floor hallway had undergone some changes. Originally, there was only one path leading to the restroom. Now it had suddenly split into two. He stood at the fork of the two pitch-black roads and marveled, My God, the hallway has branched? Just then, the system displayed Taboo 9. After walking out of the restroom, if you see the second-floor hallway has changed, please follow the path on your left-hand side to return to the first floor. Su Xiao wore a look of self-satisfaction, thinking, Then I'm definitely going to take the right side. If I don't violate the rules, would I still be me? An employee in a red uniform appeared in the left-hand passage, speaking calmly. Hello, sir. If you wish to return to the first floor, please take this path on the left. This was an employee transformed from the blind cat. Su Xiao looked at him, puzzled. The left. Then he lowered his head, frowning in thought. This employee is telling me to go left, so Taboo 4 and Taboo 9 are in conflict. Whether I go left or right, I will violate one of the rules and lose my talent's protection. Rule 4 mentioned that museum employees all wear black uniforms. If an employee is wearing a uniform of any other color, one cannot believe anything they say. A look of resolve appeared on Su Xiao's face. Therefore I can only. Then he spread his hands, declaring arrogantly, Who said I wanted to go back to the first floor? I'm staying. The employee transformed from the blind cat seemed not to understand what he was saying. After speaking, Su Xiao pulled out his phone in front of the person and pressed a button on the screen. Then he began to sing and dance to the rhythm of the music playing from the phone. 8U84.848. The employee transformed from the blind cat immediately clutched his head irritably and lunged over, trying to snatch the phone from Su Xiao's hand while shouting, What are you doing? Turn it off, quickly turn it off for me. He immediately held the phone high and the other person stubbornly reached out to grab it. Su Xiao curled his lips in disdain and said, Still trying to snatch my phone? Eat my fist. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Xiao landed a heavy punch on the other's face. The person was struck directly, falling backward as a mouthful of dark red blood sprayed out. Subsequently, that employee transformed from the blind cat crumpled like a stack of wet brown paper, melting and deforming. Then, from that heap of waste paper, the blind cat scurried out. Su Xiao spoke in surprise. Holy crap, this employee was actually the blind black cat in disguise. Suddenly, the black cat stopped in midair, no longer fleeing. It was even trembling violently. Then it was thrown against the ground and the wall, blood flowing freely as if someone had slammed it down with great force. It wailed in pain, meow. He stood there and witnessed it all. He calmly pulled out his phone, pointing it at the black cat that was now weakly meowing. He spoke up while looking at the screen. Hi, is that kid here? The photo showed that it was precisely that kid who had grabbed the black cat. Its smile was very eerie. Su Xiao muttered, Just as I guessed, making noise is prohibited in the museum because loud sounds attract eerie entities. As soon as I played the music, that employee transformed from the blind cat couldn't take it. Then this kid was attracted here too. He looked at the phone and smiled with great interest. This works too. Keep fighting. I love watching eerie entities kill each other most of all. That kid revealed a frenzied, cold and terrifying smile. Its hand cruelly snapped the leg of that unfortunate black cat. Its eyes turned red and it frowned in annoyance, throwing the cat aside and saying, You again. This time I definitely won't let you off. Su Xiao raised his hand, staring at it with terrifying eyes as he threatened, Still want a beating? Come on, I'll give you enough of a beating today. It felt terrified in front of him. Then it bypassed him and quickly fled. Su Xiao looked back at it and exclaimed, "My God, why did it run?" His hands were still itching. Then he excitedly accelerated to chase after it. Just as Su Xiao ran out of sight, the footsteps of some creature with fins and scales immediately followed. A walking, talking monster shaped like a large fish looked at the black cat on the ground with regret. Poor black cat, lost its life before completing its mission. Now I shall continue to fulfill that mission. Meanwhile, after ending his conversation, Zhou Tai also encountered the same eerie phenomenon as Su Xiao. Zhou Tai looked at the two paths before him and the red-uniformed employee standing in the right-hand passage. The employee, transformed from the blind cat, spoke up, "Pardon me, sir. If you wish to return to the first floor, please take the path on the right." Viewers seeing this scene left messages questioning. A. This employee told Big Boss Su Xiao to go left. Why is he telling Zhou Tai to go right? I guess he wants to do the opposite of the contestant. Zhou Tai will obviously go left. Hearing the employee say this, Zhou Tai hesitated, muttering about the right side, but Taboo 9 said he must go left. After speaking, he closed his eyes in thought. The Taboo said, "Cannot trust employees wearing red uniforms. It should be right. After all, the employee who saved me on the first floor was wearing a black uniform, so the matter is quite clear. Taboo 4 and Taboo 9 are both correct. I must go left." Seeing him silent for a long time, the employee transformed from the blind cat spoke up to remind him. "Sir, if you wish to go down to the first floor, please take the path on the right." Zhou Tai was startled by the sudden voice. He said irritably, "My God, why are you like a ghost that won't leave?" Then something drew Zhou Tai to look down. It was a text message on the phone. "Take the path on the left or you will die." Zhou Tai was shocked to see that text. I'll die if I take the path on the left," but a third path appeared next to Zhou Tai and its floor was covered with something. This left Zhou Tai confused. Damn it, how did another path appear? Which one should I choose? The employee transformed from the blind cat continued to induce him with a hint of fear. "Valued guest, please take this path on the right, for only this way can you safely descend to the first floor." Zhou Tai turned back to look at him indignantly. Zhou Tai's face was very tense. He comforted himself. Calm down, calm down. In this moment of panic, use my talent to continue searching for clues." Subsequently, he manifested his talent. This move led viewers to praise him one after another. In a time like this, Zhou Tai still remembers to use his talent to explore. He's really grown, other viewers commented jealously. On what basis do the people of the Dragon Kingdom all know how to use their brains? I'm not convinced. The talent revealed 2 yellow eyeballs. Zhou Tai began to deduce upon seeing them. Eyeballs. The talent means these eyeballs can help me. Subsequently, the eyeballs detached from his hand and flew toward the middle passage. Zhou Tai thought silently, could it be the middle path is the correct one? No, that's not right. The high levels warned me that I can't trust my talent on the second floor, it might get me killed. Then he turned left and rushed into the passage. It seems only this path offers a chance for survival. He gave a shout. "Here goes nothing, I'm going left." Seeing this, the employee seemed very dissatisfied and immediately turned to leave. Then a voice rang out, "How boring." Even this didn't manage to trick him. A strange hand caught that pair of eyeballs. It was that kid. It tossed the eyeballs with a sinister face, lamenting, "The black cat won't play with me. That stupid fish has also disappeared to who knows where." Viewers were engaged in a flurry of discussion. So dangerous, both the child and that employee wanted to trick Zhou Tai. Luckily he held his ground at the critical moment. Now it seems that employee was the black cat in disguise, and although they have the same goal, they aren't on the same side. Speaking of which, were those eyeballs the black cat's? What would happen if the eyes were returned to the black cat? Meanwhile, on Su Xiao's side, as soon as he stepped onto the first floor, he turned back to the second floor. That fish seemed very surprised that he would return. "What are you after? Why have you come back again?" He seemed very satisfied with the appearance of this fish. He looked at the fish and smilingly mentioned the blind cat and the talking fish, both mentioned in the taboos. "The black cat is dead, but you haven't shown yourself yet. You must have been hiding somewhere, so I deliberately pretended to descend to the first floor. Once you came out," that fish looked at Su Xiao in terror, asking him what he wanted to do. Then it kept backing away. He curled his lips into an extremely sinister smile and spoke up, "I'll give you a chance. Anything you want to say." That fish stared at Su Xiao angrily and roared, "Nothing to say, accursed human. I admit defeat for being caught by you. I didn't expect you would actually trick me." He stood there with hands on his hips and pointed forward, saying, "Since you're so uncooperative, then don't blame me for being impolite. White bear, give it a beating." Suddenly the white bear lunged from out of nowhere. The white bear delivered a flurry of punches and kicks to that fish. The fish was beaten until it cried out for mercy. "Ah, don't hit me, stop hitting me." Su Xiao stood there with arms crossed, satisfied, and asked the fish with a smile, "Well, are you willing to talk?" The fish replied, trembling all over from grievance, "Accursed human, what on earth do you want me to say?" Su Xiao still spoke with great interest. "You still don't know what to say, your mouth is quite tough, keep hitting." The fierce white bear lunged forward again to beat the fish, but this time it used specialized moves. The fish was unable to withstand it. Half an hour later, Su Xiao asked the fish testily, "Are you going to talk or not?" The fish said with tears in its eyes, "Damn human, just ask whatever you want. You keep asking if I'll talk or not. What exactly do you want to know?" Su Xiao reached up to scratch his head, smiling awkwardly as he spoke. Have I not asked yet?" That fish pointed at his face in a rage and roared, "You haven't asked at all. What have you asked? I just took an hour-long beating for no reason. You humans are way too despicable," he inquired straightforwardly. "Then let me ask you, why are you appearing here? Do you know the secrets of the museum?" That fish felt Su Xiao was being difficult. It replied in terror, "Secrets? I do know some secrets here, but they were all things the black cat and I accidentally overheard the director mention." It began to narrate that both it and the black cat were originally pets raised by the director. That was until one day it appeared in the museum. The man sitting in the chair holding the black cat encountered something that terrified him to the core. This affected everyone here, including the director. The director had tried to resist, but he was no match at all. The director reached out feebly and cursed, "Damn it!" The black cat and the fish also gradually lost their vitality, as a massive foul-smelling dark shadow grabbed the man. He reached out in terror, crying for help. Save me!" The fish continued its narration, explaining that during the struggle against it, people constantly died within the museum, and the deceased remained under its influence, transforming into eerie entities. "Let us out! Let us out!" Those were the screams of the people trapped behind the red mirrors, just like the ones in the restrooms. Consequently, the director decided to build restrooms on the second floor. In reality, a person was hidden behind every single mirror. Those were the people influenced by it whom the director had killed. The director was terrified when he saw the eerie black stains on his own clothes. The fish added that due to the prolonged battle with it, the director was also contaminated and turned into a monster. Thus, the director ordered the museum staff to lock him on the third floor, while simultaneously extracting something from him at regular intervals. That room's door remained tightly shut, and the extracted substances were used as lamp oil to erase the memories of terrified tourists. The fish said that if it and the black cat encountered anyone capable of changing the museum's current state, they had to prevent that person from entering the wax museum. The fish looked at Su Xiao and explained that the wax museum was an extremely terrifying place, and the hiding spot of it. Su Xiao sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand as he looked intently at the fish and asked, "Are you saying it is still in the museum, hiding in the wax museum?" The fish nodded in response with a worried expression. "Precisely so. While contending with it, the director built the wax museum, and used a certain method to trap it there." The white bear stood to the side listening to the conversation between the two. The fish seemed to remember something and said happily, "Oh right, the director once gave the black cat a map. That might be the map that truly allows one to leave the museum, but the black cat lost it, and its whereabouts are unknown. It might be in the hands of its minions. That brat killed the black cat so cruelly, likely to force out the location of the map." Su Xiao looked seriously at the fish and asked, "When the director gave you the map, you must have seen it, right? Where is the museum's exit?" The fish waved its fins blankly. I've never seen that map. It was always kept by the black cat. Now that the black cat is dead, I have even less of a clue where the exit is." Hearing the fish's words, Su Xiao wore a look of disdain, and the fish continued, "But since it was a mission entrusted by the director, even if the black cat is dead, I must take you away from here." Su Xiao looked at the fish and said, "Fine, follow me from now on. If we can find the exit, I will definitely thank you." The fish replied with wide eyes, "Thank you for your trust." Subsequently, the white bear was recalled. Su Xiao picked up the book and focused his attention on it. How strange. He then tucked the book into his pocket and turned to walk away. He looked down and told the fish that they were going to the third floor now, as they might find some clues there. The fish squinted its eyes happily, following behind and saying, "All right, I will definitely protect you." The viewers felt something was off. Everyone, doesn't this feel weird? For now, it seems the blind cat and that little boy aren't on the same side, but neither are good people. This fish and the black cat are teammates. It feels like it's lying no matter how you think about it. It's fine, it's not certain who's tricking whom. That's Big Boss Su Xiao we're talking about. As Su Xiao prepared to take the fish to the third floor, Minister Han of South Korea also encountered an employee disguised by the blind cat. The employee's face was grim and his pupils were blood red. He spoke, "Sir, which path exactly do you want to take? Speak quickly." Minister Han stammered in terror. What do you want? Don't push me." Just as the blind cat was forcing him to make a choice, the fish appeared in time, saving the endangered Minister Han like a savior. The fish roared fiercely, "What are you doing? Get lost now?" The black cat subsequently detached from the employee's body and ran off. Minister Han was completely stunned by the scene, thus the fish successfully became a presence that Minister Han trusted relatively well. It explained the museum's secrets to Minister Han, who believed them wholeheartedly. The fish bragged shamelessly to Minister Han, but the story was exactly the same version it had told Su Shao. Only in the version told to Minister Han, both the black cat and that child were minions of it. Subsequently, the fish said to Minister Han, "Let's hurry to the 3rd floor. There are clues about the map there." He replied in fear, "Is it okay to go to the 3rd floor? Taboo 7 says there's a monster on the 3rd floor of the museum." The system displayed the information for Taboo 7. "Leave the management office immediately. The people there are not administrators. The real administrators have turned into monsters." The fish said with a look of disdain, "Where would a monster come from in this museum? Besides, didn't Su Shao of the Dragon Kingdom tell you that Taboo 7 is wrong?" Minister Han fell into deep thought. Su Shao had indeed said that. Suddenly he stood up and looked suspiciously at the fish, saying, "Wait, how do you know what Su Shao said to me?" The fish turned its face away and pretended not to care. "Calm down. I've been staying on the 2nd floor. What's so strange about hearing you talk to Su Shao?" Minister Han stopped doubting and said, "So that's how it is?" The fish sighed and walked ahead, saying, "How about this? I'll walk in front, and if there's danger, I'll definitely protect you." Minister Han followed behind and replied with concern, "All right, thank you then." Moments later, they arrived at the 3rd floor, which was pitch black and eerie. Minister Han scratched his head and asked shrinkingly, "Are you sure it's safe here? I always feel the 3rd floor is very bizarre." The fish began to use words to goad him. "Seriously, you want to clear the stage but don't want to take risks. You're so hesitant. How can you leave the museum, given the chance, and you're still useless? Are you going or not? Coward." This successfully enraged Minister Han, who said with a look of resolve, "Who says I don't dare? Damn it, don't look down on the determination of the Republic of Korea." The fish looked at him and smiled sinisterly. "That's more like it. Don't worry, I will definitely help you leave this place." Viewers analyzed that there was definitely something wrong with this fish. Its words and actions were inconsistent. Near Su Shao it acted extremely loyal, but near Minister Han it kept using reverse psychology. Viewers analyzed one after another. Exactly. On Big Boss Su Shao's side, the black cat was killed by the little boy, so it says it and the black cat are teammates. But Minister Han was being forced by the black cat to choose a path, so it appeared to scare the cat away and then said the black cat and the boy are on the same side. It's clear its goal is to gain the contestants' trust and then lead them to the 3rd floor. I bet there's something extremely terrifying on the 3rd floor. The fish stood before a half-open door and said to Minister Han, "Inside is the director's office. Let's go in and take a look." He asked in surprise, "Why are the lights on inside? Is there someone in there?" The fish pushed the door open and said while entering, "You'll know once we go in." Minister Han looked at the line of red text on the door. "Museum Director's Office, no unauthorized entry." He looked at that line of text with great doubt. Subsequently, Minister Han tried to flee in terror. "No, I'm not going in. I want to go back to the 2nd floor," but the fish had already turned dark and black mist kept surging from the room, grabbing him. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Minister Han was grabbed by something and dragged into the office. He screamed continuously, "No, don't kill me. Help!" Subsequently, he let out a final pained wail, and then there was only silence. The system popped up an announcement. South Korean contestant Minister Han has been devoured by an eerie entity. Strange Tale World Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The viewers had indeed guessed right. Holy crap, that fish really was bad. It was helping the eerie entity on the 3rd floor catch people. I've already started looking forward to Big Boss Su Shao's performance. It's definitely going to be brilliant. Meanwhile, after Joe Tai returned to the 1st floor, an employee wearing a black uniform found him. He asked vigilantly, what do you want?" The black uniformed employee smiled kindly. "Don't be afraid. We know you are a good person and there are 2 things we'd like to give you." Viewers were puzzled. What things? Why give them only to Joe Tai? Was it because Joe Tai just came down from the path on the left? Most likely. Let's keep watching. The black uniformed employee said, "These are the eyes of the black cat. You'll have a use for them eventually." Joe Tai reached out to take them and said, "Ah, thank you." The black uniformed employee also handed over an envelope. "Furthermore, this is the information on the child the director adopted. It clearly records the secrets of that boy." Joe Tai took it, focusing his thoughts. "The child the director adopted. Does it refer to that brat on the 1st floor?" Joe Tai opened the files, thinking to see what was recorded inside. According to the records, that child was actually picked up from a trash can by the director. The director had spent his whole life doing good deeds. Most of his monthly salary was donated, leaving only a small portion to maintain a livelihood and raise this child. He took meticulous care of the child, feeding it spoonful by spoonful, his gaze always full of maternal-like love. When that child appeared, it was only 3 years old. But because the child was too young and lacked enough cognitive ability, The director had no way to control it or keep it by his side. Thick black mist surrounded the little boy. "What is that?" The director anxiously protected the child, telling him not to go over there. But no matter how hard the director tried to take the child and escape, the child stubbornly refused. Even after escaping outside, the child would run back crying. When the director knew he was about to be devoured, he pushed the boy away and told him to run. "I can't leave, you run quickly." But the boy turned back and said, "No, I don't want to leave alone. I want you to accompany me. This might be the bond of kinship." Later, when the director led the staff to fight it, the child was inadvertently caught in the middle multiple times. Black mist enveloped the entire exhibition area. Finally, the director realized he couldn't defeat it, so he found a method from somewhere to sacrifice himself to temporarily suppress it. Black mist surrounded his body, and he looked as if he had lost his soul. The director vanished forever, leaving the museum and the child to the surviving employees. The little boy was very sad, stubbornly standing there knocking on the door. "No, don't leave me." Subsequently, although it was suppressed, the museum also fell into an eerie state. No one could leave this place. It seemed as if a power was controlling everything, including that child. Gradually, people began to go mad. And that child, due to the long-term influence of it, turned into its current form. After reading the files, Joe Tai said sadly, "So the truth was like this. The director and the child are both pitiable people." The black uniformed employee spoke up. "But sometimes that child also has moments of clarity. Those eyes I gave you just now were handed to me by him during a moment of clarity. I'm giving them to you now, hoping you can help us break free from its control." Joe Tai smiled confidently, patted the black uniformed employee's shoulder, and made a gesture saying, "Don't worry, I'll tell Big Boss Su Xiao about this. He will definitely help everyone defeat it." The black uniformed employee nodded. "Then on behalf of everyone, I thank you in advance." Meanwhile, in the second-floor restroom, Joe Tai was contemplating in front of the mirror. "The big boss hasn't appeared and Andy hasn't appeared either. How should I tell them the news I know?" When he saw a black cat appear behind him in the reflection, he jumped. "Right behind me. When did this black cat appear?" The black cat launched a surprise attack, fiercely opening its mouth and lunging at Joe Tai. He collapsed backward, raising his hands to protect his head. Eyes shut tight as he screamed, "Ah!" Simultaneously, the black cat's two eyes flew out. He still didn't open his eyes, waving his hands and screaming continuously, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The black cat sniffed the pair of eyes that had fallen to the ground. Subsequently, Joe Tai opened his eyes, looking at the cat in terror. "Huh, it really didn't kill me." Subsequently, the black cat regained its original eyes. It looked at him in silence and then turned to stride away. Joe Tai let out a long sigh of relief. "Phew, alive, I survived." The viewers also broke into a cold sweat for him. That was too close. Joe Tai almost got eliminated by that black cat. From the situation just now, the black cat attacked Joe Tai to take back its eyes, and after taking them, it did nothing else. Could those eyes be useless? According to the rules of the Strange Tale world, those eyes couldn't possibly be useless. Wait and see, it must be the start of something. Andy was currently being led by that fish, and he asked with some confusion, "Little fish, you said the map is with the black cat, and the black cat might be hiding on the third floor now. I ask you, how do you know these things?" The fish said despondently. "I'm guessing." Andy crossed his arms and questioned, "Guessing? I think you're lying. You'd better think carefully before you speak, otherwise I won't go to the third floor with you." The fish looked at Andy and replied sinisterly, "Do you want to miss the chance to leave the museum?" Viewers continued to analyze. Andy must have used his infinite deduction talent and secretly sensed that this fish was not a good person. Everything it said might not be the truth. Then why didn't Andy just refuse directly instead of going in circles with it? After speaking, Andy sat on the steps, squinted at the fish and said half-jokingly, "Anyway, since I've entered the museum, if I can't find the exit, I might as well stay and deal with it alongside the employees." The fish turned pale with fright upon hearing this. "Deal with it? Have you gone mad?" Viewers became increasingly curious. "I always feel Andy is baiting this fish as if trying to get something out of it. Heavens, even an honest person like Andy has started learning to trick people. I'm very much looking forward to whether this fish will fall for it." Andy looked at the fish and said firmly, "I haven't gone mad. And I'm not afraid to tell you, I've actually already found a way to deal with it, so I'm very confident that I can completely clear its influence this time." Hearing this, it opened its mouth in surprise to investigate. "What? You've already found a way to completely eliminate it? What way? Tell me quickly." Andy looked seriously at the fish and said, "I can't tell you this method, but I've already told this method to an employee on the first floor. I believe it won't be long before they start taking action." It grew anxious. "What? You've already let the employees on the first floor prepare for action?" Subsequently, it paced around anxiously, jumping up and down and shouting, "My friend, we must stop the actions of the museum employees. If they are allowed to go to the third floor, I won't be able to get out." Andy wore a look of helplessness, waved his hand and said, "If we really can't get out, then let's die together. Anyway, I've already become indifferent to life and death." The fish shouted, "You can't be so negative. Think of your family. Do you really have the heart to see them suffer for you?" Andy frowned. "Then you tell me what we should do now," it said in a normal tone. "It's simple. You go stop those employees and then come with me to the 3rd floor to find the black cat and get the map." He rubbed his chin with a difficult look. "It seems not quite right for me to go back on my word like this. It will definitely arouse their suspicion." "Why don't you go down to the 1st floor and stop them?" It quickly refused. I can't. I absolutely cannot go to the 1st floor." Subsequently, Andy leaned against the stair railing as if despondent and said, "If you don't go, then I won't go either. I think I'll just wait for death in peace." The fish looked at his appearance and contemplated for a long time, thinking it really hadn't expected this guy to be so determined to die and even want to drag it down as a cushion. "I can't just let it go like this." Subsequently, it walked down a few steps, turned back and said seriously to Andy, "Fine, I'll go talk to the employees. You wait for me here. I'll be right back." "I'll be back soon," he said, waving cheerfully. The viewers were engaged in an excited discussion. So Andy was planning to trick that fish into going to the 1st floor all along. This kid didn't even spare the cat, so he definitely wasn't going to be soft on the fish. Andy is aiming for a dog-eat-dog scenario between the eerie creatures. Nicely done. That fish has been completely bamboozled by him. He sat there, watching the fish's figure gradually disappear. Afterward, holding the frog balloon tightly, he crouched in the corner and peeked at the fish, only to find that it had transformed into a monster with a fish's head and a human's body. Andy gave a satisfied cold sneer. "Go ahead and eat each other. Now I can continue my deductions in peace," he then pondered. "I must keep the frog balloon by my side to prevent any eerie objects from interfering during the deduction." In one of the results of the infinite deduction, he hallucinated himself being surrounded by black mist with his neck locked tight. "Ah," a voice echoed from the black mist. "Foolish human, do you still think you can oppose me?" The mere thought sent a jolt of panic through him. He muttered to himself, "Too terrifying, simply too terrifying. I didn't expect that even after being locked away for so long it could still kill me so easily. Even more unexpected is that the balloon by my side cannot stop its perception. The blind cat, the missing eyes, these are the key points. I have to find a way to get those eyes back." Afterward, Andy closed his eyes, one hand feeling along the wall to find his way, while the other activated his talent. "My mental power is waning. Infinite deduction can no longer be used. I'll have to rely on myself to find that pair of eyes." Suddenly, the blind cat appeared behind Andy without warning, startling him into spinning around. He saw it shrouded in black mist. Andy looked at it calmly and said, "Don't try to scare me. I know that as long as I don't violate the taboos, you can't kill me." The black cat hissed in rage, its fur standing on end, letting out a shrill cry. Andy continued, "How about this? Shall we make a deal? I'll help you find your eyes, and in return you don't have to help that stupid fish anymore. If it weren't for him, you probably wouldn't have ended up in this state today." The blind cat let out a wary cry. Andy got straight to the point. "What I mean is, it was that fish that caused you to become like this. Through my infinite deduction, I saw that both you and the fish serve it. But that fish has always been targeting you. Initially, he was the one who lured that child to the 2nd floor, which led to your eyes being blinded. Later, he even snatched all the credit and framed you for hiding the map." The black cat let out a startled, strange cry. Andy looked at the black cat and gave a bitter smile. "If I had a teammate like that, I would have sold him out long ago. A teammate like that simply isn't worth trusting." The blind cat reached the peak of its rage and let out a loud roar. "Meow, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to tear that stupid fish to shreds." Afterward, Andy patted his chest and looked at the black cat with a gaze of absolute resolve, promising, "Rest assured, I know you're afraid of that child and don't dare go to the 1st floor. I can lure that fish up here, and I can also help you find your eyes. Wait for me." The black cat responded, "Meow, it's a deal." Andy walked down the stairs step by step to the museum's 1st floor. The black uniformed employee was carrying the dying fish toward Andy. The fish's identity had been seen through by the child on the 1st floor, and it was nearly beaten to death, saved only by the employee's timely intervention. The black uniformed employee said, "I'm leaving it to you now. I believe you can do it. Lead us in escaping its control." With his hands in his pockets, he said, "Thank you, I'll do my best." After handing over the fish, the employee gave Andy 3 things: a lunchbox, files regarding the child and the black cat's eyes. He carried the fish and these items as he turned to leave. Andy ate the lunch while reading the files, and once his mental state had mostly recovered, he slowly returned to the 2nd floor. In the 2nd floor area of the museum, Andy tossed the fish onto the steps and threw the eyes to the black cat, saying, "I brought them back for you." The fish cried out in surprise, "What's going on? This human brought me to the 2nd floor, wasn't it to save me?" The black cat took the eyes and placed them into its sockets. Once its vision was restored, the black cat's face turned grim, its gaze turning ice-cold as it said, "Meow, I'm going to kill you," it cursed. "You idiot teammate." The fish looked at the black cat in a panic and shouted, what are you trying to do? We're on the same side, you can't believe this human's lies." The black cat lunged forward without a word, decisively clawing the fish's face. The fish let out a pained scream, "Ah," and then died, turning into a puddle of paper pulp. Something was revealed beneath the pulp. Andy was quick and snatched it up, saying in surprise, "What's this, a museum map?" Behind him, the black cat hissed and roared, "Give it back to me." With one hand on his hip and the other holding the map high, he taunted and threatened the black cat. "The fact that you killed that fish means you've betrayed it. If you don't want to die here, you have to listen to me now," the black cat cursed. "What, you despicable human, you dare trick me?" Andy replied leisurely. "Well, it's already happened, you decide what to do next." The viewers couldn't help but marvel. Too strong, Andy not only tricked the fish but also the cat. Truly killing two birds with one stone. "I'm ready to call him a god for this scene," the black cat responded quickly. "Fine, I'll cooperate with you." Meanwhile, on the side of the American contestant Lucas, the black cat was staring at him warily, its entire body on alert. It cried out, "Human, what are you trying to do?" Lucas wore an evil smile, laughing coldly. Seeing this, the viewers commented, "Holy crap, Lucas has gone crazy beyond all imagination." He picked up a scalpel and said, "If I kill you, I won't have to face a choice. Little kitty, don't be afraid, I just want you to feel a little pawn." The black cat turned to run, thinking, "Can't mess with this guy, can't mess with him." Lucas stood behind and gave a cold laugh, then threw a playing card toward it, shouting, "Thinking of running in your dreams." The card sliced through the cat's tail, pinning it firmly to the ground. The cat wailed in pain as Lucas approached with the knife. His shadow loomed over the black cat. He revealed an evil smile, softly whispering terrifying words, "Be a good boy and accept my surgery. I promise to make your death extremely painful." The black cat couldn't escape and could only cry out helplessly for help. "This human is crazy. Help!" Suddenly, the fish appeared behind Lucas to stop him. "Hey human, don't be too heartless. We'll have to see each other again later." He still wore that mad smile as he looked back. Then he turned his head, his eyes full of madness and deathly intent as he stared at the fish and said, "See each other again? I think you're looking to see God." He then lunged at the fish like a madman. "Don't worry, I'll send you to see God right now." It was terrified. "Damn it, why is this human attacking everyone he sees, a total madman through and through?" "Black cat, you solved the mess you started, stop him, quick." The black cat had already pulled the card out of its tail. It tossed the card aside, turned quickly and left, abandoning the fish and saying, "I don't have time to stop him. I'm slipping away first." The fish flew into a rage, cursing loudly, "Bastard, you ungrateful, heartless, toxic, blind cat." The fish screamed in terror and ducked into the shadows to flee. Lucas was hot on its heels. The viewers began to discuss, "Everyone, do you think this fish can get away?" "It probably can. They're hiding in the dark and Lucas hasn't found them. If it hides now, it might have a chance to escape. But in my view, once a madman like Lucas starts acting up, he stops using his brain, he probably won't get far." Meanwhile, Su Xiao took the fish to the third floor and received a reminder from the Dragon Kingdom high levels. The reminder showed that the map was right inside the fish's belly. Su Xiao was stunned after reading it. He looked at the fish that was leisurely leading the way and thought, "This fish is truly a thief crying thief, but I still have to keep it. I'll need its cooperation for my act later." With a face full of excitement, he said to the fish, "Open the door, I can't wait to meet the administrator." The moment the fish touched the door, it was sucked in by a powerful suction. Afterward, both the fish and Su Xiao were sucked into the room, falling to the ground. The fish walked toward a table with candles burning with green fire, knelt down and reported respectfully, "Master, I have brought someone. I have screened this fellow for you," it continued. "He is definitely a handsome, perfect vessel of a body. The black cat is already dead, killed by this human. Once you return again, I believe you will be able to completely escape its control." Witnessing this, Su Xiao grew suspicious. "Master, all the words it said to me at the beginning were lies. So does this master it's talking about refer to itself or the administrator?" Then the two candles on the table went out, leaving only a wisp of lingering smoke. Judging by the hairstyle and clothes, it was indeed the controlled administrator, but he no longer had skin or flesh, only a skeleton remained. Two spheres of blue fire floated around him. Leaning back in his chair, he looked at the fish and said with satisfaction, "Well done. The rewards for both of you belong to you now. Once I can control the museum again, I will grant you even greater eerie power." He then gestured to the fish, "Quickly perform the soul swap ritual. Let this fresh body become a part of me." The fish replied, "Yes, master." Afterward, it looked at Su Xiao with a face full of disgust and said, "Foolish human, I didn't expect a few casual words of mine would play you like a fiddle." As expected, aside from master, you humans are all low IQ morons. Su Xiao sat in the chair with his arms crossed and legs cocked, speaking calmly. "You humans, it seems your master was originally a human too. The fish seemed a bit embarrassed and said perfunctorily, "Stop talking nonsense, hurry and become part of Master." Su Xiao gave a cold snort and replied, "A fish is just a fish, I came with you on purpose, did you really think you could trick me? Take my punch." He curled his lip in disdain, then landed a punch on the fish's face, making it cry out in pain. The fish fell to the floor and started crying loudly. "I was wrong, human. I shouldn't have brought you here, I shouldn't have been bewitched by him." Su Xiao stared at it sternly and asked, "Then tell me what exactly is your master?" It replied. I'll talk. He's actually the admin." Before the fish could finish, the figure appeared behind it and roared in rage, "Useless waste of space, die!" Afterward, the administrator moved to kill the fish amidst its shock. The viewers commented, "Whoa, the map in the fish's belly was shredded too. Is the map unusable now? Everyone don't panic. I believe Big Boss Su Xiao can clear the round even without a map." He stared at Su Xiao angrily and cursed, "Accursed thing." He then rushed in front of Su Xiao and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you plan to help it deal with me too. You've all been tricked by it. It is the mastermind, you fools, you bunch of fools." Su Xiao said calmly, "You dare curse at me? I've got to show you some color." Next, with a heart full of rage, he put his hands on his hips and pointed a finger at him, giving the order, "Cloth Doll Black General, go." The man was startled and cried out, "Eerie objects, damn it, you actually brought other eerie objects into the museum?" Green mist suddenly emerged by the table with the two candles. Standing in the black mist with green light reflecting off his face, he shouted, "Ah, no, they shouldn't belong here." Su Xiao was surprised to see the book automatically open in front of him. What's this?" Text appeared on the pages. "I think the biggest mistake I've ever made in my life was coming to work at this museum with my brother. My brother is the administrator of the museum, while I am just a minor employee, but my brother and I have a very good relationship. He often takes care of me. I think being an ordinary employee is very happy. At least it's not as tiring as my brother's job. I get along very well with my colleagues too." The administrator brought food to his brother. "Eat up, I added a chicken leg for you." The administrator's brother happily took it. "Thanks, brother." Recently, the brother has been doing something in secret. He goes out frequently, and with high frequency. Seeing his brother heading out, the younger brother asked in confusion, "Brother, why are you leaving the museum again?" Through the small talk of the museum employees, I found out that my brother is doing charity and other meaningful things. I'm very fortunate to have such a brother. His image is both low profile and great. The younger brother asked an employee who said, "The director has been doing charity recently, so he's quite busy." The younger brother replied, "So that's how it is, as expected of my brother. Today, my brother brought back a child. My brother said he found the child in a trash can and wanted to adopt him because he looked pitiable. I support my brother's decision. My admiration for my brother has grown even deeper." Holding the child, the brother smiled at the younger brother and said, "I've adopted him. From now on you are officially upgraded." The brother's outings became more and more frequent. The adopted child was slowly growing up. Strangely, my brother bought him many supplements, but his face remained pale. I feel that child doesn't have the vitality a living person should have at all. Today I couldn't take it anymore and secretly took him to the hospital. The test results gave me a huge shock. The doctor diagnosed the boy with anemia, even abnormally severe anemia. I saw needle marks on the child's hands. I suspect he seems to be having blood drawn every day, and at the same time his blood is being drawn, someone else's blood is being transfused in. Holding the child, the younger brother was startled to hear this. "What?" The doctor also said this had been going on for at least 2 years. Holding the child and the results, the younger brother was hit with a massive blow. 2 years? Could it be my brother doing this? "Brother, you actually did this kind of thing to him?" I questioned my brother to his face, but he claimed he was completely unaware. Holding the child, the younger brother roared in rage. "Fine, I'll take it as you truly not knowing, but I can't let you keep raising him. From today on, I'll raise him." The brother turned to leave unpleasantly. "Do as you wish." The child became more and more dependent on me, gradually treating me as my brother. Looking at the child clinging to him, the younger brother thought with a gentle gaze, "It's no wonder. My brother and I are twins and we're often mistaken for each other." Recently, a series of unexplainable strange things have happened at the museum. At night I saw a blind cat walking around on the second floor, and a talking fish. All of this was very eerie. Seeing this sight, the younger brother was scared witless. My God, what kind of ghostly things are these too? Not long after, more strange things happened in the museum. Display cases suddenly shattered, and some tourists who went to the second floor disappeared there. The younger brother found footprints on the floor and wondered, why did the footprints suddenly disappear? Where did the people go? As more and more tourists went missing, I had to start suspecting my brother because he is the source of all the strange events. The younger brother stood at the entrance to the third floor, hesitating. "Brother is in the third floor office." Should I go up and ask? Tonight I gathered my courage and went to the 3rd floor and saw a scene in my brother's office that I will never forget. Standing at the door, the younger brother looked in terror at his blood-stained brother. The younger brother spoke up and asked, "Brother, what have you done? How did you become like this?" My brother turned into a monster wearing human skin. He was gradually losing his reason, wanting to control the entire museum and make everyone his follower. Everyone was locked inside the museum, unable to escape, unable to touch the door, unable to struggle. The younger brother hid in the corner trembling, avoiding his brother who was searching for him. The brother gave an evil smile and shouted, "Brother, come out. You can never leave the museum again. I'll find you sooner or later." I tried to lead the employees in a resistance. The blackened brother looked at them and said, "Don't make pointless struggles. You can't do anything to me." But against the power of that eerie object, our resistance was no more than a mantis trying to stop a carriage. Fortunately, my brother still remembered our past and didn't kill me. Only I was left dying while everyone else lost their lives. To stop my brother, I took a risk and swapped my blood with that child's. The younger brother apologized helplessly to the child. "I'm sorry, this was the only way Uncle could think of." As expected, I also gained that kind of eerie power. But this power I simply cannot control. My body is rotting away, becoming the museum's 2nd monster. Before he errs any further, I still have time. The younger brother made up his mind. "Brother, I don't want you to keep making mistakes. I must stop you." The flames were slowly consuming the paper covered in handwriting. "Brother, please forgive me. I cannot stand by and watch you destroy the things you cherish most. You may have simply lost your way. And I must bring you back to the right path." Viewers left conflicted comments. "Holy crap, that's it? Didn't that fish just say the monster appeared on its own and the director only turned strange after being contaminated? Who exactly is telling the truth?" Another viewer's comment appeared. "Obviously, the younger brother is telling the truth. Everything the fish said before were lies, just to trick the contestants into going to the 3rd floor. So that's how it is. Then this director really is rotten to the core, turning the museum into this ghostly state just to gain power." The director looked at Su Xiao, sighed, and said, "I believe after reading the diary, you've already guessed who I am. My brother lost his way, and as his younger sibling, I simply didn't want to see him fall deeper and deeper." Su Xiao held the diary and looked at him doubtfully, asking, "So, you are the administrator's brother?" He immediately replied, "Of course, everything I've done was to stop my brother." Su Xiao squinted at him and asked, "There's nothing wrong with wanting to stop your brother, but there's one thing I don't understand. If that diary just now wasn't a forgery, then what was your state of mind when you were writing it?" he said decisively. "Naturally, it was anger and loathing. I absolutely cannot forgive my brother's actions." Su Xiao observed him solemnly and gave his evaluation. "Then it's far too obvious. You aren't the administrator's brother at all. You are the museum administrator himself." He pressed Su Xiao. "How did you know?" Su Xiao rested his chin in his hand, his gaze sharp as he said, "If I'm not mistaken, the moment you saw me carrying eerie objects, you knew you were no match for me. Therefore, you abandoned the idea of seizing my body and instead disguised yourself as the younger brother to mislead me, hoping to use my hands to get rid of your sibling." Su Xiao placed one hand on his hip and pointed forward with the other. He frowned at the other party and continued, "But unfortunately, when I asked you about your feelings while writing the diary, your answer struck me as a bit hilarious." The administrator smiled contemptuously. "Hilarious? What's so hilarious? My foolish brother has opposed me from the very beginning. Aside from hating me, what other emotion could he possibly have in his heart?" Su Xiao spoke up indignantly on behalf of the brother. "No, he has always loved you. He stopped you not to kill you, but to save you." He laughed again, looked at Su Xiao and said, "Even if that's the case, so what? I no longer have any feelings for him. Kill me, I admit defeat. I am no match for you." Su Xiao glanced at him and turned to walk away, saying as he went, "I don't feel like killing you just yet." He asked, "Why?" Su Xiao looked back at the administrator and revealed a cunning smile. "Want to know? Figure it out yourself." He remained silent. Viewers commented happily, "Big Boss Su Xiao is as wicked as ever. He's got the director completely baffled." Another viewer asked bluntly, "Anyone want to guess why the boss didn't kill him? I'm curious too." Some viewers guess the boss might be thinking like this. He can be killed at any time anyway. Better to keep him alive and see what the brother has to say. Handling things thoroughly makes it easier to get a full score clearance evaluation. Other viewers commented, "Makes sense." Su Xiao looked back and gestured to the cloth doll behind him. "Keep an eye on the director, don't let him play any tricks. Black General, go nearby and see if there are any useful clues." The cloth doll nodded and the Black General replied, "As you command." Subsequently, the cloth doll monitored the director closely, while the Black General sniffed around the room. Su Xiao watched with satisfaction. A few minutes later, the Black General used its tongue, which had transformed into a tentacle, to hand Su Xiao a file and a set of keys. He took the keys and said with a satisfied look, "Oh, Manual B and 3 keys. Not bad. It seems there are quite a few clues in this office." Su Xiao turned and walked away smugly, saying, "Cloth Doll, come with me to the 1st and 2nd floors to look for other clues. Black General, you stay here and keep an eye on him. Don't let him do anything sneaky." Upon receiving the order, the Black General sat by the director's feet wagging its tail while the Cloth Doll followed Su Xiao out. The director stood quietly thinking to himself, "Damn it, he actually didn't kill me." Su Xiao picked up the newly acquired Manual B and read carefully. Taboo 12. The Wax Museum is an extremely dangerous place. Do not go there to find it. Taboo 13. If you unfortunately enter the Wax Museum and are locked inside, please maintain absolute silence. Do not make any noise. Taboo 14. The Wax Museum displays wax figures of various forms, all made to resemble real people. Their eyes cannot move and their bodies certainly cannot move. Taboo 15. When those wax figures are staring at you, ensure that you are also looking them directly in the eyes. Never close your eyes, otherwise something extremely terrifying will happen. Taboo 16. There are no wax figures modeled after human skeletons in the Wax Museum. If you see one, please leave immediately. Taboo 17. The Wax Museum has no exit. Taboo 11 in Manual A. If you follow the above taboos and finish visiting the entire museum, congratulations. You may leave the museum safely through the entrance. Su Xiao closed Manual B coldly and muttered to himself, "Manual B emphasizes the Wax Museum. It seems Taboo 11 in Manual A is a lie. The museum's exit is likely related to the Wax Museum. It might even be inside it." Meanwhile, Andy was tricking the Black Cat into going up to the 3rd floor together. Before heading up, Andy had already used his deduction talent several times. He looked at the Black Cat walking on the stairs and thought, "Once I'm upstairs, as long as I follow the most accurate deduction, I'll be able to successfully get Manual B and the 3 keys." Upon entering the office, Andy indeed quickly found Manual B and the keys. Using the Black Cat as a sacrificial pawn, he safely escaped the 3rd floor. While the director was busy killing the cat, he quietly slipped away with the manual and keys. Over on Lucas's side, both the Black Cat and the fish were still alive, hiding in a dark corner and watching Lucas head up to the 3rd floor alone. His face was filled with confidence, and he was laughing wildly. The fish and the Black Cat watched him walk without fear and disgust. The fish said, "Look at that, the madman is going to the 3rd floor voluntarily without us even having to induce him. He really is an utter lunatic," the Black Cat agreed. Suddenly the fish puffed out its cheeks in anger, pointed at the cat, and shouted, "Good heavens, I almost forgot. You stupid cat just betrayed me earlier. I haven't settled the score with you yet." The Black Cat's fur stood on end as it used all its strength to say, "Don't blame me." Subsequently, the fish whipped its tail toward the Black Cat, shouting angrily, "Check out my dragon tail swipe." Because of its small size, the Black Cat couldn't dodge, and its resistance was futile. It cried out, "Damn it, I'm a dignified cat. How can I not even beat a salted fish like you? This isn't scientific." Suddenly a piercing scream rang out, "Ah, you madman, you really are a total lunatic." The fish and the Black Cat were startled by the scream and looked at each other, saying, "Why is the administrator screaming so miserably?" The administrator hid in terror by the desk, poking his head out to look at Lucas and shouting, "You freak, you madman. I already showed you the diary. Why won't you let me go?" Lucas held a small knife, looking at the administrator with great interest like a psycho, and said, "Eerie objects are best at misleading the human heart. You'd better save those words for God. My responsibility is to send you to meet him." Meanwhile, the fish and the Black Cat listened to the administrator's screams and the constant commotion from outside the door. They were worried for him but too scared to go in. The fish asked the Black Cat in a panic, Should we go in and save the master in this situation? I believe the master won't blame us, right?" the Black Cat replied hesitantly. "I agree." Suddenly, the administrator was knocked flying out of the room, crashing the door open. He shouted for help. The fish and the Black Cat were so frightened by the scene that they shouted in unison, "How terrifying!" The master was actually scared into running out of the office by him. The administrator stood before the fish and the Black Cat, fuming with rage, and cursed, "You two useless things, I told you to find me a suitable body, and you brought me a madman. Did you bring this guy here to test me? Who could possibly handle this kind of test?" The fish and the Black Cat trembled as they said, "Sorry, master, we didn't." Lucas walked out abruptly holding his knife, looking murderous and hideous as he spoke. "Don't run, you won't escape no matter what." The administrator and the fish were both terrified by him. Subsequently, the administrator suddenly threw the fish and the Black Cat toward Lucas, saying, "You two stop this madman for me." They were caught off guard by the sudden turn of events and screamed, "Ah!" Lucas decisively sliced the fish and the Black Cat in half with one stroke. The administrator shouted in rage in front of him. Holy crap! At this point, Lucas seemed to have completely suppressed the administrator. Like a vengeful spirit, he radiated murderous intent as he stared at the other. You have nowhere left to run. If I'm not mistaken, you can't leave the third floor at all. The administrator was flustered and at a loss, only able to say weakly, Don't come over here. That knife was pointed directly at him, and at this moment it didn't look small at all. Lucas held the small knife and stopped right at the administrator's neck. The latter was breaking into a cold sweat from fear. Viewers were suddenly puzzled. Why did Lucas suddenly stop? The administrator also spoke up to ask Lucas, what's wrong? Why did you stop? Subsequently, he withdrew his hand and said to the administrator with a normal face, I've suddenly calmed down and don't want to kill you anymore. Keeping you alive might be useful later. On the second day, after finishing breakfast, Su Xiao entered the second-floor restroom and stood in front of the mirror. This time, all surviving contestants seemed to have gathered here. Contestants from India, Vatican City, and Australia appeared blankly in the mirror. Su Xiao tilted his head to express his view. I'll start with my deduction. The black cat and the fish went to great lengths to induce us to go to the third floor, which proves there was no compulsion in the rules for us to go up. Therefore, the museum mentioned in the director's diary is like another level. You can choose to go or not. The system displayed the manual Taboo 11. If you strictly follow the above taboos and visit the entire museum, then congratulations, you may now safely leave the museum. The main entrance is the exit. Su Xiao continued, therefore I suspect it's not necessary to follow the taboos in Manual B, which is to say, Taboo 11 in Manual A might be the correct one. Those who haven't gone to the third floor or those who haven't gone up yet can try to clear the round this way. Upon hearing this, the Vatican contestant called out to him with a serious expression, Big Boss, I haven't been to the third floor either, and I haven't violated any taboos. Then why hasn't the clearance notification sounded yet? Su Xiao rested his chin in his hand, looked at him, and said, If I'm not mistaken, you definitely missed a key piece of information, which is to find the missing exhibits and return them to their places. The Vatican contestant nodded and replied seriously, Big Boss Su Xiao, you're absolutely right. I indeed haven't found the missing exhibits yet. Can you tell me if there are clues about the exhibits on the third floor? Before he could hear Su Xiao's answer, the mirror beside him suddenly shattered, disconnecting him from everyone. Heavens, what happened? Viewers felt regret for him. What a pity. The Vatican contestant was just a step away from hearing Big Boss Su Xiao's tip. I guess the strange tale world doesn't allow this kind of cheating. Su Xiao remembered that Minister Han just now had also received nothing but incorrect information because he wanted Big Boss Su Xiao to give him a tip. On Su Xiao's side, he told Andy not to hope for answers through this method of communication. Even if you get an answer, it might not be the right one. From now on, we'll switch to communicating with our eyes. Andy replied with a serious face, Okay. Zhou Tai spoke up worriedly. Communication with eyes? Can we understand what each other means? Jane also said with concern. Yeah, what can eyes express? Jane scratched her head and said, We can only try. If we really can't understand, there's nothing we can do, we'll have to rely on ourselves. After some attempts, Su Xiao and Andy were soon able to communicate smoothly. However, no matter how Zhou Tai, Gang, and Jane squinted and frowned, they couldn't understand each other's meaning. Su Xiao winked at Andy, and Andy raised his hand to signal his understanding. Meanwhile, the other three were still over there, gesturing and twitching their eyelids. 10 minutes later, after Su Xiao and Andy finished their conversation, the mirror also shattered. Continuing to communicate this way was impossible. Zhou Tai scratched his head dejectedly and sighed. No way to communicate with anyone now. I'll just have to do as Big Boss Su Xiao said and try to find the missing exhibits to see if I can clear the round early. Suddenly, the fish and the black cat walked in, giving him a fright. The fish spoke up. I heard everything you all just said. You want to leave the museum, right? It's very simple. Follow us to the third floor. The way out of here is up there. Zhou Tai asked with heavy suspicion. Follow you to the third floor? Subsequently, he thought to himself. According to what Big Boss Su Xiao just said, the third floor must be extremely dangerous. A contestant like me who easily runs into trouble definitely cannot go up. Thus he pointed angrily and fiercely at the black cat's face and said loudly, Trying to trick me into going to the third floor? I'm absolutely not going, you bunch of liars. Black Cat, I went to the trouble of helping you get your eyes back, and now you actually want to team up with them to harm me? The black cat spoke up awkwardly. Subsequently, the black cat jumped up, shattered the mirror, and said, I'll help you. Hidden behind the mirror was a human skeleton. The black cat was searching for something, and Zhou Tai was frozen on the spot as he witnessed this scene, exclaiming, Holy crap, there's actually a corpse hidden behind the mirror. After a moment, the black cat turned its head toward him, holding a disc in its mouth. Zhou Tai frowned, looked at the black cat and asked, Where did you get this plate from? Could this be the missing exhibit? Viewers discussed one after another. Good deeds are rewarded. It wasn't for nothing that Joe Tai helped it get its eyes back, but the fish is still watching from the side. Can he really trust the black cat giving him things? What if it's a trap? Wouldn't he be finished? The black cat, holding the disc, said, "We're even now." Joe Tai knelt down and observed it, pondering in his heart. Should I believe it? What if it's lying? The black cat set the plate down from its mouth. The fish shouted a stern rebuke. "You stupid blind cat, you actually dare to help him. Don't forget what the master ordered." The black cat looked at the fish warily and said to Joe Tai, "What are you still standing there for? Run quickly." Joe Tai's face was resolute. "Whatever, I'll trust it this once." After speaking, he ran off, seriously clutching the disc, while the fish and the black cat fell into a brawl. The fish cursed angrily. "Stupid blind cat, you're playing for real? In that case, don't blame me for being impolite." The black cat also replied, "Impolite is fine by me." Seeing this, viewers commented, "Holy crap, it seems this cat really is helping Joe Tai. Anyway, since Joe Tai has already decided to trust it, we'll see in a moment if he can clear the round." A moment later, under the surprised gaze of a security guard, Joe Tai carefully placed the disc into the display case. The guard asked in confusion, "He found that plate. Are we saved?" Once the disc was in place, it emitted a green light. The guard shouted in pleasant surprise, "The restriction on the door has vanished. We can go out." Other employees were equally excited. Joe Tai said with a look of disbelief, "I didn't expect the black cat to actually help me. Luckily I chose to trust it." However, when that employee walked to the door, he bumped into something, as if blocked by a pane of transparent green glass. Another guard asked, "What's going on? Why still can't we get out?" Joe Tai explained to them, "I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to complete the mission on the third floor. I can only save myself. I choose to clear the round early," that employee replied disappointedly. "So that's how it is. It seems we're not leaving this place after all." Joe Tai covered his face with his hand, moved, and said, "I'm really sorry, everyone." The employee behind him sighed. "Let's go, perhaps this is the final fate of the museum." The employee patted him on the shoulder and consoled him. "We will stay here and fight it to the very end." On the system panel, words appeared, "Go home for the new year." Joe Tai watched despondently, tears streaming down his face as he muttered to himself. Everyone longed to return to their hometown. He then waved farewell to them. "Goodbye, everyone. Take care." They waved back at him. "You too. Happy New Year." The audience couldn't help but be moved by this scene. "Damn, that made me cry. I'm crying like rain. I really wish they could go out for the new year too." System notifications kept popping up. "This is not the true ending. Know your place. Weakness and cowardice may allow you to live a bit longer, but only a bit. Dear contestant, congratulations on clearing the museum level. Evaluation, 1 star. Evaluation analysis, 1 star for following the rules. Reminder, there is no reward for a 1-star clearance." Joe Tai stood there listening intently to the system notification while the audience posted comments. "Wow, even if it's only 1 star, I'm satisfied as long as he comes back alive. Even if it's 1 star, I still respect him. Well said, Joe Tai is our hero no matter what. The people of the Dragon Kingdom won't abandon a single citizen." Just as Joe Tai cleared the round, John from the United States also arrived at the second-floor restroom. He rested his sledgehammer on his shoulder, staring into the mirror and thinking, "Last night I used my night watchman talent to gain guidance. To obtain an extra evaluation, I must smash all the mirrors in the second-floor restroom." He then spoke up, "I don't know why I have to do this, but the information detected by my talent can't possibly be false." The black cat and the fish stood at the door watching him and asking, "Human, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" John glanced sideways at the black cat and replied, "I'm not crazy. I must smash every mirror here, and I'm certain I haven't violated any taboos. You can't stop me." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his hammer and shattered all the mirrors. Glass shards flew everywhere. The black cat shrieked in terror, "Ah, accursed human, you actually dared to do it?" After he finished smashing, John supported himself with one hand on the sledgehammer and wiped away his sweat, staring blankly at the corpses that had tumbled out from behind the broken mirrors and were now lying in a mess on the floor. At the door, the fish said to the black cat, "Run, we have to get back." The black cat spoke, "They are terrifying humans." Only then did John react. "My God, these things, what are these eerie objects?" Subsequently, a voice rang out, but he didn't pay it any mind. "Ah, finally escaped. I'm free to move around." John picked up a missing exhibit and said, "Missing exhibit number 7. I have to find the missing exhibits quickly. My night watchman talent told me it was right here." A laugh rang out as he excitedly held up the missing bottle and said, "Found it. I can't stay in the museum long. I have to leave this place immediately." Something behind him shouted, "Don't go, stop right there." When John placed the bottle back in the display case, the system popped up a notification. "Dear contestant, congratulations on clearing the museum level. Evaluation, 2 stars. Evaluation analysis: 1 star for following rules and 1 star for solving the mystery behind the second-floor mirrors. At the same time Joe, Ty, and John cleared the round, the sound of 2 contestants being eliminated spread across the globe. They let out screams of terror as they were devoured by eerie entities. The system displayed text: "The contestants from India, Vatican City, and Ellison have been devoured by eerie entities." The Strange Tale World countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. A viewer commented in panic, "Damn, what happened? How were they eliminated? Didn't they all find the exhibits and put them back in the display cases?" A viewer deduced, "Actually, when John smashed the restroom mirrors, I noticed a detail. It wasn't just exhibits hidden in there. There were many other things as well," another viewer commented. "I get it. John had talent guidance, so he picked the correct exhibit. But the contestants from Vatican City and Ellison didn't have the Black Cat's help, nor did they have talent guidance, so what they found wasn't an exhibit at all. What a pity. They actually had a chance to save their lives." On Su Xiao's side, he was looking around with the cloth doll. He thought to himself that the strangest thing in the entire museum was these doors. Could the keys found in the administrator's office be used to open them? But there were at least 10 doors here. Which one was correct? Su Xiao picked up the diary to search carefully for information. "The monster director's diary helped me realize that Fish was lying last time, but I still had to go with it. I'll read it this time too." Inside, there was content about overlooked mirrors, forgotten corpses. Su Xiao felt puzzled and spoke up. "Mirrors, corpses." Su Xiao stared at the item in his hand, thinking, "Last time that fish mentioned there were corpses behind the mirrors. I thought it was just a place to hide bodies." The system popped up a notification. "The monster director's diary has been used up and is about to dissipate." It turned into points of dim light. He continued to think, combining the prediction from the diary. "I guess the mirrors in the second-floor restroom hide not only corpses but also important clues." Then his lips curled into a smile, and he turned to walk away, saying to the cloth doll, "Come on, accompany me to the restroom." It nodded in agreement. In the second-floor restroom, Su Xiao decisively ordered, "Cloth doll, smash all the mirrors for me." It immediately raised its fist, ready to comply. It then struck the mirrors with great force, shattering them into pieces. Shards flew in every direction. Behind the broken mirrors was a human skeleton. After 2 skeletons were discovered, a small black shadow with blood-red eyes emerged from the darkness and spoke, "Ah, finally resurrected." Seeing this, Su Xiao frowned and deduced, "These black shadows are the resentment of the corpses." Could it be these mirrors weren't just hiding bodies but were also used to suppress their resentment? Now that the mirrors are broken, the resentment has escaped. This is going to be quite a show. Next, shadows thick with black energy slowly flew out of the mirrors. The shadows shouted, "Revenge, we want revenge." Su Xiao stared at them and muttered to himself, "The corpses are museum employees. If I'm not mistaken, they were all murdered by the administrator. They're probably heading to the 3rd floor now to seek revenge." He then rested his chin in one hand and put the other in his pocket, looking at the stacked bodies of the victims. He said, "Luckily I had the Black General stay there to watch the administrator. If the administrator is killed by this resentment, I might have a hard time getting the highest evaluation." He turned to the cloth doll and the white bear and said, "Help me move these corpses into the hallway." They answered in unison, "Okay." Viewers were stunned to see the corpses arranged into words. Holy crap, look, those corpses can actually form words. Su Xiao stared at the line of text and read, "Wax Museum 3810. He stroked his chin seriously and deduced, "It probably refers to the red doors on the 2nd floor, room 3, room 8, and room 10. The keys found in the administrator's office are all identical. It also means that only one of these 3 doors is the correct one. There are only 3 chances to open a door, but every time I open the wrong one, there will be a price to pay." The audience kept praising him. As expected of Big Boss Su Xiao, he's found the key information. A perfect evaluation is within reach. Su Xiao stood at the door of room 3 with the ring of keys, saying confidently, "I'll open room 3 first. It doesn't matter if it's wrong anyway. I have the cloth doll and the white bear to protect me." Suddenly, a male employee wearing red clothes appeared. He handed over a piece of paper and said, "Tourist, please wait a moment. I suggest you best not open these doors. I know you're in a hurry, but please try to calm down. This map of mine might be able to help you." The location of the wax museum is marked on the map. Taboo 10 appeared. There are no wax museums in the museum. If a staff member recommends you go to a wax museum, please ignore him. Su Xiao looked at him with a face full of disdain. Damn it, I really don't want to deal with him, but because I have to violate the rules I can't ignore him. This guy is a nuisance. He then spoke coldly. Fine, let me see the map. He read the map and thought, Back door on the first floor, destination on the third floor. There's a secret door in the office, what a load of lies. I've already checked those 3 places. Where the hell is a wax museum? The man continued to persuade him. The marked place is the real one. Whatever you do, don't try to open these doors. Trust me. Su Xiao remained silent and let go of his hand, allowing the piece of paper to fall to the ground. This guy still wants to keep tricking me. I've already finished looking at the map, so I've technically violated the ignore him rule. He then thought with a wicked smile, now I'll show you some color. Next, as he swung a punch toward the man's face, he grinned sinisterly. Eat my fist. This punch sent the man's face twisting as he fell backward. After being hit, the male employee shed tears of grievance, saying as he left, I deserve to die. I shouldn't have lied to the tourist. I really deserve to die. Su Xiao squinted and mocked him. Go and repent obediently. Don't interfere with me opening the door. After Su Xiao finished acting out this scene, the high levels of the Grizzly Bear Nation also immediately sent a reminder to Andy. The reminder panel lit up. Arranging all the corpses from the restroom on the floor provides important clues. Seeing this, he hurried to move the bodies from the toilet and arrange them on the floor. However, after Andy finished moving them, the textual information he obtained was different from Su Xiao's. He also read the line of text and deduced, Wax Museum 357. Does it refer to the room numbers on the second floor? Does one of them lead to the Wax Museum? A viewer commented, Holy crap, the numbers for the 2 big bosses are completely different. It's a trap. It's truly impossible to guard against. Fortunately, the Grizzly Bear Nation's high levels were clever and didn't tell Andy the room numbers directly, otherwise he would have been screwed. After Andy got the clue, he arrived before those doors and suddenly a red uniformed employee appeared as well. He also handed Andy a piece of paper and said with a smile, Tourist, please wait a moment. I suggest you best not open these doors. I know you're in a hurry, but please try to calm down. This map of mine might be able to help you. The location of the Wax Museum is marked on the map. Andy didn't ignore him. Instead, he thought seriously, a red uniformed employee, I need to think about this carefully. Andy then used his infinite deduction talent, closing his eyes as light radiated from his body. Deduction result 1. Andy didn't listen to the employee and gave him a beating, hitting him repeatedly while scolding him. Lying to me are you? Take that and that. Subsequently, an eerie entity appeared, and Andy used the frog balloon. In the end, the balloon broke, and he barely escaped. A massive black shadow laughed evilly. I'm going to kill you. Andy wrapped himself in the frog balloon in fear, praying silently, can't see me, can't see me. Deduction result 2. Andy followed the employee's words and went to the marked place on the 3rd floor, only to end up dead. He lay in a pool of blood, his face full of resentment. Deduction result 3. He didn't listen to the employee and opened rooms 3 and 5, only to end up dead. As soon as he opened the door, he was enveloped by something, shouting in terror. Ah no! Deduction result 4. Andy opened room 7 and stood at the door looking inside. He spoke, It seems this is the door to the Wax Museum. Andy hadn't listened to the employee and opened room 7. He chose correctly this time. Andy broke into a cold sweat, swaying as he lost his balance, having finally deduced the correct choice, but he had used his talent too many times. My mental state is starting to become disordered. From now on, I must limit the number of times I use my talent and rely more on my own judgment. The red uniformed employee continued to try to dissuade Andy. Tourist, what I'm saying is true. You shouldn't open the door here. But he still walked firmly toward room 7 and said, I haven't violated the rules, you can't stop me. Stop looking for trouble. Meanwhile, Lucas also received a reminder from the U.S. high levels, collect useful information from the corpses in the restroom. He laughed sinisterly. Wax Museum 4812. So the keys I found were meant to open these doors. He stood before the corpses arranged into words and marveled, what a spectacular sight. It's truly amazing. When Lucas stood before the doors on the 2nd floor, he also encountered that employee. He also handed Lucas a map and said, Tourist, I suggest you best not try to open these doors. Lucas replied with a smile, Put away your clumsy acting. Do you really think you can deceive me with this? He then took out a small knife and laughed cruelly at the employee. From the moment you appeared, your identity was exposed. I even know what you're about to say. He then stabbed into the red uniformed employee's waist and continued, I know perfectly well in my heart. The employee screamed in terror. I'm a madman, you're a madman. Viewers flocked in to comment, Holy crap, he went straight for the waist. Too ruthless, way too ruthless. If I remember correctly, that scalpel is a bit rusty, right? Wouldn't that one stab cause tetanus? Next, the red uniformed employee clutched his wound and fled in a panic. Oh, don't kill me. Lucas watched his retreating figure excitedly and said, Don't run, you must pay a high price for your actions. Hand over your life, I'll keep it safe for you. Then Lucas raised his knife from behind and slit the man's throat. The head tumbled to the ground. A viewer commented, "Why did you have to provoke him? He's a total psycho." There you go, 1 cut for tetanus, 2 cuts to meet your ancestors. Does the person upstairs want to take an exam? That was a nice rhyme. Lucas stared at the employee's corpse on the ground and frowned, saying, "Death is the most elegant thing, especially dying at my hands. You are truly lucky." The audience continued to comment, "Employee, I'll give you this luck then. The hair on his legs has increased again. I think he's going to play himself to death sooner or later." Then he thought to himself, "Now it's time to open the door and find the wax museum. With the power of the eerie entity, I can easily see which door is the correct one." He then stood before the door to room 4. Found it. It's number 4. Just as he pushed the door open, a dark red mist rushed at him. The audience was curious. Holy crap, what happened? Lucas's stream signal is cut. Damn, I thought Lucas could last a few more rounds. Did he die that fast? Everyone calm down. The Strange Tale world hasn't issued an announcement, which means Lucas isn't dead yet. Never mind that. Big Boss Su Xiao's stream signal is also cut. What's going on? Just now I saw Big Boss Su Xiao push open the door and a giant pitch-black hand instantly enveloped him. Then Big Boss Su Xiao's stream went black, but Su Xiao still stood quietly, his lips slightly curled, allowing the massive black hand to reach toward him. Viewers speculated, that giant pitch-black hand. Could there be more than one kind of thing behind the door, or does the Strange Tale world have a buff? Let's go look at Andy's side. His feed is still normal. Andy pushed open the door and walked into that pitch-black room just as he had expected. Next, I just need to feel along the wall by instinct to find the secret door leading to the wax museum. But he stopped, holding the frog balloon and thinking, but to avoid unexpected danger, I should use the frog balloon for self-defense. Andy then walked while feeling along the wall, searching carefully. The audience praised him. Andy really is cautious. Aside from Big Boss Su Xiao, he's the one I admire most. That's right, he's the number 2 idol in my heart. Suddenly, his hand pressed a certain mechanism on the wall. A humming sound followed and the door to the secret room opened. Andy said in surprise, "Found it." Andy walked cautiously into the secret room, and the door closed immediately behind him. After entering, Andy glanced back at the door vigilantly. It was locked tight. It seemed he had to remain alert at all times inside the wax museum. Just then, a dark shadow slowly emerged from the shadows of the room. Taboo 13 appeared. If you are unfortunately trapped inside the wax museum, you must remain absolutely silent. Do not make a sound. Holding the frog balloon, Andy crouched low and moved cautiously through the group of wax figures. He now stood before a portrait hanging on the wall, a photograph of the director. Andy stared at the image for a moment and said, "The people in these photos are all museum directors." He gazed blankly at the director in the painting, who held a bottle with an eerie expression, and deduced thoughtfully, "No, these people in the photos are not the same person as the director. I remember the younger brother's diary mentioned they looked identical, even frequently being mistaken for one another." At this thought, a look of surprise crossed his face. Wait a second, if one of the people in the photos is the younger brother, does that mean he is impersonating his older brother? Is the person on the 3rd floor the director or his brother? Andy fell into deep thought, completely unaware that 2 rows of wax figures had appeared behind him. The viewers were equally baffled, commenting, "Good heavens, I'm getting confused too. But if the person on the 3rd floor is the younger brother, and he's already turned into that ghostly state, why would he still be impersonating the older brother? Let's keep watching. Wait for the boss to uncover the secret." Subsequently, Andy glanced back with suspicion. Damn it, his earlier suspicion was confirmed. The frog balloon couldn't stop those eerie entities from sensing him. A crowd of wax figures was slowly closing in on Andy. He searched for a countermeasure in silence. The eerie entities within the wax figures and puppets had discovered him. There's no other way. I have to use infinite deduction to find a way out, Andy thought, gritting his teeth in tension. The viewers also felt indignant. This is terrible. Even the consistently steady Andy has been pushed into a corner. This is the first time I've seen him so distressed. Just watching makes me nervous. I hope Andy makes the right choice. At a time like this, he can give up the balloon. Staying alive is what matters most. Just as Andy fell into a dangerous situation, the feed on Su Xiao's side returned to normal. Su Xiao was standing at the entrance, flanked by the cloth doll and the white bear. Those wax figures and puppets thought Su Xiao was very strange. Why isn't this guy following the script? Who's the real eerie entity here anyway? Su Xiao directly barked at them. "Don't mess with me. Everyone stay quiet. If anyone dares to make a sound, I'll dispose of all of you." According to Taboo 13, if you are unfortunately trapped in the wax museum, please stay absolutely silent. Do not make any noise. Su Xiao stood before a painting observing a young man holding an antique bottle. He mused, it seems these photos on the wall are all the director." However, when Su Xiao took out another painting to compare with the one on the wall, he noticed something was wrong. These weren't the same person. Some paintings were of the director while others were of his younger brother. Su Xiao laughed out loud. Haha, if the director's younger brother has been impersonating his older brother all along, then this whole thing just got a lot more interesting. While Su Xiao had his back turned to them, the crowd of wax figures and puppets were slowly approaching him. Su Xiao suddenly spun around and cursed. Holy crap, when did these things get so close? Su Xiao closed his eyes slightly to steady himself. He determined that Taboo 15 was correct. Taboo 15. When those wax figures are staring at you, ensure that you are also staring directly back at them. You absolutely must not blink, otherwise something extremely terrifying will happen. Su Xiao revealed a cunning smile. He insisted on doing the exact opposite, intentionally violating Taboo 15. Su Xiao closed his eyes and turned his back on the wax figures. He thought, I'm not the lamb for you to hunt, I'm the fisherman. Seeing Su Xiao's reaction, the wax figures widened their eyes, evaluating. This guy's got guts, doesn't he? He actually dares to turn his back on us. Provoked by Su Xiao, the crowd of wax figures lunged at him with claws bared, shouting excitedly, Hee hee, this time we can act without any reservations. Su Xiao suddenly turned and delivered a resounding slap to one of the wax figures. This was followed by a series of crisp slapping sounds. The wax figures were left dazed by Su Xiao's assault, and the viewers laughed uproariously at the spectacle. Ha ha ha, that series of slaps is so satisfying to hear. Is Big Boss Su Xiao playing the drums? Another viewer commented excitedly. Without a doubt, the faces of every wax figure and puppet have received Big Boss Su Xiao's special attention. After beating the wax figures into a miserable state, Su Xiao put on an innocent face and said, Oh my, why is everyone crying? Since you love crying so much, I'll hit you a little harder then, one wax figure wailed indignantly. Wah, I've never seen anyone bully eerie entities like this. No, I've never seen anyone bully humans like this. Su Xiao slapped the wax figure's head right off. The head roamed around on the floor looking exceptionally tragic. Su Xiao shook his hand and sighed. Damn, my hand is getting sore. I didn't plan on beating you, but since you have no self-awareness and forced me to act, tell me, aren't you all just asking for it? A wax figure asked in pain. Is that something a human should say? Su Xiao turned and ordered the white bear, my hand is sore, you take over for me. As expected, like master, like pet. It didn't take long for the white bear to tear the arms and legs off the wax figures. Viewers praised them one after another. Good job, white bear, giving you a thumbs up. Another viewer commented, Why does Dragon Kingdom's Su Xiao have so many eerie entity helpers? I'm not convinced. Viewers below shot back, Everyone, kick this guy out, his mouth is too foul, I can't take it. Just when it seemed things were settled, the wax figures began to automatically reassemble themselves. Su Xiao said in surprise, Holy crap, they can do that? Su Xiao turned to the white bear and said, White bear, I'm leaving this to you. Every time they resurrect, you tear them apart again. Even if they can't be killed, it'll buy me time to look for clues. The white bear nodded, raising its fist to give the wax figures another beatdown. Su Xiao continued searching for clues with the cloth doll. He stopped before a door, muttering to himself, There's a room here. Inside the room was a skeleton sitting and clutching an antique bottle. The skeleton's hairstyle, clothing, and posture were reminiscent of the director. Su Xiao speculated, it's that same fragrance again, identical to the smell in the first-floor rest area. Could it be that the fuel in those lamps wasn't taken from the third floor, but from here? If that's the case, then this one in the wax museum is the real director. The one on the third floor should be his younger brother. Su Xiao rubbed his chin, seriously analyzing the suspicious points. If the one on the third floor is the younger brother, why would he lie and intentionally pretend to trick me into believing he's the director? What exactly is he trying to do by impersonating his older brother now? Su Xiao walked over to the skeleton, reached out to take the antique bottle from its arms, and said, Forget it, I won't think about that for now. Finding the missing exhibit is more important. I searched the museum for ages and didn't find it. I bet the bottle this director is holding is it. Suddenly, one of the skeleton's fingers snapped off. A viewer above commented, Oh, forgive me for accidentally laughing out loud. A viewer below responded, I'll leave the wooden fish here. Knock it 10.86 times for your repentance. Su Xiao put on a sincere face and said to the skeleton, I'm sorry. Since you're already dead anyway, you probably won't mind missing a finger or two, right? Suddenly, a massive black shadow slowly loomed over Su Xiao from behind. The shadow had two blood-red eyes and looked terrifying. Su Xiao smiled calmly and said to the shadow, Oh, you've come to life? Su Xiao decisively turned around and gave the sneaky fellow hiding behind him a massive slap, barking, If you're alive, then say hello. The hiding figure was definitely the director's vengeful spirit. He cursed, Damn you, you actually dared to hit me. Su Xiao pointed calmly at the cloth doll and smiled brilliantly. I had to, besides I've got backup on my side. The director roared, Eerie entities, how could eerie entities that don't belong here appear in the museum? What on earth has that stupid younger brother done? Before he could finish, the cloth doll rushed forward and gave him a beating. As the two eerie entities scuffled, the director shrieked, "Ah, you wretched thing, don't pull my teeth." Su Xiao waved his hand leisurely and said, "You two go ahead and fight. I'm going to look around." Su Xiao stopped to observe a chair and speculated. "The entire chair is covered in dust except for these handles which have grip marks. Could this chair be a mechanism?" Su Xiao tried to turn the armrest of the chair. Sure enough, an entrance appeared behind the chair. A viewer above exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap, could this be the museum's exit?" Another viewer asked suspiciously, "But Taboo 17 says the wax museum has no exit. Could this be a trap?" A viewer below commented, "Whether it's right or not, I bet Big Boss Su Xiao will definitely go in and check. We just need to wait and see calmly." Su Xiao stood before the mysterious door and ordered the White Bear and the Cloth Doll, "White Bear, Cloth Doll, stop work for now, let's go." Meanwhile, Lucas from the United States also successfully entered the wax museum and saw the dusty photos on the wall. He mused, "These photos don't look like the same person. It should be the director and his younger brother." Lucas suddenly revealed a cunning smile. "Ha, a bunch of ungrateful things, you're not worth wasting much of my energy." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked a deck of playing cards which easily sliced off the heads of the wax figures and puppets. One wax figure's head rolled to Lucas's feet and suddenly extended a long tongue toward him. Lucas cursed with disdain, "TCH, disgusting." He then stomped on the wax figure's head, crushing it. Lucas spoke coldly to the wax figures, "I told you, you don't have the status to make me use more of my power. A bunch of lifeless statues actually dreaming of stopping me." After speaking, Lucas threw playing cards at the wax figures, saying arrogantly, "Ants dare to oppose a god." Lucas's cards could indeed temporarily eliminate those wax figures. After the battle ended, before the wax figures and puppets had a chance to resurrect, Lucas quickly left and found the director, who had already turned into a skeleton. After taking the exhibit from the director's hands, Lucas also moved the wooden chair and discovered the exit to the wax museum. He walked in leisurely. Meanwhile, Andy from the Grizzly Bear Nation was still pondering countermeasures against the wax figures and puppets. He racked his brains. "What should I do? Those wax figures and puppets are getting closer and closer. I can only avoid their gaze for 5 seconds at most. They're about to enter attack range. The more I think, the more chaotic it gets." Andy couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, now I can only hope there's a way inside the wax museum to escape these ghostly things. The frog balloon is my life-saving charm. I can't use it unless it's a last resort." Andy forced himself to stay calm. "Keep a clear head. I have to use these last 5 seconds to close my eyes and gamble everything on my talent." Within those 5 seconds, Andy activated his talent, Infinite Deduction. He vowed secretly, "The will to fight for the nation will never surrender. I hope these 5 seconds bring me a glimmer of hope." Result of the first deduction. Andy fought desperately with the wax figures, but was overwhelmed and died on the spot. Result of the second deduction. Andy stared at them and used a backward walking method to retreat toward the director. Watching Andy's situation, the viewers commented anxiously, "Oh no, hasn't Andy finished his deduction yet? The wax figures and puppets are about to attack him." Sure enough, the group of wax figures drew closer. Andy's life hung by a thread. Andy opened his eyes, let out a groan, and cursed, sweating profusely. "Damn it, the time was too short. I was forced to open my eyes just as I got close to the director." At the moment danger drew near, the wax figures suddenly stopped. Andy abruptly remembered a detail. "Wait a second. In the second deduction just now, when I approached that skeleton in the room, I smelled a special fragrance, identical to the scent in the rest area. That means the skeleton inside must be the director. The wax figures and puppets definitely won't attack the director. If I go in and smear that fragrance on myself, maybe I can impersonate the director and trick them." Andy retreated slowly, making a decisive choice. "It's come to this, I have to try. First, I'll follow the deduction and retreat toward the director, then find a way to smear his scent on me." As Andy backed away step by step, the wax figures continued to follow him closely. About 30 minutes later, Andy looked at the director's skeleton and speculated that the fragrance should be coming from the oil lamps over there. Andy reached out toward the lampstands. A viewer above commented, "Holy crap, that's brutal. He's actually touching hot wax oil with his bare hands." A viewer below sighed, "I can only say he's truly a warrior fighting for his nation." Andy smeared the wax oil all over his body, then held his breath and waited to see what would happen. It was indeed effective. The group of wax figures immediately turned and left. Andy let out a long sigh of relief. "Phew, luckily I guessed right. They really didn't dare attack the director, which means I won't be a target either. Now that there's no threat from the wax figures and puppets, I can peacefully look for the exit to the wax museum." The director suddenly appeared behind Andy, whispering in his ear, "I really hate people who don't know their place, trespassing into the wax museum." Andy, on the contrary, appeared very calm, simply stating, "The director has taken the stage." The director roared as he lunged at Andy, "You shall stay here forever." Andy was waiting for this exact moment, secretly delighted. "Ha, he's finally left that chair." Andy dodged to the side, easily evading the director's attack. A triumphant smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he said to the director, "Actually, when I first came in, I noticed the marks on the chair's armrest. I intentionally induced you to attack me so you would leave that chair," the director cried out in surprise. "What?" Andy rushed to the chair like a lightning bolt and turned the handle. A secret door immediately rotated, revealing a passage. The director roared, "No, you can't go in." Andy ran into the secret passage without looking back, ignoring the director's shrieks behind him. "No, stop right there. I won't allow you to leave here alive. I won't allow it," a viewer above commented. "My goodness, Andy's IQ really reached its peak in this round." Another viewer praised him sincerely. "So strong. To be able to achieve this level without any help, Andy is truly amazing." A viewer below said, "The only regret is that Andy didn't seem to find the missing exhibit in the wax museum. Are the exhibits randomly generated?" Andy ran into another room in one breath. He stopped to survey the room. "Oh, I didn't expect this door to lead not to the exit but to the third-floor office. What on earth is going on?" The skeleton of the director's younger brother suddenly spoke. "Is the truth finally about to be uncovered? My dear brother, we were ultimately unable to escape this damned retribution. I really don't want to see you again. Having a brother like me, you must be very disappointed too, right?" And he thought, what are these two brothers up to? But it sounds like as soon as they meet, they'll definitely fight to the death. Even so, Andy had no intention of involving himself in their grudge. He only wanted to find a way to leave this place. "I don't want to get involved in their feud. Better to stay far away and watch the show." The director's skeleton, which had been chasing Andy, also arrived in the room. Upon seeing his brother's skeleton, the director roared, "You wretched brother, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come to this point." Hearing this, the director's younger brother sneered, "Hey, you did something wrong. Of course I had to correct you. I didn't expect that after all this time you would still be so obstinate," the director countered. "I'm obstinate. Are you any better? You tricked that stupid fish into finding a body for you. What right do you have to lecture me?" the director declared coldly. "My foolish brother, don't think you can gain my sympathy with that sober act of yours. Everything you did to me, I'm going to settle the score today." The younger brother was not to be outdone, saying coldly, "In that case, let's settle it right here." Andy, who had been standing quietly to the side, suddenly spoke up. "Hey, wait a second, it seems an invisible force is trying to." The viewers watched in astonishment and asked, "How did Andy get ejected? Are we not allowed to see the two of them fight?" Below, other viewers commented indignantly, "This is so unfair. Can I apply for a VIP package?" After an unknown amount of time, Andy's livestream finally returned to normal. At that moment, the administrator was sobbing with his head in his hands, wailing, "Why was it me who did wrong? Why did it have to suffer for me? Why didn't you come for me instead of it? Damn it, you all deserve to die." The administrator's younger brother lay nearby, motionless, his life or death unknown. Andy frowned and asked, "What exactly happened? Who do you mean by you all?" Suddenly, the system issued an announcement. "Dear contestant, congratulations on clearing the museum level. Evaluation 4 stars. Andy was stunned and asked back, "I cleared it, but I clearly haven't found the exhibits yet. How did I clear it already? Did the staff downstairs find the exhibits for me?" The system then provided an evaluation analysis, uncovering the secret of the first floor 1 star, solving the mirror puzzle 1 star, safely escaping the wax museum 1 star, demonstrating bravery and intelligence 1 star, clearance reward a special candle. Candle description, made of special materials. Lighting it brings mental pleasure, relaxation, and serves as a reminder. This is a candle that burns extremely intensely. The viewers above couldn't believe it for a moment, posting comments like, "That counts too." Another viewer replied, "Andy is set. This clearance came way too suddenly." Below, viewers shouted, "Quick, go look at Lucas, that guy is stirring up trouble again." Lucas had also been pushed away from the battle between the administrator brothers by an invisible force, but he was determined to stay. Viewers above commented, "The two brothers wanted to kick Lucas out too, but he actually ran back in regardless of his life." Below, a viewer said excitedly, "Nicely done, now we can find out what's actually happening inside." In the room, the administrator provoked his younger brother, "Stupid brother, come and let me see what you've got." The administrator's younger brother was not to be outdone, replying, "I won't hold back and you needn't show mercy either." Just then, an extremely eerie black smoke suddenly appeared behind the administrator. Viewers above commented, "Holy crap, something is launching a sneak attack on the administrator." Another viewer exclaimed, "The younger brother is completely off guard. If that hits, he's as good as dead." Below, a viewer speculated, Doesn't that mean Lucas will be like Andy and only get a 4-star evaluation? Lucas suddenly charged in from outside, roaring, "No, no one is going to stop me from getting the highest rating. No one." The eerie black shadow gradually manifested into a soul form filled with resentment. The administrator brothers both looked toward the black shadow. They both recognized them. Those were the vengeful souls of the employees who had died in the restroom. They had come for revenge. The shadow roared at Lucas, "You dare stop us from getting our revenge." Lucas pointed at the shadow and said, "I don't care if you want revenge, but don't look for the wrong person." Saying this, Lucas pointed at the administrator and said firmly, "He is the real administrator. The object of your revenge should be him." A soul full of hatred stared intensely at the administrator, asking suspiciously, "He's the administrator, how is that possible?" After a careful observation, another soul shouted, "Ah, that's right, it's him. I smell his fragrance." "We were almost tricked by the younger brother." The rest of the souls roared in unison, "Kill him. Kill him for revenge." The younger brother still insisted that he was the administrator. "No, settle the score with me. I am the administrator. I am the culprit who caused your deaths." Lucas stood to the side, thinking to himself, "What's going on? Just a moment ago these two brothers were fighting tooth and nail. Why is the younger brother suddenly trying to protect the older one? Could it be," Lucas suddenly realized, "could it be they were both acting just now, both trying to provoke the other to sacrifice themselves so the other could survive? If that was the case, the administrator couldn't die, otherwise it would be hard to get the highest rating." Lucas lunged forward, shouting, "The truth is out, your mission is over, so vanish for me." Lucas personally eliminated those vengeful spirits. After a bout of fighting, those souls of hatred completely dissipated. Lucas gave a cold snort and rubbed his injured arm. The viewers above didn't understand for a moment, asking, What's he doing? Why the sudden self-harm?" Another viewer answered, "He's probably trying to keep himself calm, otherwise he wouldn't be able to stop himself from killing the administrator brothers. If he did that, he wouldn't get the highest rating." Below, viewers sighed, "This guy is truly ruthless." Lucas gave the administrator brothers a cold glance. He scolded the two of them, "Utterly ridiculous, completely stupid. In my world there is no such thing as emotion, because emotion is the most cruel thing on this earth. Be grateful for the evaluation criteria this time, or I would have slaughtered both of you long ago." The administrator brothers could only look at each other silently, and then at Lucas. The system issued a notification, "Dear contestant, congratulations on clearing the museum level. Evaluation, 5 stars. Evaluation analysis, uncovering the secret of the first floor, 1 star. Solving the mirror puzzle, 1 star. Safely escaping the wax museum, 1 star. Demonstrating bravery and intelligence, 1 star. Achieving the forgiveness ending, 1 star. Reward, Shadow of Melancholy. Shadow of Melancholy description. Want to know what the remnant of yourself is? Release or destruction. You can only choose one." Viewers above commented objectively, "Although Lucas getting a 5-star evaluation is impressive, I still feel this isn't the perfect ending for the museum. Many plot points haven't been explained yet." Below, a viewer responded, "That doesn't matter, it's time to watch Big Boss Su Xiao perform." At this time, Su Xiao also walked out of the wax museum and arrived at the 3rd-floor office. Seeing his older brother walk in, the younger brother greeted him. "Brother, are we finally meeting?" the black general reported to Su Xiao while chewing on something. "A black shadow tried to sneak attack the administrator just now, but I stopped it." Su Xiao thought to himself that those shadows were indeed coming to attack the younger brother. It seemed they also mistook him for the administrator. On the other side, the administrator began to loudly blame his brother. "Damn you, if it weren't for you I wouldn't have ended up at this dead end." The administrator's younger brother sneered back, "Hey, you did something wrong, so of course I had to correct you." Su Xiao stood to the side, observing quietly. Those shadows would definitely come back since they failed, so he couldn't leave yet. The black shadows roared as they lunged at Su Xiao, trying to push him out. Su Xiao immediately ordered the Black General. "Black General, stop them. We must stay in this room." The Black General charged forward majestically, barking loudly. The Black General fought the Black Shadows alone, and the battle was exceptionally fierce. Viewers above marveled, "The Black General is too strong, this little thing is no problem at all." Below, viewers commented excitedly, "I want to see what amazing way Big Boss Su Xiao will use to block those Black Shadows." While the administrator brothers were fighting, the vengeful souls behind them launched another sneak attack. Su Xiao immediately commanded, "White Bear, Cloth Doll, stop them." The White Bear and Cloth Doll immediately rushed forward, firmly pinning down the Black Shadow representing the vengeful soul. Seeing this, the administrator brothers cried out in unison, "What are you trying to do? Why won't you let those vengeful thoughts kill me?" Su Xiao calmly advised them, "I know you're both very agitated right now, but please listen to my explanation first." The vengeful soul grumbled, "Let me go, I'm the victim, why are you catching me?" Su Xiao gave the soul a resounding slap and scolded, "Shut up, did I tell you to speak?" The administrator brothers were so shocked by this scene that they looked at each other in bewilderment. A series of question marks popped up in their heads. The vengeful soul, stung by Su Xiao's slap, cried out aggrievedly, "Holy crap, I'm just a shadow, how can you hit me? Is this even reasonable?" Su Xiao replied perfunctorily, Sorry, I'm used to hitting people, I usually don't think much before I act. I figured I might just hit something." Despite saying sorry, Su Xiao didn't feel guilty at all. He thought to himself, "The sincere strike really has an extraordinary effect." These shadows were almost beaten to tears, and everyone could finally speak calmly. The administrator brothers and the vengeful soul all stood obediently, not daring to make a sound, waiting for Su Xiao's questioning. Su Xiao gave a dry cough and said, "Ahem, White Bear, you can let it go now. Now I'm going to talk about my deduction." Su Xiao began his calm and composed analysis. "The bond between the two of you is very deep. If I'm not mistaken, your confrontation is actually just an act. The goal was to provoke the other into killing you." After hearing Su Xiao's analysis, the administrator brothers turned to look at each other. The knot in their hearts was unraveled at this moment, and the same thought popped into their minds. "So that was it?" Su Xiao walked over and patted the younger brother's shoulder, saying, "Brother, you intentionally created an image of being extremely evil because you guessed that contestants would enter the museum. So, you disguised yourself as the administrator to lure them into killing you. That way, the real administrator would be dead, and your older brother could escape the control of the eerie power and start anew. But I didn't kill you, which caused your plan to fail. That's why you had to provoke your brother, wanting him to kill you with his own hands," the younger brother sadly admitted. "Yes, dying at his hands would have been the best outcome. That way, after killing me, my brother wouldn't feel regret." Su Xiao turned to the administrator and continued his deduction. "As for you, you actually woke up long ago. But because of you, your brother can never return. So you also wanted to use the same method to sacrifice yourself to save him." The administrator was greatly shocked and asked stutteringly, "Su Xiao, how did you know I woke up long ago? I clearly acted so terrifying." Su Xiao explained that it was because he heard the conversation of the museum employees in the rest area. One of them had said, "Damn it, I don't know how many times this cycle has repeated. How much longer is this going to last?" The person next to him reminded, "Shish, keep it down. If the people in the room hear you, it will cause even more panic." That person replied, "What's to fear? Those lamps can make them forget the terrifying memories they just had. Even if they hear us, they won't remember anything when they wake up." Su Xiao thus concluded, "The answer is simple. The materials used for incense to produce the special scent in the first floor rest area were taken from you. You possess eerie power. If you really wanted to kill them, how could they have possibly taken that thing from you and lived? So I guess you must have regretted it long ago, and you just occasionally lose control of the eerie power within you." The administrator admitted Su Xiao's words, "You are absolutely right. I regretted it long ago, but it's too late to turn back now." Su Xiao comforted the administrator, "No, I'm here to end all of this. I can pull that power out of your bodies." The vengeful soul that had been silent suddenly screamed, "Take away the eerie power? Are you saying you want to give them a way out?" "No, we were all killed by the administrator. How can we let him off so easily?" The vengeful soul lunged at the administrator brothers. They declared, "I will never forgive him. I'm going to kill him right now." Seeing this, Su Xiao cursed, "Holy crap, you've got no martial ethics, how can you still play the sneak attack?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Xiao gave those vengeful souls a massive slap, knocking their faces crooked. The vengeful souls could only curl up in the corner and cry, "Wah, this is so unfair." Viewers above burst out laughing. "I actually have a sliver of sympathy for these vengeful thoughts." Below, a viewer replied, "As expected of the legendary god of slaps." After temporarily calming the vengeful souls, Su Xiao turned to the administrator brothers and said, "All right, now I'm going to have the cloth doll take the power out of your bodies. But I'm warning you in advance, you are not allowed to resist." The administrator brothers answered in unison, "We won't resist." Suddenly, the door was pushed open. "It's that child. It wants you to wait a moment." Su Xiao saw the child and smiled. "Oh, you're here too. I was just wondering where to find you. You've come at the perfect time. The eerie power in both of them originates from you. Take away all the eerie power from within the three of them." The cloth doll flew into the air, facing the administrator brothers and the child. The child urged the cloth doll, "Do it, we're ready." The cloth doll then began to absorb the eerie power of the three. In an instant, those powers were separated from the administrator brothers and the child. That power clamored, "Ah, damn it, you dare ruin my plans? No, absolutely not." Su Xiao immediately ordered the cloth doll, fuse and absorb it." The cloth doll nodded in agreement. That eerie power suddenly lunged at the vengeful souls. Su Xiao didn't figure out its scheme for a moment, but then he saw through its evil intentions. He loudly scolded those souls. "Damn it, you still won't settle down?" Su Xiao was tired. He decided to let his pets handle it. "Cloth doll, Black General, White Bear, it's in your hands now. Give it a good lesson." The three pets all revealed sinister smiles. Su Xiao went straight out and closed the door, leaving the cloth doll and the others inside. The White Bear and the Black General showed their might inside. Not long after, the screams of the eerie power and the vengeful souls rose one after another. "Ah, stop hitting me, I was wrong, I won't do it again." 10 minutes later, the cloth doll, White Bear and Black General walked out leisurely. Su Xiao scratched his head and asked, Why haven't the three of you changed? Can't you fuse and absorb the eerie power of those three?" The cloth doll pointed at the ground, and Su Xiao followed the guidance, asking in surprise, "What is this?" The cloth doll boasted proudly to Su Xiao, "I'll show you." Su Xiao asked with a face full of bewilderment, "What's happening? Why is the shadow glowing?" Immediately after, he cried out in shock, "Holy crap, how did I get to the first floor? Can the shadow connecting me and the cloth doll teleport?" Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, Su Xiao had actually achieved a spatial jump. He checked his body in surprise and evaluated privately. "And there's nothing wrong with my body. This indicates the skill belongs only to the cloth doll, and I don't have to pay any price. This is amazing." Seeing Su Xiao approach with the antique bottle, a museum employee said with ecstatic joy, "Valued guest, you found the missing exhibit. Have we finally waited for this moment?" Su Xiao replied, "Yes, I think it's time. So I brought the exhibit back to its place. After all, the matters upstairs have been settled." Su Xiao then placed the antique bottle into the display case. An employee next to him shouted excitedly, "We can finally leave the museum. I can go home." Other employees also cheered in unison. "Thank you, thank heaven and earth. Finally free." However, after putting the exhibit back, nothing changed in the surroundings. An employee asked worriedly, Why is there no movement? The restriction on the museum entrance hasn't been lifted." Su Xiao muttered to himself, "Is the exit really in the wax museum?" After all, Manual B kept emphasizing it. He said to the employees, "Don't panic, everyone. Let me go back to the wax museum and take a look." As Su Xiao walked, he studied this door, which was different from before. It seemed the exit was right here. Suddenly a voice came from behind Su Xiao, "Big brother." Su Xiao stopped. It was that child. It waved to Su Xiao and said, "Big brother, goodbye." Behind the child were the administrator brothers and the former employees. They were all waving goodbye to Su Xiao. Su Xiao also waved back, "Goodbye." Viewers above commented, "Oh my god." Seeing this scene is unexpectedly moving. "Big boss Su Xiao saved everyone. It's really wonderful." Below, a viewer couldn't help but shed tears. "I'm getting old. Seeing this kind of scene makes me want to cry." The system sent an announcement to Su Xiao. Love is hard to define. It can be selfless, it can be a contribution, it can be greatness, it can be sacrifice, but it can also be extremely humble. Love cannot be discarded. When love and betrayal coexist, the final victory is destined to belong to love. Persistence, wisdom, decisiveness, rebellion. These are your unique traits. They may be good or bad, but they are all expressions of your true self. Is that not so? Dear contestant, congratulations on passing the museum level with a 6-star rating. Evaluation analysis. 1 star for uncovering all secrets on the first floor. 1 star for solving the mirror puzzle. 1 star for safely escaping the wax museum. 1 star for demonstrating courage and wisdom, and 2 stars for achieving the perfect ending. Rewards. Life-sized wax figure, little boys colored crayons, and 2 eerie resistance. Your current eerie resistance is 16. Life-sized wax figure intro, a wax figure made to a 1:1 scale sculpted with extreme precision. At a critical moment it will bear fatal danger in your place. Extra reward. Little boys colored crayons. When you have doubts about an object or a problem, you can write them on paper, and it will tell you the answer or provide a hint. The little boys colored crayons can only be used in one Strange Tale world and have 2 uses in total. Upon receiving the rewards, Su Xiao asked in surprise, "A life-sized wax figure? Why is the Strange Tale world suddenly giving out such high-quality gifts? Is my guess right? Will the next level be even harder? Am I going to be in danger?" Thinking of this, Su Xiao secretly complained, muttering, "Including this one, I've cleared 10 consecutive rounds of challenges. What on earth is the Strange Tale world trying to pull? I'm only 18. Even if it's coveting my peerless beauty, it doesn't need to go this far." The system issued its congratulations. Congratulations to Su Xiao and Zhou Tai from the Dragon Kingdom, Lucas and gang from the United States, and Andy from the Grizzly Bear Nation for successfully clearing the level. These 3 nations will be exempt from the invasion of these Strange Tale rules. Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom cleared with a 6-star rating, receiving a special reward, a 10 growth in the Dragon Kingdom's manufacturing industry, plus an additional 5 bonus increase. Lucas of the United States cleared with a 5-star rating, receiving a high-level reward, A 10 increase in the resistance capabilities of the American public. Gang of the United States cleared with a 2-star rating, receiving a common reward. A 2 increase in the personal conduct of the American public. Endy of the Grizzly Bear Nation cleared with a 4-star rating, receiving an excellent reward. A 7 increase in chip research technology. Immediately, the announcement of the end of the museum's Strange Tale Challenge spread across the globe. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom celebrated joyously. After years of enduring invasions from the Strange Tale world, this was the first peaceful and auspicious new year they had welcomed. But happiness is always fleeting. 3 days later, Su Xiao once again entered the next Strange Tale world. System notification. The nations selected for this challenge include the Dragon Kingdom, the Grizzly Bear Nation, the United States, the Nation of the Sun Never Sets, the Nation of Paris, the Nation of Hydrangeas, South Korea, and the Eastern Island Nation. The Strange Tale world for this challenge is Miracle Company. The system issued a notification, "Welcome to Miracle Company." Brief overview. Miracle Company is known as the paradise for workers and is a typical role model for large corporations. Here, you can enjoy an 8-hour workday and weekends off. Please be sure to follow all company regulations. The hierarchy here is very strict. Please complete all tasks assigned by your superiors and obey absolutely. Hopefully, they won't dispose of you like they would a bedbug. This Strange Tale world is an individual competition. There is one opportunity for external reminders during the challenge. Reminder: contestants participating in this challenge may be teleported at any time. The teleportation destination will be a random space belonging to another contestant. Su Xiao blurted out in surprise, "Holy crap, I've become a corporate slave." Just then, an employee lightly patted Su Xiao on the shoulder and reminded him, "Hey newbie, it's time to work. Don't just stand there. Hurry back to workstation 14. Someone will assign you tasks in a bit." Su Xiao looked back and found that the person's face looked extremely blurred. The employee continued to scold him in an arrogant tone. "What are you still standing there for? Get going." Su Xiao obediently replied, "Okay." He thought to himself that since he hadn't seen the rules yet, he should follow instructions for now. Su Xiao followed the employee's directions to workstation 14. Su Xiao noticed small, eerie red spots on the desk. He asked himself, "What is this? Is it blood left by a previous employee?" Immediately after, a cleaning lady walked up from behind Su Xiao to help him wipe the desk. She said anxiously, I'm sorry. It was my carelessness that made you uncomfortable. Please, whatever you do, don't complain about me to the manager. I beg of you." Su Xiao looked up and was startled. "What the hell? Why is the cleaning lady's face also a blur?" After the cleaning lady finished tidying up, Su Xiao sat down in his seat. He noticed words on the computer screen and guessed that these were rules intentionally left behind by someone. The information left on the computer screen was as follows. "I am an ordinary employee at Miracle Company. Miracle Company is not a paradise but a nightmare. If you are lucky enough to see these rules, I hope they can help you. Rule list. Rule 1. You are just an ordinary office clerk in the company. Do not argue, do not question. Obedience is the only way to survive. Rule 2. Daily working hours are from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Black font. If a superior asks you to stay behind for overtime after work, please obey unconditionally. Rule 3. Wolf culture is the symbol of the company. Personal matters are absolutely not allowed during working hours. Rule 4. Chatting is strictly prohibited during working hours, and leaving your workstation for more than 10 minutes is strictly forbidden. Rule 5. Tasks assigned by superiors must be completed on time. This is very important for you. Rule 6. No one in the company has the right to boss you around except for your superiors. For example, if a colleague asks for help with their work, you can directly refuse. Rule 7. To keep employees focused on work, a company will order lunch collectively at noon. Black font. If you want to eat normal food, please take the lunchbox at the very top. Rule 8. Do not reveal any information to the courier, including matters related to the company. Please never do this. The courier will be put in danger because of this. Rule 9. The company's restrooms are unusable. In an emergency, please go to the public toilet downstairs. However, you had better report to the manager and return within 20 minutes. Rule 10. The company holds an outstanding employee selection every day. Please participate in the voting actively. Black font. Outstanding employees will be granted the privilege of leaving work early. After reading the rules, Su Xiao felt extremely confused. Why were the second halves of some rules noted in black font? What did that mean? Su Xiao sat down to focus his thoughts. Although he didn't understand the meaning of the black font for now, he was certain that these supplemental black rules must be quite complex and important, requiring extra attention. Su Xiao listed rules 3, 4, 5, and 10. Rule 3. Wolf culture is the company's symbol. Personal matters are absolutely not allowed during work hours. Rule 4. Idle chatter is strictly forbidden during work hours. Leaving your workstation for more than 10 minutes is strictly prohibited. Rule 5. Tasks assigned by superiors must be completed on time. This is very important for you. Rule 10. The company conducts an outstanding employee selection every day. Please participate in the voting actively. Black font. Outstanding employees will be granted the privilege of leaving work early. He continued to analyze the surrounding situation. On the other hand, the desks here are all numbered. Could it be to cover something up? Su Xiao tried opening the drawer. There was a small knife inside. He thought to himself that there just happened to be a small knife in the drawer. He could use it to carve a mark to prevent his seat from being swapped out. No sooner said than done. Su Xiao carved a symbol on the desk. Just then, a woman walked up from behind him. She said, "Newbie, I'm here to assign you some work." Su Xiao turned and asked her, "What kind of work?" The woman was none other than the manager's secretary. She said, "Turn the proposal in this document into a PowerPoint and send it to me. Ideally, send it back this morning. I don't have the patience to wait until the afternoon." After hearing the secretary's instructions, Su Xiao retorted coldly, "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Su Xiao's attitude momentarily stunned the secretary. Immediately following that, she began screaming like a madwoman, "Let me tell you, the manager told me to give this task to you. You'd better do it quickly." Su Xiao remained cold and said, "Manager, sorry. I don't know any manager. Why don't you have him come over here personally?" Hearing this, the secretary threatened him. "Are you crazy? You dare tell the manager to come see you? Stop dallying, or I'll tell the manager to punish you." Su Xiao immediately stood up and gave the secretary a hard slap across the face. He asked her angrily, "Who do you think you're talking to?" Stinging from the blow, the secretary shrieked, "You hit me, I'm going to slap you to death." As she spoke, she raised her hand aggressively to strike Su Xiao. Su Xiao gave a cold laugh and asked contemptuously, "With just you?" Before the words had even settled, Su Xiao gave her another slap. He said coldly, "I'll give you another one to see if you still dare to be so arrogant." After taking another slap from Su Xiao, the secretary didn't dare to be insolent anymore. She turned and ran away. Before leaving, she warned, "Uwa, this is too much. I'm going to tell the manager and have him punish you." Su Xiao put on a welcoming expression. He said playfully, "Don't make me wait too long, gorgeous." Seeing the secretary leave, Su Xiao returned to his desk. He thought to himself that making this PowerPoint wouldn't be easy. Rule 6 stated that if a colleague asks for help, you can decisively refuse. Since he wanted to violate the rules, he couldn't refuse the secretary's request. He had to make the PowerPoint. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xiao decided to fill it with random content. He'd be sloppy. As long as he could break the rules, it didn't matter. Once the content was compiled, Su Xiao created a folder named Slap God Self-Training. He saved the PowerPoint inside and sent it to the manager. A few minutes later, the secretary returned, bringing the manager with her. She sobbed out her complaint. "Manager, it's Su Xiao. He hit me, wah." The manager immediately adopted an authoritative posture to lecture him. "Su Xiao, new employee, I sent the secretary to assign you a task just now. If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of people who do. Either you resign and get out of my sight, or you do your job properly. Do you hear me?" Su Xiao gave a cold laugh. He thought to himself, "Do it properly?" Su Xiao immediately lost his temper and barked back at the manager. "Do your head. I'm an 18-year-old high school student. I'm still a child. Does it make sense to make me do a PowerPoint? Are you trying to use this to evaluate me?" This action of Su Xiao's violated Rules 1 and 5. According to Rule 1, you are just an ordinary office clerk. Do not argue, do not question. Obedience is the only way to survive. Rule 5. Tasks assigned by superiors must be completed on time. This is very important for you. After speaking, Su Xiao threw the stack of documents directly into the manager's face. It was too sudden. The manager's face turned livid and he stood frozen for several seconds. Standing next to him, the secretary pointed at Su Xiao's face and threatened, "You're finished. The manager is angry. He's definitely going to deal with you." Su Xiao gave a smug smile and provocation. "Throw whatever you've got at me. If I flinch, I lose." Surprisingly, the manager actually showed interest in Su Xiao. He gave a thumbs up and praised him sincerely. "Ha ha ha. This young man has charisma. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Our company needs talent like yours." Su Xiao was baffled by this attitude. He wondered if the manager had a screw loose. Then the manager turned to scold the secretary. "Secretary, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you? We need to give young people more opportunities to grow. It's only his first day and you assign him such difficult work. Aren't you making things hard for him?" The secretary stammered her defense. "Manager, internally she was cursing him. "Didn't you say yourself you wanted to squeeze the employees dry? Why are you playing the nice guy now? If you want to be the saint, do it yourself. Why make me the scapegoat?" After lecturing the secretary, the manager finally softened his tone and said, Fine, I know you didn't mean it that way. I won't punish you this time. Be more careful in the future. Once the company expands, there will be no shortage of credit for you." The secretary bowed cooperatively and replied earnestly, "Thank you for your guidance, manager. I will definitely do my utmost for the company and you in the future." Su Xiao watched the two of them perform their double act, his mouth hanging open in surprise. "That works too. Holy crap, that's some heavy-handed false promising." The manager then turned to Su Xiao and assigned another task. "How about this, newbie? Since you don't know how to do a PowerPoint, go film a few recruitment short videos and post them on TikTok. Introduce our company's benefits and perks. We have an 8-hour workday, weekends off, social security, and housing subsidies. The minimum annual salary is $1 million. We also have birthday parties, holiday perks, year-end team building, a 13th month salary, and 2 months of paid vacation." Su Xiao gave a devious smile and politely accepted the task. "Sure thing, manager. I can do that." Internally he was scheming to expose your true faces and clean up this wretched company. Su Xiao went to Miracle Company's TikTok page. He muttered to himself, "First, let me check what kind of videos this company posted before." There were currently 2 videos on the page. Su Xiao clicked the first one to watch. In the video, an office clerk was greeting the audience. "Welcome everyone to apply to our company. Our salaries are high, our leaders are great, and everyone who comes here is full of praise." The second video was also recorded by that same employee. He continued to praise Miracle Company, claiming it had an 8-hour workday, weekends off, and no overtime, making it the top choice. After watching the 2 videos, Su Xiao felt strange. Why could this employee's face be seen clearly, while all the colleagues here were a blur? While pondering this, Su Xiao tried to secretly snap a few photos of the surrounding colleagues with his phone. After taking them, Su Xiao looked at the screen, his expression darkened, and he gasped, "My God, even through the phone, their faces are blurred. How are you supposed to tell them apart?" Su Xiao rubbed his chin, analyzing the situation. The employees' faces are all blurred, and even photos can't capture them clearly. So who filmed those videos? Did they all have faces before and then turn into this later? Does your face gradually blur after you start working here? And once it turns like this, you belong to the company entirely? This kind of scheme is truly terrifying. Forget it, I won't think about that for now. There will surely be clues later. First, I'll film a video to expose their true faces. No sooner said than done. Su Xiao pulled out his phone to take a selfie video. He announced with a confident smile, "Attention to everyone watching this video. Miracle Company is one giant cesspool. The secretary is a fraud, and the manager is an even bigger liar. Whatever you do, don't come to work here. Even dogs would want to piss on the employees of Miracle Company." The audience watching from above couldn't help but burst into laughter. LMAO. These kind words from great god Su Xiao are truly invigorating. Below, the audience agreed. If the manager saw this, he'd probably faint from rage. Ha ha ha. After recording, Su Xiao tapped on his phone and said happily, "Okay, save. The company's true nature should be successfully exposed now, but I have to wait until lunch break to post it, otherwise it wouldn't count as violating the rules. Because according to Rule 5, tasks assigned by superiors must be completed on time, and that's very important for you." While Su Xiao was happily filming, the Eastern Island contestant Kamigami Takeza was also assigned a task by the secretary. She said to him arrogantly, "Turn the proposal in this document into a PowerPoint and send it to me. Ideally, submit it this morning. I don't have the patience to wait until the afternoon." Kamigami Takeza immediately bowed and replied, Yes. He then immediately began working on the PowerPoint without a moment's delay. The audience above commented, "Hey, you can tell he's a workplace veteran. Dealing with the office and making PowerPoints is a walk in the park for him." Another viewer commented, "Doesn't that mean he has an advantage this round? I certainly wouldn't want to see that." The audience below replied, "Don't worry just yet. This is the world of strange tales, we'll see." Meanwhile, the South Korean contestant Park Wa-dong was frozen in place by the task assigned by the secretary. He yelled at the manager's secretary, "Ah, damn it, I'm a top star in South Korea. I can handle dancing and rapping, but making a PowerPoint is going to be the death of me." Park Wa-dong tried to use his handsome guy strategy to trick the secretary into giving him a different job. "Pretty sister, isn't there something a bit easier? Like what if I sing and dance for you?" However, the secretary only gave him a cold warning. "Focus on your work and stop playing these useless tricks. I'll be back to collect it before the lunch break. If it isn't finished, your fate won't be much better than anyone else's." With no other choice, Park Wa-dong returned to his workstation. To complete the task, he wore a miserable expression and lamented, "This is awful. Why did it have to be us? I don't want to stay here." The audience above burst out laughing. Haha, is this guy going to make it? He's been in the strange tale world for nearly a whole morning and he's still obsessed with why someone else wasn't chosen. The audience below also mocked Park Hwa-dong. I think he definitely ate too much kimchi, his brain has short-circuited. Ha ha ha. As noon approached, Su Xiao quietly observed his surroundings. He reached a conclusion. After observing all morning, I've discovered something. These employees have nothing left but fatigue and obedience. No matter what work the secretary assigns, they accept it unconditionally. Was the employee previously sitting at Station 14 able to remain clear-headed for a period of time because they kept eating lunch? If that's the case, then the black font in Rule 7 is likely correct. According to Rule 7, to keep employees focused on work, the company will order lunch collectively at noon. Black font. If you want to eat normal food, please take the lunchbox at the very top. Just then, the voice of a delivery man came from outside. Food's here, come and get your lunch. Su Xiao didn't rush out to grab the top lunchbox. He was thinking, since the black font was also part of the rules, he had to do the opposite. This meant that if he wanted to eat that lunchbox, he absolutely could not go and take it himself. Seeing that no one came out to receive the food for a long time, the delivery man urged again, "The food is delivered, come and get it." At that moment, the office clerks seemed to wake up from their work, rushing out like a swarm of hornets, shouting and shoving each other. "Me first, get out of the way, I'm starving, let me get it first." Su Xiao stood in the back watching the scene, momentarily startled. He exclaimed, "Oh my God, how long has it been since these people ate? They look terrifying." Su Xiao didn't go to get the food. Instead, he walked straight over and hooked his arm around the delivery man's shoulder, striking up a friendly conversation. "It must be hard delivering food every day, right? Come, let me tell you a few of our company secrets to pass the time." The delivery man was a bit embarrassed by Su Xiao's attitude and stammered, "Your company has secrets, what are they?" Su Xiao did this specifically to violate Rule 8. Rule 8 stated, "Do not reveal any information to the courier, including matters related to the company. Please never do this. The courier will be put in danger because of this." Su Xiao leaned into the delivery man's ear and whispered, "I'll tell you a secret. Our manager never uses toilet paper when he goes to the bathroom." Hearing this, the delivery man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That secret is quite something. After violating Rule 8, Su Xiao stretched comfortably and said with satisfaction, "Done. That's another rule violated. Now I can go eat." Su Xiao saw an employee who had just opened a lunchbox and said excitedly, "Yo, perfect timing." Su Xiao walked up to that employee, rudely snatched the lunchbox from his hands and said as if it were only natural, "Give it here." The employee immediately cursed, "Are you sick? Why are you snatching my lunchbox?" Su Xiao replied shamelessly, "The manager told me to snatch it. You have a problem with that?" As soon as the employee heard it was the manager's orders, he immediately shrunk back and said submissively, "Since the manager said so, then I have no objection." Su Xiao happily carried the lunchbox back to his seat. He said with a smile, "Time to eat, time to eat." Su Xiao suddenly let out a shout of surprise. Holy crap, they finished it all in just a few moments. They really don't treat themselves as human. The office clerks were all buried in their work, eating as if a whirlwind had swept through the food. Seeing this, Su Xiao muttered to himself, "I have to eat slowly, eating too fast is bad for the stomach." At that moment, the company supervisor appeared behind Su Xiao like a ghost and reminded him in a deep voice, "Hey newbie, the company only allows 10 minutes for lunch. Isn't that enough? It's working hours now, and you're still eating. How can you treat the company like this?" Su Xiao frowned and asked, "Big brother, who are you?" The company supervisor immediately adopted an arrogant stance. Pointing and roaring, "Su Xiao, who do you think you are? I'm the company supervisor. You're going too far. Throw that lunchbox away right now." Su Xiao stood up calmly and said softly, "Fine, you want to play these kinds of tricks, right?" Su Xiao suddenly turned around and delivered a crisp, resounding slap accurately to the supervisor's face, making the corner of his mouth bleed. Su Xiao taunted, "Let's see if you still dare to nag at me." The supervisor rubbed his face in pain and roared in a fury, You actually dared to assault a superior, you bastard." Su Xiao immediately accused him loudly. "Superior? I don't care who you are. I just love hitting people like you who try to morally kidnap others." After saying that, Su Xiao rushed forward and pinned the supervisor to the ground. Beating him until his face was black and blue, he declared coldly, "As long as I have no morals, you can forget about kidnapping me." The audience above saw this scene and cheered constantly. Boss Su Xiao is cleaning up the whole company. He isn't humoring anyone. That line about having no morals killed me. Another viewer said with a mournful face, I just tried to copy Boss Su Xiao and gave my manager 2 punches. That manager, a 6-foot-tall bruiser, beat the crap out of me and told me not to come to work tomorrow." The person next to him gave a sincere suggestion. "Buddy, that's not something you can just imitate." While Su Xiao was teaching the supervisor a lesson, Other contestants encountered similar situations. Andy, John, and Mark Miazin all chose not to eat. After all, a person won't have any major problems if they don't eat for a day. However, the South Korean contestant, Park Hwa-dong, chose to take a different path. He had also received a warning notice: whatever you do, don't eat. Park Hwa-dong sat in front of his screen and complained, "They won't let me eat, I'm a big star. In the real world I have fine food every day. How am I supposed to endure hunger? Besides, I worked so hard to snatch this lunchbox. Why shouldn't I be allowed to eat?" Park Hwa-dong opened the lunchbox, and his mouth immediately began to water. He exclaimed, "Whoa, what is this? I thought it would be hard to swallow, but I didn't expect it to look exactly like food from the real world." Park Hwa-dong decided to ignore the warning notice and began to eat with great relish. The audience above commented, "Oh no, what's happening? I feel like there's something wrong with this lunchbox." The audience below agreed, "I'll be bold enough to remove the word feel. This lunchbox is obviously very wrong." The more Park Hwa-dong ate, the more delicious he found it. He was full of praise. "So tasty, it smells so good." By the time Park Hwa-dong finished, the audience above immediately noticed something abnormal and cried out, "Oh my God, why can't we see Park Hwa-dong's face clearly anymore? After finishing this meal, I bet even his own mother wouldn't recognize him." Park Hwa-dong was still completely unaware, letting out a long, comfortable burp. Another viewer commented, "It's not completely blurred yet, there's still hope." "Go, Oppa," the audience below countered. "Forget it. He stepped into such an obvious trap, what can you expect from him?" At this time, Park Hwa-dong began to hallucinate. He saw many employees surrounding him, and they were all very nice. One person walked over, patted his shoulder, and said with concern, "Newbie, do you want a chicken leg? I can't finish mine." "It's yours." Another person also enthusiastically invited him. "I have cola. When you finish eating, I'll pour you a cup." Park Hwa-dong felt this atmosphere was simply wonderful. He thought to himself in a state of self-intoxication, why did these colleagues suddenly become so nice? Park Hwa-dong was moved to tears. Hee. "So this is the true face of this company? Wonderful. The colleagues are all great too. I swear I love this company to death." He was completely lost in the hallucination without even knowing it. The audience above commented, "Has Park Hwa-dong been possessed? Why is he talking to himself and laughing at those faceless colleagues?" The audience below guessed, "Is he being assimilated? Anyway, his face is already blurred." In the South Korean meeting room, a Korean leader saw this scene and slammed the table in a rage, shouting, "That bastard Park Hwa-dong is a total moron. Is that idiot's head just for show? He actually dared to ignore our reminder." Another leader was also fuming, immediately ordering a subordinate, "Go check if he's actually Korean. I have every reason to suspect he's a spy sent to our country." The subordinate subsequently reported, "Your Excellency, have you forgotten? We carefully investigated the background of every contestant participating in the strange tale world. This Park Hwa-dong is indeed a genuine South Korean." After hearing this, the leader became even more desperate, sighing listlessly, "It's hard to imagine that South Korea has such a stupid person. Could Korean genes really be this bad? I have to wonder." In the afternoon, John really couldn't hold it anymore and had to go to the bathroom, so he left his station and headed for the toilet. The audience above commented, "Doesn't Rule 9 say you can't use the company bathroom? Why did John go straight in?" The audience below believed, maybe he forgot for a second, or maybe John felt going down to the first floor was too much of a waste of time. Not coming back within 20 minutes would be a violation of the rules anyway. In the bathroom, John encountered the manager. The manager asked him, "Newbie using the restroom?" John answered politely, "Yes." The manager took a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket. He slowly lit one and said to John, "Then you go ahead first, I'll have a smoke." John thought to himself, "The manager clearly isn't a regular smoker. Why would he do this in front of me? Could there be some kind of mine hidden in the bathroom that he needs me to step on?" The manager suddenly turned to leave, saying, "I just remembered there's still work to finish. The bathroom is so crowded, I'll come back later." John was just about to shout, "Chief, don't leave in such a hurry." Just then, an employee ran in from outside, accidentally bumping into John. The person shouted, "Ouch, my stomach is killing me, get out of the way, let me in." John secretly rejoiced. "Someone is scouting the path for me. Let's see what happens." Sure enough, something strange happened in the bathroom. Before long, that employee let out a shrill scream. Accompanying the scream was a seductive voice, "Come here, little brother." John was momentarily shocked into silence. After hearing the employee scream, the manager calmly put out his cigarette and walked leisurely into the bathroom. He said as if nothing had happened, "All right, finally I can use the restroom," John thought to himself. The manager went in too. "It seems it's no longer dangerous. I'll go in as well." John walked into the bathroom. What met his eyes was the corpse of that employee lying in a pool of blood. John was now completely certain that his judgment was correct. He hadn't guessed wrong earlier. The manager was waiting for someone else to use it first. The company bathroom could be used, but the first person to enter was destined to die. John frowned as he analyzed. It seems Rule 9 is a trap. If I chose to go to the public toilet, I definitely wouldn't have been able to make it back within 10 minutes, which would have violated Rule 4. If I choose this toilet, I have to wait for someone else to try it first. Otherwise, the one lying on the floor now would be me. Luckily, I was cautious enough. According to Rule 9, the company's restrooms are unusable. In an emergency, please go to the public toilet downstairs. However, you had better report to the manager and return within 20 minutes. Rule 4. Chatting is strictly prohibited during working hours, and leaving your workstation for more than 10 minutes is strictly forbidden. Meanwhile, Su Xiao didn't do the work the supervisor had just assigned. Instead, he sat in his seat watching a movie that was currently popular in the Dragon Kingdom. The audience above commented, "On what basis can he be so leisurely? I curse him to lose his life later for violating the rules." The audience below reacted angrily. "Shut up upstairs, just on the basis that the people of the Dragon Kingdom are your betters. Su Xiao is doing this to violate Rule 3. According to Rule 3, wolf culture is the company's symbol. Personal matters are absolutely not allowed during work hours." An employee walked by and happened to see Su Xiao leisurely watching a movie. He shouted angrily, "You dare do personal work during office hours? You're finished. I'm going to report you. You'd better prepare yourself mentally." Su Xiao found the interruption annoying. He looked back, frowned, and asked the employee, "Do you have amnesia?" After speaking, Su Xiao got up and decisively gave that employee a heavy slap. He lectured, "Reporting me? Reporting what? Let me teach you how to behave in the future." The employee let out a cry of pain from the blow. He was struck so hard by Su Xiao that he fell to the floor. He was so angry he couldn't speak, pointing at Su Xiao and stuttering, you for ages without follow-up. Su Xiao barked, "You what? This is the work the supervisor just gave me. Take it and have it finished and hand it to me before work ends." The employee questioned while rubbing his face. "Su Xiao, this is the work the supervisor gave you. Why should I do it for you?" Su Xiao's brow twitched and he directly raised his fist, saying concisely, "Because of this. You doing it or not?" After taking one of Su Xiao's heavy hits, how could that employee dare to speak up? He immediately submissively complied. I'll do it. I'll go do it right now." Seeing this performance, Su Xiao said with satisfaction, "Wise of you." After the employee had walked far away, Su Xiao let out a sigh and said a bit boredly, "Suddenly I need to go to the bathroom to drain the tank." In the bathroom, Su Xiao encountered the manager. The manager asked him, "Newbie using the restroom?" Su Xiao answered coldly, asking the obvious, "Why else would I be here, to have lunch?" Faced with Su Xiao's head-on answer, the manager was momentarily speechless. The manager then took out a cigarette and said to Su Xiao, "How about you go first? I'll have a smoke." Su Xiao saw that his movements with the cigarette were very unpracticed and knew he was playing tricks. He advised coldly, "Do you know that smoking is harmful to your health? Are you trying to make me inhale secondhand smoke?" Su Xiao suddenly said, "Eat my punch." Immediately following that, he directly landed a heavy punch on the manager's face. The manager immediately fell to the ground and asked in terror, "Newbie, are you a little?" Su Xiao cut him off directly. "Less talk. If you aren't using the toilet, don't block the way. Get lost." Looking at Su Xiao's back, the manager muttered in confusion, "I don't understand how things turned out like this. On what basis does a newbie dare to treat me this way? Is it moral decay or the distortion of human nature?" The audience above commented, "LMAO, boss Su Xiao is so fierce. He didn't leave the manager any dignity at all." The audience below raised a question, "What exactly is in the bathroom boss Su Xiao went in? Quickly let us see." In the bathroom, a black shadow appeared silently behind Su Xiao, issuing a sinister invitation. "Come here, brother," the audience said excitedly. "It's appeared, hasn't it? Quickly see what it is." Before Su Xiao had a chance to look back and see what it was, the black general rushed out, roared, and directly swallowed the thing into its stomach. Su Xiao turned back and instructed, "Black General, next time wait until I see what it looks like before you kill it." The audience commented with regret, "The Black General's movements were too fast. I didn't have time to see clearly either." A few minutes later, the manager saw Su Xiao walk out safe and sound. He thought to himself in shock, "This newbie actually managed to come out alive after going in. How did he do it? Am I dreaming?" Su Xiao walked slowly to the sink to wash his hands, then directly used his still dripping hands to wipe them on the manager's clothes. Su Xiao acted as if nothing had happened, still smiling as he said to him, "Oh, why are you still standing here? You served as a perfect hand towel." The manager could only suppress his rage. "Stay calm, stay calm. He just arrived and hasn't violated any rules yet. I shouldn't bother with him." In his mind, the manager was already fantasizing about scenarios where he could ruthlessly berate Su Xiao. To hell with staying calm. How could he possibly remain composed in this situation? What kind of people was the company hiring lately? Were they recruiting employees, or were they bringing in a lord and master to be served? The viewers above were doubled over in laughter. Ha ha ha, the manager must be dying of frustration. Big Boss Su Xiao has beaten him to the point of questioning his very existence. The viewers below commented admiringly, Big Boss Su Xiao is truly powerful. He's doing exactly what I've always wanted to do but never dared. After returning from the restroom, Su Xiao relaxed, leaned back against his chair and let out a satisfied sigh. Phew, it feels great to drain the tank. Back to the movie. Suddenly, Su Xiao sensed something was wrong. Wait, where's the movie that was playing on the computer? And why has the Mark I carved on the desk disappeared? He asked himself. Could it be that this is no longer the strange tale world I was originally participating in? As the challenge began, the system had displayed relevant information. This strange tale world is a special individual competition. There is one opportunity for an external reminder during the challenge. Contestants participating in this challenge will be teleported at any time, and the teleportation destination will be a random space belonging to another contestant. Su Xiao seemed to realize something as he murmured, I remember now, there was indeed a reminder about this before the round started. Looking at the several eerie faces around him, Su Xiao let out a sigh. Good grief, whose strange tale world have I been teleported into? Park Wadong walked over to greet him. Hey, looks like we have a new colleague. But new guy, why can't I see your face clearly? Looking at Park's already twisted and deformed face, Su Xiao thought to himself, this guy definitely isn't an NPC, right? Seeing the information on the computer, Su Xiao marveled, this guy really is a contestant. The folder name displayed on the computer screen was the name of the participant, and the one zoomed in on was specifically the South Korean contestant, Park Wadong. Su Xiao was taken aback, privately evaluating, it really is a South Korean contestant. Unsurprisingly, South Korea had sent another idiot. This round was a guaranteed loss. The viewers shared his sentiment. Unable to stop themselves from bursting into laughter and expressing their agreement, Su Xiao concluded that Park Wadong must have been a fool even before coming here. He likely wasn't much different in reality. The manager's secretary walked over aggressively, slammed a document onto the desk and ordered, Hey, new guy, the two of you handle this document together. Su Xiao replied coldly, What document? I didn't see anything. Upon hearing this, the secretary flew into a rage, roaring, You'd better get to work. My patience is limited. If you can't hand it over by the deadline, just you wait. Su Xiao wasn't intimidated by anyone. He delivered a direct slap to her face and barked back, Who do you think you're talking to? Seeing this, Park Wadong rushed over to intervene, questioning loudly, What's wrong with you, new guy? Why did you hit the secretary? She's just assigning you work, why would you hit her? The secretary, hiding behind Park Wadong, was dazed from the blow. In extreme terror, she said instinctively, How dare you hit me? Su Xiao didn't buy into any of it. He delivered a rapid series of slaps to Park Wadong's face, lecturing him as he struck. I'm going to slap some sense into you today so you stop playing the fool here. The manager's secretary lunged forward to attack like an enraged beast, screaming, Su Xiao. Damn it, I won't let you get away with this. She bit down hard on Su Xiao's arm, making him hiss in pain. Enraged, Su Xiao forcefully kicked away the crazed woman and snapped without hesitation, Are you a dog? Bite me again and I'll break your teeth off. Looking at the deep bite marks on his arm, a wave of concern rose in Su Xiao's heart. What's going on? I have talent protection, how could I still be injured? Has my talent failed? Viewers were also worried for him, discussing, Look, big boss, Su Xiao's arm was bitten. This seems to be the first time the boss has actually been hurt. What exactly happened? That secretary didn't look particularly dangerous. Su Xiao's mind was clouded with suspicion. He connected all the clues and made a deduction. No, I see now. It's not that my talent failed, nor is it because I violated the rules. It's because this is Park Wadong's strange tale world. In someone else's space, his talent cannot function, and therefore cannot protect him. As expected, the strange tale world would constantly find ways to target certain contestants' special abilities to make them ineffective. Realizing the severity of the problem, Su Xiao thought tensely, this sudden teleportation was likely intended to suppress my talent. Inside the Dragon Kingdom meeting room, the leaders were discussing their next move. They were strategizing. Since the weakness of Su Xiao's talent had been exposed, they had to closely observe the movements of other contestants. Once there was a clue for clearing the stage, they had to send a reminder to Su Xiao immediately. Su Xiao was now the core of the Dragon Kingdom. Nothing could be allowed to happen to him. They had to go all out to help him. The scene shifted to the meeting room of the Eastern Island nation, where the leaders were gloating, their mockery palpable. Well done. Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom is finally injured. This proves he isn't invincible. His legend of being undefeated is about to end. The Dragon Kingdom has developed too fast recently. If this continues, our nation will fall into crisis. I hope Su Xiao dies in this round. That way the Dragon Kingdom won't have time to deal with us. Dragon Kingdom, your good days are over. The screen returned to the sky. At the same time, Su Xiao was teleported to Park Wadong's space. Kamigami Takeza of the Eastern Island Nation was teleported to Lucas's space. The manager's secretary walked over, set down a file and instructed gently, "The two of you process this document together. The manager will come to collect it later." Lucas frowned and said, "Huh?" while Takeza replied politely, "Understood." Lucas suddenly lashed out, questioning the secretary loudly. "Who are you talking to?" The secretary was terrified and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. If it weren't for the manager's orders, I wouldn't dare disturb you even if it killed me. I'll leave right now." Kamigami Takeza lamented secretly. "Why am I so unlucky? Of all the places to be teleported, I had to end up with Lucas." Lucas was a complete madman. Takeza was truly afraid he might suddenly snap and drive a knife into his gut. Lucas seemed to sense his thoughts, glanced over and muttered a low, "Oh?" Takeza's legs instantly went weak with fear as he pleaded, Don't kill me, don't kill me." But Lucas walked away without even acknowledging him. Takeza felt as though he had just escaped death. He let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he's just going to the restroom. Takeza wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and tried to calm himself down. "All right, I have to help Lucas complete the work now. Otherwise, if I'm not killed by an eerie entity, I'll be killed by Lucas first." Half an hour later, Takeza muttered proudly to himself, "This advertising proposal is very innovative. The manager should be very satisfied." He held an advertisement for braised fatty intestines. The manager walked up to Takeza and ordered, "New guy, give me the completed file." Takeza replied flatteringly, "Of course, please have a look, manager." The manager looked at the braised intestines ad and evaluated. "Is this the slogan you came up with?" Takeza quickly replied, "Yes. I deleted most of the false information and only kept a small portion. I feel that keeping a tiny bit of false advertising actually makes people believe what they're seeing." Upon hearing this, the manager seemed dissatisfied and questioned angrily, "You really want to keep that content? Was it intentional or an accident?" Takeza replied excitedly, "It was intentional." Hearing this satisfactory answer, the manager didn't hold back his praise. "Well done. You have great potential to become an outstanding employee. Wait for the results at the end of the shift." Takeza was incredibly shocked, his voice unable to hide his joy. "What? I have a chance to become an outstanding employee?" As soon as the manager turned to leave, Takeza was overwhelmed by this sudden good news. He was secretly delighted. "Great, I knew it. How could a simple advertising slogan stump me? If I'm selected as an outstanding employee, I can clear the round and go home to reunite with my family." However, the viewers sensed something was wrong and left messages questioning, "That's not right. I felt the manager's tone just now wasn't friendly at all. What on earth is he so happy about? I have a premonition that being an outstanding employee probably isn't a good thing." At 5 p.m., Su Xiao and Kamigami Takeza both returned to their respective strange tail spaces. Takeza was working when he was suddenly distracted by a commotion. Someone pushed the door open and shouted, "Delivery?" Su Xiao watched the crowd lining up for food and felt very confused, falling into deep thought. Strange. Rule 10 says the company orders food at noon, but it didn't mention ordering again at 5 p.m. Is this trashy company really that generous? Ordering food twice a day, and this time even my colleagues are lining up. Did they have a change of heart? A male colleague nearby suddenly walked over with a kind expression, holding a lunchbox and apologizing repeatedly. "Sorry, new guy. I shouldn't have made things difficult for you at noon. This lunchbox is yours. You can take as long as you want to eat this time." Su Xiao did not let his guard down just because the other party's attitude had suddenly improved. He remained on alert. When things are this abnormal, there must be a catch. "I'm not eating that." Su Xiao threw the lunchbox back to the colleague and replied coldly, "I'm not hungry, you can have this one." The manager supervisor was surprised by Su Xiao's behavior but accepted it happily, saying excitedly, "Is this for me? Great, thank you." At the same time, the management for other contestants also delivered lunchboxes. Except for Park Wadong, almost all contestants chose not to eat. Park Wadong, however, appeared very happy and accepted the lunchbox with both hands. He even remembered to suck up. "Thank you, supervisor, you're such a good person." Viewers were shocked to find that Park Wadong underwent a startling change after finishing the meal. They marveled, "It's a miracle." After Park Wadong finished this meal, his face actually returned to normal. Could the afternoon lunchboxes restore blurred faces? This guy Park Wadong is so lucky, even a blind cat finds a dead mouse sometimes. In the South Korean meeting room, seeing the situation improve, a subordinate said excitedly. He spoke excitedly. "Good, even if it was a lucky mistake, at least he's back to normal. As long as he's normal, we still have hope." The South Korean leader rested his head on the table and sighed. He lamented that he hoped the contestant's subsequent performance would be smarter and not as brainless as before. Suddenly, he looked at the screen and found that Park Hwa-dong's face had become completely blurred. The subordinate shouted in a panic, "The leader, our hope seems to have shattered. Park Hwa-dong's face is even more blurred than before." The leader noticed this as well and said angrily, "What, damn it, how could this happen? How did it turn out like this?" The leader covered his face, groaning in pain. "It's over. South Korea is going to lose again." The subordinate was unable to stay as calm as the leader. He stood up excitedly, slammed the table and roared, "The tiny bit of hope we finally saw was ruthlessly snuffed out just like that. Those damned eerie entities are such bastards." Meanwhile, the viewers in Su Xiao's livestream noticed something else. They posted comments. "Look everyone, the colleague who ate Big Boss Su Xiao's lunchbox secretly sent him an email. An email? Has a new plotline been triggered?" The email was a message of thanks reading, "Thank you for treating me to such a delicious meal. It allowed me to regain a brief moment of clarity." Su Xiao fell into deep thought after reading the email. Lunchbox, clarity. Su Xiao stole a glance at the colleague, privately evaluating. The colleague's face is still very blurred. Was it because he only regained clarity for a moment that he sent me this email? Su Xiao quickly moved the mouse to click on the email body, thinking, "Let's see what's written here." The email was a long piece of information. "New guy, I believe you've already read the 10 rules he left behind. What I can do for you now is supplement the missing rules. Rule 11, the company only provides lunch. It does not provide dinner. Rule 12, do not trust anyone in the company with a blurred face. They are unreliable. Rule 13, if possible, sneak into the manager's office to take a look. Do not enter the manager's office. It is the most dangerous place in the company. Rule 14, no secrets of the company can be leaked. If you are lucky enough to collect that data, you can give it to the delivery man. Rule 15, do not trust the delivery man. Rule 16, please judge these rules carefully. Do not violate any rules. Rule 17, do not violate the rule that has been repeated 3 times. After reading everything, Su Xiao roughly understood his current situation. He surmised to himself that there were indeed new rules, and Rule 17 looked extremely important. Su Xiao suddenly remembered the item he had obtained in the previous round and planned to take it out to try. He thought, "I got the little boy's colored crayons in the last round. Maybe I can use them to resolve the doubts in my heart." The system popped up an introduction to the item. Little Boy's Colored Crayons Introduction. When you have doubts about a certain question or object, you can write them on paper, and it will resolve them for you. Su Xiao placed the crayon on a piece of paper and asked, "What will ultimately happen to Miracle Company?" The crayon began to scribble on the paper. The content on the paper showed, cease violations, unable to escape, sudden teleportation, loss of memory, unable to decrypt. Although he successfully obtained clues, this information was still as difficult to decipher as finding a needle in a haystack. Su Xiao thought in confusion, what does this mean? According to what's written here, is everyone unable to escape? Su Xiao wrote down the question again. How can I leave Miracle Company? The crayon automatically wrote the answer, but it seemed to be hindered by some force, writing very slowly. Ensure no memory loss, violate rules, sudden teleportation. Hand over. Before it could finish, the crayon suddenly began to spin and shake violently. The crayon was hit by a powerful impact, and after intense friction, it suddenly flew off. Su Xiao seemed to understand the answer. He analyzed calmly, "It seems the colored crayons cannot reveal too much information, but from the last sentence I can infer that sudden teleportations will continue and repeat many times. Every time I'm teleported to a new space, my talent fails to take effect immediately, which means I'm being targeted. This has never happened before." Su Xiao massaged his temples tiredly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes as he sighed. "Luckily I never stopped my deductions and thinking, otherwise my brain would be rusted by now. If I hadn't prepared for a rainy day, I'm afraid my mind would be a complete blank right now, unable to come up with anything." The higher the level of a talent, the easier it is to develop a sense of dependency and thus stop thinking. Perhaps this is the trap set by the eerie entities, because they had unexpectedly learned core secrets. The viewers couldn't help but marvel. God, no wonder every time Big Boss Su Xiao performs a deduction, I feel like I can't understand it. Clearly it's fine even if he violates rules, so why does he still bother thinking so hard? Another person chimed in. Wait a minute, did Big Boss Su Xiao just expose his talent? So his talent is related to violating rules, another viewer commented with admiration. Actually, I guessed the boss's talent long ago. And based on his performance, it's definitely SSS grade. The viewers also spared no effort in praising Su Xiao. To have an SSS-grade talent but not be arrogant, and still maintain the reason to perform deductions, it must be said that Big Boss Su Xiao is far-sighted. We simply can't compare. Back to the side of Miracle Company. At 9 p.m. near the end of the shift, colleagues in the company stood up one after another to pack their things and prepare to go home. Just then, the manager walked out of his office and announced bad news. He spoke loudly. "Attention everyone must stay for overtime." All the employees present nodded mechanically and replied, "Understood." A system prompt popped up. Rule 2. Daily working hours are from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. If a superior requests overtime after work, one must obey unconditionally. The manager continued to assign tasks. Secretary, select today's best performer now. Appoint that person as today's outstanding employee. The manager's secretary nodded slightly and responded softly, "Very well." The rules manifested once again, clarifying the relevant information. Rule 10. The company selects the day's outstanding employee every day. Please participate actively. Outstanding employees will enjoy the privilege of leaving the company early. Among the contestants, 5 were selected as outstanding employees. Except for Kamigami Takeza, all other contestants showed deep concern. These contestants were Andy from the Grizzly Bear Nation, Joe Tai from the Dragon Kingdom, Kamigami Takeza from the Eastern Island Nation, William from Spain, and Hardy from the Nation of Hydrangeas. Except for Kamigami Takeza, whose face was as bright as spring flowers, the faces of the others turned gloomy the instant they heard this rule. Wrinkling like monkeys, Takeza felt very proud of himself, laughing inwardly. "I truly am an excellent employee. Having received the title of Outstanding Employee, I should be able to clear the stage smoothly, right?" The manager pinned the medal to one side of Takeza's clothes, his tone laden with deep meaning as if laughing to himself. He said, "Congratulations, Kamigami Takeza. You are today's outstanding employee of the company." Particularly that advertisement for braised fatty intestines. It was a wonderful surprise. "The title of Outstanding Employee suits you best. You may go home now." Hearing this, Takeza took it to be the truth, his face radiant with excitement as if flowers were about to bloom around him. He asked happily, "Can I really go home now?" Takeza hurried toward the door he had been dreaming of and pushed it open in an instant. He stepped out quickly, not forgetting to leave a parting word. "Finally, I can go home. Goodbye, Miracle Company." However, there was no notification of leaving the challenge. Takeza stopped in his tracks. He spoke in confusion. "What's going on? I've already left the company. So why haven't I heard the prompt? Does leaving the company not mean clearing the stage?" He looked back and froze for a moment, trying to speak calmly. "Oh no, the company has disappeared too. Do I have to walk to the end of this hallway to clear the stage?" Still blindly believing he was right, he turned and ran quickly toward the hallway ahead, muttering to himself, "Right, it must be so. As long as I finish walking this hallway, I'll definitely clear it. Now I just need to leave here as quickly as possible." After running aimlessly in the hallway for some time, Takeza suddenly stopped. He speculated privately. "There's a door at the end of the hallway. Will pushing it open allow me to escape? After walking for so long, am I finally going to clear the stage?" His hand turned the doorknob, he pushed the door open, and the pitch-black space was instantly bathed in light. Takeza was dazzled by the glare, and instinctively let out a cry. "Ouch!" He raised his hand to cover his eyes, but when he opened them, the sight of Miracle Company appeared before him once more. Takeza clutched his head in panic and shouted, Miracle Company? Why is it Miracle Company behind the door again?" Takeza scrambled about, looking around, still clinging to his own ideas. He said loudly, "No, I don't believe there's no exit. My deduction can't be wrong. Being selected as an outstanding employee must lead to clearing the stage." Takeza didn't even look at the people in the company, cursing and muttering, "I want to get out, I want to leave this place." He continued to wander incessantly in the old hallway, and this time he began to feel afraid. Takeza cried out in terror, "No, why is it this hallway again?" Takeza felt extreme disappointment. Unable to calm down, he stammered to himself, "I want to leave this place. This time will definitely be different. If I go through that door once more, I'll definitely escape." Takeza turned around, decided to go for broke, and charged straight for the door that looked exactly like Miracle Company's main entrance. He roared, "I'll take you on." When the scene before his eyes was identical to the Miracle Company he hated so much, he murmured feebly, "No, why have I returned to this damned company again? A hallucination, it must be a hallucination." Watching his plight, the viewers began to discuss with schadenfreude, "My God, the contestant who was just having the time of his life is now in despair. This situation is indeed quite hopeless. Stuck in an infinite loop, feeling like being imprisoned in a darkness without light. No hope. I can only say I quite like this. This move is way too toxic. I support Kamigami Takeza passing through the company's door again and again. finishing a loop of the hallway only to return to Miracle Company. He ran desperately in despair. Takeza's exhausted face grew paler and paler, and the viewers discussed in horror. Oh, everyone look, every time Kamigami Takeza pisses through the company door, his face becomes a bit more blurred, even more terrifying than South Korea's Park Hwa-dong, one of the viewers commented angrily. Damn it, won't the high levels use a reminder opportunity? If this loop continues, Kamigami Takeza is as good as dead. It's no use, a viewer explained helplessly. Takeza has clearly had a mental breakdown. A reminder won't help anymore. Meanwhile, Takeza continued to run blindly ahead with obsession. Despite already knowing the outcome, it was unknown how many times he had entered the company, and he was out of breath. After repeating the same path over and over, his face had become completely blurred, looking extremely eerie. Viewers gathered to discuss the predicted outcome. Takeza is truly beyond saving. He's now exactly like everyone else in Miracle Company, yet the Strange Tale World announcement hasn't sounded. Does he have to be completely assimilated to be considered eliminated? I don't know that either. Let's keep watching and it'll become clear later. Back with the other contestants, at the same time Takeza was being completely assimilated. William of Spain and Hardy of the Hydrangeas Nation were also awarded medals. Hardy thought, I feel like this medal isn't anything good, but I don't dare refuse, fearing something bad will happen if I do. After putting on the Outstanding Employee medal, Miracle Company changed in their eyes. Whether it was the manager, the secretary, or the colleagues, they all became abnormal, as if urging them to leave. The secretary and the manager stood quietly by, monitoring them, making their skin crawl instantly. Hardy thought worriedly, these people are too terrifying. If I don't leave, I feel like something even more horrific will happen. Under the pressure of fear, William and Hardy were forced to leave the company. William looked back, feeling terrified. They're starting to close in, I have to get out of here quickly. As expected, their fate was the same as Takeza's. Their faces became completely blurred. The audience sensed the clue within this. One person expressed concern. There's a problem with this outstanding employee selection. I'm worried about Joe Tai and Andy, another person chimed in. Andy is fine, he has infinite deduction. He might be able to dodge it. What about Joe Tai? On Joe Tai's side from the Dragon Kingdom, the manager also presented him with a medal just like he had for the other contestants. He said, you can go home now. Joe Tai appeared calm on the surface but was anxious inwardly, thinking hesitantly, but I don't want to leave here. I feel like there's something dangerous waiting for me outside the company. But if I don't leave, I feel they'll devour me in an instant. Joe Tai felt extremely uneasy, trying hard to think calmly. What should I do? I must make a choice and it can't be wrong. Suddenly a screen appeared before him reading, hide in the restroom. Joe Tai was surprised. He said instinctively in his mind, hide in the restroom, what's going on? Why is my body no longer under my control? Oh no, this eerie object is too insidious, it even has this trick, the metal. It must be this metal controlling me. I have to take it off quickly. Damn it, my hand won't move, stop now, no I can't, he was resisting. A real man, my real name is Li Guangqin, praying for Joe Tai, willing to reduce my life by 10 years to let Joe Tai live. I absolutely cannot yield, go, Joe Tai, hang in there. Go, wake up, Joe Tai, it was over. Joe Tai's face had also become completely blurred. That weirdo also held a medal and said to Andy, come here, I want to personally award you the Outstanding Employee Medal. Andy's mind raced and he quickly thought, I've already previewed this. There's a problem with this medal. I absolutely cannot wear it. I must hide in the restroom to escape this disaster. He then said to the weirdo, sorry, I need to use the restroom. The weirdo was stunned, asking in confusion, why you, what are you doing? Why such a rush for the restroom? After leaving, he immediately ran toward the public restroom. But a red hand was chasing him from behind, and a black clump was also following from below. The hand grabbed him. It turned out the black clump had flown over with the medal. He tried to pry the hand away while formulating a plan. As expected, this medal is exactly as I deduced. It chased me all the way here. Next, I need to wait for the eerie entity in the restroom to appear. Just as he thought of the weirdo in the restroom, it appeared immediately, saying, come here, brother. Andy thought, now's the time. Subsequently, the frog balloon appeared in his palm, and he used it to block the eerie entity's perception. The red hand disappeared along with it. The eerie entity in the restroom cried out, hey, where's the person? Andy immediately hid. The medal also lost its target and flew next to the eerie entity. Then the medal pinned itself to the eerie entity's chest. Instantly, the red hand grabbed the eerie entity. Andy stood aside watching the show and let out a sigh of relief, thinking, it really was as I deduced. Although I've escaped this danger for now, the eerie entities in that company are more than just these. The viewers below commented excitedly, holy crap, Andy is truly a god to come up with this move, killing two birds with one stone. From now on, Mom doesn't have to worry about me using the restroom, another person lamented. Poor Joe Tai. The high levels clearly thought of having him hide in the restroom. He could have survived, another viewer offered comfort. Don't cry upstairs. Several contestants have blurred faces now, but they haven't been eliminated. Maybe there's still a chance to save them. While Andy and the others were being named outstanding employees, those who weren't selected, like Su Xiao, felt somewhat confused. Su Xiao looked at the situation, thinking doubtfully, strange, too strange. According to my deduction, the outstanding employee selection is meant to harm the contestants. I've made so many mistakes, they definitely should have prioritized dealing with me, right? He was still thinking, but they're not following the script at all. What's the logic in not picking me as an outstanding employee? A weirdo stepped forward and said, all right, now overtime begins. Other weirdos replied in unison, yes. Su Xiao stood among the group of weirdos as if he were the weirdo, because his face was different from the rest. He thought, HMPH, overtime is impossible. Don't even think about making me work overtime in this lifetime. I need to hurry and gather more intelligence. He was also thinking, I remember Rule 13 mentioned sneaking into the manager's office to take a look if there's a plan. Combining that with Rule 14, the manager's office hides materials regarding the company's secrets. The rule content was, Rule 13, if possible, please sneak into the manager's office. Black font, do not enter the manager's office. It is the most dangerous place in the company. Rule 14, no secrets of the company can be taken out. If you are lucky enough to collect those materials, you can give them to the delivery man. He began to analyze and judge. Rule 13 is clearly a contradictory rule, and the black portion also counts as a rule. If I want to violate this rule, I must violate both sentences simultaneously. This means I must go in and not go in at the same time. He then reached a conclusion. Then just let the black general go in. That way I won't count as having entered, nor will I count as not having entered. After thinking, he ordered the black general, Black General, you go into the manager's office and see if there are any hidden clues inside. The black general let out a few fierce barks. A few minutes later, a miserable scream came from the manager's office. Ouch! Subsequently, the black general walked out carrying a pair of pants in its mouth. He thought, the manager's pants? The black general barked a few times, signaling for him to know something. He picked up the pants, fumbling around inside, and asked it, Are you saying there's something in the pocket? Sure enough, he pulled something out. Holding it in his hand, he said in confusion, 2 pieces of paper. The paper read, Rule 8. It is necessary to guide new employees and forgive all the mistakes he makes. No matter what, he must be kept. After reading the content, he said offhandedly, This rule is different from the one I got. It should be specifically for the company's management. He then thought, no wonder I've been making things difficult for the manager and he can still bear it in silence. He's also forced to follow the rules. The content of the second piece of paper was, the company's cleaning lady is the only temporary worker. She is the only one who does not need to work overtime and is not subject to restrictions. He seemed to understand, beginning to analyze. The cleaning lady is a temporary worker. No wonder she can't be seen after 9 p.m. So she went home after work. Then he caught a key point from his own words. Wait, went home. He reasoned, isn't the cleaning lady the only person who can freely leave the company? If I put the materials on her, I should be able to take them out smoothly. After thinking through all this, Su Xiao turned to ask the Black General, Black General, besides these, was there anything else in the manager's office? Like things regarding company secrets and the like? It shook its head at his question. Subsequently, he rested his chin in his hand and fell into deep thought, continuing to think, no, if the materials really need to be taken out by the cleaning lady, then there should be secret materials regarding the company in the office. Wait, could it be that the materials aren't here with me, but in the spaces of other contestants? A loop began to form in his mind, speculating that the biggest feature of this instance is sudden teleportation. Something so important must be related to sudden teleportation. Deduction is reasonable. I need to take the company materials out. It's in the manager's office and other contestant spaces. He then concluded, if I'm not mistaken, what I need to do now is wait for sudden teleportation and look for materials in other contestant spaces. These people are really diligent. How many shares did the company give them? They've been working from evening until now without stopping. The viewers below began to comment, the company exploits employees too much, treating people like livestock. Another person also commented, this work really isn't for humans. They say it's an 8-hour workday, but the result is overtime until dawn. Where's the justice? John G.J. remembered the shadows of last night and muttered in his heart, calm down, calm down. I need to resort my thoughts. Last night I used the night watchman talent to sneak into the manager's office to find confidential materials. As a result, before long, my shadow was suddenly torn to pieces by something Subsequently, he gritted his teeth and slapped the table hard to make a decision. Damn it, only one day left. If the talent still doesn't work tonight, I'll have to sneak into the office myself to get the confidential materials. As long as I get the materials, there must be a way to send them outside. Damn it, bastard. The reminder panel sent by the nation said others were also looking for a way to clear the stage. Let nature take its course. After reading it, John was taken aback and whispered, "The other contestants are also looking for a way to clear the stage. What I need to do now is let nature take its course and wait for other contestants to teleport over." While he was lost in thought, Lucas walked over, clutching his chest and coughing. Seeing this, John asked worriedly, Lucas, what's wrong?" Viewers also left messages asking, "The hair on Lucas's face has increased. Is it because he killed that white eerie entity in the restroom?" Another viewer replied, "It's essentially like that. He killed the white shadow as soon as he entered the restroom." Hearing the question, Lucas spoke to him fiercely, "I suggest you stay away from me, or I can't guarantee I won't kill you." John said skeptically, "If you really wanted to kill me, I would have died back there. There's no need to say these things just to scare me. What's so bad about accepting help from others? Do you really think you're some hero who can save the world single-handedly?" Lucas gritted his teeth and threatened, "What did you say? Are you challenging my limits? Do you truly think I wouldn't dare kill you?" Hearing Lucas's threat, John didn't show fear but instead spoke with even greater concern. "It's easy for you to kill me, but you'd better take care of yourself first. With your physical condition, can you even hold out until the end of today? I really don't understand why you let yourself become like this. Isn't it better to work hard at living? Is winning the challenge and getting the highest evaluation really that important?" Hearing this, Lucas reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "What do you know? Living while gasping for breath like you do makes death only a matter of time. As for me, I'm not afraid to die. Being as short-lived and brilliant as a firework suits me best. You'll never understand." John lowered his head and said, "I suppose. Perhaps you're right, I'm just a coward. I'm afraid to die. I hope everything ends soon so I can reunite with my family." "Lucas, in the real world, isn't there a single person you care about?" At this question, Lucas burst into loud laughter. "Someone I care about," he said. "Why should I care? All I care about is a pale hospital bed, a pot of withered flowers and a window that can never see the distance." Hearing these words, John showed an expression of disbelief, thinking to himself, "I never expected that Lucas in the real world lived like that." He then walked to the door of the manager's office, turned to Lucas and said, "Fine, this conversation ends here. This is the first time I've tried to understand you, and it seems I've found my answer. Thank you, Lucas. I think it's time I do what I want to do." These words left Lucas stunned, and he pressed, "Answer, what answer?" An unknown amount of time later, John walked out, stiff and expressionless. Seeing this, Lucas mocked, "Is this the answer you spoke of? Don't you find it funny? Your hands are empty. What did you get?" He received no response, so he walked to John's seat and continued to press, "Why aren't you talking?" But he was met only with silence. Finally, he angrily grabbed John's collar. "Turn around and face me. If you're a man, don't play mute." When John looked up, he had already become a blurred-faced, eerie entity. Lucas asked in disbelief, How did you turn into this?" Viewers began to comment, "Oh no, John's face has also become blurred." Others asked, "What on earth did he encounter in the office just now?" John regained a moment of clarity, reached into his jacket as if to pull something out and said, "The files." Lucas took the files, looked at them and said, "Blank paper. You were ready to risk your life to steal the files for me, weren't you?" It turned out to be just a piece of blank paper. Facing his questioning, John only gave a hollow response. Go home." Subsequently, Lucas grabbed John's clothes as if he had gone mad and roared, "You idiot, why did you do this? I don't need your help, I don't." But John still hollowly repeated, "The files, go home." An indignant viewer left a comment, "Damn it, John turned into this because he was helping him. Why is he still yelling at him?" Another viewer explained, "Actually, Lucas didn't expect John to end up like this, so he's angry. This is his way of expressing it, a rather twisted way of expressing it." After venting at John, Lucas turned and walked toward the manager's office saying, "Damn it, I'm going to kill that manager right now and show you what true strength is." A saddened viewer commented, "This damn strange tale world, why does it have to gut punch me twice in a row?" Another person lamented, "I'm crying my eyes out." John was thinking about saving Lucas until the very end, a real man with a heart of gold behind a tough exterior. At this time, David from Nation B also slipped into the manager's office and obtained the company-related files mentioned in the rules. Rule 14. It is strictly forbidden to take any confidential company information out. If you are lucky enough to obtain the files, you may hand them over to the courier. Rule 15. Do not trust the courier. Ultimately, David still chose to give the files to the courier. The courier took the files and solemnly promised, "Rest assured, I will definitely help you expose your company's true nature." David replied, "Good, I'm counting on you." When the courier turned to leave, he had already become a blurred-faced, eerie entity. But David didn't notice. He still said, "Good luck." On the other side, Andy had also obtained the files. He thought as he looked at them. He had already put these files through meticulous deductions. "I slipped into the manager's office during lunch break to steal these. I have to see what's actually inside." After reading them, he angrily threw the files away and said, "Damn it, this isn't what I need at all. This alone isn't enough to shake Miracle Company." He then speculated, "Wait, if the files I got are fake, are the real files hidden in other contestant spaces? Is there really only one copy of the files? If so, things are getting more and more complicated." In the afternoon, Su Xiao was teleported to Andy's space just after finishing his lunchbox. Andy was startled by Su Xiao's sudden appearance and stammered, "Oh, Su Xiao," Su Xiao said to him. "Andy, do you have any confidential files about Miracle Company? The real files are likely hidden in one of the contestant spaces. Time is short. Our priority now is to find those files, and then find a way to get them out of the company." Andy replied, "Your thoughts are very similar to mine, but I don't know what method to use to take them out. Have you thought of a way?" Su Xiao replied. "Sort of, but I can't tell you yet because I'm not sure if our conversation is being eavesdropped on by eerie objects. In any case, the first step is to get the files out. There will definitely be even more terrifying challenges waiting for us later. Once you find the files, find a way to get them to me. I'll take them out of the company." Andy was just about to say, "Okay, wait until I find them," but he was teleported away before he could finish. Su Xiao, still standing there, said, "Andy was teleported away before he could finish. These random teleports seem to be getting more and more frequent." He then thought, judging by Andy's reaction, he should be searching in his own space too and hadn't found anything yet. "I can only wait patiently for the next teleport." 20 minutes later, Su Xiao was teleported to where John was, looking at him sitting at his desk. Su Xiao asked in disbelief, "Is this John?" He remembered seeing John many times online in the real world. Although his face was blurred now, judging by his build, it was definitely him. He didn't expect that John had also been assimilated. Suddenly, a loud crash came from within the office. He turned to look and thought, "Someone's fighting in the office. Let's go take a look." Just as he was about to walk over, Lucas kicked the door open and rushed out. He called out uncertainly, "Lucas?" Lucas contemptuously ignored him and walked straight ahead. Su Xiao looked back at his retreating figure and thought, judging by his look, he must have just avenged John. I really didn't expect someone like him, who always refuses cooperation, would avenge a teammate. Then Lucas fumbled in his jacket as if looking for something. Su Xiao waited quietly and began to guess. Finally, Lucas took out a stack of files and placed them on the desk. This action surprised him quite a bit. "Confidential files for Miracle Company. Lucas actually brought them out and gave them to me." Lucas's behavior also shocked the viewers. One viewer commented, "Holy crap, did I see that right? Lucas is giving the thing he found to Big Boss Su Xiao," another person said. "It seems he was moved by John. Everyone's made of flesh and blood, how could there be no feelings?" After leaving the files, Lucas also began to be teleported. A viewer commented, "Look, Lucas is being teleported too," another said. "Luckily he left the files for Su Xiao before being teleported, otherwise we'd have to go in another huge circle." Finally, someone lamented, "Everyone, these are the files John traded his life for. Please remember him." After leaving John's space, Su Xiao was teleported to other contestant spaces, repeating several times in a row. During this process, Su Xiao discovered that the intervals between teleports were getting shorter, and the jellyfish necklace on his chest kept glowing. In Hardy's space, Su Xiao picked up the glowing necklace and whispered, "Does this teleportation affect the contestant's mental state?" He remembered the note saying, "Strictly prohibited violations prevent escape. Sudden teleportations, memory loss prevents decryption." He thought, right, the crayon once wrote, "Sudden teleportations, memory loss." Perhaps it means that the more times one is teleported, the more the contestant's memory will be quietly erased. "I have the jellyfish necklace for protection, so my memory shouldn't have problems. But I can't save the other contestants. I can only find a way to take the files out of the company. And I also discovered one thing. The cleaning lady isn't seen in other contestant spaces, which means to take the files out, I must return to my own space." After thinking this, he looked back and surveyed the surroundings, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, the teleportation is completely random. I have no idea how long it will take to get back to my own space. If I don't go back, the files in my hand can never be taken out." While he was frustrated, the cloth doll seemed to want to explain something to him. He asked it, "Are you saying you want to use that teleportation power to send me back to my world?" The cloth doll seemed to agree, and subsequently, he and the cloth doll were indeed teleported back. Standing at his familiar desk, even Su Xiao couldn't help but shout out in surprise, "Holy crap, there's my mark on the desk. I really am back." Viewers couldn't help but marvel, God, this cloth doll is way too overpowered. He looked at his and the cloth doll's shadow and thought, the shadow connecting me and the cloth doll seems a bit distorted. It seems this power can't be used infinitely. I must hurry and give the files to the cleaning lady. Acting on the thought, he immediately ran out and shouted, "Ma'am!" The cleaning lady was currently packing up, preparing to get off work and go home. He walked over, hooked his arm through hers and said, "Ah, ma'am, you work so hard every day. Tomorrow you don't need to wipe my workstation. I promise to keep it clean and tidy myself." The cleaning lady said happily, "What a sweet talker. If there's a suitable girl in the future, I'll definitely introduce her to you." Seizing this opportunity, he secretly stuffed the files into the cleaning lady's pocket. Once done, he waved goodbye and said, "All right, see you tomorrow, ma'am." The cleaning lady also waved and said, "See you tomorrow." Watching the cleaning lady leave, the secretary asked the manager, "Will that newcomer give her the confidential files to take out?" The manager replied, "No, until she leaves the company. She is still an employee. The memory of every blurred-faced employee is connected to me. I just checked her memory. There are no problems." Viewers were extremely surprised and commented, "Holy crap, no wonder Big Boss Su Xiao didn't give it to her directly, but secretly stuffed it in her pocket. He probably anticipated this." Another said, "The cleaning lady herself doesn't know the files exist, so her memory naturally won't have abnormalities. The manager definitely won't find anything. Too brilliant, absolutely genius." Just when it seemed things were over, the manager suddenly shouted, "Wait, I forgot one thing. Perhaps she doesn't know she took something out herself." At this time, the cleaning lady had already walked outside. Seeing this, he roared, "No, stop her, don't let her leave." The secretary nearby also covered her mouth in panic. Ultimately, the cleaning lady left, leaving only the secretary clutching her head and the manager screaming hysterically from behind, "Damn it, no, no!" Just then, those blurred-faced employees also disappeared. Viewers commented, "Whoa, look, those blurred-faced employees all disappeared. Will the contestants whose faces turned blurred disappear too?" Another person said, No, I just looked at Joe Tai's channel. He hasn't disappeared yet." Another said, "John and Park Wadong haven't disappeared either. I don't know why, but they're all okay." The company's main gate opened and blood mist permeated the air outside. As Su Xiao walked out, he muttered to himself, "Is leaving really this simple?" Then he thought, although many mysteries remained unsolved, since things had come to this, he could only go out and see the situation. The necklace on his chest emitted a faint green light. He pondered for a moment and said, "But I always feel something is off. This mist seems alive. Better have the Black General scout the way ahead." The mist in front of him condensed into a blurred figure. Viewers commented indignantly, "Damn it, there's something wrong with this mist. How are we supposed to clear the round like this? This is basically fighting the final boss." Sensing the problem, Su Xiao shouted, "Oh no," in his heart. At this time, the White Bear and Black General also rushed out. A viewer commented with relief, "Luckily Big Boss Su Xiao still has bodyguards, otherwise it would really be over." The White Bear and Black General were submerged in the blood mist. Seeing this, viewers shouted in terror, "God, the White Bear and Black General have both been swallowed." Then a giant hand tried to grab him. He couldn't move and shouted in his heart, "Bad, I completely cannot resist." Suddenly, blood flowed down from his head. He asked himself in surprise, "Ha, blood?" Then he thought in confusion, "How can this be? Am I not in my space? Why isn't my talent providing protection?" Then he understood his situation and continued thinking, "No, that's not right. From the moment I stepped out the door I was no longer in my world." His necklace kept flashing and he gritted his teeth and whispered, "What should I do? My body can't move and the necklace is almost at its limit." He was being strangled by that giant red hand, and a statue identical to him appeared with it, making clicking sounds. Luckily, the cloth doll appeared in time, and his shadow was connected to the cloth doll's shadow, allowing it to teleport him elsewhere. At this time, viewers commented, "God, that was too dangerous. Big Boss Su Xiao almost checked out there." Fortunately, the cloth doll activated its power at the critical moment and teleported the boss to another space. "I love this cloth doll too much," another person said. "Eerie objects are too despicable, actually trying to kill Big Boss Su Xiao. We pretty girls have to ask if we agree to that." Su Xiao appeared in Park Wadong's space. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That was the reward from the museum level. The life-sized wax figure took the hit for me." He then gritted his teeth and thought, "Luckily the cloth doll teleported me to another space at the critical moment, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable." Soon, the White Bear and Black General also appeared beside him. Seeing them, he felt a sense of relief and said, "Luckily there are 3 eerie objects that can be summoned. Must regain my spirit and continue finding a way." This time he didn't walk out but stood at the door thinking. This space also had the same thick mist, but the difference was that the mist here was much thinner. He then concluded, could the density and state of the red mist be different in every space? I must find out why. This is probably the key to clearing the round. Without delay, he turned to the cloth doll and said, Cloth doll, you must keep our shadows connected at all times. If any problem occurs, take me away immediately. The cloth doll nodded in agreement. Viewers were puzzled by his actions and commented, just escaped danger. Why is Big Boss Su Xiao going out again? What on earth does he want to do this time? Su Xiao said to the other three partners. Let's go. He then walked out again, leaving desperate viewers commenting, Big Boss Su Xiao, please don't do that. Meanwhile, David from Africa arrived in Su Xiao's space. David stood before the main entrance, staring at the thick mist and muttering to himself, what's going on? Why is the company's main gate open in this space? Does this signify that I can clear the stage? A viewer analyzed. The gate here is open too. I suspect it's because Big Boss Su Xiao was teleported elsewhere by the Black General, so the main gates in all spaces are now open. Another viewer agreed, but David was unaware of any of this. He believed it was a signal that he could clear the stage. Sensing trouble was imminent, the reminder panel sent by his nation arrived. Do not go out. He read it and muttered, they're telling me not to go out. Is there some kind of danger? He then turned and walked back inside, saying he should listen to the high levels reminder and stay away from that door. The viewers left a string of relieved comments, he's actually quite obedient. Another commented, being humble and obedient brings benefits. If he had stepped out that door he would have been as good as dead. Just as he was walking back inside, the mist rushed over. David tried to push it away and screamed, no, stop. At the same time David was swallowed by the mist. South Korea's Park Hwa-dong was teleported into Lucas's space. He smiled unconsciously and said, I want to go out. I want to go out. Immediately after, a notification popped up on the system panel. The contestants from the nation of Paris and South Korea have been devoured by eerie entities. Strange Tale World Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Upon seeing this, viewers left worried comments, it's over, more people are dead. Another said, damn it, with every space turning into this, how is anyone supposed to clear the stage? In South Korea's Park Hwa-dong's space, Su Xiao stood once again before the monster's giant palm. He observed and thought to himself that this monster was clearly not as aggressive as the one in the previous space. Subsequently, he reached a conclusion. Is the strength of the monster blocking the exit completely different in each space? What is the cause of this? When the hand drew near, the cloth doll quickly teleported him to another space. In David's space, Su Xiao stood there observing again and thought, let's check the monster in this space too. After standing for a while, he found that the monster here was even weaker. I think I understand why. Rule 6 mentioned, please judge the rules wisely, do not violate any rules. Rule 12, do not violate the rules. Do not violate the rules. Do not violate the rules. Black font, do not violate the rules. He stroked his chin in deep thought and then spoke solemnly. Rules 16 and 17 had been emphasizing not violating the rules all along. The final answer from the colored crayon was written the same way. It seemed that the more rules a contestant violated, the more terrifying and dangerous the monster in that space became. Subsequently, he turned to the cloth doll and said, Cloth doll, take me to Joe Tai's space immediately. Fast. The cloth doll nodded quickly. They arrived in a space thick with mist, and he said in confusion, why is the mist so thick here? He also remarked that Joe Tai was always cautious, so how could he have violated so many rules? The mist here was so dense it didn't seem to be Joe Tai's space. Just then, Su Xiao looked down and saw his shadow becoming even more distorted, so he sighed and muttered to himself. It seems I can't use the shadow too many times. The teleportation destination is starting to become unstable. Is it at its limit? Meanwhile, Andy was also teleporting back and forth between spaces, performing countless deductions. He had already perceived the logic behind the mist. Andy said listlessly, I've performed too many deductions. My mental state has reached its limit. He then added that fortunately, he had already found the pattern of the monster's strength. Now I need to find the space of the contestant who violated the fewest rules and leave from there. Suddenly remembering someone, he spoke up, Joe Tai, in my impression he is a very cautious person. Perhaps his space is the easiest place to leave from. Viewers couldn't help but leave admiring comments. As expected of Andy and Big Boss Su Xiao, their thoughts are identical, another said. But relying solely on random teleportation, who knows when he'll reach Joe Tai's space? Even Su Xiao with the cloth doll might not find it easily. Another viewer sighed and said, we can only leave it to fate. In the space of Joe Tai from the Dragon Kingdom, Andy actually managed to teleport to his desired location. As soon as he saw the outside, he confirmed his theory. The mist here was very thin. This was definitely Joe Tai's space. Viewers couldn't help but comment enviously. Holy crap, such good luck. He arrived just as he finished speaking. He saw a person sitting at a desk and shouted, Joe Tai. He patted his chest and said to Joe Tai, luckily you're still here and haven't been teleported away. I've found a way out of here. Come with me, When Zoutai turned his face, Andy looked at it and stammered, Damn it, Zoutai, you've already. Suddenly, Andy remembered something, and a colored crayon immediately appeared in his hand. He looked at it and thought, wait, I got a special crayon that can soothe the spirit back in the museum level. Since my mental state needs recovery, I'll light it here. Maybe it can even save Zoutai. A kind viewer commented, special colored crayon introduction. This crayon is made of special materials. Lighting it helps the user's spirit find comfort and relaxation. Next to it was a small hint. Hint, this is a lit crayon. A few minutes later, Andy muttered to himself, I feel much clearer, but Zoutai's face is still the same. He then said to Zoutai in disappointment, It seems I can't help you, friend. Finally, he put away the crayon, wrote a few notes on the desk and said to Zoutai, Goodbye. Thank you for giving it your all. I will take your will and conviction with me as I leave this place. A moved viewer commented, Guys, I've got a brick in my eye. Blah, I'm actually crying out loud, another said. I'm getting old, I can't stand scenes like this. I'm going to sleep first. Finally, Andy left. The notification panel lit up accordingly. Dear contestant, congratulations on clearing the Miracle Company level. Evaluation, 5 stars. He opened his arms and pushed open the main gate, and the next notification jumped out. Clearance reward, Outstanding Employee Medal. Outstanding Employee Medal introduction. It belongs to those who strive and struggle. Wear it and you will gain respect. Unexpected respect. Shortly after Andy cleared the stage, Su Xiao also teleported to Zoutai's space. Su Xiao glanced at Zoutai and said, It seems Andy got here first, but unfortunately Zoutai. He turned to Zoutai and said, Let's go, brother. But Zoutai remained sitting there silently. A viewer commented sadly, You can tell Big Boss Su Xiao is extremely heartbroken, he's just holding it in. Another said, Big Boss Su Xiao cannot fall no matter what. Behind him is the Dragon Kingdom, millions of families and countless people like Zoutai, the last person said. Others can act on impulse, but Big Boss Su Xiao cannot. In a way, isn't that a form of shackling? Just then, Zoutai suddenly stood up. Su Xiao looked over in shock and viewers left hopeful comments. Holy crap, Zoutai stood up, is there still hope? Zoutai walked over, took his hand and said haltingly, Clear, go home. Su Xiao looked at him and smiled, saying, Yeah, I'm taking you home, Zoutai. Subsequently, Zoutai's trembling hand rose, tears sliding down. He made a one gesture towards Su Xiao and his body began to fade. His entire form started to dissipate. Su Xiao tried to grab his hand, calling out Zoutai's name piteously, but he had completely vanished. The viewers below were moved to tears, commenting, Zoutai is gone. Zoutai is really gone, another said. I really thought Big Boss Su Xiao could save him. But now I realize that in the strange tale world, even Big Boss Su Xiao is very small, another person said. Zoutai was an ordinary man, but an ordinary man can become great. He never stopped trying to survive. That is the most precious thing, the last person said. Rest in peace, Zoutai. Every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom will remember you. Subsequently, a series of rest in peace comments flooded the screen. Su Xiao's hand hung suspended in the air, but there was no one left before him. Zoutai was gone, he said desolately. It's over, let's go home. Then his expression darkened as he thought, but if Andy and I both leave from here now, it means admitting defeat to the eerie entities. I violated the most rules. The monster in my space is bound to be the most powerful. Subsequently, he clenched his fists and stepped forward, saying, I will leave this strange tale world from my own space. I will get the highest evaluation for this round. I want the eerie entities to see that the people of the Dragon Kingdom never bow their heads in defeat. He then took a pen and wrote a message. Zoutai, I will definitely clear the stage from my space with a perfect score. You can rest in peace now. A viewer commented. Zoutai's position was also erased by the eerie entity, another commented. This is too risky. The cloth doll can't teleport at will anymore. He has to rely on random teleports. What if he doesn't get the chance to go back, someone else said. And even if he teleports back to the original spot, what if he gets teleported away before he can clear it? Won't all that effort be for nothing? The last viewer summarized. But Big Boss Su Xiao's words make my blood boil. Facing those damned eerie entities, we must never give up. The next second, Su Xiao was teleported to someone else's space. Meanwhile, Lucas was teleported to Zoutai's space. Lucas looked at the mark on the desk and said, Andy, Su Xiao, they both left this world from here. He thought that leaving from this space was indeed the best choice, but he was also certain he wouldn't get the highest evaluation. Should I really leave from this space too? Suddenly he thought of John and said sadly, John, maybe you were right. A viewer commented, My God, I didn't expect Lucas to not be as stubborn as usual this time. He stepped out the main gate without looking back. A viewer commented movingly that it was all thanks to John. He had traded his life for his teammates' tears. As soon as he left, the system popped up a notification. Dear contestant, congratulations on clearing the Miracle Company level. Evaluation, 5 stars. Clearance reward, blood of an eerie entity. Another notification panel showed the introduction for the blood of an eerie entity. It is a part of an eerie entity. It can help you clear the abnormal influence brought by eerie entities. However, during the clearing process we hope you can endure the pain. Looking at the pool of blood beneath his feet, Lucas asked himself, is this the blood of an eerie entity? The blood coiled around his hand, and then he spat something out. Though drenched in sweat, Lucas spoke excitedly, "Come on, help me clear all traces of the eerie entities," a viewer commented. "My God, he can actually endure such pain," another viewer said. "More than endure, I think he's actually enjoying it. What a terrifying fellow." At 11 p.m., Su Xiao finally returned to his own space. He said, "There are only 20 minutes left until the clearance deadline. I'm finally back. This truly was a mad gamble." He rushed outside and shouted to his eerie objects, "Black General, Cloth Doll, White Bear, charge with me." A golden light flashed before him. He activated his talent to protect them. They charged straight into the center of the monster. Su Xiao praised them with satisfaction and said, "Well done. This is my space. With my talent's protection I am completely invincible." He ordered them to attack it and kill it. Finally, the monster was defeated, letting out a piteous scream. A notification also popped up on the system panel. System. A good company views its employees as its cornerstone, while a company in wolf's clothing is always thinking of how to exploit its workers. Another notification panel. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Resistance is not wrong. The wrong lies with those who only wish to exploit others. When a toxic environment becomes the norm, the bystanders are also sinners. A person's existence always has value. Some people's value is only realized in a brief moment, but it is precisely that fleeting instant that is enough to be remembered forever. At that moment the exit gate appeared. Seeing his hands were empty, Su Xiao roared in frustration, "What's the deal? Where's my reward? Bastard, where is my reward?" Just then another notification panel appeared. System. Talent upgrade. Secondary effect obtained. Talent introduction. Innate rebelliousness SSS grade has been upgraded to eerie rebelliousness SSS grade. Talent analysis. In a 100-pound body you possess 99 pounds of rebellion. Initial talent effect. Innate rebelliousness can ignore the correctness of rules, allowing you to do the opposite in the strange tale world without being mentally affected or killed by eerie entities during the act of rebellion. Secondary talent effect in the strange tale world. You have gained the right to modify a single rule at your whim once per round, and the talent will remain effective after violating said modified rule. After reading, he thought to himself, "Talent inspection? Was this round opened specifically to counter my talent? If so, this reward is definitely extraordinary." He then spoke excitedly, "Hey, I can even modify rules as I please. Doesn't that make me invincible?" Su Xiao thought excitedly that in the next instance, he might be able to use the upgraded talent to twist the rules. He was truly looking forward to it. The main notification panel also appeared. Congratulations to Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom, Lucas of the United States, and Andy of the Grizzly Bear Nation for successfully clearing the stage. All three nations will be exempt from the invasion of this strange tale world. Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom cleared with a 6-star evaluation, receiving a special reward. The Dragon Kingdom's territory increases by 3, with an additional 2 expansion reward. Lucas of the United States cleared with a 5-star evaluation, receiving a high-level reward. The obesity rate of the American public is reduced by 10. Andy of the Grizzly Bear Nation cleared with a 5-star evaluation, receiving a high-level reward. The happiness index of the Grizzly Bear Nation's public is increased by 10. In the real world, he stood on his balcony reading messages sent from the Dragon Kingdom. The first, Andy asked us to convey his condolences. The loss of Zhou Tai is a heartbreak for the Dragon Kingdom. The second, Lucas of the United States is currently undergoing treatment. Thanks to the reward of the blood of an eerie entity from the last round, his left hand has returned to normal. He replied, "I understand." He then opened his chat log with Zhou Tai. Their last message was on January 21st. Zhou Tai had sent, "Big Boss Su Xiao, Happy New Year, you're truly incredible. I hope you can lead the Dragon Kingdom to the very end." He had replied, "You're great too, let's survive together, keep it up," but that was followed by the text, "Sending failed." Su Xiao thought to himself, "I sent this message to Zhou Tai during the New Year. Has it really not gone through yet?" He then sent another message, "I understand as you wished, the Dragon Kingdom remains safe. Do you see, the light you wanted to protect is shining in every home." And that wraps up the Brutal Miracle Company dungeon. Su Xiao has once again brilliantly secured a perfect 6-star evaluation. But the real bombshell, his SSS-Rank talent has officially evolved. Now our born rebel doesn't just break the rules, he has the absolute authority to rewrite the system's laws themselves. Though this victory was paid for with the tearful sacrifice of his comrade Zhou Tai, Su Xiao carries the will of the fallen within him. His journey will never falter. With this godly rule-hacking power in his hands, just how much more chaos will this madman unleash upon the world of strange tales? Which unlucky entity will be the next victim to fall into his trap? All the wildest and most insane developments will be revealed in Part 2. Don't forget to drop a like, hit that subscribe button for BALA Manhua Recaps, and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss a single epic face-slapping moment in the next episode. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon.